Chapter 1263. Chaos City, Flame God Palace. Bai placed his finger between Ingo's eyebrows. No. Ingo screamed. Bang! In an instant, Ingo's consciousness collapsed. Above Ingo's head, the water zombie progenitor seed slowly floated up and was caught by Bai. With a light tap, the water zombie progenitor seed was absorbed into Bai's eyebrows. Crack, 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 crack. With Ho at the center, countless ice shards shot out in an instant, freezing the entire hall into an ice palace in an instant. A huge cold air rushed over, and the elite guards unconsciously took a few steps back. Bai enjoyed the control of his power. The ice power in his body found its commander in the blink of an eye, under the control of the water zombie progenitor seed. It instantly arranged itself in a regular pattern. Bai slowly refined the power of Bai. The 6 dragon tails behind him also slowly retracted into his body and disappeared. Bai returned to his original appearance. He stretched out his left hand and right hand as if he was holding 2 light balls. 1 day, 1 month. The 2 light balls seemed to be able to penetrate the walls and illuminate the sky, forming a magnificent scene of 1 day and 1 month above Chaos City. The appearance of a huge phenomenon. The most sensitive thing was the snatching God Palace Master. Jiang Chun looked in the direction of Chaos City with a trace of surprise. Bai's strength doubled again? In this case, even if Little Six comes out of seclusion, the outcome will be hard to predict. Boom! The phenomenon of Chaos City disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Bai withdrew his aura, and everything disappeared. Sister, you refined the water zombie progenitor seed. The elite guards were pleasantly surprised. Bai nodded and took out a scroll. Jingwei, this is the Divine Flame Sun Transformation Technique, specially made for Vermilion Bird. You can cultivate it now. Divine Flame Sun Transformation Technique. Isn't this sister's technique? Didn't you say that others can't cultivate it? Then Bai... The elite guards were worried. Bai has been killed by us. Don't worry. No one can stop you. Bai said solemnly. Okay, I will go to the sun tomorrow. The elite guards took the scroll in surprise. Yes. Also, I have destroyed Ingo's consciousness. This body is originally yours. You can keep it. Bai said in a deep voice. Okay, the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai finally devoured all the fragments of the Candle Dragon's body in the immortal dome of the ancients. This time, even skeleton Gu Hai found it hard to bear. The quality of the Candle Dragon's body was too high after all. What a terrifying torch dragon! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Boom! Gu Hai soared into the sky and headed into the void. In the upper study, Gu Hai's main body listened to Mo Yike and the others' reports. His Holiness, now almost all of the 1,000 cities of Wanshou Taoism have been taken over by the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty. We just need to slowly pacify them, and then we will win the hearts of the people. Mo Yike said solemnly, So be it. The Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty is now an ally of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. When we fight the 6 Dao in the future, I will definitely not stand by and watch. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. Mo Yike nodded. Now, most of the 100,000 cities in the world are in the Dahan and Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty. 2,000 are in the Divine Seizing Temple, and 5,000 are in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. The Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty is also an ally of our dynasty. Now, only the Divine Seizing Temple and the Heavenly Demon Holy Land are left. His Holiness also controls a portion of the cities. Should we? Mo Yike said with a solemn expression. Yes, of course. The infinite celestial capital is not a place they can invade as they please. When I am not around, they want to take advantage of me. Ha! Longzhong will let them go, but I will not. The Heavenly Demon, Holy Land, Bai Zizai? Guhai's expression turned cold. His Holiness wants to make an example out of the heavenly demon, Holy Land. Mo Yike said with a change in expression. Gu Hai tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. He pondered for a moment and said, "That's right. The heavenly demon, Holy Land, by Zazai again and again, invades the Dahan heavenly dynasty. It's time to deal with him. His Holiness wants to be subdued," Mo Yike said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. "Actually, Long Zhangguo did me a great favor by not killing me that day. Bai Zazai, although he is timid, he is also a fierce general. Moreover, only by being alive can we subdue his 5,000 cities in the shortest time possible. In realm, heavenly demon Holy Land. Not long ago, when Gu Hai, Fushi, and Qi came out from underground, Bai Zazai had a bad feeling. This time, they had been tricked by the Immortal of Six Paths when they invaded the boundless celestial capital. Bai Zazai had been worried for a long time. Until today, everything came true. Inside the ancient temple, Bai Zazai and Black Bai Wuchang looked at a guest from Dahan together. Scorpio had a bitter expression on his face. "Old Fourth? Did Gu Hai say this?" Bai Wuchang said with a gloomy expression. Scorpio smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, it was His Holiness who asked me to go to the heavenly demon Holy Land and persuade the great freedom heavenly demon and the two impermanence heavenly demons to surrender." "Impudent!" Bai Wuchang glared. Bai Zazai also looked coldly at the divine scorpion heavenly demon. Black Impermanence was the only one who didn't look angry. He only sighed. "Divine Scorpio, have you forgotten your identity back then? You came to persuade us to surrender for the sake of the Dahan, Celestial Empire? How dare you? Do you want to die?" Bai Wuchang said angrily. Scorpio was also worried at first, but Bai Wuchang's sudden outburst ignited the resentment in Scorpio's heart. "Identity? Ha! Boss, what identity did you say I forgot? I was indeed the fourth peak master of the heavenly demon Holy Land, but after I was captured by His Holiness, did you think of coming to save me? Did you come to save me?" Scorpio suddenly said resentfully. "Back then, the timing was not right." Bai Wuchang frowned. "The timing was not right. Ha! Then when was the right timing? Wait until I'm dead. If not for His Holiness's benevolence and enlisting me, I would be a dead man today. You still want to talk about my identity? What's the use of my identity? Did you care? No, not at all." Scorpio said angrily. Bai Wuchang's face was gloomy. "Lord, I will call you Lord for the last time. Don't think that I owe you anything. The heavenly demon, Holy Land, is different from the Dahan Celestial Empire. The Dahan Celestial Empire establishes its status based on merits. Even Mo Yike and Gao Xianji are not strong, but as long as they have merits, they will hold great power in their hands. What is the heavenly demon, Holy Land? It depends on strength, killing, and oneself. You have never shown mercy to any of your disciples, no matter how great their merits are. If they die, they die. Those who survive have the corresponding status. I am not promoted by you. I am the fourth peak master of the heavenly demon, Holy Land. So don't talk to me about feelings, and don't talk about the help you gave me. Nothing, nothing." Scorpio shouted. "Enough." Bai Zazai glared. "Enough? Ha ha ha. Lord, you don't have to shout at me. After following you for so many years, do you think we don't understand you? You are a fence-sitter who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You escaped the war of the liches and demons. You escaped the heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago, but you can't escape today. His Holiness has already said that if you don't submit, you will die. There is no need to wait for the Immortal of the Six Paths to wake up. You want to waver between His Holiness and the Immortal of the Six Paths. Dream on. The Dahan and the other experts are ready. Fushi will release the 8 trigrams. You will have nowhere to run. Scorpio shouted. You want to die? Baizazai glared at Scorpio. Want to die? You don't have to threaten me. If you attack me, His Holiness will know immediately. It will be the day of your heavenly demon, Holy Land's destruction. Scorpio shouted. Baizazai's face was filled with killing intent, as if he was about to attack. Lord, Lord, don't be angry, don't be angry. Black Impermanence immediately stood in the middle and shouted. Huh. Everyone looked at Black Impermanence. Actually, I think the divine, Scorpion Heavenly Demon is right. Lord, we can't waver anymore. Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. Second brother, you want to betray us too. Bai Wuchang glared. What are you saying, first brother? What betrayal? Go out and fight Gu Hai yourself. Black Impermanence glared. Baizazai was very conflicted. Although he was yelling at Scorpio, he didn't dare to attack. Black Impermanence immediately took advantage of the situation to smooth things over. Fourth brother, no matter what, we have worked together for so many years. You went to the Dahan for such a short period of time. Did you really lose any friendship? Black Impermanence frowned. Scorpio looked at Black Impermanence and finally smiled bitterly. Second brother, if I didn't say that, would they listen? Do you really think I didn't say that? At that time, His Holiness gathered the Dahan officials for a meeting. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, Shanghai Hen, and Ao Sheng all shouted that they wanted to kill us. They said that Lord was not trustworthy, and that he would only cause trouble if he stayed. Dragon God Ing even promised that he would ask his father, the Long Zhanghua, to massacre the ancient temple. It was me. I was the one who knelt in front of His Holiness and begged for a long time. I promised that I would persuade you to surrender. Only then did His Holiness agree. What? Bai Wuchang's expression changed. The Long Zhanghua also wanted to kill us. Baizazai's expression also changed. Fourth brother, you've worked hard. Black Impermanence sighed and said gratefully. Turning his head, Black Impermanence looked at Baizazai. My lord, the situation is like this. We have no way to retreat. What do you mean by no way to retreat? At worst, we can escape into the void and hide for a while. Bai Wuchang said reluctantly, I heard that His Holiness's doppelganger has already gone into the void and set up an inescapable trap. Scorpio said. Baizazai's expression froze. He suddenly remembered the skeleton, Gu Hai, he saw in the void. Baizazai was still afraid of that strange ability. My lord, do we still have a choice between the Immortal of 6 paths and the Dahan? The Immortal of 6 paths, Eye of Heaven, is gone. The Dahan is against the heavens, and we don't know whether it will succeed or not. However, the Immortal of 6 paths will definitely not come to our rescue. What should we do now? We have already dealt with Gu Hai several times. Gu Hai is already very patient. If we anger Gu Hai now, there is no turning back. My lord, Black Impermanence also tried to persuade him. Bai Wuchang was anxious. My lord, should we wait a little longer? Boss, what are you waiting for? If we wait, we won't even have a chance. In the past, we could avoid the chaos of war because we didn't have a mortal enemy. However, it's different now. Gu Hai already sees us as a thorn in his side. If we don't surrender, we will die. Black Impermanence tried to persuade him again. Bai Wuchang was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Everyone looked at Baizazai. Baizazai sat on the throne and closed his eyes. He had mixed feelings. You guys go out first. Let me think. Let me think. Baizazai closed his eyes and sighed. My lord, 3 days at most. I promised His Holiness that I would persuade you in 3 days. After 3 days, the negotiation will break down. They won't care about my request. Guhai, Long Zhanghua, and Fushi might come here. Guhai and Guhai have a good relationship. If Guhai asks for help, Guhai will not refuse. My lord, you have to be careful, Scorpio said earnestly. You guys go out first. Bai Zizai's hands trembled as he shouted. The three could only leave the hall. Chapter 1264. The heavenly demon, Holy Land, had submitted to the Dahan, Celestial Empire. The world was in an uproar when the news came out. Even Jiang Chun and Bai were shocked. At the entrance of the temple, Jiang Chun looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Long Outyen stood behind him. Outyen, since Long Zhanghua has appeared, why did you come back? Jiang Chun frowned. Grandpa Sheng said that since I'm following you, I shouldn't betray you easily. Long Outyen said bitterly. Oh, Long Zhanghua asked you to come back and follow me? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes at Long Outyen. Yes. Long Outyen said bitterly. Since Long Zhanghua had returned, Long Outyen was naturally willing to follow Grandpa Sheng. However, Grandpa Sheng had spent some time with Fushi. Long Outyen did not know what Fushi had said to Grandpa Sheng, but Grandpa Sheng had actually chased him away. Long Outyen was speechless. Jiang Chen was surprised, but judging from Long Outyen's expression, he didn't know what was going on. So he didn't ask. At the infinite celestial capital, Bai Zizai bowed in front of Guhai. The heavenly demon, Holy Land, had officially submitted to the Dahan, Celestial Empire. All the officials were overjoyed. This was the heavenly demon, Holy Land, that had existed for millions of years. Everyone looked at Guhai with worship. So what if the immortal of the six paths was standing in front of them now? They firmly believed that as long as they followed His Holiness's lead, the Dahan Celestial Empire would be within reach. Bai Zizai, although you and I have had some disagreements in the past, I still respect you as an ancient senior. I won't confer you any titles. From today onwards, you are the white tiger of the Dahan Celestial Empire, just like Sheng Wenhen and Ao Sheng. Guhai said, solemnly. Bai Zizai looked at Guhai in surprise. That was because, to a certain extent, the supreme beast of a nation was on equal footing with the monarch of a dynasty, reaching the top as soon as he entered the Dahan Celestial Empire. Yes, thank His Holiness. Solemnly, Bai Zizai bowed. Guhai looked at Bai Zizai and said, next, I'll have to trouble you to work with Mr. Mo to completely incorporate the heavenly demon Holy Land into the Dahan Celestial Empire. Bai Zizai looked at Guhai and finally answered, yes. Bai Zizai's ancient temple moved to the limitless celestial capital and settled there. In the ancient temple, Bai Wuchang met Bai Zizai alone. My lord, are you really willing to submit to Guhai? Bai Zizai was silent for a moment. The situation forced me to stay in the Dahan Celestial Empire. It's the best choice. Let's talk about the future later. Bai Wuchang was anxious, but also helpless. Originally, the heavenly demon Holy Land and the Dahan Celestial Empire were like fire and water, but now they were extremely harmonious. The Dahan Celestial Empire now had too many elite soldiers and strong generals and countless officials from all over the country. After a series of exchanges, the heavenly demon Holy Land was under control. Now, the Netherworld was unified by the Dahan Celestial Empire. In the Netherworld, there were only 3 forces left: Guhai, Qi, and Jiang Chun. Bai Zizai lived in the limitless celestial capital, but for some reason, he felt much more at ease here. Limitless celestial capital, Dragon God Ying's residence, Qian Hall. Guhai, Long Zhanghua, and Fushi sat in the hall, chatting with each other. Ao Tian is still young. I've already arranged for him to stay in the Seizing Divine Temple At least he won't affect your situation here. Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai and said, "It's fine for him to stay in the limitless celestial capital." Gu Hai shook his head. "I know you have a lot of experts under you, but it's better not to stay here in case Jiang Chun makes a move. After all, I'm going back soon." Long Zhonghua said solemnly. "So soon?" Gu Hai was puzzled. "I've calculated the future. I'll be back in 1 or 2 years." Fushi said with an ugly expression. "What?" Gu Hai's expression changed. "It's true. My cultivation was limited previously, so I couldn't predict the future. However, after refining the 3 souls of the candle dragon, my prediction became clearer. I can see that the 2 immortal firmament realms will have to prepare for battle at the 30th level," Fushi said with an unpleasant expression. "In 2 years? Why so soon?" Gu Hai said with a complicated expression. "Therefore, we don't have much time left. I'm going to follow Long Zhonghua to the 30th level of the immortal firmament realms to see if we missed anything. We can find a way to deal with the 30th level," Fushi said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded with a complicated expression. "That's quite a rush." "Yeah, we don't have much time left." Fushi let out a sigh. "By the way, you haven't told me what's going on with Jiang Chun. You said the time wasn't right, but the 30th is coming back. Is the time still not right?" Gu Hai said with a frown. Fushi glanced at Gu Hai and fell silent. "What's wrong?" Long Zhonghua asked curiously too. "All right, we don't have much time left. I don't mind telling you. However, you don't have to be too afraid of Jiang Chun," Fushi said with a frown. "Oh." Gu Hai and Long Zhonghua looked at Fushi. "Jiang Chun is the 30th level's body," Fushi said solemnly. "The 30th level's body?" Gu Hai was confused. "Ingo, do you still remember? How did Ingo come about?" Fushi said solemnly. "Ingo, she's the body of an elite guard. Her spirit was born after the elite guard left the body." Gu Hai's expression changed. "You guessed right. Jiang Chun is the spirit born from the 30th level's body. In the beginning, before the 30th level left, only the 3 souls and 7 spirits left the immortal dome. His body was hidden somewhere in heaven and earth. However, one day this body nurtured its own spirit and formed a new 3 souls and 7 spirits. This is Jiang Chen's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Therefore, Jiang Chen's body is the 30th level, although Jiang Chen was born many years later than the 30th level. The moment Jiang Chen was born, there was a great enemy, the 30th level, a life and death enemy. They would not rest until one of them was dead," Fushi explained. "If the 30th level comes back, the first thing he will take back is his own body. Therefore, when the 30th level returns, the first thing he will destroy is Jiang Chen's consciousness. No wonder the Eye of Heaven was ineffective against Jiang Chun. It turns out that the power of a spirit cultivator originated from Jiang Chen's body," Gu Hai exclaimed. "The soul is the sovereign, the body is the general and the subject. Therefore, he is called Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun knows that the enemy is fierce, so he has been defending himself against the 30th level all his life," Fushi explained. "Then this Jiang Chun is really dangerous." Gu Hai's face darkened. "Don't worry, he has not become the 30th level yet. Don't worry too much. Right now, he is standing on the same side as us. Although he did not gain anything from refining the 30th level soul, he will not make an enemy out of you for the time being. He hopes that you will be strong. The stronger you are, the more you can help him defend against the 30th level's invasion." Fushi explained. "I understand." Gu Hai nodded. Although he no longer rejected Jiang Chun in his heart after knowing his identity, he was still very wary of Jiang Chun. "Right, do you have the innate talent?" Fushi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. "The Eye of Heaven was formed from the innate talent. There was no need to hide it. I am not very clear about the 30th level's return, but the spiritual light in the innate talent is the 30th level's power. Be careful. At the very least, the Eye of Heaven is not harmful to Jiangchen. You know that. Fushi said solemnly. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he finally nodded. There is also this by Zizai. I keep feeling that he is unwilling to submit to the Dahan. Be careful. Fushi said. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on him. Gu Hai nodded. Good. I will have to trouble you to open the 2 Immortal Vault passageways. Long Zhanghua, and I will go there as soon as possible. I still have to help him complete the Master God space. As soon as possible. Fushi solemnly said. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun waved his hand. Immediately, the infinite celestial capitals Go Dao array activated, and a spatial passageway appeared. Fushi and Long Zhanghua stepped into the passageway. Gu Hai watched the 2 leave. Determination flashed in his eyes. Buzz. The passageway immediately closed. Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the Qian Hall. His Holiness, where are my father and Mr. Fushi? Dragon Shenying, who was guarding the entrance, asked curiously. They have something to do, so they went back first. Gu Hai said, Yes. Dragon Shenying understood the meaning behind Gu Hai's words and nodded regretfully. Gu Hai walked to the soaring palace hall alone. It was already night time. Gu Hai stood in the soaring palace hall's plaza and looked at the silent world. Immortal's 6 paths came out of seclusion half a year later. The 30th level's return in 1 or 2 years. Time is indeed tight. Fushi, Long Zhanghua, Laozi, Shakyamuni, Jesus, Jiangchen, and the others were all preparing for the final battle, the 30th level's madness. Gu Hai was also very worried. At this moment, he also felt extremely pressured and embarrassed. Just as Gu Hai was deep in thought, Buzz, in the distant southwest direction, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky. It shot up into the sky and down into the ground. Rolling white aura instantly lit up that part of the world. Xinyuan City? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He focused his gaze and looked in that direction. Immediately, he saw the source of the light. Songjie's residence. Gu Hai's expression changed. Whoosh! Gu Hai instantly rushed to Songjie's residence. At this moment, there was chaos outside Songjie's residence. Countless brocade-gowned guards quickly surrounded it. Quick, report to His Holiness that Songjie's residence is surrounded by a pillar of righteousness. No one can get close. A brocade-gowned guard said, anxiously. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. It was Gu Hai. His Holiness, the surrounding officials, and brocade-gowned guards were shocked. Walala! Suddenly, everyone knelt down. However, Gu Hai did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, he looked at the mansion of Songjie in the white light. His Holiness, I can't get up to greet you. Please enter His Holiness by yourself. An old voice was heard. Seal the surroundings. No one is allowed to get close. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, the surrounding officials replied. Gu Hai stepped into Songjie's residence, which was shrouded in white light. In the mansion of Songjie, white smoke rose and filled the air. This white mist seemed to have a sense of holiness, which made Gu Hai feel like he could absorb it. Gu Hai didn't stay for long. Soon, he arrived at a small pavilion in Songjie's residence. Songjie was wearing a white robe, sitting on a stone bench. However, at this moment, he was all skin and bones. His face was full of wrinkles, his hair was white, and his body emitted a foul smell. His eyes were drooping, as if his vitality was about to be exhausted. Mister, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai's expression changed. He wanted to use the heaven replenishing power to help Songjie recover. Don't move, don't touch me. Song Jie suddenly shouted. Gu Hai paused and looked at Song Jie in shock. If you touch me, I will die. Don't touch me. That's it. Listen to me, His Holiness. Song Jie said weakly. Mister, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Chapter 1265. Mister, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Song Jie carefully looked at Gu Hai and finally revealed a satisfied smile. His Holiness, it seems like this official selection over the years has finally come. You are the Saint Monarch who can fight against 30. Gu Hai looked at Song Jie in confusion. Although Song Jie was praising him, Gu Hai was more worried about Song Jie's safety. His Holiness, you don't have to worry about me. Speaking of which, I was already dead back then. It was only because my resentment was not extinguished that I managed to survive until now. Song Jie shook his head. Resentment was not extinguished. Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, otherwise, do you think I would help the sovereign king? There is only one sovereign above and one sovereign below. His Holiness should have heard of it, right? Song Jie smiled. Gu Hai nodded. Back then, this official had already died, but because my resentment was not extinguished, I managed to survive because of the Wen Dao. My cultivation was crippled long ago. My current peak is only at the peak of Heavenly Palace. No, not even Heavenly Palace peak. Song Jie sighed. Your cultivation was crippled. You are the ancestor of Wen Dao, who could cripple your cultivation. Gu Hai was shocked. 30. Song Jie sighed. 30? How is that possible? 30 has never been in the 6 Dao Immortal Dome. Oh, right. 800,000 years ago, a strand of divine sense returned and perished together with Fushi. Was that time? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, earlier than that. The 30th godly thought came back once. Song Jie sighed. Earlier? What's earlier? Gu Hai's face darkened. At that time, it was also when Jiang Chun was born. No, to be precise, it was when Jiang Chun was resurrected. 30 originally wanted to seize Jiang Chen's body. At that time, I happened to be there. At that time, Jiang Chen's flesh body gave birth to a new spirit and fought against 30 spirit with me. Song Jie said solemnly, we already know of Jiang Chen's identity. 30's body gave birth to a new spirit. Are you saying that when Jiang Chen was born and revived, 30 came back? Gu Hai's expression sank. Yes, at that time. 30 seemed to have sensed the abnormality in his fleshly body and returned with his divine will. However, at that time, I deduced that 30 had bad intentions. He would exterminate all living things, take their souls, gather them into divine force, and move the 2 celestial domes to fuse together. I naturally stood on Jiang Chen's side and helped him resist 30's return. However, 30's strength was too strong. My cultivation, to be precise, if it wasn't for that unwillingness and resentment supporting me, I would have died back then. Song Jie sighed. So, all these years, you assisted various sovereigns in order to give birth to a strong person to fight against 30? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, I am not as radical as Jiang Chen, but I will work hard. Song Jie nodded. You are the ancestor of literature cultivation. Literature cultivation is capable of drawing on the 3,000 great Tao from the side. You can't even defeat 30's divine will? Gu Hai said with an ugly expression. From this, one could see how tyrannical 30 was. I was crippled by him, but he is not much better. Song Jie said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. When Jiang Chun was resurrected, 30 was in another immortal dome. He seemed to be restrained by an expert called Pangu, so he did not dare to leave and could only return with his divine will. Although I was crippled in the end, I found the way back. Song Jie said in a low voice. The way back. Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, in order to not be discovered by 30, I did not dare to step on that path. However, when 30 closed the entrance of the path, I sent a location to him. 30 did not know about this location, but it was sent to the living beings in another immortal dome. Moreover, it should be a literature cultivator. The last thing I sensed was that person's name was Ichio. Songjie said solemnly. Ichio? Gu Hai's expression changed. Ichio was the Earth Chess Saint who found the two paths to the immortal dome. So, Ichio was helped by Songjie? Unfortunately, Ichio did not send any news, so... However, 30's return was difficult. Ichio must have stolen 30's path. Songjie took a deep breath and said. Gu Hai looked at Songjie and was silent for a while. Finally, he said, Mr. Ichio did find 30's path according to your location and stole it. However, in order to deduce this path, Ichio exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. His Holiness, could it be? Songjie suddenly seemed to have guessed something. He widened his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Ha, 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 I see. His Holiness, you found it. That's great. Songjie suddenly burst into tears. Mister, if we win in the end, I will remember Mister and prolong your life. Gu Hai said solemnly. Songjie had contributed greatly to Gu Hai's success today. Gu Hai was naturally grateful. Prolong my life? It's too late. However, it seems that I made the right choice. His Holiness, this is the final 3,000 arts formations that I prepared for you, Songjie said as he looked at the white energy around him. 3,000 arts formations? Gu Hai asked in confusion. In my creation, arts are divided into the 4 main branches of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The 4 main branches give birth to 3,000 great Tao. In today's world, there are 3,000 great Tao, and there is knowledge in every one of them, Songjie said as he looked at the world. Oh, the torch dragon created something out of nothing. His 3 souls are endless. It's just that ordinary people can't see through them. I saw one more than most and discovered the arts. Now, His Holiness should be stuck at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace, right? Songjie looked at Gu Hai. That's right. I cultivate one of the talents, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Gu Hai nodded. 30 is the 2nd spirit of heaven and earth. However, at that time, the torch dragon did not sacrifice himself for heaven and earth. 30 instigated the torch dragon, and when the torch dragon was evolving heaven and earth, he forcibly stole the torch dragon's cultivation method, causing the torch dragon to counterattack. However, the torch dragon had already evolved heaven and earth and could no longer resist. The torch dragon's sky-sealing gourd was shattered by 30, and its cultivation method was also stolen by 30. After 30's enlightenment, he finally comprehended the divine light. Although spiritual cultivation originated from 30 and now only obeys 30's orders, its origin is still from the torch dragon. His Holiness's cultivation of the talents is the most orthodox method after all. As long as His Holiness breaks through the great perfection of Heavenly Palace before 30 returns, he will no longer be restricted by the talents, Songjie said solemnly. However, the last step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I've searched for the chi of the world, but I can't find it. When I entered your residence just now, it seemed like my cultivation method was loosened. The white energy here is the great righteous energy, but it doesn't seem like it, Gu Hai asked curiously. It's not the great righteous energy. It's the scholarly chi, Songjie explained. Scholarly chi? Gu Hai was puzzled. The scholarly chi carries the Tao, and the Tao contains the scholarly chi. The 3,000 great Tao nourishes the endless scholarly chi, and it's all in my 3,000 scholarly formations. Songjie explained. Can the scholarly chi help me break through? Guhai asked curiously. It's not that simple. To break free from the restrictions of the talents, His Holiness must condense the seventh soul. I created the scholarly chi, and I can tell that His Holiness' seventh soul is the scholarly chi. However, His Holiness' seventh soul is not enough. Song Jie looked at Guhai with a frown. That's right. It's the Go spirit. I can't improve in the Go Dao, but I can't completely condense the Go spirit. Guhai did not hide anything. 800,000 years ago, I actually watched the battle between His Holiness and Old Man Guanxi. No one noticed me, so I quietly hid in the shadows and watched. Even I couldn't play that game. Old Man Guanxi's Go Dao is even more. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ambition to rule the world, so I can't help him. However, I want to pass on my legacy to him. Unfortunately, Old Man Guanxi is troubled by love. Sigh. Song Jie sighed softly. Back then, I fought with Old Man Guanxi, and that's how I managed to break through to the 35 horizontal lines chess game. Old Man Guanxi's Go Dao is truly formidable, Guhai praised. Although I can't see through your Go Dao, I can sense the great Dao of Go. I can sense that Old Man Guanxi's Go skills are not exhausted. Song Jie said solemnly. His Go skills are not exhausted? Could it be that Old Man Guanxi was telling the truth when he said that he knew the 36 horizontal lines chess game? Guhai's expression darkened. I don't know if Old Man Guanxi has reached 36, but at the very least, His Holiness is still one step away, right? That means that 36 exists. Songjie said solemnly. Guhai nodded solemnly. I set up this formation for His Holiness with the 3,000 great Tao as a guide to help His Holiness break through this final restriction. In the formation, the one playing Go with His Holiness is no longer a person, but the 3,000 great Tao. If His Holiness can win against the 3,000 great Taos Wen Xiu and completely condense the Go spirit and absorb my ancient Wen Qi, he will definitely break through the restriction of the innate skill and reach the grand perfection of Heavenly Palace. No, with His Holiness's foundation, he should reach the grand perfection of gods in one fell swoop. Song Jie said expectantly. Guhai looked at Song Jie. Song Jie had thought of all his needs so perfectly. Guhai immediately felt boundless gratitude. Guhai didn't need to guess to know that Song Jie's current appearance was because of the 3,000 great Taos Wen Xiu formation. Many thanks, Mr. Guhai bowed to Song Jie solemnly. His Holiness, you don't have to thank me. However, this formation is tyrannical and includes the 3,000 great Tao. His Holiness shouldn't be able to withstand it now. Moreover, Wen Xiu is the main vein of the 4,000 great Tao. His Holiness only cultivated the Go vein, which is ultimately a waste. We need to find 3 people with strong attainments in Qin, calligraphy, and painting to enter together and benefit together. With your help, they will also soar to the sky. The stronger their aptitude, the higher their achievements. Song Jie looked at Guhai and said, All right. Guhai nodded. In Guhai's mind, 3 people with the strongest aptitude in Qin Dao calligraphy and painting flashed across his mind. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng. His Holiness, I can still withstand it now. One day later, the 3,000 great Taos Wen Xiu formation will be activated. Please settle all matters immediately and enter the formation. Song Jie solemnly said. All right. Guhai nodded. Without a trace of hesitation, Guhai stepped out of Song Jie's residence. Outside Song Jie's residence, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Shang Wenhen, and the others had all arrived and were waiting respectfully in front of Cangjie's residence. "Guard this place. No one is allowed to come close." Gu Hai looked at the fierce generals with an incomparably solemn tone. "Yes," the group of Dahan experts immediately responded. Mosquito Doran's black mosquitoes instantly covered the sky and earth, guarding every opening. The others naturally used their own abilities to guard Cangjie's residence. Chapter 12:66. After leaving Cangjie's residence, Gu Hai instantly returned to the limitless celestial capital, 3,000 arts formations. Regardless of whether it could help him break through in the end, Gu Hai had to give it his all. After all, 30 was about to return. If he did not fight now, he would not have another chance. Gu Hai gathered the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the Long Wanyu for a family meeting. Everyone was very moved by Cangjie's effort this time. No one objected to Gu Hai's opportunity to reach the top. After that, Gu Hai quickly dealt with the state affairs in the Immortal Dome of Ancients. He reviewed the memorials from all over the world, gathered a group of important officials, and gave them instructions. In the upper study, Gu Hai opened 2 more passageways to the Immortal Dome by himself. This time, a thin old man walked out of the passageway. He wore a pair of cloth shoes, a Chinese tunic suit that had been washed many times, and a pair of reading glasses on his nose. He walked out leisurely. Seeing the old man's appearance, Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, did you go to the mortal world to experience life again?" "No, I just felt that those little old men were living a rather leisurely life, so I tried to learn from them. I have to say, it is indeed more comfortable than being serious all day long. At my age, I should have the enjoyment of my age," the old man said with a smile. "All right, I won't say much. I have already sent you a message earlier. I will be in seclusion for a period of time, so I won't be able to divert my attention to the Dahan's foundation. I will have to trouble you to help me look after it." Gu Hai solemnly bowed to the old man. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit nodded and said, Go ahead. Anyway, I've brought the things here, so I won't be bored. Long Zhonghua is doing a good job over there, so I don't need to worry too much. I can help you look after him before he comes back." "Thank you, Senior." Gu Hai bowed again. "You don't have to be so polite. Let's go, bring me out, and find a place to stay," the old man said casually. Gu Hai closed the passage between the 2 realms and immediately took the old man out of the upper study room. Outside the upper study room, a group of ministers looked at Gu Hai with a strange expression on their faces when they saw him come out with an old man. Everyone was mentally prepared for Gu Hai's methods, but when they saw another stranger, they were still curious. This old man looked ordinary and was dressed strangely, but from the respect that Gu Hai had for him, everyone knew that he was not ordinary. "Sacred Father? And this is Guqin," and the others walked over. "He's an honored guest of Dahan. Seeing him is like seeing me," Gu Hai instructed. Yes," everyone nodded. "When I am in seclusion, if I encounter any danger, I can ask the Senior for help. However, don't disturb Senior if you can solve the problem," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Yes," everyone answered. 3 Pristine's palace? A hint of curiosity flashed through the old man's eyes. "That's where the Tongtian sect master stayed," Gu Hai explained. "Oh, then I'll stay there." The old man nodded. "Good. I'll have to trouble you next." Gu Hai nodded. Then he sent the old man to 3 Pristine's palace. Gu Hai bade farewell to the old man. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng were already waiting at the entrance of the soaring palace. "Master, Long Wanyu said earlier that you want to bring the 3 of us out and asked us to cooperate with you?" Gaochen asked curiously. "That's right. The 3 of you come with me. Gu Hai nodded. Is there anything to eat? Changsheng asked immediately. Yes. Black lines appeared on Gu Hai's forehead. That's good. Ziwei also nodded in agreement. Let's go. Gu Hai waved his sleeves. In an instant, the four of them disappeared into the horizon. In less than a day, Gu Hai had already settled everything and arrived at Song Jie's mansion again. Kong Xian and the others were guarding outside. Gu Hai led Gao Chen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng into Song Jie's mansion. As soon as they entered, Gao Chen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng immediately felt an extremely comfortable aura. Wow, what is this white aura? It's so comfortable. I feel like I'm going to fly. Ziwei's eyes lit up. Yes, I want to draw a painting to express my comfort at this moment. Chang Sheng's eyes lit up. I want to sing, Master. Gao Chen also shouted comfortably. Gu Hai was speechless. The four of them arrived at Song Jie's mansion. Song Jie looked at the three of them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The source of Guqin Dao. The source of book Dao. The source of painting Dao. Good, good, good. Heaven's will, heaven's will. Sir, can we begin? Gu Hai asked. Wait, I'm waiting for someone. Song Jie said, just as Song Jie was speaking. Stop. Kong Xian suddenly shouted from the outside world. Hall, Master Duoshan, this is the territory of the Dahan. Please don't trespass. Mosquito Daoran also shouted. In the outside world, the ministers of the Dahan were facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in front of them. He stepped in the air and looked at the nervous heroes of the Dahan with a slight frown. The person I'm waiting for is here, Song Jie said with a smile. Jiang Chen? Gu Hai looked at the outside world in confusion. In the outside world, Jiang Chen also saw the people inside through the white light. Yes, it's Jiang Chen. I told you before that when Jiang Chen was born, Sa Zeng came back to seize the body. I helped Jiang Chen. So he owes me a favor. Song Jie nodded. Let Jiang Chen in, Gu Hai said. Yes, the ministers responded. They immediately let down their guard. Jiang Chen stepped forward and instantly arrived at the people inside. Song Jie, you really came to this step. Jiang Chen looked at Song Jie with a frown. Haven't I been waiting for this day for so many years? I found the sage, and I will do my best to assist him. You, on the other hand, should fulfill your promise to me. Song Jie said, solemnly. Jiang Chen was silent for a while and finally nodded. I will naturally do what I promised you. Moreover, if Gu Hai can become stronger, it will also be good for me. That's good. Before Sa Zeng returns, as long as Gu Hai doesn't come out of seclusion, you will guard here. Song Jie looked at Jiang Chen with incomparable determination. Good. Jiang Chen looked at Song Jie and sighed slightly. Jiang Chen saw Song Jie's state. This was Song Jie's last chance. His Holiness, I'll have to trouble the four of you to sit on the futons in my four directions. I will lead you to the four streams of literature cultivators. Song Jie said. Gu Hai nodded and took the lead to sit on a futon. Gao Chen, Ziwei, and Changsheng also knew that this was a serious matter, so they didn't refute. You can leave. Song Jie looked at Jiang Chen. Oh, you are really? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Jiang Chen stepped out of Song Jie's mansion again. Kong Xian. Gu Hai said, Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Xian answered in the outside world. You can take the people back. Jiang Chen is here to protect us. It's enough. Gu Hai said. Kong Xian and the others in the outside world looked at each other. They were somewhat reluctant, but they still answered, yes. Immediately, all the officials of the Dahan retreated. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a palace appeared in the outside world. It temporarily landed outside Song Jie's mansion. Song Jie raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. As if he couldn't bear to leave this world, he took one last deep look. This look lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Gu Hai and the other three waited patiently. The Tongtian land of literature, the Tongtian land, the Tongtian land, the Tongtian land. The zither touches the souls of all living beings, the chess game of the world. The book records the history, and the painting of life and death. Literature cultivates the 3,000 Tao, and each Tao points to civilization. Array up! Song Jie shouted. Boom! The Tongtian light pillar that shrouded Song Jie's mansion instantly split into four, as if it was rotating slowly. After it split into four, it trembled slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! In all directions, shadows of the great Tao suddenly appeared. The great Tao surged violently, shaking heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, all the 3,000 great Tao appeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 3,000 shadows of the great Tao instantly turned into a strange energy and rushed straight to Tsang Jie's mansion. The four light pillars of Tsang Jie's mansion suddenly shrank. The power formed by the 3,000 shadows of the great Tao was sealed by the four light pillars, together with Tsang Jie's mansion. Looking from the outside, Tsang Jie's mansion seemed to be enveloped by a white barrier. There was not much of a phenomenon, and one could not see what was inside. One could only see endless white gas in the barrier. This strange white gas was so thick that even Jiang Qin could not see the depths. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the white gas was constantly condensing into words, musical notes, chess pieces, and even paintings. The flowing white gas was exceptionally mysterious. 3,000 Tao formations of literature. Gu Hai, you are really lucky. Tsang Jie sacrificed his life for you, and I am protecting you? Huh. Jiang Qin shook his head, a trace of jealousy flashing in his eyes. At the entrance of the Flame God Hall in the primitive city, you quietly looked at Xianyuan City. How could you not know about such a big commotion in Tsang Jie's mansion? Although he could not see clearly, you understood that Gu Hai must be doing some kind of cultivation. This Gu Hai is so important that Jiang Chen is protecting him. Ho Yi said in surprise. It's not that Gu Hai is important, but Tsang Jie is. Who would have thought that this Tsang Jie is that Tsang Jie, the ancestor of literary cultivation? Tsang Jie. Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. Infinite celestial capital. Kong Xian and the others returned. However, Gu Hai had already explained everything. Everyone looked at Xianyuan City with anticipation and worry. They were all praying for Gu Hai. Of course, there was one exception. The white tiger sovereign of the Dahan, Celestial Empire. Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai had been watching all this since a day ago. However, Bai Zizai had never shown up. Until just now, Bai Zizai had confirmed that Gu Hai had really gone to cultivate in seclusion. It was just that Jiang Chun was protecting him, which surprised Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai knew that Gu Hai could not trust him that much. The infinite celestial capital must have something to counter him. Was it the missing Long Zhanghua and Fuxi, or that old man who came out of nowhere? Bai Zizai subconsciously looked in the direction of the Three Pristines Hall. Outside the Three Pristines Hall, there was an old man sitting in front of a desk with a cup of tea beside him. He was basking in the sun while playing with a metal box. Bai Zizai took a step and arrived at the old man. The old man was wearing reading glasses as if he had Alzheimer's. He did not notice Bai Zizai's arrival at all. Bai Zizai quietly walked behind the old man and looked at the metal box he was playing with. The metal box was open, and the box was connected to the lid. There was a screen on the lid with a large number of buttons below. It was very strange. The old man held a semicircular object in his hand and kept clicking on something. The screen on the lid was playing a strange scene. What is this? Bai Zizai asked curiously. A computer. The old man took a sip of tea and continued to click on the mouse in his hand. A computer? Bai Zizai found it strange. Electricity and a brain? This thing did not seem to be a powerful artifact. What are you doing with the computer? Bai Zizai asked curiously. I was bored, so I played a game of Lian Lian. Why? Do you want to play too? The old man stopped and looked at Bai Zizai in confusion. Lian Lian. Bai Zizai looked at the computer in confusion. Do you want to play a game? I'll teach you. The old man took out another computer. Chapter 1267. Limitless Celestial Capital. Kongxian, Mosquito Daoran, and the others responded and returned. At the entrance of the Soaring Palace Hall, they met up with Mo Yike and the others and told them about what happened outside Song Jie's residence. At the same time, they received instructions about Gu Hai. Your Highness, this is bad. Sovereign Bai is going to the Three Pristines Palace. A guard rushed over. What? The expressions of Guqin and the other Dahan officials changed. Chen Tianshan, in particular, immediately revealed an anxious expression. Bai Zizai submitted to the Dahan, celestial capital, because of the Dahan's strength. He had no choice but to submit because His Holiness was suppressing him. However, now that His Holiness was in seclusion, who in the limitless celestial capital could suppress Bai Zizai? At this time, if Bai Zizai rebelled, what should they do? Everyone immediately looked at the Three Pristines Palace. Indeed, Bai Zizai was at the entrance of the Three Pristines Palace. However, he was not causing trouble as everyone had imagined. Instead, he was sitting in front of a desk with the old man, each holding a computer. They were competing with each other. The tense scene did not appear. Instead, it was a strangely harmonious scene. Bai Zizai stared at the computer in front of him, his fingers constantly clicking the mouse. Bai Zizai clicked for a long time, extremely anxious. Then, his expression became ferocious. After a long time, Bai Zizai's ferocious expression finally stopped. However, he was still very angry. Little Bai, it's normal to lose to me. Don't take it to heart. Don't be anxious. I still have demonic beasts. I will teach you later. The old man looked at Bai Zizai earnestly. Little Bai Zizai's face darkened. No one had ever dared to call him Little Bai. Is this little old man courting death? The old man gently patted Bai Zizai's shoulder. Don't be angry, Little Bai. This is your first time playing. That's how it should be. That earnest and heartfelt manner of speaking was clearly the manner of looking at a junior. How could Bai Zizai take it? What kind of lousy game is this? Where did you come from? How dare you call me Little White? Bai Zizai glared at him. You can call me lousy. The old man laughed. Bai Zizai's expression suddenly changed. Was this the end of the story? Just a moment ago, you were speaking earnestly, and in the blink of an eye, you're taking advantage of me? You dare to be my father? Humph, you dare to scold me? Bai Zizai glared at him and was about to pick him up. Boom. Bai Zizai stood up, but Lousy's hand, which was on Bai Zizai's shoulder, was not removed. Bai Zizai suddenly rushed forward, but was actually pressed down by Lousy's hand and could not stand up. At this moment, Bai Zizai's expression changed as he realized how powerful the person in front of him was. I am Lousy. When Gu Hai saw me, he also called me Lousy. Lousy said lightly, Gu Hai also called you Lousy? In an instant, Bai Zizai's temper was suppressed. Did he really call me Lousy? Young man, don't be impulsive. Lousy said earnestly. Young man? Ha, you think you are older than me? Also, you called me Lousy? Why haven't I heard of it before? How can Gu Hai stand you calling me Lousy? Bai Zizai did not believe it. It seems that you are quite concerned about the name. It's just a name, a code name. Don't be too serious. Lousy advised. What do you mean by too serious? You said it so easily. You are taking advantage of me. Why shouldn't I be serious? Bai Zizai said bitterly, since you care so much, then fine. Next time, I will introduce a friend to you. His name is Sun Tzu. It can also calm your temper. Lousy sighed slightly. Bai Zizai felt that he could not keep up with this old man's routine at all. The most important thing was that he could not figure out Lousy's background. Why couldn't he beat him when he patted his shoulder just now? Bai Zizai was rarely depressed. However, Lousy did not give him too much time to think. Come on, let's play another round. You can familiarize yourself with it. Lousy said, Bai Zizai. After playing Combo Watch for the whole afternoon, Bai Zizai felt that he was in a bad mood. He did not win for the whole afternoon, and he was still playing that trashy Combo Watch. Under the strange gazes of the Dahan officials, Bai Zizai returned empty-handed. In the distance, Chen Tianshan and the others also had strange expressions. Mr. Mo, why do you think Bai Zizai accompanied that senior for the whole afternoon? Why did he have such a strange expression? Chen Tianshan asked curiously. That senior must have used some very powerful professional knowledge to destroy Bai Zizai's self-confidence. Mo Yike analyzed. That senior is not simple. Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Yes, I just eavesdropped on their conversation. Combo Watch should be some kind of very complicated array. Mosquito Darren frowned. It doesn't look like it. I think it's some kind of complicated magic. Dragon Sheniying guessed. Bai Zizai, who was returning to the Yama shrine in the distance, also heard the conversation of the Dahan officials. Bai Zizai did not explain, and he was too ashamed to explain. He actually played such a stupid game for the whole afternoon, and he did not win. He was so unlucky today. Song Jie's mansion in the 3000 arts array. The moment the array was activated, Gu Hai seemed to be in a strange space in an instant. The surrounding space was filled with arts. At the same time, there were 3000 light shadows of the Great Path. Under each Great Path sat a hazy figure. Gu Hai looked carefully, but he could not see the faces of the 3000 people. At that moment, lines of latitude and longitude suddenly appeared under the ground where Gu Hai was sitting. They quickly divided the entire ground into a huge chessboard. The chessboard was infinite, covering the positions of Gu Hai and the people under the 3000 great paths. Buzz! A pile of chess pieces suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Black first. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sky. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. What do you mean by black first? Do you want me to play chess with them? But who should I play chess with? There were 3000 people here. Moreover, he could not see their faces clearly. Just as Gu Hai was feeling curious, whoosh! It was as if a breeze had blown by, slowly blowing away the white gas that enveloped the 3000 people, revealing the appearance of the 3000 people inside. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. These 3000 people actually looked exactly the same as him. All of them stared at him with grave expressions. 3000 of him. Black first. Another voice sounded. Gu Hai's expression turned grave. At that moment, Zhang Jie's voice suddenly sounded. His Holiness, these 3000 people are the Tao bodies that I created by analyzing the 3000 great paths. With your mental state as your Go power, they will be as strong as your Go power. At the same time, they also have the analysis of the great paths. Their Go power is overwhelming. Zhang Jie said. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He said, You mean that I have to defeat them one by one? No, you are playing with 3000 of them at the same time. This game of chess is infinite. You are playing with them. Although you are playing with 3,000 chessboards, in the later stages, when the pieces slowly fill up the chessboards, the 3,000 chessboards will become one. You are playing with 3,000 of them at the same time. I wish you good luck, Song Jie said. Gu Hai's heart skipped a beat. Fighting 3,000 of himself at the same time, his Go power was on par with Xiao Chen's, and he also had the analysis of the 3,000 great paths. This was letting Xiao Chen fight 3,000 great paths alone. Black first. That voice rang out again. Gu Hai knew how terrifying this Go game was. However, even so, Gu Hai did not back down. After old man Guanqi died, Xiao Chen could no longer improve his Go power. This was because he did not have enough opponents. No one in the world could compare to him. The peak was the loneliest. Now, how could Gu Hai give up on such a terrifying Go game? Clack! 3,000 black Go stones immediately landed on the huge Go board. The 3,000 black Go stones formed a large character for Zhan. 3,000 identical opponents each took out a white Go stone. Xiao Chen gently placed his Go stones. Boom! The 3,000 people with Gu Hai's Go power instantly determined the strength of their Go stones. In an instant, the 3,000 white Go stones formed a large character for Dao. Not only did they form the character for Dao, but they also split up Gu Hai's character for Zhen, breaking it into pieces. Good Dao. Today, Zhen will fight your 3,000 great paths. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Boom! Another 3,000 Go stones were sent out, and the 3,000 Go boards officially started moving. At the same time, the Go boards continuously expanded, covering the Great Fusion Go board. This was a Go game. Naturally, it was shockingly complicated. As the two sides placed their Go stones, images of countless immortal birds and divine beasts appeared on the Go board. Heavenly music drifted through the air, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Lotuses even appeared in some places. Gradually, the two sides were no longer playing Go. Instead, it was a clash of worlds, a battle of creation and destruction. The entire world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Gu Hai became completely immersed in this Go game. Outside the Go game, surrounded by white fog, Song Jie's eyes flashed with admiration as he watched Gu Hai's Go game. Perhaps His Holiness's Go skills can really surpass old man Guanqi's. Song Jie's eyes flashed with strong anticipation and infinite satisfaction. As Gu Hai went into seclusion, Xianyuan City, the entire world seemed to have returned to peace. In a short time, the heavenly demon, Holy Land, had been taken into the hands of the Dahan. The 1,000 cities of Wanshou Taoism had also been taken into the Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty. All the officials in the world knew about His Holiness's power and knew that the upcoming battle with the Immortals was imminent. None of the officials dared to slack off. They went around comforting the people and promoting Gu Hai's benevolence and righteousness. Volumes of novels, nursery rhymes, and poems were all praising Gu Hai. They made the people in the world accept Gu Hai's greatness from the bottom of their hearts and acknowledge the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. Ancient Temple. Bai Zizai listened to Black by Wu Chang's report and finally sighed softly. Gu Hai has finally obtained the world. Bai Wu Chang said with a bitter smile, Master, let's not waver anymore. Since we have decided on Gu Hai, let's not change, because we have already bet everything on Gu Hai. Black Impermanence advised. There was still a trace of struggle in Bai Zizai's eyes. Wang. At this moment, there was a slight tremor in the main hall. A cloud of black gas condensed, and then a small black eye of heaven emerged from the black gas. Immortal of the Six Paths, why are you here again? Bai Zizai's expression changed. Why, am I not welcome? The eye of heaven said coldly. Black Bai Wu Chang's expression changed. Bai Zizai's expression was also complicated. Bai Zizai, you better think carefully. You are standing on the opposite side of me. When I come out of seclusion, it will be your death date. The Eye of Heaven said coldly. Me. Bai Zizai's expression was complicated. Bai Zizai felt very depressed. Why is everyone forcing me? Black Bai Wu Chang did not know what to do at this moment. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the main hall. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? The sudden voice made the three people's hair stand on end, and they looked over in surprise. They saw that Laozi had already stepped into the main hall. You, how did you come in? Bai Zizai was surprised. Your door is not closed, so I came in. Laozi pointed at the door as if it was a matter of fact. The door was indeed open a crack. Everyone, Xiao Bai, is this the Immortal of the Six Paths you mentioned? He doesn't look like much. Laozi was slightly puzzled. He reached out and pinched the Eye of Heaven, which was so weak that it was only the size of a finger. Who are you? The Eye of Heaven asked in surprise. Oh, it's still alive. It should be delicious if you stir-fry it. Xiao Bai, this is a gift to me. Laozi took out a small bottle and put the Eye of Heaven inside. Bai Zizai reached out his hand and did not know what to say for a moment. Delicious if you stir-fry it. Why does it sound so strange? Xiao Bai, are you afraid of losing again and again? It's okay. I will take you to play other games today. Sigh, when people get old, they get bored. By the way, since there are three of you, let's play a round of mahjong today. I will teach you. Laozi said with a smile. Chapter 1268. The old man who called Laozi was very enthusiastic. More importantly, the old man seemed to be very powerful. When he patted the shoulder casually, the three perfected gods couldn't resist even if they wanted to. Bai Zizai, Black Impermanence, and Bai Wu Chang couldn't fall out with each other before they understood the background of the limitless celestial capital. It seemed that they couldn't beat the old man either. The three of them could only accept the old man's enthusiasm gloomily. Every day at the entrance of the Three Pristines Hall, they basked in the sun and played mahjong. Bai Zizai was crying in his heart. Where did this old man come from? He made me play this stupid game with him every day. Just as he didn't want to play, the old man pressed on his shoulder and made him continue. Black Bai Wu Chang didn't even need to talk about it. At this moment, Laozi took a tile and looked at it for a long time. He adjusted his reading glasses and hesitated for a moment. Hurry up, play. Bai Zizai said gloomily. Every time he sat next to the old man had to look at his tiles for a long time before he played. Young man, don't be anxious. I haven't looked at it yet, the old man said calmly. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. Bai Zizai, three of a kind. The old man finally decided and played a card. Bang! Bai Zizai's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, Jackpot! Jackpot! Black Bai Wu Chang immediately shouted, excitedly. Huh! Bai Zizai's eyes widened. Black Bai Wu Chang's expression changed. No, continue. Bai Zizai then took the three of a kind home with satisfaction. 50,000. Bai Zizai played a card. Win. The old man flipped the tile in his hand. Bai Zizai. If he had known earlier, he would have let Black Bai Wu Chang win. After a few days, Bai Zizai knew that he couldn't fight back. Although it was quite boring every day without the harassment of the Immortal of Six Paths, it was quite peaceful. At this moment, Bai Zizai didn't think about anything else. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it slowly. At this point, the sound of mahjong could be heard at the entrance of the Three Pristines Hall every day. Dahan and his advisors looked at Bai Zizai in the distance with strange expressions. Previously, he had been on guard against Bai Zizai causing trouble, but now he didn't know what to do. Netherworld Eternal In Capital Blood God Temple. Blood God Temple, Chongming's residence. After a period of time, Chongming finally finished refining the seventh soul of the Candle Dragon. Chongming found Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Shangguanhen, Ao Sheng, Scorpio, Dragon Godding, Mao Tianyan, and Hutu. Chongming, why did you ask us to come here? Kong Xian asked with a frown. Chongming was the commander of the Blood Strike Guards. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have much contact with him. But why did he ask him to come here? What do you think of my cultivation? Chongming asked. Finally, they looked at Chongming in confusion. Chongming immediately released his aura. Boom! A powerful aura instantly surged toward the five people. What? The five people's faces darkened. They stared at Chongming's aura as if they were facing a great enemy. Whoosh! Chongming's aura came and went quickly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chongming, what do you mean? Mosquito Daoren stared. What do you think of my cultivation? Chongming looked at everyone. Everyone looked at Chongming in confusion. It's very strong. I feel like I've seen the Lord. No, Bai Zizai? Scorpio was the first to speak. Complete deity stage? Mosquito Daoren said in surprise. Chongming nodded. I don't know how strong Bai Zizai is, but I have indeed reached the peak of the complete deity stage. That's a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about Bai Zizai stirring up trouble. Mosquito Daoren said with a smile. Chongming nodded. Now, the world is clear. There are no ordinary opponents in the Dahan Celestial Empire. I invited you here this time to help you reach the complete deity stage. Help us. Mosquito Daoren said in surprise. Yes, before His Holiness left, I met His Holiness. I don't know when His Holiness will return, but I told His Holiness my guess. I can help you reach the complete deity stage. Chongming said solemnly. You can help us? Everyone was shocked. Yes, I have obtained some of Torch Dragon's inheritance and can help you. It is extremely complicated and will take a long time. However, Fuxi left something for His Holiness in the past. His Holiness lent it to me, so I can help you reach it in a short time. I think Fuxi must have calculated it back then. Chongming said solemnly. What did Fuxi leave you? Dragon Godding asked curiously. 64 trigrams Heavenly Forge Furnace. Chongming explained. 64 trigrams Heavenly Forge Furnace? Fuxi's treasure back then? The 11th of the 16 great treasures of history? Dragon Godding narrowed his eyes. 64 trigrams Heavenly Forge Furnace. Ao Sheng showed a trace of discomfort. Chongming looked at Ao Sheng and said, Supreme Ao, I know that Ao Shun and you were burned by Amethyst's furnace back then, which caused Ao Shun to be burned to death. After all, that furnace was only an imitation of the 64 trigrams Heavenly Forge Furnace. Don't force your hatred onto the 64 trigrams Heavenly Forge Furnace. Ao Shun gritted his teeth and nodded. I have the Torch Dragon's method to help you reach the complete deity stage. His Holiness has given me special permission. This is the Imperial Edict that His Holiness left for me. Please take a look. Chongming took out an Imperial Edict. Everyone immediately looked at it. After confirming that it was Gu Hai who had personally issued the decree, they relaxed. Why is it only us? Prince Guhan has also reached the complete deity stage. Mosquito Daoren asked curiously. My method is the Torch Dragon's method, which is only suitable for the monster race. Moreover, the 64 trigrams Heavenly Forge Furnace can only carry 8 people. Dragon Godding, a zombie cultivator, can barely be considered a half-human, half-monster. Although it's a little forced, it's still worth a try. Chongming said solemnly. 8 people? Everyone was stunned. That's right, that's how it is. Does anyone have any objections? If there are no objections, we can talk about other things. Changming said, solemnly. We naturally have no objections. Kong Xian shook his head. What objections could there be if their cultivation could advance further? The world had settled down in a short period of time. The great Yan heavenly dynasty was the Dahan's ally and would not go to war. Bai Zizai was being held back by that senior. Jiang Chun was also protecting his holiness. What other matters could there be? The group of empresses could solve everything with a stretch of their hands. There was no need for anyone to worry. All right, I'll say one more thing. This time, the Dahan will be facing a monstrous enemy. I have obtained the Torch Dragon's inheritance and have the ability to fuse all the monsters in the world. When the great enemy attacks, I hope that everyone will join hands with me and fuse to become the strongest to help His Holiness. Changming said, solemnly, fuse. Everyone was stunned. Can we separate after fusing? Mosquito Darren asked curiously. His Holiness also said about 30. You should know that if we lose, we will all die. It doesn't matter whether we separate or not. If we win, His Holiness will definitely help us separate. Changming said, solemnly, all right, go back and prepare. Come to me in 2 days. Changming said, solemnly. Everyone nodded. They went out and made arrangements before coming to the Sacred Blood Temple again. At the Sacred Blood Temple, Changming, on the other hand, opened a tunnel and led the 8 of them straight down. Soon, they came to an underground cave. There was a huge cauldron in the cave. Golden light shone everywhere, and dragon roars came from all directions. Roar, roar. Dragon roars sounded everywhere, shaking the hearts. This is the sound of the Earth's dragon vein. The Earth's dragon vein of the Dahan heavenly dynasty, Kong Xian said in surprise. That's right. Otherwise, how do you think you can break through? His Holiness has already moved the Earth's dragon vein into this cave. The Earth's dragon vein will draw the power of the mountains and rivers pouring into the 64 trigrams heaven-forging cauldron to help you break through. Please enter the cauldron. Changming said. Kong Xian, Mosquito Darren, Dragon God Ing, Scorpio, Mao Tianyun, Hutu, Ao Sheng, and Shangguan Hen looked at each other and nodded in the end. The 8 of them entered the 64 trigrams heaven-forging cauldron, each occupying a position of the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams, 64 trigrams, just enough to fill the cauldron. His Holiness has decreed that the dragon vein enter the cauldron. Listen to my command and burn the 8 heroes. Changming shouted. Holding the cauldron lid, they entered the cauldron as well. Roar, after a dragon roar. Surging golden energy poured into the cauldron from all directions. The cauldron seemed to be on fire, burning crazily. Outside, the earth churned. The dragon vein carried the power of the earth and poured into the cauldron. Rumble! The entire cauldron, including the hole above, was completely buried. A deafening sound was heard. Ah! The cries of the 8 powerhouses came from the cauldron, but once the fire was ignited, there was no time to stop. Although the group of powerhouses was tyrannical, under the suppression of the 64 trigrams heaven-forging cauldron and the impact of the earth, no one could escape. Refine, refine, refine. Gu Hai was in seclusion, Tsang Jie's mansion. Fierce General Dahan was in seclusion underground. Bai Zizai was restrained by Laozi and played mahjong every day. The world seemed to be very peaceful. However, there was still a month before the Immortal of the 6 Paths woke up. Today, at a moment that no one could have imagined. In the world of the living, above the starry sky, 13 stars suddenly connected into a line. Buzz. The 13 stars shone slightly, but they didn't have much momentum. After a flash, they dimmed. To be precise, that part of the starry sky was covered by rolling black fog. In the starry sky covered by black fog, the void trembled slightly. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void. There was no black hole in the crack, but a small space. In the small space, there was a coffin. The coffin's lid was open, and a man in a Taoist robe was lying in the coffin. He seemed to be sleeping very peacefully. Suddenly, the man in the Taoist robe opened his eyes. Boom! The surrounding black fog was instantly blasted away by a powerful aura. The man in the Taoist robe woke up. He opened his eyes and looked down at the world from the starry sky. The man in the Taoist robe was none other than the ruler of the Immortal Dome, the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Immortal of the Six Paths woke up. He woke up 1 month earlier than the 1-year agreement. All the injuries on the Immortal of the Six Paths had disappeared. The cracks on his face were all gone. No one in the world had expected him to wake up a month early. The Immortal of the Six Paths twisted his head and stepped out of the coffin. The moment he stepped out, the surrounding stars suddenly trembled. No, it should be that all the stars in the sky trembled violently because of the Immortal of the Six Paths stepping out of the coffin. It was as if they were worshipping the Lord of the world. With one step, the stars trembled. A king's aura was emitted. Chapter 1269. The Immortal of the Six Paths had come out of seclusion. The stars in the sky trembled incessantly. An aura of a sovereign overlooking the world spread out in all directions under the backdrop of the starry sky. Boom! The power of fear caused all living beings in the world to panic. Countless people looked up at the sky, but the Immortal of the Six Paths was standing too far away. They couldn't see him clearly, but they all felt a sense of doom. Ordinary people couldn't see the stars clearly, but the peerless experts could. Outside Songjie's residence, Jiang Chen was supposed to be guarding Gu Hai, but the attendants of the seizing divine hall had also come to serve him. True Lord, that's the Immortal of the Six Paths? Why did he come out of seclusion early? Did he force himself out of seclusion because he hasn't recovered from his injuries? Long Outyen said in surprise. No, he's completely recovered, and he's at his peak. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared into space. The Immortal of the Six Paths coming out of seclusion early was also out of Jiang Chen's expectations. Gu Hai was still in seclusion in Songjie's residence and couldn't be distracted. Gu Hai is really lucky. Songjie is helping him wholeheartedly. Little Six is out of seclusion, but I'm guarding Gu Hai because of Songjie's favor. Huh. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. At the entrance of the Flame God's Hall, Ho Yi, Xing Tian, and the other officials stood at the entrance of the hall and looked up at the sky. His Holiness is the Immortal of the Six Paths. He came out of seclusion early? What should we do? Xing Tian was worried. Ho's eyes were cold. What should we do? We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. Yes, Xing Tian nodded. But His Holiness is definitely going to cause trouble for the Dahan Celestial Empire. Gu Hai is in seclusion now, will he? Hui frowned and was worried. Ho narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. The infinite celestial capital, the Empress and the Crown Prince, along with their powerful ministers, looked up at the sky. Mother, the Immortal of the Six Paths has come out of seclusion ahead of time. Gu Han said worriedly. Father is in seclusion in Xianyuan City. Father's clone has gone into the void. Kong Xian and the rest went into seclusion with Chongming. Right now, the limitless celestial capital is rather empty. Guqin revealed a trace of worry, as he said. When some of the officials received the news, they became anxious. However, Dahan and the other Legion commanders still looked determined. Didn't brother-in-law invite that old man over? The person invited by brother-in-law definitely won't be a problem. Long Wanyu immediately interrupted. Everyone looked at the entrance of the Three Pristines Palace. At the entrance of the Three Pristines Hall, Laozi was playing mahjong with Bai Zizai and the other two. Suddenly, the sound of mahjong stopped. Who? Bai Zizai and He Bai Wuchang immediately jumped up from their chairs. What? The Immortal of the Six Paths? Bai Wuchang suddenly exclaimed. Black Impermanence's expression also changed. He revealed a look of horror, the aura that stirred the starry sky, and the aura of a sovereign descending from the heavens were too terrifying. A month ahead of time. Why is it ahead of time? Bai Zizai's expression was extremely unpleasant. Only Laozi, although his expression was very serious, was still sitting in his chair and did not get up. In the starry sky, the Immortal of the Six Paths twisted his body and stretched his body. He waved his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Around the Immortal of the Six Paths, the illusory figures of the 3,000 paths suddenly appeared. With Sun Yuan in his hand, he could mobilize the 3,000 paths. The Immortal's power was undoubtedly displayed. The powerful aura spread out, and countless people immediately knelt down in fear. It was as if they felt that the heavens were about to send down heavenly punishment. Are you all ready to die? I'm back. The Immortal of the Six Paths said calmly. Boom. The Immortal of the Six Paths' voice instantly spread to everyone's ears. All living beings were in a state of panic. Bai Zizai, who was at the entrance of the Three Pristines Palace, was anxious and did not know what to do. Xiao, Bai, why are you trembling? Drink a cup of tea to calm yourself down. Laozi advised. Bai Zizai's expression froze. Why am I trembling? At this critical moment, Gu Hai went into seclusion, and the Immortal of the Six Paths woke up. I'm on Gu Hai's side. Isn't this asking me to take the Immortal of the Six Paths' side? Isn't this a trap? Bai Zizai wanted to cry, but had no tears. The Immortal of the Six Paths waved his hand again. Whoosh! 6 entrances suddenly appeared in front of the Immortal of the Six Paths. Is that the entrance to the 6 paths of reincarnation? Laozi asked curiously. The Immortal of the Six Paths looked inside. Hungry Ghost Path, no evil ghosts. Azura Path, no Azura Path. Animal Path, no God's Path. Hell Path, 18 levels of hell, no Stars Path. Human Path, shattering souls. 5 paths of reincarnation. Stolen? Good. The Immortal of the Six Paths said with a ferocious expression. Boom. The Immortal of the Six Paths waved his eye of heaven. Streams of light flowed in the 5 paths of reincarnation. Not long after, all the scenes of the past were replayed. Gu Hai? Haha, it's all you. You stole my preparations all these years. The Immortal of the Six Paths' eyes flashed with coldness. Suddenly, the 3,000 great Daos in the surroundings converged, and all the entrances to the 6 paths of reincarnation closed. The Immortal of the Six Paths stepped in the starry sky, surrounded by boundless murderous intent. He looked around the world with murderous eyes. The infinite celestial capital, the seizing god temple, and the flame god temple were all under his gaze. His gaze swept across the infinite celestial capital, and a destructive intent surged. The Dahan officials felt a chill in their hearts. There's no Gu Hai in the infinite celestial capital. It seems that Gu Hai hasn't come out of seclusion and is still in Xianyuan City. The Immortal of the Six Paths' eyes turned cold. He looked at Xianyuan City, saw Cangjie Mansion, and then stared at Jiangchun, and the Immortal of the Six Paths looked at each other from an infinite distance. They used to be master and disciple, but they fell out with each other. In fact, the six paths wanted nothing more than for Jiangchen to die. One was the person he hated to the bone, and the other was the person he hated to the bone. They were both in Xianyuan City. Humph! The Immortal of the Six Paths snorted. Boom! The Immortal of the Six Paths figure flashed, and he instantly arrived in the sky above Xianyuan City. He arrived in front of Jiangchen. At the same time, he released his aura, and all the people in Xianyuan City were forced to kneel down. Long Outyin and the others were shocked. They were terrified. Little Six, have you mastered your divine skill? Jiangchen asked with a smile. The Immortal of the Six Paths looked at the white barrier, and then at Jiangchen. Jiangchen, you really only care about my cultivation. You only care about whether I can be used by you? The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Isn't it good to pay attention to your cultivation? Could it be that you don't want your current monstrous cultivation base? Jiangchen laughed. Monstrous cultivation? Ha 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 ha. Yes, monstrous cultivation. However, I also know that there were 3 little Six before me. Because they weren't as lucky as me, they all died under your nurturing. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Oh, you know? Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Yes, I know. I also know that you taught me everything not to make me stronger, but to help you fight against a demon. I'm just a tool for you. Am I not? Or, rather, a sword. You want to sharpen me to the extreme so that I can help you kill a demon. Only by getting sharper can you have a chance to survive. Once the sword is broken, I'll be abandoned. Master? Hee, you've never treated me as a disciple. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Is that what you think? Jiangchen said in a deep voice. There's no such thing as thinking. You forgot that I've died for this day. The Immortal of the Six Paths stared at Jiangchen and said coldly. Died. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully. Don't pretend to be innocent. It's useless. During those years of cultivation with you, I've narrowly escaped death several times. I know your intentions. The first few times, I kept defending you in my heart, but I won't anymore, especially the last time, when I died. I swear that if I come back alive, I'll kill you and let you have a taste of death. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. I gave you everything you have. Jiangchen said coldly. No, you didn't. I fought for it myself. It has nothing to do with you. You're guarding Gu Hai? Jiangchen, you're getting worse and worse. You're guarding him? But it doesn't matter. I'll kill you. I'll kill Gu Hai too. The Immortal of the Six Paths said ferociously. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The void suddenly stirred, and 3,000 shadows of the great path appeared behind the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Immortal of the Six Paths extended his hand, and the 3,000 great paths seemed to surge with power, rushing into the Immortal of the Six Paths' palm. He slapped out, and a giant palm that was 100 feet long slammed toward Jiangchen and Sangjie's residence. The palm didn't shatter the void, but at this moment, the surroundings of Xianyuan City seemed to be imprisoned. The wind, air, and light were all frozen. It was as if the world was frozen at this moment. Only the palm slowly pressed down, wanting to kill Jiangchen and Gu Hai of Sangjie's residence. Even Long Outyin, who was at the peak of the heavenly palace, was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Far away, in the infinite celestial capital, the Immortal of the Six Paths did it. He used Sun Yuan to activate the power of 3,000 great paths. Long Wanyu gasped in shock. 3,000 great paths. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Yes, 3,000 great paths. All 10 meridians are activated. Lin, Bing, and Dojo are all in formation. It's much more powerful than when he fought Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Long Wanyu exclaimed, "The Immortal of the Six Paths knows how powerful Jiang Qin is, so he used all his strength from the beginning, activating the power of 3,000 great paths. What should we do?" Lin Wanner said, anxiously, "No, the Immortal of the Six Paths is invincible now. No one can stop him. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Long Wanyu was anxious. Long Wanyu was once the firmament, only she knew how powerful it was to activate the power of 3,000 great paths. In the past, when she fought Yuan Shi Tianzuan, she only used half of her power. Now, the power of 3,000 great paths was enough to destroy the world. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye. In this short period of time, no one could save them. This palm was the might of the firmament in the past. The true might of the firmament descended, wanting to completely destroy Jiang Chun and Gu Hai. At this moment, Jiang Chun did not show any fear. "Little six, if it's only the might of the firmament, it's not enough. Although the power of 3,000 great paths is strong, it's not your power." Jiang Chun slowly stretched out his right hand. "We'll talk about it after you survive." The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. The palm of 3,000 great paths was even more ferocious. It looked like it was going to destroy Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stretched out his right hand, but a layer of light suddenly appeared. No, 2 layers of light, like 2 layers of glass, were close together. "Time reversal!" Jiang Chun shouted softly. Buzz! The double layer of light instantly bloomed with a stream of 7 colors piercing the world. The palm of 3,000 great paths suddenly hit the double layer of light. Chapter 1270. The palm of the great Tao, carrying the power of the 3,000 great Taos, pressed down on Jiang Chen's time reversal. Buzz! The 2 forces collided, but there was no earth-shattering sound, as expected. There was only a puff of green smoke between the 2 forces. The palm of the great Tao pressed down on the 2 layers of light. The first layer was fine, and it instantly penetrated. However, when it passed through the 2 layers, it instantly turned into green smoke and quickly dissipated. It could not reach the second layer of light at all. The ferocious and invincible palm of the great Tao seemed to have melted in an instant in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. "He blocked it?" Guhan exclaimed in surprise. That's time reversal? The law of time?" Long Wanyu exclaimed in shock. "Jiang Chun seems to have really blocked the power of the 3,000 great Taos. But how did he do it? Those are the 3,000 great Taos. There should be the time great Tao among them, right?" Long Wanyu exclaimed. "No, Jiang Chun has grasped an even stronger law of time." Long Wanyu exclaimed. "An even stronger law of time?" "Yes, the law of time is a special case. The 3,000 great Taos were formed by the 3 souls of the torch dragon. However, before the torch dragon formed everything in the world, the law of time already existed. When the Immortal Dome was born, time followed. At that time, the 3 souls of the torch dragon had yet to form the 3,000 great Taos." Long Wanyu said. "Then, the 3,000 great Taos of the torch dragon should only be a part of the world. The time great Tao among them should only be the torch dragon's understanding of time. Time has existed since ancient times." Jiang Chun did not comprehend the law of time of the 3,000 great Taos, but the ultimate mystery of the birth of the Immortal Dome. Time reversal? Can he block the Immortal of Six Paths? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. I don't know." Long Wanyu smiled bitterly. "What if Jiang Chun loses? Let's go wake father up." Guhan said anxiously. "Don't go." Chen Xian suddenly said. "What?" Everyone looked at Chen Xian in confusion. Chen Xian said in a low voice, My husband is very thoughtful. He must have thought of something. My husband is at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. Jiang Chun is guarding him. You want to disturb my husband? Everyone's expression stiffened as they felt anxious. If Jiang Chun can't stop it, he will definitely wake up my husband. What's the difference between waking him up and being woken up by the immortal dome of 6 paths? It's better to pray for our husband to break through as soon as possible. Chen Xian said. Everyone was silent for a while, and in the end, they could only nod. At the entrance of the 3 Pristines Hall, Laozi and Bai Zizai were also staring at the battlefield. Jiang Chun blocked it. Bai Wuchang asked in surprise. Bai Zizai also revealed a look of astonishment. He did not expect Jiang Chun to be so powerful. He blocked it? That's barely enough. Laozi said lightly. How is it barely enough? There is no aura overflowing at all. How can you tell? Black Impermanence said in surprise. Look at the 2 light curtains that Jiang Chun threw out. Between the 2 light curtains is the power of time. The power of time is not invincible. If it exceeds its capacity, even the power of time is useless. The palm of the immortal dome of 6 paths can't penetrate the power of time. Once it penetrates the power of time, the reversal of time will be useless. Laozi pointed out. Bai Zizai looked carefully. Sure enough, the palm of the immortal dome of 6 paths was shaking between the 2 light curtains. It approached the 2nd light curtain for a while, and then it was pushed back. The power of time was wearing down the palm of the immortal dome of 6 paths. The thin layer of the power of time had a monstrous power. It was about to penetrate the thickness of the power of time, but every time it was just a little bit away. Senior, you are so observant. Black Impermanence exclaimed. He didn't understand the battle just now, but after Laozi's explanation, he immediately understood the battle situation. Bai Wuchang also looked over with admiration. Bai Zizai also showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Of course, I am your father. Laozi said matter-of-factly. Bai Zizai. Black and White Impermanence. Laozi took advantage of them again. But at this moment, the 3 of them were not in the mood to argue with Laozi. In the distance, Immortal Dome of 6 Paths was very serious. Jiang Chun was also very serious. Little 6, you are stronger than I thought. When the heavens used the 3,000 great paths, they didn't have such power. Jiang Chun praised. Jiang Chun? The power of time? Jiang Chun, once I penetrate this layer of your power of time, you will be useless. Break. Immortal Dome of 6 Paths roared. Buzz. The palm of the immortal dome of 6 paths shook violently. Boom, boom. Claps of thunder rang out all over the world. The palm of the great path was only as thick as a piece of paper away from the 2nd layer of light. It was about to break. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Immortal Dome of 6 Paths looked ferocious. Boom, boom. In the 2 realms of Yin and Yang, countless thunders suddenly appeared. It was as if the heavens and earth could not bear it. But this little bit of power of time could not be broken. You can't break it. Jiang Chun said coldly. Can't break it? Have you forgotten? In addition to the 3,000 great paths, I can also use the power of all living beings. Did you know? Immortal Dome of 6 Paths stretched out his other hand. His other hand was holding Sun Yuan, the power of all living beings. He had used it once against Long Zhanghua. Now, he only needed a little bit more power. As long as the power of all living beings was added, he would be able to break the power of time. Jiang Chen's face changed when he saw Sun Yuan. Forget it. I wanted to see how strong you are. Unfortunately, I promised Sangjia that I will protect Guhai for him. I have no choice but to fight with you, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. You want to escape? Immortal Dome of Six Paths' face turned cold. Time reversal, rewind the past. Step on the spot and distort time and space. Jiang Chen shouted again. With a shout, the 2 layers of light flashed and turned from 7 colors to white. At the same time, it enveloped Xianyuan City. Buzz. The entire Xianyuan City trembled. Hung. The palm of the great path passed through the light and struck down. Under the huge force, the ground around Xianyuan City exploded. A terrifying tremor swept across the entire world. Everywhere in the Yang realm, there was a huge earthquake. In Xianyuan City, thick smoke billowed. There was no sign of life. Oh no, Guhan said anxiously. Chun Xian grabbed Long Wanqing's hand anxiously. Was Xianyuan City destroyed? Whoosh! In the distance, Immortal Dome of Six Paths waved his sleeves. Instantly, all the smoke dissipated. The appearance of Xianyuan City was revealed. Where Xianyuan City was, a huge crater was created by the palm of the Great Path. However, Xianyuan City was above the crater. It was just that the entire city had become illusory. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Long Outyan was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Chen stood in the illusory light. He looked coldly at Immortal Dome of Six Paths. Come out. Immortal Dome of Six Paths roared with hatred. What is that? Black Impermanence, who was at the entrance of the 3 Pristine's palace, asked in confusion. Distort time and space. If that's the case, did Jiang Chen bring Xianyuan City to another time? The law of time is indeed magical. Laozi narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by another time? Black Impermanence asked curiously. That is, to another time. For example, the time and space 3 days ago. Laozi explained. The time and space 3 days ago. Everyone was curious. Yes, Jiang Chen's law of time is indeed powerful. The past, the power of the past, he brought Xianyuan City to the time and space of the past, although it is still there, and because of Jiang Chen, people in Xianyuan City can still see the current scene, but Immortal Dome of Six Paths can't touch it. Laozi frowned. Can't touch it because Jiang Chen has returned to the past? Bai Wuchang frowned. Yes, even if Immortal Dome of Six Paths is powerful, even if he can mobilize the power of the Great Path and the power of all living beings, even if he is more powerful than Jiang Chen, what's the use of all his power if he can't touch Jiang Chen? Laozi shook his head. With such means, isn't he invincible? Black Impermanence was shocked. At least it should be so when facing Immortal Dome of Six Paths. Even if Immortal Dome of Six Paths is more powerful, it's useless. If he can't touch his opponent, what's the use of his power? Laozi shook his head. Immortal Dome of Six Paths kept waving his hands and hitting Xianyuan City. However, he could only leave huge craters and could not touch Jiang Chen. This was the magic of the law of time. Immortal Dome of Six Paths also had the great path of time, but he could not use it freely, so he could not hit Jiang Chen. Coward, come out! Immortal Dome of Six Paths glared at him and said coldly. Jiang Chen stared at the Immortal of the Six Paths for a while, then shook his head. I wanted to test your strength. I even hoped that you could surpass me. I also hoped that you would be stronger than me. But in the end, I promised Sangjia. At this moment, I will not fight with you. Everything will wait until Gu Hai comes out of seclusion. Ha ha, don't use other excuses. Jiang Chen, you are a coward. Immortal Dome of Six Paths continued to provoke him. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. He wasn't angry at all. Humph, do you think you can protect Gu Hai? You are a coward, and so is Gu Hai. I am right here, but you don't dare to come out. Immortal Dome of Six Paths continued to scold him. However, Jiang Chun did not care. Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to come out. Gu Hai also doesn't want to come out. Fine. Gu Hai is protected by you, but there are still people you can't protect. Immortal Dome of Six Paths' eyes suddenly turned cold. Jiang Chun was confused. Immortal Dome of Six Paths suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital with murderous intent. Whoosh! Although it was just a glance, and they were separated by an infinite distance, the temperature around the infinite celestial capital dropped instantly. Under the murderous intent, a large amount of frost and snow fell. The officials of the infinite celestial capital immediately turned cold. A feeling of death filled their bodies. What? Everyone's expression changed. In the distance, Immortal Dome of Six Paths glanced at the infinite celestial capital. I remember that Gu Hai cares a lot about his family. I'm going to destroy the infinite celestial capital now and kill his entire family. Let's see if Gu Hai will come out. Immortal Dome of Six Paths said with murderous intent. What? Long Wanyu's expression changed. Great Yen, celestial capital, and Chi's expression changed too. His Holiness, why is Immortal Dome of Six Paths like this? He shouldn't implicate his wife and children. He can't do anything to Gu Hai and Jiang Chun, so he wants to kill their entire family. What a despicable act. Xing Tian's expression changed. You've known Immortal Dome of Six Paths for a long time. His character has nothing to do with his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lied to the heavens and the masses 800,000 years ago. Killing Gu Hai's entire family is something Immortal Dome of Six Paths can do, Chi said with a gloomy expression. In the distance, Immortal Dome of Six Paths looked at Jiang Chun after he finished speaking. Jiang Chun, can you protect the infinite celestial capital? Immortal Dome of Six Paths said coldly. Jiang Chun shook his head. Why should I protect the infinite celestial capital? Immortal Dome of Six Paths' expression darkened. I only promised Song Jia to protect Gu Hai. I don't care about anything else. You don't have to waste your breath on me, Jiang Chun said while shaking his head. Immortal Dome of Six Paths stared at Jiang Chun in the light. After confirming that Jiang Chun was telling the truth, he sneered. That's right, that's your style. Other than yourself, what does the life and death of others have to do with you? That's right, you don't have to protect Gu Hai's family. Fine, it doesn't matter if you don't help. I said that I'll destroy the infinite celestial capital. So I'll destroy the infinite celestial capital. Whether it's Long Zhanghua or Fuxi helping Gu Hai, I'll kill them all the same. Whoosh! Immortal Dome of Six Paths turned into a ray of light and left Xianyuan City. In the next moment, he arrived outside the infinite celestial capital with a huge gust of wind. Rumble! The gust of wind hit the infinite celestial capital, causing the entire city to shake. Bai Zizai, Black by Wu Chang, and some ministers with weaker wills immediately showed great fear. Chapter 1271. The Immortal of the Six Paths displayed his might. His powerful aura shook the entire limitless sky, as if it would fall at any moment. Jiang Chun of Xianyuan City looked indifferent. He had no intention of coming forward to help. In fact, Jiang Chun was watching the Immortal of the Six Paths go on a killing spree with great interest. This was because the greater the hatred between the Immortal of the Six Paths and Gu Hai, the more he could stimulate Gu Hai and make him stronger to achieve his goal. At the entrance of the Flaming God Palace, His Holiness, what should we do? Xing Tian asked anxiously. Zhao narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists as if he was about to attack. Although the Dahan and Great Yen did not have an alliance agreement on paper, the friendship between the kings of the two dynasties was much deeper than what was written on paper. Zhao was a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He owed Gu Hai a favor, so he naturally wanted to repay it, even if it would bring disaster to the great Yan dynasty. Of course, Zhao knew that the Immortal of the Six Paths would find trouble with him sooner or later. Zhao moved his fingers gently. Suddenly, the sun in the sky trembled slightly. Of course, the tremor was very small, so no one noticed it. The Immortal of the Six Paths looked down at the limitless sky capital and stared at the entrance of the towering palace. At the entrance, some officials had already knelt down under the pressure of the Immortals. However, none of Gu Hai's relatives or important officials knelt down. Although Chen Xian was under great pressure, she still stood at the front. Gu Hai's women and sons, almost all of them are here. The Immortal of the Six Paths sneered. At this moment, the Immortal of the Six Paths felt that victory was in his hands. He was high and mighty. Firmament, it has been 800,000 years. How have you been? The Immortal of the Six Paths looked at Long Wanyu and sneered. How have you been? Of course, I'm better off than you. Long Wanyu sneered. Better off than I am? Ha 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 ha. You used to be Firmament, but now you are just a little girl. As for me, I have reached the top of the world and become the most powerful person in the world. You have a better life than me? Immortal Six Paths said disdainfully. Of course. I'm living in happiness every day while you've been living in hatred every day for the past 800,000 years. I'm happy every day, and you're filled with hatred every day. Tell me, who's living a good life? Long Wanyu reprimanded. Happy? What a joke. You don't even have the ability to protect yourself. How can you be happy? Immortal of Six Paths looked at Long Wanyu with disdain. Heavens, 800,000 years ago, I could kill you once. Today, I can kill you again. By the way, aren't you Long Zhanggua's granddaughter? What about Long Zhanggua? Come out. Immortal of Six Paths shouted coldly. Boom. His voice penetrated the boundless celestial capital as he waited for Long Zhanggua to come out. Immortal of Six Paths didn't underestimate Long Zhanggua, but he wasn't afraid of Long Zhanggua either. Now that he had recovered, even Jiang Chun would avoid him. Not to mention Long Zhanggua. Immortal of Six Paths waited for Long Zhanggua to come out. Many of the Dahan's officials were also waiting for Long Zhanggua to come out. After all, Long Zhanggua was still living in the boundless celestial capital not long ago. He couldn't have gone far. However, Immortal of Six Paths shouted for a while, but Long Zhanggua didn't show up. Oh, you're learning from Gu Hai and Jiang Chen. You're a coward now. Long Zhanggua, weren't you arrogant in the past? Didn't you dare to go against the heavens and kill immortals? Now that I'm standing here, why don't you dare to come out? Immortal of Six Paths shouted coldly again. However, there was still no sign of Long Zhanggua in the boundless celestial capital. Immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes and glanced around the boundless celestial capital. After looking around, he didn't find Long Zhanggua. However, he saw Bai Zizai, Black Bai Wuchang, and Laozi at the entrance of the Three Pristine's palace. The moment they saw Bai Zizai's heart skipped a beat. Black Bai Wuchang was even more frightened. Bai Zizai, Immortal of Six Paths suddenly said with a cold expression. Bai Zizai's scalp tingled. Immortal! Bai Zizai looked at Immortal of Six Paths with a complicated expression. Ha 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 ha. Did you destroy my strand of divine consciousness? Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. I was the one who destroyed it. Bai Zizai immediately explained. Immortal of Six Paths glared at him. Bai Zizai, how dare you talk to me like that? He wanted to see how Bai Zizai would repent, but he didn't expect him to call himself lousy. Was he determined to go against him? No, I didn't say that I was lousy. I said that He was lousy. Bai Zizai knew that he had misunderstood. He immediately pointed at Lousy and explained. Lousy looked at Bai Zizai. Then he looked at Immortal of Six Paths. He's right. I'm their Lousy. Lousy nodded, but Immortal of Six Paths didn't believe him. Are you playing with me, Bai Zizai? You call an old man lousy? Who are you trying to fool? Bai Zizai. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. Yes. Bai Zizai said bitterly. At this moment, Bai Zizai felt how pathetic he was. His identity as one of the four great commanders of the monster clan seemed so ridiculous now. He had been forced everywhere, and was now being blamed by the Immortal, but he couldn't resist. How pathetic! Bai Zizai hated his current situation, but it was useless. The Immortal was staring at him. I know that you were forced to submit to the Dahan, Celestial Empire. Long Zhanghua, Fushi, and Guhai forced you to submit to the Dahan, Celestial Empire. I can give you a chance. Immortal of Six Paths stared at Bai Zizai and said, Thank you, Immortal. Bai Zizai didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Not far away, the ministers of the Dahan, Celestial Empire, looked at Bai Zizai angrily. Let me ask you, where are Long Zhanghua and Fushi? Immortal of Six Paths asked coldly. I don't know. Bai Zizai said bitterly. You don't know? Ha ha! Have you forgotten the last order I gave you? I asked you to investigate the infinite celestial capital, and you say, you don't know? What have you been doing for the past 6 months? Immortal of Six Paths asked coldly. What have I been doing for the past 6 months? Bai Zizai looked at the mahjong table next to him. I've been playing mahjong with me for the past 6 months. I didn't do anything. Bai Zizai smiled bitterly. How could he say that? Besides, even if he said it, the Immortal wouldn't believe him. Immortal of Six Paths stared at Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai didn't say anything for a long time. The Immortal was angry. Humph! Bai Zizai's heart skipped a beat. I can let bygones be bygones. Bai Zizai, I'll give you one last chance. Use your actions to prove that your Guhai, who was forced to submit. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. Prove. Bai Zizai was puzzled. That's right. Since Long Zhanghua doesn't want to come out, force him out. Now, you're the most powerful one besides me. Now, slaughter the infinite celestial capital. Immortal of Six Paths shouted. What? Bai Zizai's expression changed. The expressions of the great Han dynasty's ministers sank as they looked at Bai Zizai warily. They were already very wary of Bai Zizai. Now, seeing how timid Bai Zizai was, it was obvious that he was forced by Immortal of Six Paths. At this time, if Bai Zizai were to start a massacre, what would they do? Bai Zizai's expression suddenly changed. Master, you can't do that. We're now part of the Dahan. Black Impermanence said, Huh. Immortal of Six Paths widened his eyes. Black Impermanence's body suddenly tensed up, and a great threat of death filled his body. Bai Zizai looked anxious. This was an opportunity given by the Immortal to force him to choose a side again. Kill Guhai's family and completely turn against Guhai? Bai Zizai felt more and more that he had been too cowardly these past few years. It was not that he wanted to be a fence-sitter, but that he was forced by the situation. He had no right to make a decision. Beside him, Bai Wuchang also revealed a bitter smile. Master! Bai Zizai looked at Bai Wuchang. This was a life and death moment again. It was the same as when Guhai came to force him. We don't seem to be suitable for the disputes of the world. Bai Wuchang smiled bitterly. Bai Wuchang did not persuade Bai Zizai to turn against Guhai this time. Perhaps he had had enough of these years of being forced. Bai Zizai, what are you waiting for? Immortal of Six Paths stared at him and forced him again. Bai Zizai looked at Lousy, who looked at Bai Zizai quietly as if he was waiting for something. Bai Zizai looked at all the people around him, and then at the mahjong table. After a quick change of expression, a rare look of determination flashed in his eyes. Bai Zizai suddenly bowed to Laozi respectfully. Everyone was confused by this bow. They did not know what Bai Zizai was doing. Even the Immortal narrowed his eyes and looked at Laozi. "You've understood?" Laozi smiled with relief. "Yes, thank you for your guidance. The past 6 months were the most relaxing and happiest days of my life. Every day, I lived under great pressure and drifted from place to place. It seemed to be a glorious life, but no one knew my bitterness. When facing Jiang Chun, Long Zhanghua, Gu Hai, and Immortal of 6 Paths, it was the same feeling. Only Mr. brought me to experience this carefree life. I thought about my life's pursuit. Isn't this the same, without any troubles?" Bai Zizai said bitterly, "It's good that you've understood." Laozi nodded. "Bai Zizai, have you thought about it?" Immortal of 6 Paths stared at him again and shouted. Bai Zizai's knot was untied. His temperament seemed to have changed completely. Finally, he looked at Immortal of 6 Paths and said, "I'm sorry, Immortal. I can't do it." "What did you say?" Immortal of 6 Paths said with cold eyes, "I've had enough of this kind of life. I don't want to be forced to hide anymore. No, I don't want to. From today onwards, I'm me. I'm Bai Zizai. No one can force me to do anything I don't want to do. Jiang Chun can't, Long Zhanghua can't, Gu Hai can't, and you, Immortal of 6 Paths, can't." Bai Zizai shouted. "Huh, you dare not to listen to me?" Immortal of 6 Paths sneered. "Yes, no one can force me to do anything I don't want to do. Instead of living like a coward, I'd rather fight for my own happiness. Immortal, if you want me to destroy the boundless celestial capital, Bai Zizai, can't do it." Bai Zizai glared. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you too?" Immortal of 6 Paths stared at Bai Zizai. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. It's better than dying like a coward. I'm now the supreme beast of the Dahan celestial dynasty. If I can fight, I'll do my best. Even if I can't protect the boundless celestial capital, I've tried my best. I don't want to be bullied by you anymore. If you want to do it, then do it." Bai Zizai shouted, "Good, good, good. Trying to be a hero? If you want to die, then I'll start with you." Immortal of 6 Paths said coldly, "I'm not trying to be a hero. I just don't want to be a coward. I can't stand the cowardice of the past." Bai Zizai's red eyes flashed with a heroic desire to perish together with his enemy. Bai Zizai's body emitted a raging flame of war. Immortal of 6 Paths' eyes were filled with killing intent. Laozi suddenly patted Bai Zizai's shoulder and said, "Young man, don't be so angry. Life is long. There's nothing you can't cross." Chapter 1272. Laozi suddenly patted Bai Zizai on the shoulder. "Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. Life is long. There's no obstacle you can't cross." His sincere and heartfelt attitude made everyone who saw him feel strange. "Young man." Bai Zizai was the oldest batch of Monster Kings, and he was still a young man. "Yes, sir." Bai Zizai was very obedient to Laozi at this moment. Laozi had proven his strength and used half a year to enlighten Bai Zizai. Perhaps Bai Zizai didn't feel it at first, but under the influence of Laozi, Bai Zizai's state of mind changed dramatically. In this half a year, Bai Zizai completely removed the pressure and shackles on his body. Once the shackles were removed, no one would want to wear them again. Bai Zizai found his goal. Facing the threat of an immortal, he dared to talk back. This change caused many people to be shocked. Xianyuan City. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes at Laozi. This was the first time Jiang Chun looked deeply at Laozi. That old man is really funny. He actually called Bai Zizai young man. Does he know how old Bai Zizai is? Long Out Yen said disdainfully, "No, This old man is unfathomable. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Flame God Palace entrance. You was ready to help, but the appearance of an old man in the distance made him stop. His Holiness, that old man has been living in 3 Pristine's palace. I've asked around for a long time, but there's no news. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. He's called by Zizai young man. Is he crazy? Xingtian asked curiously. No, he's not crazy. He used half a year to transform by Zizai. This person can't be underestimated. You narrowed his eyes. Oh, outside limitless celestial capital, Bai Zizai was extremely respectful to Laozi. At this moment, the Immortal of the 6 Paths finally took him seriously. The Immortal of the 6 Paths often monitored the world. Although he didn't know everything about the strong men in the world, he at least had a rough idea. At first, he thought that Bai Zizai was just making excuses. But now, he saw how respectful Bai Zizai was to him. However, the Immortal of the 6 Paths became serious. Young people, he called Bai Zizai a young man. How old was he? Immortal of 6 Paths stared at Laozi. Laozi waved his hand, signaling Bai Zizai and the other 2 to stand behind him. The 3 of them were slightly startled. Eventually, they nodded and walked behind Laozi. Others didn't know Laozi's strength, but the 3 of them did. Even Bai Zizai couldn't fight back in front of Laozi. Of course, the 2 of them didn't use their full strength, but Bai Zizai knew that he was definitely not as good as Laozi. Laozi stepped to the front, slowly took off his reading glasses, and looked at the Immortal of the 6 Paths in the sky. Old man, who are you? The Immortal of the 6 Paths asked coldly. Laozi looked at the 6 Paths and smiled. Bai Zizai introduced me just now. Don't you remember? Names are just code names. Don't take it to heart. Just call me Laozi. Call you Laozi? You want me to take it to heart? The Immortal of the 6 Paths. The Immortal of the 6 Paths had a murderous look in his eyes. No one dared to speak to him like this. He insulted him verbally. Bai Zizai and the others were used to it. Many of the Dahan's officials looked at Laozi as if he was crazy. This old man really didn't want to live anymore. Only Jiang Chen and Yu in the distance narrowed their eyes. From Laozi's calm and composed demeanor, the 2 of them could see that he was unfathomably powerful. He seemed ordinary. Yes, ordinary. So ordinary that when Jiang Chen and Ambergris looked at him, they ignored him. It was almost as if they were looking at an ordinary old man. And yet it was this ordinary feeling that caused Jiang Chen and Ambergris to take him seriously. Because how good were their eyesight? With their eyesight, they couldn't see through this person. This showed how powerful this person was. Am I powerful? Of course I am. On Earth, Laozi was the leader of the 30 immortal domains. Before Gu Hai was born, Laozi was the leader, although Buddha, Jesus, and the others were on the same level as Laozi. They all followed Laozi's will. Laozi was responsible for the safety of all living beings in the 30 immortal domains. He was the commander-in-chief of the 30 immortal domains. How could such a person be ordinary? Laozi? Where did Gu Hai find you? How dare you call me Laozi? The Immortal of the 6 Paths said coldly. The Immortal of the 6 Paths stared at the infinite celestial capital. You don't have to look. Long Zhan and Fu Shi are not here. Gu Hai has gone into seclusion. He asked me to guard the country for him. I heard what you said in Xianyuan City just now. If you want to make a move, hurry up, don't be so wishy-washy. Laozi said lightly. What did you say? The Immortal of the 6 Paths said coldly. Didn't I say it clearly enough? Can't you see that we are playing mahjong? If you don't attack quickly, I will. Laozi said with a sigh. Arrogant thing. If you want to destroy the infinite celestial capital, I will fulfill your wish. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. As he spoke, the Immortal of the Six Paths waved his hand. Boom! 3,000 great Tao phantoms appeared again. The Immortal of the Six Paths waved his hand, and the power of 3,000 great Taos rushed toward the infinite celestial capital. At the entrance of the Flame God Palace, the Immortal of the Six Paths, is he going to use the power of 3,000 great Taos? Is he going all out from the start? Xingtian said in surprise. Yes, he is. The Immortal of the Six Paths is not stupid. Do you think he can't see how strange I am? Lao said in a low voice. Strange I am. Xingtian said doubtfully. His Holiness, are we still going to attack? Hui looked at Lao. Lao shook his head gently. Let's wait a little longer. I want to see where the Immortal of the Six Paths gets his confidence from. I want to see what the Helper Guhai found is capable of. In the distance, the same scene happened in Shenyuan City again. Everything in the infinite celestial capital seemed to be imprisoned by the power of 3,000 great Taos. Laozi was the only one standing in front of everyone, watching the destructive palm strike coming toward him. Before the torch dragon turned his body into heaven and earth, he died before he could pass on his inheritance to all living beings. What a pity! Laozi shook his head. What are you talking about? Die, old man! The Immortal of the Six Paths shouted coldly as he exerted more strength in his hand. The Immortal of the Six Paths seemed casual, but he could clearly sense the strangeness of Laozi. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. He used the same aura that he used to kill Jiangchen and hit Laozi with his palm. He wanted to kill Laozi with all his strength. Laozi wasn't in a hurry. He looked up at the 3,000 great Taos in the distance and waved his hand gently. He smiled and said, the Tao can be spoken of, but 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 the Tao can be spoken of. As Laozi spoke, endless purple clouds suddenly appeared from Dongfang. The purple clouds surged and covered 3 million miles of the sky in the blink of an eye. Purple clouds come 3 million miles from the east. When Laozi recited the Tao Te Ching, there seemed to be a chaotic aura. The purple clouds surged and shook people's souls. In just an instant, they floated to the 3,000 great Taos. They were like clouds and mist that surrounded the 3,000 great Taos. The 3,000 great Taos suddenly trembled and then seemed to be frozen in place, not moving at all. The endless power that was surging toward the palm of the great Taos suddenly leaked out. Poof! The terrifying palm of the great Taos of the Six Paths suddenly deflated like a balloon. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, it slowly became smaller and dissipated. When it reached Laozi, it was only the size of a child's palm. Laozi pointed his finger gently. Bang! The last trace of the power of the great Taos disappeared instantly. The strange purple clouds surrounded the 3,000 great Taos. That strange power made the Immortal of the Six Paths' scalp tingle. The Ministers of Dahan by Zazai, He by Wuchang, Xing Tian, Ho Yi Long Aotian, and the others all rubbed their eyes, feeling as if they were in a dream. Zhao and Jiang Chen's expressions changed, because even the two of them couldn't do what Laozi did. That was the palm of the great Taos, but Laozi neutralized it so easily. That's impossible. How did you do it? The Immortal of the Six Paths widened his eyes in shock and anger. The power of the 3,000 great Taos was the most powerful force in the world. How could such a terrifying force disappear in front of this old man? Purple clouds? A cloud of purple clouds neutralized the power of the 3,000 great Taos. No, there's also the Tao Te Ching in the void. Laozi was not the only one reciting the Tao Te Ching. In the purple clouds, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of people reciting the Tao Te Ching. The sound of the scripture resounded throughout the world. Bai Zizai looked at Laozi in surprise at this moment. He thought that he was going to die today. He didn't expect Laozi to be so awesome. Bai Zizai went from great sadness to great joy and suddenly shouted excitedly, "Who can compete with me? Ha ha ha!" "Xiao, Bai, don't be too complacent. He's still an immortal." Laozi said. "Yes, sir." Bai Zizai said excitedly. "Yes, senior." "Hey," Bai Wuchang also shouted excitedly. Laozi turned his head to look at the immortal. At this moment, the immortal grabbed Sun Yuan with his left hand and tried to activate the 3,000 great Das. However, in the purple clouds, the shadows of the 3,000 great Das trembled and couldn't borrow any more power. The immortal of the six paths felt a chill in his heart. However, after so many years of ferocity, he wouldn't back down so easily. "Old man, what is this purple clouds of yours?" Immortal Six Paths stared at him. "Young man, you should at least show some respect to the elderly," Laozi said lightly. "You," Immortal Six Paths said angrily. "I just said that it's a pity that before Torch Dragon died, he didn't teach you how to use the power of heaven and earth. You can only use a little of the power of the 3,000 great Das." "What a pity, what a pity," Laozi said lightly. In the distance, Jiang Chen interrupted. "When Torch Dragon was born, it was destroyed by 30's conspiracy. Therefore, only 30 has the inheritance of Torch Dragon." "Oh, no wonder the inheritance of Torch Dragon wasn't passed to you. What a pity, Pangu is good. He taught us the great method early." Laozi sighed. "Who is Pangu? What's this purple clouds?" Immortal Six Paths stared at him. "This is the Qi of Taoism, the Qi of fortune." "What a pity you can't understand it." Laozi shook his head. "Humph, the Qi of morality? Old man, you did seal the 3,000 great Das, but can your Qi of morality seal the power of all living beings?" Immortal Six Paths stared at Laozi. As he spoke, he took out Sun Yuan and prepared to mobilize the power of all living beings. At this moment, Laozi frowned and said, "The power of all living beings? Young man, don't get carried away." Laozi waved his hand again. Rumble! The 3,000 great Daos that were enveloped by the Qi of morality suddenly trembled. Then, the power of the 3,000 great Daos quickly gathered and formed a huge palm of great Daos according to the outline of Laozi's palm. It grew stronger and stronger as it pressed down on Immortal Six Paths. "Palm of great Daos, this old man can mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos." "That's impossible," Long Out Yen exclaimed in the distance. Jiang Chen and Bai's eyes widened with shock. Immortal Six Paths felt his scalp go numb. That's right, the power of the great Daos was the palm that he had just used. The aura was not wrong at all. The power of 3,000 great Daos versus the power of all living beings? Stop joking. Even if he mobilized the power of all living beings, he could not match the power of 3,000 great Daos. Immortal Six Paths was immediately discouraged. "Old man, just you wait. I will find your flaw and break your Qi of morality. Old man, just you wait." Immortal Six Paths roared in shock and anger. Whoosh! Immortal Six Paths' body swayed, and he fled. Fled. The immortal was scared away. At this moment, all the powerhouses who saw the result revealed looks of astonishment. "Am I blind? Did I see an old man, and he scared away the immortal?" "The immortal is the most powerful expert in the world. How could he be scared away?" "Are you kidding me?" "Sir, is that true?" Bai Zizai looked at Laozi in confusion. "No, I lied to him. How can I mobilize the power of 3,000 great Das?" Laozi smiled. Ah, then just now, Bai Zizai said in shock. Laozi smiled, but did not explain how he did it. However, at this moment, everyone was looking at Laozi in a different light. Their fanatical gazes even raised the temperature outside the three Pristine's palace. Who dares to challenge me? Chapter 1273. Who dares to challenge me? An inconspicuous old man who has never appeared in history has suddenly defeated the strongest immortal in the world. That's unbelievable. Jiang Chun and Bai stared at Laozi. Laozi's methods are amazing. Although I didn't fight the immortal head-on, it's clear that the immortal is afraid of me from the way he retreated. The Qi of virtue? Perhaps the immortal will come back after studying the Qi of virtue. After all, the immortal has the power of 3,000 great Daos, the power of all living beings. The immortal's power is the best in the world. However, Laozi's method of borrowing power is even more shocking. I directly sealed the immortal's power, and then used the immortal's strongest power to fight the immortal. The immortal left, but everyone's eyes never left Laozi. Xianyuan City. How is that possible? True Lord, how did that old man do it? What's the Qi of virtue? Why haven't I heard of it before? Long Aotian exclaimed. Jiang Chun was shocked for a while. His mind kept flashing, and finally he seemed to have thought of something, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Spatial laws? What? Long Aotian didn't understand. I get it now. What a Qi of virtue. Being virtuous. The Tao follows nature? Haha, that's great. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with amazement. True Lord, I don't understand. Long Aotian was confused. What I used just now was the spatial laws, not the great Tao of space. Before the torch dragon was born, when the immortal dome appeared, space already existed. It's the most ancient spatial laws, just like my time laws. I used the spatial laws. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. I still don't understand. That purple Qi is 3 million miles long, surrounded by 3,000 great Daos. Purple Qi? That's not a simple Qi of virtue. To be precise, it should be called primordial purple Qi. When the immortal dome was born, it formed chaos. There was primordial purple Qi in the chaos, and it created a huge space. The immortal dome space was born from this purple Qi. That purple aura seems thin, but there's a tremendous amount of space within it. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. There's space in the purple Qi? That's right. I've mastered the law of space to the point of perfection. Do you think it's the purple Qi that imprisoned the 3,000 great Tao? No, when Little Six used Sun Yuan, he was actually activating the power of the 3,000 great paths. However, after the power of the 3,000 great paths was released, it did not appear. It was not that it was imprisoned, but that the power was absorbed and stored in the purple gas space. The power of the 3,000 great Daos had already been released and stored within the purple clouds. Furthermore, the power within Little Six palm of the great Tao was also absorbed into the purple Qi. Jiang Chen explained. That is to say, the palm that I said cracked the great path wasn't actually there. Instead, it was the purple cloud space that stored all the power of the great path, causing the immortal of 6 paths to misunderstand. Long Aotian's eyes lit up. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. Then, just now, my palm strike seemed to have mobilized the power of 3,000 great Daos. Was that also an illusion? That palm strike of his had merely re-released the power within the purple aura. It made people think that he had mobilized the 3,000 great paths. But in fact, this power was originally unleashed by the immortal of 6 paths. Long Aotian said in shock. That's right, giving him a taste of his own medicine. This Laozi is not simple, Jiang Chen exclaimed. In other words, I tricked the immortal of 6 paths? Long Aotian said in shock. What do you mean by tricked? That was real power. The law of space seems to be something that only 30 can master. This Laozi is really strange. Where did Gu Hai find such a helper? Could it be? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen saw through Laozi's trick, but how many Jiang Chens were there in this world? Even you did not see through what was going on. After all, Jiang Chen's knowledge was passed down from ancient times. Jiang Chun even had some memories of 30, and 30 could be traced back to the Torch Dragon era. What a good Laozi! You praised from the bottom of his heart. There was no one else who could scare away an immortal with a raise of his hand. The officials of the Dahan looked at Laozi with burning eyes. Where did His Holiness find such a freak? He was invincible. What was there to be afraid of? Even if an immortal attacked, it would not be a problem. The Dahan would live forever. Long live the Dahan! Long live the Dahan! Long live His Holiness! Long live the Dahan! Many of the officials who were afraid of the immortals suddenly showed deep regret in their excitement. What was there to be worried about? With His Holiness in the Dahan, what was there to be afraid of? In addition to Jiang Chun, Long One you had a rough idea. Long One you had some guesses, but she was not sure. The Empress and Crown Prince were naturally overjoyed. Mother, I'll go and thank Senior Laozi. Guqin looked at Chen Xian, and said, well, take us to thank him. Don't disturb him and make him feel disgusted. Chen Xian nodded. Naturally, Gu Hai's son would be the best person to thank him. Mother, don't worry. Before father left, he told me not to disturb Senior Laozi. Guqin said with a smile. Chen Xian nodded. From this moment on, the officials of the Dahan were no longer worried. Mo Yike and Sima Changkong quickly spread the news of today's battle to the ears of the people all over the world. Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wucheng also witnessed Laozi's miracle. At this moment, they were all excited. Bai Zizai knew that Laozi was powerful, but he did not expect Laozi to have such means. Laozi's means were too powerful. The Immortal of 6 Paths, whom he was terrified of, was nothing to Laozi at all. Bai Zizai and the other two were in awe of his demeanor of destroying everything with a flick of his finger. Sir, you... Bai Zizai looked at Laozi excitedly. What do you mean by you? I won. Pay up. Laozi put on his reading glasses and said immediately, the battle with the Immortal of 6 Paths just now was like a game of mahjong and a trip to the toilet. This huge contrast made by Zizai and the other speechless for a long time. The Immortal of 6 Paths retreated. In addition to the fierce and ambitious people all over the world, there were 2 pairs of eyes that had been watching this battle. In a mountain forest, in the world of the living, Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson were staring at the 2 battles just now. The Immortal of 6 Paths' strength was the strongest in the world, but he was defeated in 2 aspects. The law of time and the law of space were showing their overwhelming power. Only 2 of the 7 Supremes of Vermilion Bird were left now, Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson. As the 2 of them looked into the distance, Zhu Yi's body suddenly emitted a colorful aura. Buzz. When the colorful aura appeared, Zhu Sanson's expression changed. Plop. Zhu Sanson immediately knelt down. Master, you have a large number of divine senses back. The colorful aura surrounded Zhu Yi as if it was possessing him. Zhu Yi didn't move, but his expression became gloomy as if he was controlled by the colorful aura. Jiang Chen, the law of time has become more refined. Unfortunately, it's still incomplete. Zhu Yi said in 30's voice. Zhu Sanson knelt on the ground and confirmed that 30's divine senses had returned. Zhu Yi turned around and looked at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. Ha, Laozi? Laozi? Ha, it's you. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed with coldness. At this moment, Zhu Yi was possessed by 30's divine sense, so he naturally recognized Laozi. 30 was the commander of all the rebels. It wasn't the first time 30 had met Laozi, so how could he not recognize him? In the immortal firmament, Laozi was like a rat, avoiding me everywhere. Ha! Now a rat like you actually came here. Good, 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 very good, 30 said coldly. And master, then Laozi and Laozi have fought before? Zhu Sanson knelt on the ground and asked carefully. That's right, you're just a rat who knows how to hide. However, it's good that you're here. Now that you're here, I can confirm that the path between the two immortal firmaments was indeed stolen by them. Laozi came from the path I opened. Laozi, now that you've been exposed, I know everything. Ha! 30 said coldly. Path, the path that Master wants us to find. Could it be? Zhu Sanson's eyes flashed with surprise. It should be that Guhai or something. That's right. Guhai? So my path is in his hands. 30's tone was ice cold. No wonder Guhai rose so quickly. It's only been a few decades. In just a few decades, he's already aiming for the world. Zhu Sanson exclaimed. 30 nodded and looked at Laozi in the distance with a cold smile. Since I've come here and exposed myself, that's for the best. Don't even think about going back. 30 said coldly. But Master, Big Brother, and we aren't that old man's match. Zhu Sanson said bitterly. 30 lowered his head and glanced at Zhu Sanson as a look of disdain appeared on his face. It's not that you guys are inferior to this daddy. Among all the experts under the heavens, who can you compare to? Zhu Sanson did not dare to refute. One step at a time. If you want to kill me, you still need to use that samsara. 30 narrowed his eyes. Ah. Zhu Sanson was slightly stunned. In the starry sky, the sage of the six paths stood on a star and looked down at the world of the living. Initially, he thought that he would be able to dominate the world after coming out of seclusion this time. However, the two battles after coming out of seclusion turned out to be so awkward. The first battle against Jiang Chun was excusable. Since Jiang Chun was a coward, he would let him off for the time being. However, in the second battle, he was extremely depressed. He had only attacked twice, and these two times had completely disrupted his plans. The Sage of the Six Paths was angry, but he was not stupid. He did not go around showing off. Instead, he found a quiet place and carefully watched Laozi. He wanted to know everything about him, find his weakness, and kill him to protect his reputation as an immortal. This world belongs to me. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed. The Sage of the Six Paths said coldly. Buzz. The Sage of the Six Paths shot out his eye of heaven and shone in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. The stream of light backtracked, trying to find all traces of Laozi's appearance. However, the stream of light backtracked and found that Laozi had mysteriously appeared before Guhai went into seclusion. There was no trace of Laozi in this world. The Sage of the Six Paths had a complicated expression. Nothing? Nothing. The Sage of the Six Paths was frustrated, just as the Sage of the Six Paths was feeling frustrated. Whoosh! Two streams of light instantly appeared near the Sage of the Six Paths, Supreme Vermilion Bird, Zhu Sanson. The Sage of the Six Paths looked at the two coldly. Chapter 1274. Just as the immortals were at a loss, two figures suddenly appeared beside the immortal of Six Paths, Vermilion Bird Supreme, Zhu Sanson. The immortal of Six Paths looked at the two coldly. Whoosh! Zhu and Zhu Sanson landed not far from the immortal of Six Paths. Zhu's body was covered in a seven-colored light. Although it was Zhu, it was actually possessed by 30's divine will. Are you two here to laugh at this immortal, or are you courting death? The immortal of six paths looked at the two coldly. Zhu Sanson stood behind 30 and did not speak. 30 looked at the immortal of six paths and smiled. Don't you remember me? 30 suddenly smiled. The immortal of six paths narrowed his eyes. The immortal of six paths stared at 30 for a while and said, "You are not Zhu Yi? Who are you? Did you possess Zhu Yi?" The immortal of six paths looked at Zhu Sanson and was surprised to see that Zhu Sanson had no reaction to the immortal of six paths being possessed. That year, you died in the heavenly path reincarnation. I saved you. Have you forgotten? 30 said calmly. The immortal of six paths narrowed his eyes. Then, the immortal of six paths stared at 30. 30 did not speak and let the immortal of six paths stare at him. Back then, before I reached immortal ascension, Jiangchen tortured me again and again with hellish tempering. I almost died a few times, but I still defended him in my heart. But the last time, Jiangchen just watched as I died and didn't try to save me. That time, I really did die. It was also that time that I thoroughly hated Jiangchen. He's a devil. I swear, if I ever get the chance to live again, I'll rip him to shreds. But at that time, a stream of light flashed and wrapped around my broken soul. That stream of light was also seven-colored. It was you? The immortal of six paths narrowed his eyes. That's right. It's a pity that I could only use my visualization to come back. That weak strand of power was only able to save you before my divine sense was annihilated. 30 nodded. 30 was the savior of the immortal of six paths. At the side, Zhu Sanson revealed a hint of astonishment. However, he did not dare to interrupt. Immortal Six Daos confirmed 30's words because only he knew the truth. Even Jiangchen didn't know when he died. This person had saved Immortal Six Paths, but Immortal Six Paths didn't immediately become friendly toward him. Instead, he looked at the man coldly. "Who are you?" Immortal of Six Paths asked cautiously. "I am 30. 30 did not hide his identity. 30, the enemy that Jiangchen can't forget. Immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes. "That's right. I'm another immortal from the Immortal Dome realm. Jiangchen has taken over my body. My divine sense has returned many times because I wanted to take back my body. Back then, I saved you. When you destroyed Jiangchen's consciousness, you had to return his body to me." 30 calmly spoke. If 30 had saved the Six Dao, the immortal of the Six Dao would have been on guard. Now that 30 had a request, the immortal of the Six Dao was much more relaxed. Another immortal firmament. There's another immortal dome. Immortal of the Six Dao was surprised. 30 nodded. "Yes, return Jiang Chen's body to me." "Okay." Immortal of the Six Dao nodded. Immortal of the Six Dao stared at 30 for a while. He was on guard, but he also had a plan in mind. After a while, he said, "How strong are you in my immortal dome?" 30 stared at Immortal of the Six Dao and smiled. "You and I are separated by the immortal dome. No matter how strong I am, I can't use it. However, I want to tell you that the old man who fought with you just now is an expert from my immortal dome." "Old man? From your immortal dome?" Immortal of the Six Dao narrowed his eyes. "Otherwise, where do you think such a peerless expert came from?" 30 said calmly. "My method just now." Immortal of the Six Dao frowned. "It's fine if you don't understand his method. In fact, if I explain it clearly, it's worthless. However, it's still my immortal dome's ability. I can't tell you much, but I can help you restrain him." 30 said, "Oh, your immortal dome's ability?" Immortal of the Six Dao was surprised. "Old man is in my immortal dome, just like Jiangchen is in your immortal dome. So, you don't have to be nervous. He already represents the peak of mortals. I told you that I need Jiang Chen's body. Of course, I will help you. 30 said calmly. Help me? How will you help me? Help me take care of old man? Immortal of the Six Tao's eyes flashed coldly. Help you conquer the world. How about it? Wipe out all the rebels. 30 stared at solemnly of the Six Tao. 30's offer of help made Immortal of the Six Tao's heart skip a beat. Then what do I have to do? Immortal of the Six Tao asked curiously. You help me force out Gu Hai. 30 said solemnly. Force out Gu Hai? Yes, I have something that was stolen by Gu Hai. He's hiding under Jiang Chen's protection. I can't get it. You help me force out Gu Hai, and I help you restrain Old Man. If the opportunity is right, I will destroy Old Man. 30 said solemnly of the Six Tao. Immortal of the Six Tao stared at 30 for a long time and finally nodded. Deal. It's settled. 30 nodded. After that, 30 left with Zhu Sanson. They disappeared into the horizon. Immortal of the Six Tao looked at the direction 30 left in. He didn't show any joy. Instead, he showed a dignified expression. After Old Man defeated the enemy immortals, the battle scene quickly spread throughout the Dahan. Although the people supported the Dahan, there were still some who were worried. According to Sima Changkong's propaganda, Immortal of the Six Tao was a heaven-defying thief who killed the heavens to steal Sinuan. Immortals were tyrants. The Dahan, celestial empire, had the reincarnation of the heavens. His holiness was strong and stood at the peak of righteousness and strength. However, there were still some who were worried. That was an immortal. Immortals, oh God! Would his holiness win in the end? The people were worried. However, after Old Man's battle was publicized, countless people were relieved. It turned out that immortals were only SOSO. It turned out that immortals were not invincible. His Holiness's friends could defeat immortals. What were they worried about? Under the management of the Dahan Celestial Empire, the people's taxes were reduced, and they lived and worked in peace. They no longer had to worry about the safety of their property and lives. Why wouldn't they support such a Dahan? For a time, the world's fate gathered in the infinite celestial capital, making the fate of the infinite celestial capital even more prosperous. However, only a group of Dahan strategists understood that the more peaceful the times were, the greater the potential danger. Is Immortal of the Six Tao really not going to do anything? 10 days later, at the entrance of the Three Pristine's palace, Mo Yike and the others all came to visit Old Man. Fortune lies in misfortune, and misfortune lies in fortune. Old Man frowned slightly. Senior, is Immortal of the Six Tao plotting something again? Mo Yike looked at Old Man worriedly. Mo Yike's intelligence was also what Laozi appreciated the most. These days, a group of princes and officials came to visit Old Man. Old Man was very polite and chatted with them for a while. Among them, Mo Yike's vision of the big picture amazed Old Man. Old Man often asked Mo Yike to stay and chat with him. Yes, I have a bad feeling. Old Man frowned. Bad feeling? Senior, even if Immortal of the Six Tao came, you could drive him away with a wave of your hand. What bad feeling do you have? Mo Yike asked curiously. Old Man closed his eyes and sensed carefully for a while. Bai Zizai and the others were also curious. Today it was very strange. Old Man didn't even play mahjong with them. What is it that made Old Man so serious? Old Man closed his eyes. At the same time, in Xianyuan City, Jiang Chun was drinking tea. Suddenly, the teacup in his hand paused, and his pupils shrank. He looked up at the sky. In the distance, Old Man also opened his eyes and looked at the sky, toward the depths of the starry sky. 30. Jiang Chun and Old Man opened their mouths, almost at the same time, a cold light flashing in their eyes. 30 Sora, that's right. It's 30. Old Man stood up and looked at the starry sky with an ugly expression. 30 came back early? Mo Yike's expression changed. Immortal of the Sixth Tao was already troublesome enough. Now 30 came? Did they come together? Senior, maybe 30, and Immortal of the Sixth Tao will fight each other? Mo Yike said. Old Man took out a jade box and opened it. Gently opening the jade box, there was a butterfly lying in the middle of the jade box. Zhuang Zhou dreamt of a butterfly. Go back to the past. Where did 30's aura come from? Old Man said softly to the butterfly. Puff, puff, puff. The butterfly flew out of the jade box, slowly. Gradually, it turned into a cloud of colorful smoke. There were some pictures in the colorful smoke. In the pictures, a foggy figure seemed to be talking to Immortal of the Sixth Tao. Patter. Old Man trembled and dropped the teacup beside him. Whoosh! The 7-colored smoke slowly dissipated, and the butterflies also vanished into thin air. Is that Immortal of the Sixth Tao? Bai Zizai asked anxiously. 30? 30 and Immortal of the Sixth Tao are allies? Old Man's expression was very ugly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling came from the sky. To others, it was just a strange wind. Only Old Man knew that it was 30's aura. 30's aura leaked out. It's 30. 30 hasn't completely returned. His huge divine sense is back. Old Man said with an ugly expression, 30's divine sense is back. That's fast. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression, we have to destroy this divine sense. Otherwise, more and more of them will come back. When the number reaches a certain level, he will be able to reconnect the 2 immortal domes. Once the 2 immortal domes are connected, everything will be in vain. Old Man's eyes flashed with determination. Mister, are you going to find 30's divine sense? Then what about the limitless celestial capital? Bai Zizai was worried. Old Man was going to chase after 30's divine sense. But what if Immortal of the Sixth Tao comes back? Old Man looked at the sky. This time, I have to go. I'm sorry, everyone. Bai Zizai, I'll go and come back quickly. Although I'm prepared, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this place in case of accidents. Bai Zizai was silent for a moment. Solemnly, he nodded. Yes, mister. Old Man was really going. Everyone was anxious. Only Mo Yike could see the big picture. He knew that Immortal 30's divine sense would be disastrous. Senior, be careful. Mo Yike bowed respectfully. My lord. The Dahan officials shouted anxiously. What would happen to us if Old Man left? But Mo Yike looked at Old Man with a determined gaze. Mo Yike had a strong sense of the big picture. Although he knew that he would be in danger, Mo Yike knew his priorities. Mo Yike didn't stop him, so the others could only be anxious. Old Man looked at Mo Yike and nodded. I'm going. I left a backup in the boundless celestial capital. I hope he can help me stall for a while. Once I destroy 30's divine sense, I'll come back immediately. Try your best to hold on. Bang! Old Man took a step and rushed into the sky. When he reached the sky, he saw Zhu Yi flying. Old Man, how have you been? Ha ha ha. 30, who was possessed, sneered. Boom. 30 rushed out of the sky and entered the void. Lousy turned his head to look at the boundless celestial capital in the distance. He revealed a bitter smile and said, Gu Hai, I'm sorry this time. 30's divine sense appeared. I knew that I would let you down, but I had no choice but to go. 30 came back early. We don't have much time left. I had to destroy his divine sense and delay his return. Boom. Old Man took a step and rushed into the void. Old Man knew that this was a trap, but he had to step into it. On the other side of the sky, Immortal Six Paths was watching quietly in the dark when he saw Old Man leave the boundless celestial capital and head into the void. He finally smiled coldly. Boundless celestial capital. Let's see who will protect you this time. Humph. Immortal Six Paths snorted. Boom. Immortal Six Paths dove down and headed straight for the boundless celestial capital. Chapter 1275. 30 possessed Zhu Yi and led Laozi out of the immortal dome. Laozi had to go. Others may not know how terrifying 30 is, but Laozi is very clear. I can't let 30's divine sense increase any further, because Laozi knows that if 30's divine sense continues to increase, it will be able to create a clone of 30 in this world. The more the will, the stronger 30 would be. This was also the reason why Fushi wanted to perish together with 30's divine sense back then. At that time, 30's divine sense had already reached a terrifying level. If a clone of 30's divine sense appeared, it would be no small matter. Laozi had to go. Laozi had to break his promise, because in Laozi's heart, the life and death of everyone was more important than his promise. Laozi had to go. 30 had his own reasons for revealing himself now. If he did not reveal himself now, would he allow everyone in the world to grow stronger? Moreover, now that he knew where his two immortal dome paths were, 30 wanted it even more. Laozi might not be his match, but he would find a hole to hide like a rat. This was something 30 could not tolerate. This time, 30 wanted to use the samsara to destroy the Dahan, take the two immortal dome paths, and kill Laozi. 30 lured Laozi into the void to buy time for the samsara. He wanted the samsara to force Guhai out. Boom, boom. Laozi and 30 entered the void and looked at each other from a distance. Rat leader? Ha, you're really good at hiding. 30 looked at Laozi and sneered. Laozi, on the other hand, was prepared. He said with a gloomy face, Rat leader? Ha, when you came to the immortal dome, you were even worse than a rat. Humph, do you know that the samsara has already gone to destroy the infinite celestial capital? 30 sneered. Laozi's face darkened. That's why I had to destroy your will. As he spoke, Laozi waved his hand, and an endless amount of purple energy surged out, covering 30. 30 was only a part of Zhu Yi's will, and not his original body, so he did not dare to underestimate him. He spread his wings. Rolling flames rushed towards Laozi. Laozi did not dare to hesitate. He controlled the purple energy to absorb the flames and rushed towards 30. Boom! With a loud bang, the two peerless experts separated. A crack immediately appeared on Zhu Yi's palm. The body you possess doesn't seem to be that good, Laozi said coldly. 30 looked at the wound on his palm. The wound on his palm was healing at a visible rate. 30 gave a faint smile. Just put up with it. Your father. I'll hold you back. Laozi narrowed his eyes. Now that samsara has gone to the limitless celestial capital, I wonder if Guhai will come out after the limitless celestial capital is destroyed. Now that Guhai is out of seclusion, everything is fine. It seems that my path was stolen by Guhai, right? 30 laughed coldly. You lured me here to force Guhai out. Take back that path. Laozi's expression changed. That's right. Although it won't take too long. If I can find my way back, wouldn't it be even faster? Laozi, you've been exposed. Everything is over. Ha 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 ha. 30 laughed. Boom, boom, boom. Laozi and 30 were entangled in the void. Six Paths Immortal Dome. Yang Realm, Starry Sky. There was a star. 30 had possessed Zhu Yi and lured Laozi away. There was another figure on the star. It was Zhu Sanson. Zhu Sanson watched 30 leave. Soon, he saw the Immortal of the Six Paths rushing towards the limitless celestial capital. Whoosh! At this moment, the Immortal of the Six Paths was filled with rage, boundless killing intent, and an indomitable will as he rushed towards the limitless celestial capital. Zhu Sanson was watching happily at first. Suddenly, Zhu Sanson's body trembled, and he revealed a look of shock. After the shock, he was ecstatic. Master, Master, you still have a strand of divine sense in my body? That's right. 30's voice came from Zhu Sanson's body. Don't resist. Wait for me to possess you. 30 said indifferently. Yes, Zhu Sanson said respectfully. Wong. Zhu Sanson's body trembled violently, and a seven-colored light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This light was lighter than Zhu Yi's. Clearly, 30's divine sense in Zhu Sanson was less than Zhu Yi's. However, no matter how little, it was still 30's divine sense. 30's divine sense slowly entered Zhu Sanson's body. After Zhu Sanson trembled violently, it completely replaced Zhu Sanson's consciousness. Standing with his hands behind his back, 30's second divine sense clone coldly looked in the direction of the limitless celestial capital. Boom! A strong wind rushed towards the limitless celestial capital. The limitless celestial capital was on the verge of collapse in this storm. The limitless celestial capital, which had just settled down for 10 days, once again welcomed a calamity. Rumble! The limitless celestial capital trembled violently. However, Laozi was no longer here to protect them. The ministers of the Dahan were anxious. However, even though they were anxious, no one took a step back. This time, Bai Zizai stepped in front of the soaring palace. Along with the ministers, he looked at the Immortal of the Six Paths who suddenly appeared. In the distance, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked over. As if he had guessed something, he turned his head and looked at Tsang Jie's residence. It's over, it's over. Allah, Laozi went crazy and went into the void. This time, the limitless celestial capital is finished. Long Aotian said with an ugly expression. Jiang Chen looked at the void with a gloomy expression. Little Six actually got together with 30. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were full of anger. The birth of the Immortal of the Six Paths could be said to be single-handedly facilitated by Jiang Chen. His purpose was to inspire the experts in the world to climb the peak and to resist 30's invasion. He originally thought that the Immortal of the Six Paths would oppose 30 no matter how much resentment he had towards him. But now, 30 was exposed, and the Immortal of the Six Paths actually allied with 30. Little Six, whom he had trained to deal with 30, was now on 30's side. How could Jiang Chen not be angry? How could he not be angry? Allah, the one who lured me out just now was 30. 30 is back. But why did he expose himself? Long Aotian asked curiously. Jiang Chen also fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at Tsang Jie's residence. Perhaps the crux of the matter lies with Gu Hai. Gu Hai? That's right. Gu Hai. Gu Hai should have something that 30 wants, right? How interesting. Gu Hai? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes at Tsang Jie's residence. Ah, Gu Hai is opposing 30, and the Immortal of the Six Paths is allied with 30. Then, do you really want to stop the Immortal of the Six Paths from destroying the limitless celestial capital? Long Aotian asked. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, there's another reason why 30 exposed himself. The reason is that I was protecting Gu Hai, so he had no chance to take advantage of me. Since I gave 30 no chance to take advantage of me, why should I give him a chance? No, from now on, no one is allowed to disturb Gu Hai. It's not only for Tsang Jie's promise, but also for 30's plan to fail. If I give up protecting Gu Hai, that's what 30 wants the most. How can I let him do as he wishes? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen shook his head. Jiang Chen would not interfere with the disaster of the limitless celestial capital at the entrance of the Flame God Temple. His Holiness, I was lured into the void. Now, the limitless celestial capital is about to be destroyed, Hoey said worriedly. Hesitation flickered in Huey's eyes. Although he didn't know much with his intelligence, he could guess something from the development of the scene in front of him. Why don't we wake up Gu Hai? Xing Tian said. Tian looked in the direction of Xianyuan City and shook his head. No, Gu Hai is at the most critical moment. If we forcefully wake Gu Hai, we'll fall into the trap of Immortal Six Paths and 30. Moreover, Jiang Chen will definitely be more vigilant against disturbances at this moment. If we don't wake up Gu Hai, the limitless celestial capital will be finished. That's Immortal Six Paths, who can mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos and the power of all living beings. His power is almost unrivaled in the world. Who can stop him? Can we stop him? Xing Tian said anxiously. Tian was silent for a while, then took a deep breath. I want to try. What? The officials were shocked. I said, I want to try. Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Limitless celestial capital. Immortal Six Paths stood in the air and looked at the swaying, limitless celestial capital. He sneered, especially when he saw Bai Zizai, who was standing at the front of the group. Bai Zizai? Ha 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 ha, you still want to stop me? Immortal Six Paths laughed. I'm not talented, but I want to try. Bai Zizai said coldly. You're overestimating yourself. Immortal Six Paths sneered. With a sneer, the Immortal of Six Paths grabbed Bai Zizai. This time, Immortal Six Paths was extremely confident. He didn't even need to mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos. He grabbed at Bai Zizai, and the void was torn apart. Tigers roar in the forest. Roar. Bai Zizai roared and punched at the incoming attack. He punched out, and the image of a tiger appeared out of thin air, crashing into the palm of the Sage of Six Paths. Boom. Outside the limitless celestial capital, the huge collision created a space explosion that tore apart the sky and earth. Under the explosion, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were blown into pieces. Although the limitless celestial capital was protected by countless arrays, the Immortal's power was too strong. Many cracks appeared under the palm. Puff! Bai Zizai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was suddenly blown away. The Immortal didn't use the power of 3,000 great Daos, but even so, Bai Zizai was no match for him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a horrible sight. Master! He Bai Wucheng rushed over in fear. Bai Zizai pushed the two of them away and slowly walked to the front again. Bai Zizai blocked the limitless celestial capital behind him and slowly flew up to the sky. He was now on the same level as Immortal Six Paths. Although he was heavily injured, he didn't retreat. Bai Zizai looked at Immortal Six Paths with a ferocious expression. Immortal Six Paths was surprised. He then mocked. Ha! Is this still the Bai Zizai I know? Where's the cowardly Bai Zizai who hid when he was in danger? Who are you? Are you pretending to be Bai Zizai? Bai Zizai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't care about Immortal Six Paths' mockery. In fact, to Bai Zizai, the mockery sounded like praise. That's right. The Bai Zizai of the past was indeed a coward and a fence-sitter. But not anymore. I've had enough of the past. Mr. Lousy taught me what respect is. He taught me the importance of respect. Life is precious, but sometimes some things are more precious than life. Bai Zizai said solemnly, more precious than life. Ha! Ha! You just joined the Dahan Celestial Empire. Why don't I see anything important to you here? Are you crazy? Immortal Six Paths said in surprise. No, there's something important here. Mr. Lousy trusts me. I promised him that I would help him delay until he returns. Baizazai said with a ferocious expression. Chapter 1276. Baizazai's sudden change was extremely abrupt. However, this sudden change moved the ministers of the Dahan. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Sima Chongkong, and even Guqin's vigilance against Baizazai instantly disappeared. When they looked at Baizazai, they even felt a little ashamed. Perhaps the suppression of millions of years was too great. When Laozi used some time to help Baizazai remove the shackles, Baizazai instantly developed another extreme. Baizazai was grateful to Laozi for helping him regain his dignity and find his goal. Although this goal was very difficult, once one found the direction, it was not easy to get lost. Baizazai's gratitude to Laozi and his promise to Laozi made him not flinch even when facing the immortal. A gentleman dies for his bosom friend. Baizazai used to scoff at this sentence, but now Baizazai personally experienced the importance of this sentence. Baizazai blocked it. Even if he was seriously injured, he still blocked it. My trust? Ha ha ha, my trust? Baizazai, you are really funny. You have been a deserter for millions of years, and now you are suddenly pretending to be a martyr in front of me? If you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Die. The Immortal of Six Paths stared at him and hit him again. Boom. The power of the palm shook heaven and earth. The palm that covered the sky and had the power to destroy the world rushed toward Baizazai. Roar. Baizazai roared like a tiger and punched the sky. Master, we will help you. Hey, Bai Wuchang shouted together. Bang! The two immediately put their palms on Baizazai's back and poured their strength into Baizazai's back. Buddha's palm. Guhan shouted and also put his palm on Baizazai's back. After Guhan took the lead, the experts of the Dahan all followed suit and poured their strength into Baizazai's body. The Dahan and the other perfected Heavenly Palace experts went into seclusion at the Earth's core. However, they had also subdued the emperors and sect masters of the world. Those were all at the Heavenly Palace level, now that they were pouring their full strength into Baizazai. They were also extremely powerful. Baizazai's fist, which gathered the experts of the Dahan, collided with the Immortal of Six Paths' palm. Hung. The infinite celestial capital's earth cracked again, and many buildings in the city collapsed. If it wasn't for the array's protection, more than half of the outer space was torn. The Immortal's power. Even though he was of the heavenly god of Six Wuchang, he was still inferior to the Immortal. Puffed. Baizazai spat out a mouthful of blood again and was sent flying. His body was covered in blood, and he was severely injured. He Bai Wuchang, Guhan, and the Dahan experts were also sent flying by the recoil, vomiting blood. You really overestimate yourself, the Immortal said with a ferocious expression. Cough, cough, cough. Baizazai crawled up from the ground with difficulty and transformed into a huge white tiger. The white tiger was covered in wounds, and its fur was dyed red with blood. However, it still slowly walked to the front. Again, the white tiger said with a ferocious expression, trembling. The Immortal of Six Paths' face darkened. Baizazai, I think you've really gone mad. I'm still here, and the infinite celestial capital is still here. Baizazai said resolutely as he floated in the air. At this moment, Baizazai seemed to have reached the end of the road, but he was still unwilling to give up the infinite celestial capital behind him. The ministers of the Dahan were touched. Good. You asked for it. The Immortal of Six Paths said with a ferocious expression. Boom. Behind the Immortal of Six Paths, 3,000 shadows of the great Tao suddenly appeared. The great Tao shone brightly, shaking heaven and earth. The Immortal of Six Paths waved his hand, and once again he gathered the power of 3,000 great Tao in his palm and struck out. The palm of the great Tao carried the might of the heavens and the power of destruction. It smashed toward Bai Zizai and the infinite celestial capital behind him. The palm of the great Tao. It was so huge. Everyone revealed a look of horror. Even Bai Zizai revealed a look of despair. This palm had mobilized the power of 3,000 great paths. He could no longer block it. "Sir, I've tried my best," Bai Zizai said bitterly with despair. Just as Bai Zizai was in despair, Xing, suddenly, in the direction of the southern sea in the Yang realm, a ray of sword light shot up into the sky. The sword light was dazzling, like a heavenly pillar that pierced through heaven and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, all the swords in the divine continent suddenly vibrated, as if they had sensed the aura of the King of Swords, and were trembling and worshipping him. The sword light was so strong that even the Immortal of Six Paths, who was separated by infinite power, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He turned his head to look. Boom! The sword light suddenly changed its direction, as if it was slashing from the top of the sky, and it was about to hit the Immortal's head. What? The Immortal's face darkened. He immediately changed the direction of the palm of the great Tao to meet the sword light. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword light was shattered by the palm of the great Tao, and the palm of the great Tao was also cut in half by the sword light. Even though the palm of the great Tao came in a hurry, the terrifying sword force was still able to cut it in half, which shocked many people. The Immortal's battle stopped, and he turned his head to look. He saw a man in a white robe flying out of the sky in the distance. The man was none other than the disciple of the Wanshou Taoism who had disappeared for a long time. Ho! Just now, it was Ho's sword that had cut the Immortal's palm of the great Tao. "It's you!" The Immortal of Six Paths suddenly opened, his eyes wide. Whoosh! Ho took a step forward, and like a sword light, he appeared in front of the limitless sky in an instant, blocking the limitless sky behind him. The Immortal of Six Paths stared at Ho and said coldly, "As expected, if you don't remove the roots when cutting the grass, there will be endless trouble." Ho looked at the Immortal of Six Paths coldly. "If I didn't remind me and wake me up from my sword dream, I wouldn't have known that you had already come out of seclusion." You know that old thing too?" The Immortal said in surprise. "Wasn't I another immortal firmament? Ho is a disciple of the Wanshou Taoism. How did he know me?" The Immortal didn't know that Ho was the reincarnation of Tong Tian from the Jie sect, and the Tong Tian from the Jie sect was the Supreme Pure, one of the three Pure Ones. When I went to Chase 30, I sent a voice transmission to Ho to wake him up. This was also a backup plan I left behind. Ho waved the bronze sword in his hand and looked at the Immortal coldly. "There are many things you don't know, Immortal." According to the will of sect leader Yuanshi Tianzuan, I am the new sect leader of the Wanshou Taoism. And I also have the obligation to avenge Yuanshi Tianzuan. You have repeatedly opposed the Wanshou Taoism and even killed Yuanshi Tianzuan. Today, I will use the sect leader's sword Dao to kill your evil body." Ho flipped the sword in his hand and immediately slashed at the Immortal of Six Paths. The Immortal of Six Paths' face turned cold. What a joke! Back then, even Yuanshi Tianzuan was no match for me. You think you can? Xing, the Immortal of Six Paths waved his hand, and a sacred sword appeared in his hand. The sacred sword instantly clashed with Ho's bronze sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the holy sword missed. However, the holy sword was struck by the bronze sword. Bang! The sacred sword changed its direction, but the bronze sword instantly reached the center of the Immortal of Six Paths' eyebrows. The Immortal of Six Paths' face changed. He grabbed the power of the great Tao to block it, and quickly retreated to a safe place. Although he was safe, the Immortal of Six Paths was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Impossible. How can your sword Tao be so strong? Have you reached the perfection of the gods? Or the perfection of the gods? The Immortal of Six Paths' face darkened. The sect leader taught me the sword Tao, so I can't let him down. Ho said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's sword Tao? Humph, what's the big deal? No, since your sword Tao was taught by Yuanshi Tianzuan, how about you face Yuanshi Tianzuan? The Immortal of Six Paths sneered. As he spoke, he activated the Snuan. Wang. The power of the 3,000 great Daos slowly condensed into the shadow of Yuanshi Tianzuan. The Yuanshi Tianzuan condensed by the great Tao was as majestic as before. The primeval sword in his hand was drawn, and sword chi exploded in all directions. How is it? This is your sect leader. The Immortal of Six Paths pointed at Yuanshi Tianzuan and laughed. Ho's eyes turned cold. He's not the sect leader, and the sect leader is not someone you can insult. Humph! Ho took a step forward and slashed at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned cold, and the primeval sword in his hand slashed out a destructive chaotic sword, aura. Yuanshi Tianzuan versus Ho. Hung. Two beams of sword light pierced through heaven and earth. The two sword cultivators separated after the battle, and their figures crossed each other. Ho was still holding the bronze sword, and Yuanshi Tianzuan was also holding the primeval sword. Both of them suddenly stopped in the air. Just when no one knew who was going to win, Yi Zichen was stunned. Creak. However, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' forehead suddenly split apart. In an instant, he turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Impossible. You killed Yuanshi Tianzuan? The Immortal of Six Paths said in surprise. He's not the sect leader. Although you simulated the swordsmanship, he'll never be a match for the sect leader. All right, Immortal of Six Paths, it's your turn now. Ho said coldly. Xing. The sword light soared into the sky and pierced toward the Immortal of Six Paths. The Immortal of Six Paths' expression changed. The sacred sword in his hand mobilized the power of the 3,000 great Daos and instantly triggered a vast amount of sword chi to surge toward Ho. Whoosh! The sword chi triggered by the 3,000 great Daos was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the sword chi covered the sky and earth, and it surged toward Ho like a sea. It was like a person facing the entire sea with a sword. The contrast between the huge and the weak shocked by Zazai and the others. Ho was not afraid at all. He gripped the bronze sword in his hand, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and instantly rushed into the huge sea of sword chi. The bronze sword in Ho's hand was like a stream of light. The light flashed and exploded in all directions. Every time the bronze sword rippled, a large amount of sword chi would flow back. The sea of sword chi was huge, but it flowed and turned, and Ho's sword was indomitable. Rumble! With a loud bang, Ho actually deflected all the sword chi. The entire sea of sword chi seemed to be torn apart by Ho's sword. Wherever the sword tip went, all the other swords submitted. 3,000 great Daos of swords? Immortal of the Six Paths, your 3,000 Daos are nothing more than this. Bai shouted. With Ho as the center, the bronze sword erupted with a sharp green sword chi. The sword chi shot in all directions, like a vast green sword lotus blooming in the sea. The green lotus bloomed, and all the swords collapsed. Hung! With a deafening boom, the surging sea of sword chi actually crumbled apart. The power of the sea of sword chi, gathered by the 3,000 great Daos, disappeared under Ho's green sword. The terrifying sword Dao shocked all the experts in the world, and they widened their eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. When the sword comes out of the lotus, it fills the 3,000 great Daos. Ho has created a new Tao technique, the lifespan divine text spirit. Will there be another sword cultivator? Long Wanyu's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 1277. She stepped on the sword lotus, and when the sword lotus bloomed, the 3,000 great paths seemed to tremble. Immortal 6 paths stared at the trembling 3,000 great paths and revealed a look of surprise. Breaking through the sword sea of the 3,000 great paths was nothing. But why did the 3,000 great paths tremble when the sword lotus bloomed? It was as if some of the rules of the 3,000 great paths were triggered by the sword lotus. Was it the same when Fuxi created longevity cultivation? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes in the distance. Long Wanyu revealed a look of surprise. It was the same when I created longevity cultivation. In the starry sky, the second divine consciousness of 30, who was attached to Zhu Sansan, also suddenly narrowed his eyes. Sword cultivation has been recognized by the 3,000 great paths. Another founder of cultivation has been born. 30's second divine consciousness said in surprise. After the surprise, 30 frowned again and said, "It is indeed the birth of a new cultivation, but it is not perfect. Sword cultivation? This is an unexpected thing. This person's sword Tao is extraordinary. I don't believe it. Who do you think you are?" The Wanshou Taoism and Yuanshi Tianzuan were both defeated by me. You are just a disciple of the Wanshou Taoism. How strong can your sword cultivation be? Immortal 6 paths stared. He waved his hand. Boom. The 3,000 great paths suddenly moved quickly, as if they were faintly condensing into 3,000 cultivators of different appearances. They led the 3,000 great paths to attack Qi. Sometimes talent is needed. My sword cultivation is not complete, but it is enough to avenge the sect leader. Qi stared. In the blink of an eye, he rushed toward Immortal 6 paths. The 3,000 great paths condensed into experts pounced on Qi's azure-sharp longsword, slashed down like a torrential storm. Where Qi stepped, huge green sword lotuses bloomed everywhere. In an instant, under the huge battle, the world was filled with sword lotuses. Endless sword lotuses blotted out the sky and earth, matching the grand occasion of the birth of the sword cultivation lineage. Boom, boom, boom. Ho's sword Tao was too ferocious. Perhaps the sword cultivator lineage was a lineage born for battle. Once it appeared, even the 3,000 great Tao would have to retreat under the sword. Impossible. No one can compare to him. Sword Tao. What sword Tao? What a joke. The great Tao is in my grasp. Open. Immortal of 6 paths waved his hand again. The power of the great path surged into the sage of 6 paths' sacred sword. At this moment, the holy sword was like a heavenly pillar. As the immortal used it, it cut through the heavens and broke the earth. It was incomparably ferocious. Boom. The bronze longsword collided with the sacred sword. When they collided, the bronze sword was ultimately inferior in terms of strength. The bronze sword suddenly paused. However, Ho's sword Tao was even more powerful. He took a step back to advance, and in an instant, a sword Qi slashed across Immortal 6 paths' shoulder. The immortal of the 6 paths quickly dodged, but the corner of his clothes was still cut open. Impossible. I am the best swordsman in the world. Immortal of 6 paths said with a ferocious expression. His eyes stared into the eyes of the Ho, and a powerful will rushed out. Ho did not give in at all. His will of sword principle rushed out. Buzz. The two of them paused slightly in the void. It was as if a spiritual space had been opened. In that spiritual space, the two of them were fighting with their sword Tao. Boom. With a loud bang, Immortal of Six Paths, was suddenly hit by a powerful will. His body shook, and he staggered and looked at Ho in surprise. Immortal of Six Paths lost in a sword battle. Impossible. Swordsmanship requires continuous battle to improve. Who fought with you? Why do you have such a sword, Dao, for no reason? Immortal of Six Paths said with a look of disbelief. Ho looked at Immortal of Six Paths coldly. Opponent? Of course, Ho had his own opponents. Yuanshi Tianzuan had left behind the memory of his battle with Six Paths. Ho and his 4 disciples had all comprehended it. After comprehending it, the 5 of them opened a spiritual space and continued to fight. The 5 of them were all peerless sword cultivators. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. They even perfected the cultivation of the sword range. In the past few days, they had no distractions and created the sword cultivation sect. There were 5 cultivators in the world, but the 5 of them had strong talents and dedicated deduction. Finally, they created the 6th cultivator, sword cultivation. However, it was still a little rough. If Laozi hadn't called Ho to help at the last minute, the 5 of them would have perfected the sword cultivation sect. However, Ho had to come because of Laozi's call. Ho came. His 4 disciples were still in the process of perfecting the sword cultivation sect. Ho's sword was fierce. Immortal of Six Paths was at his wit's end with just a bronze sword. Jiang Chun, Ho, and Bai Zizai were all surprised by the battle. Who would have thought that Ho was so talented? Ho had inherited everything from the 2 Tongtian sect masters and the sword Dao of the primeval Lord of Heaven. It was not surprising that he was able to do so by climbing on the shoulders of giants. However, if that was the case, the situation of the battle would be different. Although Ho had not heard Immortal of Six Paths, the 2 of them were in a stalemate. How strange was that? At this moment, the countless commoners of the great Han dynasty rejoiced. His Holiness had friends who could drive away immortals. Ho could also block immortals. What was there to worry about? At least the people of the infinite celestial capital were relieved. In the starry sky, 32nd Divine looked at the noisy battle below with a gloomy expression. Immortal of Six Paths, you cultivated the extreme Tao body. 800,000 years ago, you had 3 souls and 7 spirits and 10 bodies. In the end, you lost your 2 souls and 7 spirits, leaving only your heavenly soul as your main body. You seem to have reached the extreme heavenly soul, but you will lose something. At the very least, you will lose the ability to perfectly control the power of the 3,000 great Daos. The power you can control is only a third of it. 30 narrowed his eyes at Immortal of Six Paths. Ho's sword Dao is powerful, but you are an immortal. You shouldn't lose to him. You have 3,000 great Daos, but you can't fully use them. Fine, I'll help you. I'll help you undo the restriction on Sun Yuan so that you can control the complete power of the 3,000 great Daos. 30 waved his hand. Like a ray of light, it shot into Sun Yuan on Immortal of Six Paths' left hand. The immortal origin trembled slightly and turned scarlet red. What? Immortal of Six Paths looked at Sun Yuan on his palm in shock. At this moment, the 3,000 great Daos that stood between heaven and earth suddenly became more than 3 times thicker. The power they emitted also increased by more than 3 times. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of the 3,000 great Daos surged out and sent Ho flying. Even the sword Lotus under his feet shattered. How can this be? How did the power of the great Daos become stronger? Ho was shocked. The sword Lotus under his feet regenerated, but when Ho looked at Immortal of Six Paths, he felt a lot more dangerous. Immortal of Six Paths looked at Sun Yuan on his palm in surprise. Just a moment ago, Immortal of Six Paths felt as if a seal on Sun Yuan had been undone. He could control the 3,000 great Daos more easily now. This is Immortal of Six Paths didn't understand. In the starry sky, 30 narrowed his eyes. Six paths, you are not a complete person. How can you completely refine Sinuan? However, you are lucky that I helped you refine it. Now, you have 3 times the power. Ho will not be your opponent anymore. So, what if his sword Dao is powerful? In front of the great Daos, all power is useless. Strength can break everything. No matter how powerful his sword Dao is, he will not be able to defeat your overwhelming power. Immortal of Six Paths suddenly became stronger. Not only did the 3,000 great Daos become thicker, but their power also increased by 3 times. They hit Ho and forced him to retreat. Immortal of Six Paths, you still have a trick up your sleeve. Humph. Ho glared and continued to attack with his sword. Immortal of Six Paths also noticed the abnormality, but it was good news for him. Immortal of Six Paths didn't think too much about it. What he needed to think about was how to kill Ho as soon as possible. Ho, the power of the great Daos changed. Then let's do it again. Let's see if you can block it. Sword Ocean, out. Immortal of Six Paths shouted. The 3,000 great Daos once again formed a sea of sword chi. The sea of sword chi rushed toward Ho. Boom! Ho rushed forward with his sword. Suddenly, a green lotus bloomed in the sea of sword chi, and a large amount of sword chi exploded. However, it was not like before, where all the sword chi exploded. Only a small part of it exploded. However, this small part of it was filled up in the blink of an eye. Again, Ho's eyes widened. Boom, 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 boom. The sword lotus bloomed, and the sea of sword chi was like a green lotus blooming continuously. Ho's terrifying combat power shook the world as he rushed toward Immortal of Six Paths again and again. Immortal of Six Paths was also shocked. Fortunately, Ho's sword Dao was powerful, but he was still blocked by the sea of sword chi. Immortal of Six Paths held the sacred sword and controlled the sea of sword chi to attack Ho. In the blink of an eye, Ho was trapped by the sea of sword chi. He was arrogant just now, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Although Ho was so fierce that Immortal of Six Paths didn't dare to be careless and didn't even have the time to use the power of all living things, it didn't change the fact that Ho was losing. Was Ho going to lose? At this moment, Ho was completely submerged in the sea of sword chi. He could only see the green lotuses blooming in the sea of sword chi, telling everyone that Ho was still alive. Was Immortal of Six Paths going to win? A look of despair appeared on everyone's face. What should we do? Immortal of Six Paths has become stronger, but he hasn't used the power of all living things. Long Wanqing was anxious. Give me the power of all living things. Suddenly, a voice sounded at the entrance of the soaring palace. Huh! Everyone looked over. They saw His Holiness of Great Yen standing at the entrance of the soaring palace. Ho! Chen Xian Er's face darkened. Ho's defeat is certain. Your boundless celestial capital is about to be destroyed. At this time, only I can resist Immortal of Six Paths. I have the power of Great Yen, but Dahan doesn't. You can use the power of the celestial capital and give me the power of all living things. I'll deal with Immortal of Six Paths. Ho solemnly said, only His Holiness can use the power of Dahan. How can I give it to you? Chun Tianshan was extremely conflicted. Long Wanyu, how did Yuan Shi Tianzuan do it back then? You should have a solution, right? Ho looked at Long Wanyu. A complicated expression appeared on Long Wanyu's face. Long Wanyu indeed had a way. Back then, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had been able to do it. How could Long Wanyu, the creator of luck cultivation, not be able to do it? Furthermore, The river diagram was beside her. Long Wanyu looked at Qinxian. Immortal of 6 paths destroyed my boundless celestial capital to force my husband out. My husband isn't in the imperial court, but he gave me an imperial edict, allowing me to decide the military affairs of Dahan on his behalf. This time, I'll have to trouble His Holiness of Great Yen. Qinxian took out an imperial edict. While Lala, seeing the imperial edict, all the officials immediately knelt down. When Ho looked at Qinxian, he sighed in admiration. Empress Chun, your spirit is not inferior to Gu Hai's. Qinxian was not happy. Solemnly, she said, Wanyu, what should we do? Cooperate with His Holiness of Great Yen immediately. Oh, Long Wanyu nodded. Chapter 1278. Boundless Celestial Capital, Sea of Providence. Under Long Wanyu's control, Hichu's body emitted a trace of the power of Providence and immediately condensed the clam statue in the Sea of Providence. Long Wanyu created the Sea of Providence, so she knew more about it than Yuanshi Tianzuan, so it wasn't difficult for her to do this. The clam statue stood on the Sea of Providence and looked at Gu Hai's statue. On the other side, Long Wanyu reached out and tapped Hichu's glabella, as if a force had stimulated Gu Hai's statue. Brother-in-law, I'm borrowing your power from the Dahan. Long Wanyu whispered. Gu Hai's statue seemed to wake up after being stimulated. However, Gu Hai's statue didn't seem to recognize the clam opposite it. When it saw the invader, its eyes immediately widened. Hu Long Long. On the Sea of Providence, the statues of ministers also moved, as if they were helping Gu Hai's statue to expel the clam statue. His Holiness decrees that I will deploy the Dahan's military and politics. Qinxian raised the imperial decree and pointed it at the Sea of Providence. On the Sea of Providence, Qinxian Oi's statue reached out, and a beam of golden light immediately surged toward Gu Hai's statue. It was as if it was passing Gu Hai's decree to the statue. The deity statue was Gu Hai's incarnation. However, Gu Hai did not have his consciousness in the deity statue. The deity statue would only instinctively defend against all unfavorable situations. However, with Gu Hai's imperial edict, and after confirming its authenticity, the deity statue naturally followed the edict like it had found its backbone. Immediately, Gu Hai's statue lowered its guard against the clam statue. Providence connects all the people in the world. Guide the power of the people into the clam statue. Let my voice spread to the ears of the world. Qinxian said. Gu Hai's statue didn't refuse. Of course, it was the same in the Indu of eternity. Citizens of the Dahan, this consort, Qinxian, is His Holiness's wife. Today, His Holiness is in seclusion to make a breakthrough. The heavens are at peace with the infinite celestial capital. Traitor of the heavens, Samsara. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and destroy the limitless celestial capital and the Dahan celestial empire. 10 days ago, His Holiness's friend, Laozi, defeated the Samsara and fled. This time, the evil traitor attacked again, but His Holiness's friend, Laozi, stopped him. The might of the immortals is nothing more than this. They fought with great difficulty to protect the Dahan celestial empire. The Dahan celestial empire doesn't only need protection. The Dahan celestial empire can also resist because the Dahan celestial empire has countless citizens and endless power. Today, this consort, as His Holiness's wife and His Holiness's imperial edict, which is also His Holiness's order, asks everyone to raise their right hands and lend the power of the infinite celestial capital to help Laozi eliminate the evil and defend the Tao. We will defend the Dahan celestial empire and make it eternal. Qinxian suddenly shouted. Boom! The Sea of Providence immediately transmitted Chun Xianer's voice to the ears of all the citizens of the Dahan celestial capital. After a series of events, the citizens of the Dahan celestial capital had a very high degree of recognition of the Dahan celestial capital. So what if they were immortals? They only dared to launch a sneak attack when His Holiness was in seclusion. However, they were scared away by His Holiness's friends the first time. This time, it was another person who blocked their attack. How could they be called immortals? These days, Sima Chongkong and the others praised Gu Hai with all kinds of stories, novels, and biographies. Similarly, as Gu Hai's wife, Chun Xianer was also praised. Chun Xianer's words came through the Sea of Providence, which was almost the same as Gu Hai's. Moreover, she also had Gu Hai's imperial edict. Divine Empress, take away my power and destroy the six paths. The Dahan, celestial capital, will become an immortal. The six paths is a traitor. He stole the Snuon of the heavens, and he still wants to kill all of us. The heavens are the rightful rulers. Who cares about the six paths? Take away my power. Take away my power. In the Dahan celestial capital, countless people raised their right hands. Waves of power flooded into the infinite celestial capital, and the eternal Indu, with the help of Gu Hai's statue, these waves of power quickly entered the body of the statue of Hui. People of the great Yen celestial capital, please raise your right hand and borrow my power. Hui also said, with the help of Long Wanyu and Hichu, we could borrow power from the people of the great Yen celestial capital, even if he stood in the infinite celestial capital. Rumble! Waves of power flooded into the statue of Hui. When the six paths, Immortal was fighting Hui secretly took away the power of all living beings. Of course, he couldn't take away the 2,000 cities of the God-seizing palace, but those 2,000 cities were nothing in the world. The Dahan celestial capital and the great Yen celestial capital had 98,000 cities. Rumble! The terrifying power gathered into a group of god statues, which slowly flew to where Hui was and poured the terrifying power of living beings into his body. A thunderous sound came from Hui's body. The power was as terrifying as a tsunami. Under the huge power, even the six paths, Immortal, who was fighting not far away, was shocked. What? The six paths, Immortal's expression changed. He didn't have time to take the power of all living beings, but someone else did it first? How dare you? The six paths, Immortal glared and roared. She wanted to pounce over, but Yu was in the front of the pack. Hui's body was only an afterimage. At this moment, there seemed to be hundreds of Hui's afterimages floating in the sky, each holding a bronze longsword. Wherever the longsword was drawn, green lotuses bloomed everywhere. The green lotuses bloomed, and the swords exploded. The sea of sword chi formed by the 3,000 great Daos exploded everywhere. Even though Hui was being suppressed, its powerful sword was able to hold Immortal six paths back. Holding the sacred sword, the six paths, Immortal was anxious. Hui, you forced me to do this. I didn't want to use the divine skill that I cultivated in seclusion for 800,000 years. You asked for it. The six paths, Immortal said with a ferocious expression. The divine skill that you cultivated in seclusion for 800,000 years. In the starry sky, 30 narrowed his eyes. Obviously, 30 didn't expect the six paths, Immortal, to have a backup plan. The six paths, Immortal's body suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, he disappeared. Huh. In the distance, Hui, Jiangchun, and 30's expressions changed. What kind of cultivation technique was that? The rolling sea of sword chi suddenly came to life. All of a sudden, it became several times sharper. Rumble! Suddenly, a large amount of sword chi slashed through Hui's body, and countless wounds appeared on his body. His robe was torn into pieces. All the afterimages disappeared in an instant. How did the sea of sword chi formed by the 3,000 great Daos suddenly become so strong? Long One, you said in surprise. Huey's expression was also gloomy. Hurry up, people, raise your hands. Power, hurry. The power of all living beings was still gathering in Huey's body. He was not ready yet. On the other side, we seemed to be defeated in the sea of sword chi. In the starry sky, 30 narrowed his eyes. The body of a celestial god. So the body of a celestial god is different from the body of 3 souls and 7 spirits. The body of a celestial soul can transform into billions. Little 6 divine skill has been mastered. In the distance, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. True Lord, what kind of cultivation technique is that? Why is he gone? Long Aoqian said in shock. He is still here. He has merged into the billions of sword chi, and the billions of sword chi are his carriers. Every sword chi that slashed into the heavens is one of Little 6 clones, and his clones can mobilize more power of the great Daos. Jiang Chen explained. I don't understand. The power of 3,000 great Daos is condensed into this huge sea of sword chi. In other words, the power of 3,000 great Daos is dispersed in this huge sea of sword chi. Once Little 6 fuses with it, he'll be able to redistribute the scattered power. He'll be able to distribute more power to the sword chi near Pyrolite, and less to the sword chi in the periphery. That way, he'll be able to multiply his power by countless times. Thousands of clones, merging into all things? 800,000 years ago, his 2 souls and 7 spirits were destroyed, and only this one is left. This one has its advantages. The celestial soul may be able to merge into heaven and earth and mobilize heaven and earth for his own use. I still don't understand. If you don't understand, keep watching. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Boom, boom, boom. Huey's sword chi was finally no match for Immortal 6 Paths Sea of Sword Chi. Indeed, the path of destruction was powerful, but it was easy to use. How could it be compared to the power of the great Daos? Now that Immortal 6 Paths had merged into it and carefully allocated the power, the sword chi was huge. If there was only a small amount of sword chi, we could avoid it, but it was surrounded by sword chi, and there was no room for more. Some of the sword chi did not have much power, but when Hui dodged, it was instantly endowed with endless power by Immortal 6 Paths. As a result, whenever Hui encountered sword chi, it would be strengthened countless times. How could he withstand it? Boom, boom, boom. After a while, Hui was covered in blood, and some parts of his body were even cut off. White bones were exposed. Roar 6 Paths. Huey's face was ferocious. Dai ho! Immortal of 6 Paths shouted. Rumble! The rolling sword chi suddenly drowned Hui, like a mortal falling into the sea, and was completely drowned by the roaring sea. Under the destructive power of the great Daos in the sword chi, no one could withstand it. The outcome was clear, and Hui was buried in the sea of sword chi. Immortal 6 Paths, who had split into thousands of clones, slowly reformed his body. Huff! The Immortal, who had reformed his body, panted heavily. Clearly, the splitting just now had taken a huge toll on him. However, looking at the whirlpool-like sword chi in the center of the sea of sword chi, the Immortal revealed a look of satisfaction. You overestimate yourself. The Immortal revealed a cold smile. If he won, Hui would have been killed inside. Just as the Immortal was sure that Hui was dead, boom! At the place where the sword chi was the densest, endless sword chi suddenly exploded. A green sword rushed into the sky and instantly pierced between the Immortal's eyebrows. What? No! The Immortal screamed in shock and suddenly activated the sea of sword chi. Hung! The vast sea of sword chi, which had gathered the 3,000 great Daos, suddenly exploded under the Immortal's control. The huge explosion swept through the entire world of the living and went straight into the starry sky. The endless starry sky suddenly trembled. How terrifying was the explosion of the 3,000 great Daos! It was so terrifying that the Immortal, who had the great Daos protecting him, had his clothes torn apart, and his entire body exploded in a sorry state. Along with the explosion of the Immortal, there was also a bronze sword. The bronze sword pierced between the Immortal's eyebrows. Half an inch. It pierced in half an inch. It stopped. In front of the Immortal stood a white, misty figure. It was an illusory figure made of white fog. It stopped 3 feet away from the Immortal. Hui! Its body and soul were destroyed, leaving only a trace of its figure. It held the sword and pierced between the Immortal's eyebrows. Unfortunately, it was only half an inch. Only half an inch. At this moment, the Immortal was covered in sweat and quickly retreated. He retreated for a full 50 miles before stopping. He slowly pulled out the bronze sword between his eyebrows. In the distance, the Huey's figure was about to disappear, but the remnant aura still looked at the Immortal of 6 paths with a trace of regret. This regret might be eternity. Hui was defeated. Its body and soul were destroyed. However, the Immortal of 6 paths was so frightened that he didn't dare to move forward for a long time. When he pulled out the bronze sword, blood flowed out from between his eyebrows. The Immortal acted as if he didn't see it. It was too dangerous. It was too dangerous. Hui was so close to killing the Immortal. Chapter 1279. Song Jie's residence. Gu Hai practiced the 3,000 formations in Go and won. At first, Xiao Chun waited in anticipation. Now he was completely immersed in the Go puzzle. 3,000 Gu Hai's Go skills analyzed the complexity of the 3,000 Great Tao and played 3,000 powerful Go puzzles with Gu Hai. Furthermore, these 3,000 Go puzzles gradually merged into one. They were no longer split into 3,000 Go puzzles. Now, there was only one Go puzzle, an extremely complicated Go puzzle. This Go puzzle was the most complicated one Gu Hai had encountered so far. It was even more horrifying than the one he faced Old Man Guanxi. Gu Hai immersed himself in the Go puzzle. A vast army slowly materialized above the Go puzzle. Gu Hai seemed to see his own image standing on the dragon throne and controlling the world. However, the world here was even larger and more complicated than the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. It seemed to be as deep as ancient times, spanning thousands of immortal heavens. Every time Gu Hai placed a Go stone, a boundless army would be destroyed. Even dozens of immortal heavens would be destroyed. Of course, new immortal heavens would be born as well. Life and death. Gu Hai seemed to have seen through the cycle of life and death. Every Go stone represented a new life. In Gu Hai's forehead, the 4 Go puzzles, which were close to perfect in the past, were slowly piecing together in a seemingly impossible manner. Previously, they could not fit together because the Go stones of the 4 Go puzzles did not connect to each other after they fit together. It did not matter whether the Go puzzles fit together or not. However, it was different now. Gu Hai seemed to see something different. Life turns into death. Death turns into life. However, there is a third form between life and death. Preconception of life, but not death. Preconception of death, but not life. A third Go puzzle? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Xiao Chen's forehead fell. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal landed in the center of the 4 Go puzzles pieced together. When an outsider Go stone was placed, the originally unconnected Go puzzles suddenly connected. Boom! The 4 Go puzzles merged completely. So that's how it is. There really are 36. A chess piece outside the game may seem like an outsider, but it's actually inside the game. It broadens one's horizons and allows one to survey the entire universe. That's the third chess piece. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Walla lala! The Go pieces on the 4 Go boards started to move quickly and complicatedly. On the other hand, the 4 Gu Hai chess souls on the 4 chessboards found a point of agreement and suddenly merged with each other. The 7th fragment, Gu Hai's 7th soul, was slowly being born. At the same time, waves of white when Qi suddenly rushed towards Gu Hai's body like a gale. Rumble! The entire Tsang Jie mansion was filled with rumbling noises. Not far from Gu Hai, Tsang Jie saw the changes in Gu Hai's body and revealed a gratified expression. His Holiness, you're indeed amazing. I didn't misjudge you. Tsang Jie also said, excitedly. All of Li Gu's Wen Qi was collected by Tsang Jie for Gu Hai to break through. Now, Gu Hai's 7th soul was about to be born completely. Wen Qi would also become Gu Hai's peak Qi and achieve heavenly palace perfection. Gu Hai's human soul and earthly soul were also perfection. 3 souls as gods, all perfection, perfection of gods. Tsang Jie was looking forward to it. Jiang Chen also felt the movement in Tsang Jie mansion's boundary and looked over in confusion. However, he couldn't see anything clearly. Wen Qi filled the air and was endless. Jiang Chen only took a glance and then turned his gaze to the battlefield outside the infinite celestial capital. Because the battle there was equally exciting. Qi's strength was beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. Perhaps because of Yuanshi Tianzuan's halo in the past, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to Qi. However, at this moment, Qi's ability made Jiang Chen reveal a look of amazement. Another person like Fuxi. It's a pity that his sword cultivation was comprehended too late. It's still in its embryonic form. It still needs time. Jiang Chen said with a trace of pity. In the distance, Qi's sword before his death was too amazing. It actually pierced half an inch into Immortal Six Paths' forehead. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and he would have killed the Immortal. Many people had a look of pity. Immortal Six Paths, who was flying far away, pulled out the bronze sword from his forehead. His eyes were also filled with shock. So close, just a little bit more. Immortal Six Paths was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. In the distance, Qi's soul had already dispersed. His body and soul were destroyed. The only thing left was a wisp of remnant consciousness that was about to be destroyed and a trace of smoke. The white and transparent Qi also showed a look of regret at this moment. Just a little bit more, and he would have won. Just a little bit more. Qi showed a trace of bitterness, and it was about to disappear. However, even though Qi had been utterly defeated, Immortal Six Paths still couldn't let go of the anger in his heart. Humph! Immortal Six Paths shouted angrily after recovering from his shock. Boom! The bronze sword that was pulled out from between his eyebrows suddenly bounced back like a sharp arrow, shooting towards the smoke of Qi. This sword didn't have much power, but it would definitely destroy the last trace of Qi and make Qi completely disappear from this world. The bronze sword, which was in front of Qi, completely announced the fall of Qi. From now on, there would be no trace of Qi left in this world. Bang! The moment the bronze sword hit the smoke of Qi, suddenly the bronze sword stopped in front of Qi, bringing with it a strong wind. Immortal Six Paths' face turned cold. However, at this moment, Qi appeared. Qi used his body to block the wisp of smoke of Qi. He pinched the bronze sword between his 2 fingers. The tip of the sword couldn't move, and a huge force bounced back to the sword hilt. The sword hilt shook violently, and a buzzing sound was heard. Qi, Immortal Six Paths' face turned cold. Qi stopped the sword and looked behind him at the smoke that had been destroyed. Qi, Your sword cultivation has exceeded my and Gu Hai's expectations. This time, you helped Gu Hai protect the country, and your body and soul were destroyed. I can't completely restore you, but I can still save your life. Unfortunately, from now on, your cultivation will be destroyed, and you will have to start all over again. Qi said, "Ha ha ha, his body and soul are already destroyed. How can you save him?" Immortal Six Paths said with disdain. Qi reached out his hand and took out a pill. He put it into the smoke of Qi, whoosh. Suddenly, bursts of flames seemed to surge from all directions. Then, Qi's hazy body slowly became solid. That's impossible. What's that? Nirvana pill. Immortal Six Paths stared. In the starry sky, 30's eyes turned cold. Nirvana pill? No, this Nirvana pill's power is much weaker. At most, it can save Qi. A weakened Nirvana pill. Jiang Chen also narrowed his eyes. Nirvana pill? I understand. It must be Jingwei. Jingwei gave it to her. Unfortunately, its power is too weak. Qi can only live and can't be restored. Infinite Celestial Capital. Lin Wanner also recognized it. Back in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, Gu Hai had used Zhu Qiqi's Nirvana pill to save her and Jingwei. Now, there was another one. Jingwei just obtained the vermilion bird's body, so the Nirvana pill he condensed is naturally weak. However, it is enough to save his life. Qi's cultivation is destroyed, but I believe that he will recover sooner or later. Slowly. Qi revealed a faint smile. How dare you? Immortal Six Paths stared. He stepped forward and charged at Qi, wanting to completely destroy him. Even if Qi's cultivation was destroyed, Immortal Six Paths did not want him to be revived. After all, what happened just now was too dangerous. By Zazai, protect Qi. Revive! Qi shouted and threw the bronze sword in his hand. Then, he charged at Immortal Six Paths with a ferocious expression. Roar! Qi was still fearless facing Immortal Six Paths. He threw a punch with a ferocious expression. Hung! There was a deafening sound, and a large area of the void was torn apart. However, Qi protected behind him, and everything behind him was stable. The huge impact was all behind Immortal Six Paths. Behind Immortal Six Paths, the void exploded as if thousands of arrows were tearing through it. Qi did not move, but Immortal Six Paths suddenly retreated more than 10 feet. With one punch, the winner was decided. Qi won. Many of Dahan's officials were shocked. That was Immortal Six Paths, and he lost to Qi? Bai Zizai quickly flew to Qi's side, caught the bronze sword that Qi threw out, and guarded Qi in front of him. He was also amazed by Qi's power. Immortal Six Paths took a step back. He was shocked at first, but in the next moment, he revealed a ferocious expression. The power of all living beings, my power of all living beings has been stolen by you. Good, good, good. Immortal Six Paths said hatefully. Immortal Six Paths did not use the power of the 3,000 paths in his punch just now. It was just his own power. His own power was naturally inferior to Qi's power of all living beings. That was the power of all living beings in the world. How could it compare? However, Immortal Six Paths did not admit defeat. Qi had taken the power of all living beings first, and he still had 3,000 paths. Qi was so fierce just now, but in the end, he was defeated by his 3,000 paths. With 3,000 paths, Immortal Six Paths would be invincible. It was a close call before, but it would not happen now. As for Qi being revived, Immortal Six Paths was no longer in a hurry. He calmed down and saw everything clearly. Even if Qi was revived, his cultivation would be destroyed. Wouldn't it be the same if he killed him later? Now, killing Qi was the right thing to do. Great Yen, His Holiness Qi, a mere drought demon, wants to be an enemy of me? That's right. If you didn't jump out today, I would still look for you in the future. Not only you, but all those who helped Yuanshi Tianzuan in the past deserve to die. No one can get away with it. Immortal Six Paths looked at Qi and sneered. Rumble. The 3,000 phantoms of the Great Path, which had been destroyed by the explosion, appeared behind the Immortal of the Six Paths once again. With Sun Yuan around, Immortal Six Paths could use the 3,000 paths at will. Immortal Six Paths was invincible in the world. The wound between his eyebrows slowly healed. Immortal Six Paths' torn clothes were also instantly restored. His gorgeous Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. Immortal Six Paths looked at Qi with murderous intent. We all deserve to die. Many people helped Yuanshi Tianzuan in the past. You, Immortal Six Paths, have been out of seclusion for 10 days. Who did you kill in these 10 days? Jiangchen? Guhai? Me? Oh, right. You killed Qi, but Qi was revived immediately. Oh, right. You were so scared by me that you ran away. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Six Paths. Immortal Six Paths? You didn't kill anyone in the world. Immortal Six Paths? What a joke. You sneered. Chapter 1280. We all deserve to die. There were many people who helped Yuanshi Tianzuan back then. You, the Immortal of Six Paths, have been out for 10 days? Who did you kill in these 10 days? Jiangchen? Guhai? Me? Oh, right, you killed me, but I was resurrected immediately. Oh, right, you were so scared by me that you ran away. Ha ha ha, Immortal? Immortal is nothing more than that. You didn't kill anyone in the world. Immortal? What a joke. You sneered. The Immortal's face was gloomy. Yu's words had hit the Immortal's sore spot. When he came out of seclusion 10 days ago, he came with the aura of a king. In the past 10 days, he had been defeated everywhere. Until now, he had not even killed a single opponent, which annoyed the Immortal. Fine. I didn't kill anyone? Then I'll start with you. What do you think? The Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. In the cold voice, he waved his hand. Rumble! The power of 3,000 great paths suddenly gathered in the Immortal's hand. This time, the Immortal did not hold back. A powerful palm of the great path slammed toward you. This time, it was even more powerful than before. Because the 36th Immortal of Six Paths unsealed Sun Yuan, the power of the palm of the great path suddenly increased by more than 3 times. Even Jiangchen would avoid such a terrifying power, let alone you. When the palm came, you knew that it was extremely dangerous. This palm even sealed the surrounding void, leaving you with nowhere to run. It was going to completely destroy him. However, you did not retreat at this moment. His eyes turned cold, and he slammed his palm down. Power of all living beings, follow my command. You shouted. Boom. Yu's palm collided with the palm of the great path. Countless cracks appeared in the void. The entire mortal realm trembled violently. The power of all living beings, when Yuanshi Tianzuan used it in the past, was at most equivalent to the power of 3 great paths. 3 great paths, and 1 great path had 300 great paths. The power of all living beings was only equivalent to 900 great paths. However, the palm of the great path now had 3,000 great paths, and its power had increased by 3 times. How could the power of all living beings compare? Up in the starry skies, 30 revealed a cold smile. What a joke! Your power of life is only equivalent to 300 great Daos. What use is that, unless you utilize the power of all living beings by draining them dry? This little bit of power is simply not enough. 30 doesn't look favorably upon you. In the distance, Jiangchen was also not optimistic about the outcome. Although the power of all living beings was strong, it was still not enough. How could it compare to the palm of the great Tao? Ha 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 ha! Immortal of Six Paths laughed out loud. He increased the strength of his palm and pushed the giant paw back. His face darkened and his eyes widened. Boom! Behind Qi, 200 great Daos suddenly appeared, but they were the great Daos that Qi grasped. As soon as the Great Path appeared, it immediately provided Qi with an extremely terrifying power. The void exploded even more. However, it was still not enough. Now, Qi's strength was at most equivalent to 500 great Daos. How could it compare to the great Dao palm of an immortal? It's useless. Qi, in terms of strength, I am the #1 in the world. Even Qi from before did not dare to fight me head-on. He only dared to use unorthodox methods to force me. You want to fight me with strength? You are courting death. Immortal of 6 paths said with a trace of disdain. Not enough strength. Qi's eyes turned cold. Power of the sun, follow my command. My left eye is the sun. Illuminate the earth. Qi roared. Wang. In the sky above his head, the sun suddenly bloomed with a dazzling golden light. The golden light instantly rushed towards Qi, and a terrifying power of the sun instantly poured into Qi's body. Rumble! The sun trembled, and a monstrous power poured into Qi's body, as if it was Qi's powerful shield. The huge influx of power immediately slowed down Qi's paw. Power of the sun? You can mobilize so much power of the sun? Immortal of 6 paths said in surprise. The power of the sun is equivalent to 500 great Daos, but it's still not enough. Now, Qi's power is equivalent to 1,000 great Daos. If it was before I unlocked Sinyuan's shackles, it could be on par with 6 paths. But now it's still not enough. Qi sneered in the starry sky. Only 1/3 of the power of the great Dao palm. It was still not enough. The great Dao palm was still overwhelming. Power of the moon, follow my command. My right eye is the moon. Illuminate the world. Qi roared again. Rumble! In the sky in the west, there was a rumbling sound. As Qi's right eye turned silver, the moon that had set in the west suddenly rose from the west again. At the same time, the surging power of the moon rushed into Qi's body. Boom! Qi's left eye was golden, and his right eye was silver. A huge moon was pulled up from the underworld to Qi's head. It slowly flew up to Qi's shoulders. The sun and moon actually corresponded to each other in the sky above Qi's shoulders. The left was the sun, and the right was the moon. The power of the sun and moon became Qi's strong shield. Rumble! The power of Qi's paw increased a little, and the speed of its repulsion slowed down a little. The power of the moon. This is equivalent to 500 power of the great Dao. Qi's paw is already equivalent to 1,500 power of the great Dao. 30 squinted his eyes and looked down. No, the fusion of the sun and moon is not just 1 + 1 = 2. The power of the fusion is equivalent to 500 more power of the great Dao. Qi's power has already reached 2,000 power of the great Dao. In the distance, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and said, Rumble! The great Dao palm versus Qi's paw. Almost 2/3 of the great Dao palm. Qi's power was beyond Immortal 6 paths expectation. If Sun Yuan had not unsealed his power and increased his power by 3 times, he would have lost just now. Immortal 6 paths felt a chill in his heart, but at the same time, when he looked at Qi, his murderous intent became stronger. You must die. I must kill you. Immortal 6 paths roared with a ferocious expression. If Qi did not die, he would become his greatest enemy. He would become his nightmare. 2,000 power of the great Dao. So terrifying? Don't worry, it's not over yet. I still have more. Qi suddenly sneered. What? Immortal 6 paths raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, there was a slight sway behind Qi, as if 6 huge tails had appeared. As soon as the 6 tails appeared, they were slightly connected to the void. OM! 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 It was as if 6 hazy dragon-shaped pillars suddenly shone in the sky, as dazzling as the sun and the moon. Suddenly, rolling power surged from the 6 pillars into Chi's body. Boom! 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 A series of deafening sounds came from Chi's paw. The retreating Chi's paw stopped in the air. Chi's paw and the great Tao palm were in a stalemate. They were evenly matched and equally matched. They were equally big and strong. Neither was weaker than the other. The stalemate in the void caused the void to shake violently. The aftermath of the two's power hit the starry sky. Above the starry sky, billions of stars were trembling violently. It was a draw. Chi's paw was equivalent to 3,000 power of the great Tao. The terrifying palm made Immortal Six Paths' hair stand on end. 30 also narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, was overjoyed. How is this possible? How can Chi block 3,000 power of the great Tao? Then, what are those 6 dragon-shaped pillars? Are they borrowing power from them? What is that? Long Outyen exclaimed. That is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chi can use the full power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Good. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with admiration. 6 paths of reincarnation? Other than me, there is someone else who can use it at will? 30 narrowed his eyes. The 6 tails triggered the 6 paths of reincarnation, and finally stopped the 6 paths immortal. She was also struggling. After all, so much power had passed through his body. The burden was terrifying. His face was a little red, but he stared at Immortal Six Paths. How can you use so much power? That's impossible. No, the power of the sun, the moon, and the 6 paths of reincarnation. If you can use them, they must go through your body. How can your body withstand it? Is it the body of the ancestor zombie? Immortal Six Paths exclaimed. 6 paths? It seems that other than the snuon in your hand, you are useless. Chi sneered. What did you say? Immortal Six Paths said coldly. Isn't that right? If you don't have the snuon, would you be a match for me? That's it. No, you can't even deal with Chi. Just now. Chi sneered. Behind him, after a period of repair, Chi's body was finally restored. Chi was resurrected. Thank you, Diyen, for his holiness. Chi solemnly bowed to Immortal Six Paths. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Gu Hai. She said in a low voice. Chi owed Gu Hai a favor, which was why he saved Chi's expression changed slightly and nodded. Okay, I will remember. But I am very sorry. My cultivation is crippled, and I can't fight anymore. I can't help you. No need. This traitor is at the end of his rope. Chi said coldly. Chi nodded. Bai Zizai swung his sleeves and quickly returned to the infinite celestial capital with Chi at this moment. Everyone in the infinite celestial capital was staring at the battlefield. Immortal? That's it. He couldn't do anything to Jiang Chun, couldn't beat Laozi, and could barely deal with Chi now. Chi's strength was about the same as his. Perhaps immortals weren't that scary. Chi blocked the immortal's palm, but he had already used all his strength. After the initial shock, the immortal's eyes turned cold. Chi, you are powerful, but unfortunately, you must die today. There is only one ruler in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, and that is me. Chi looked coldly at the immortal of 6 paths. 6 paths of reincarnation? I don't know how you can use the 6 paths of reincarnation, but you might have forgotten something. Back then, Long Zhangwa stole 3 paths of reincarnation to fight me, but he lost in the end. You don't know, but I can also use the 6 paths of reincarnation. The immortal sneered. As he sneered, he suddenly activated the snuon in his hand. Rumble! Behind the Immortal, the void trembled. Then 6 huge Tongtian dragon-shaped pillars appeared behind the Immortal. 6 paths of reincarnation? Bai Zizai exclaimed. It was already scary enough that the Immortal could control 3,000 paths of reincarnation. Now, he could even use the 6 paths of reincarnation. If that was the case, the scales of victory would be tilted again. Boom! The Immortal's 6 paths of reincarnation surged into the Great Tao Palm, causing the already ferocious and invincible Great Tao Palm to suddenly become 1 size bigger. This Great Tao Palm was equivalent to 4,000 paths of reincarnation. Surging power surged toward Hui. Chapter 1281. Tsang-Jie's Mansion. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Tsang-Jie's mansion shook violently. At the same time, the Immortal of the 6 paths in the distance also used the 6 paths of reincarnation. The huge explosion just happened to drown out the loud noise in Tsang-Jie's mansion. Apart from Jiang Qin and a few others, no one heard the sound in Tsang-Jie's mansion. This is... Long Aotian looked at Tsang-Jie's mansion, which was shrouded in a scholarly aura, in shock. Jiang Qin also looked at Tsang-Jie's mansion and narrowed his eyes. Did Guhai break through? He reached the peak of the heavenly palace. No, he should be at the peak of the gods. Long Aotian said in shock. That should be right. Jiang Qin nodded. This aura? True Lord, I can feel the aura in the barrier. It is very horrifying. Although it is only a small amount of aura, just this small amount makes me feel flustered. Long Aotian said with a trace of fear in his voice. Guhai is still getting stronger? Good, good. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with satisfaction. In Tsang-Jie's mansion, Guhai finally won with this final move. This battle was even more difficult than the battle with Old Man Guanxi. He analyzed the 3,000 great paths and played against Guhai. In the end, it condensed into a monstrous image. In the image, there seemed to be billions of celestial domes being born in the void. In each of the billions of celestial domes, a peerless demon was pouncing on them. Under the stampede of tens of thousands of demons, they were finally wiped out by the army led by Guhai. Boom! The entire chessboard suddenly exploded. It turned into countless pieces. Among the pieces, only a single chessboard floated in the air. The chessboard had 37 horizontal and 37 vertical columns. At this moment, Guhai finally won. Wu Qi was not around for a long time. Perhaps he would make a breakthrough in that flash of inspiration. In the past, Guhai had spent hundreds of millions of years in the 18 layers of hell, but that was because he was the only one who could do so. Later on, when he met his match, the Old Man Guanxi, Guhai's chess skills skyrocketed. Now, with the help of Tsang-Jie, Guhai was able to place a piece on an unparalleled Go game, which allowed Guhai's Go skills to achieve another breakthrough. The 37 Heavens and Earth Formation chess game. He directly skipped the 36th page. When the final piece was placed, the 3,000 Guhai figures formed by the 3,000 great paths immediately collapsed. At the same time, the 3,000 great paths used to analyze the chess game were also shattered by Guhai's chess power. Wallalala! As the 3,000 great Tao collapsed, billowing white qi surged into Guhai's body. It was the billowing qi of literature. It was Tsang-Jie, who had collected Li Gu's literary qi. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment Gao Qin, Ziwei, and Changsheng also made loud noises in their bodies. It was as if they had made a huge breakthrough. The billowing qi of literature also surged into the 3 of them. However, the amount that the 3 of them absorbed was less than 1% of what Guhai absorbed. Guhai was now like a whale swallowing, madly absorbing the billowing qi of literature. Songjia was very well prepared, providing a feast for the four of them. At this moment, the 3,000 great paths collapsed, and the 3,000 great paths also collapsed. When the formation collapsed, Songjia revealed a gratified smile on his face. His Holiness, I, Songjia, wish the Dahan Celestial Empire long live. Songjia said with a serious expression. Buzz. As Songjia spoke, he suddenly shattered into countless pieces of paper and slowly scattered. What Gu Hai did not know was that the main body of this 3,000 Great Paths formation was not the formation, but Mr. Songjia himself. The moment the formation was broken was the moment Songjia was annihilated. The Dahan Celestial Empire would last forever. This meant that all lives were still alive. This was Songjia's long-cherished wish. After Gu Hai absorbed the boundless qi of literature, a loud sound came from his body. The 4 Go puzzles in his forehead finally merged into a single small Go puzzle, a small Go puzzle with 19 lines. The small Go puzzle was no longer filled with Go stones. Instead, aside from the heaven-suppressing divine seal, there were only 2 Go stones, one black and one white. The 2 Go stones stuck to each other, looking like yin and yang, but also all-encompassing. All the Go stones could move, but these 2 Go stones could no longer be changed. This was the final Go puzzle. 1 yin and 1 yang represented the meaning of creation. At this moment, the 4 Go souls finally merged into 1 Go soul. Gu Hai's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were all perfected in the heavenly eye between the heavenly soul's eyebrows. The chi cores in the pupils slowly spun. Finally, the 9th cyclone was born. The cyclone absorbed the surging chi of literature and finally formed a chi core. The chi of literature was Gu Hai's chi at the peak. The chi core formed, and the heavenly palace perfected. Gu Hai's cultivation finally perfected. However, everything was not over yet. The chi core seemed to command the remaining 8 chi cores. At the same time, it absorbed even more chi into the heavenly eye. Rumble! After a series of loud sounds, the chi core seemed to command the 8 chi cores and break free from the heavenly eye. Buzz! The heavenly eye seemed to want to seal the 9 chi cores. However, Gu Hai's will took the lead in the end. The 9 chi cores were unstoppable. Boom! There was a loud sound. The heavenly eye seemed to be cracked by the terrifying chi of literature. The 9 chi cores instantly burst out from the heavenly eye and rushed into the heavenly soul. The heavenly eye was even blown out of the heavenly soul. Buzz! Gu Hai's heavenly soul suddenly bloomed with 9 colors. Then, with a sudden flash, the heavenly soul became 9. Each chi core was a different color. In the heavenly palace, the heavenly soul was divided into 9. It became 9 heavenly souls. If this scene was known to the world, they would be shocked. This was impossible. There was only 1 heavenly soul. How could it become 9? However, Gu Hai used the heavenly soul technique and cultivated 9 heavenly souls. Other people only cultivated 1 kind of chi in the heavenly palace, but Gu Hai's heavenly palace cultivated 9 kinds of chi. Although the heavenly soul technique originated from the 30th soul technique, in the earliest ancient times, it came from the cultivation technique of the torch dragon. It was the most orthodox cultivation technique. Gu Hai alone had 9 heavenly souls. Thus, the heavenly palace perfected was much stronger than the ordinary heavenly palace perfected. But everything was not over yet. Among the 9 heavenly souls, the Wen Qi heavenly soul was the leader. It immediately released waves of qi into the heavenly soul. The heavenly soul cultivated energy and essence. Essence dispersed and turned into qi. Qi was abundant and condensed into essence. At this moment, the rolling peak qi rushed toward the heavenly soul. 9 different kinds of qi filled Gu Hai's heavenly soul in an instant. The 1 qi was the leader, followed by the 8 qi. If it was an ordinary heavenly soul, it would take a long time to cultivate to perfection. However, Gu Hai's heavenly soul was already perfect. When it reached perfection, it instantly split under the influence of the 9 qi. Buzz. The heavenly soul also strangely split into 9 in an instant. Each heavenly soul corresponded to a kind of qi and also a kind of essence. There were 9 heavenly souls. There were also 9 heavenly souls. Everything was not over yet. In the outside world, Gu Hai's need for the 1 qi was increasing. The 1 qi could nourish the heavenly soul, and the 1 qi could nourish the heavenly soul with the qi. The 9 heavenly souls instantly stabilized and rushed down the heavenly palace. In the heavenly palace, the human soul technique, essence turned into qi, qi turned into spirit, spirit turned into essence. It was a cycle in itself. Now, in reverse, the rolling heavenly soul energy instantly filled the human soul. Like the heavenly soul, the terrifying energy instantly turned into a surging divinity. Coincidentally, the human soul was also perfect. In this way, it was done in one go. The 9 types of energy were immediately divided into 9 types of divinity. In the blink of an eye, the human soul also instantly turned into 9. Boom! With a loud bang, the human soul technique was perfect. The heavenly soul, human soul, and heavenly soul were all perfect. The strength belonged to the perfection of the gods. At this moment, Gu Hai reached the perfection of the gods from the perfection of the heavenly palace. What was different from others was that even if others reached the perfection of the gods, they only had 3 souls. Gu Hai, on the other hand, now had 27 souls. The 3 souls of heaven, earth, and human were 9 each. Everything was not over yet. The human soul technique cultivated divinity. Divinity was the power of the god. God. The 7th soul was the god. Whether it was a demon cultivator or a human cultivator, they all cultivated their 7th soul, which was the god. However, Gu Hai's god was formed from the chess soul. Why was the perfection of the gods so powerful? Because from this moment on, the power of the 3 souls could be connected with the power of the 7 souls. The divinity in the human soul would endlessly flow into the 7th soul, which was the god soul. Boom! As soon as Gu Hai's 7th soul was formed, it was instantly nourished by the human soul. It instantly grew to 36 feet tall. Then, with the help of the 9 types of divinity, it strangely split into 9. The 7th soul became 9, and Gu Hai's entire body was filled with energy. The 7th soul was Gu Hai's god. Gu Hai's 5 souls were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, also known as the 5 gods. When Gu Hai was cultivating back then, he directly refined the gods of the 5 demon kings. Now, the 7th soul's divine power had reached the peak of its terrifying peak. Immediately, waves of divine power surged into the 5 gods. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the 5 gods' transformation spikes shone brightly, and before long, they were 25 meters tall. At the same time, they began the Legion of Gods division. In the blink of an eye, each god was split into 9, almost as if they were 3 souls. The god soul was the main force. The 5 gods split into 9, and after reaching the peak, they instantly divided their power and poured it into the spirit mother god king, the leader of the gods. Most god kings in the Dantian were just ordinary god kings. Fire god kings, water god kings, and the like could only absorb the corresponding power. But Gu Hai's spirit mother god king was the condensation of the spirit mother god king's qi. It had no restrictions and could accept all rivers into the sea. The power of the 5 souls, the might of the spirit mother god king, in the past, was nourished by the Spirit Mother God King, but now it was nourishing the Spirit Mother God King. Boom! The Spirit Mother God King trembled violently. With the help of the Five Souls' terrifying power, it suddenly grew to a height of 60 feet, and then broke free from the Eye of Life and Death. Bang! After the Eye of Life and Death broke free, it merged with the Heavenly Eye. The Spirit Mother God King was also divided into 9 Spirit Mother God Kings under the 9 kinds of power. Rumble! The Spirit Mother God King turned into 9, and the powerful Spirit Mother God King strengthened Gu Hai's body again. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's skin turned black, denser, and stronger. The originally invincible physique was now 9 times stronger. At this moment, Gu Hai's physique could no longer be described as strong, it was almost abnormal. At this moment, Gu Hai's body was thoroughly baptized. The 3 souls and 7 souls had all reached the peak of perfection, and each of them had turned into 9. Perfection. This was the result of Gu Hai's powerful foundation, resulting in the strength of his breakthrough this time. Song Jia collected the Spirit Mother God King's chi, but in the end, it was completely absorbed, with the Spirit Mother God King's chi as the peak from top to bottom, from the heavenly soul to the Spirit Mother God King. At this moment, the moment Gu Hai absorbed the last strand of Spirit Mother God King's chi into his body trembled violently. Buzz. In the outside world, this tremble caused Long Out Yen's hair to stand on end, and the threat of death filled his body. In the outside world, Jiang Chen's face also changed as he looked at the barrier around Song Jia's residence. At this moment, the Spirit Mother God King's chi was completely absorbed by Gu Hai, and the white fog disappeared, revealing everything inside. Gu Hai slowly opened his eyes. Awake. Chapter 1282. He's awake. The instant Gu Hai opened his eyes, he saw a flat-chested face. Gao Chen's flat-chested face was right in front of him. Slap! Out of reflex, Gu Hai struck out with his palm. Ah! Gao Chen screamed in pain. Master, why did you hit me? The speed at which you absorbed the culture energy just now almost drained the 3 of us. What did you do? So much culture energy, all gone. Ah, it hurts. Gao Chen covered his face and screamed in pain. Gu Hai finally saw his surroundings clearly. He was still sitting on the futon in Song Jia's residence. In the center, Song Jia had already disappeared. Only some ashes like old skin could be seen on the ground. Gao Chen, Chang Sheng, and Zi Wei were already full of energy. Gu Hai could feel that the 3 of them had also achieved a huge breakthrough. However, at this moment, Gu Hai couldn't care less about the 3 of them. Instead, he looked at the place where Song Jia's ashes were and revealed a great sense of gratitude. Gu Hai stood up and solemnly bowed to Song Jia's pile of ashes. Sir, I can't repay today's kindness. I can only wait for the day when I wield the power of heaven to avenge you and help you be reborn. Bang! The barrier of Song Jia's residence also collapsed instantly. On the battlefield outside the boundless celestial capital, Qi mobilized the power of all living beings, the power of 200 great Daos, the power of the sun and moon, and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to finally resist the Immortal's 3,000 great Daos. However, at this moment, the Immortal could also mobilize the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Rumble! The terrifying power instantly suppressed Qi again. This time, the Immortal's palm of the Great Tao was equivalent to the power of 4,000 Great Taos. Suddenly, it was ferocious and invincible, shaking the void. Suddenly, it became difficult for him to breathe. The ministers of the Dahan were extremely anxious. However, at this moment, a fiery red eye of heaven suddenly appeared on top of Qi's head. A beam of God-slaying light shot toward the sage of the six paths. Heaven's eye? Ha ha ha. You are only at the first stage. How dare you fight me? Immortal six paths stared at him. Boom. Another beam of God-destroying light appeared out of nowhere and instantly destroyed Huey's God-destroying light. Above Hosea of heaven, there were dark clouds. It was the eye of heaven of Immortal six paths that was staring down. Six paths, Immortal's heavens, I was at the second stage, and a powerful suppressive force sealed Hos heaven's eye. You can't do it. Today is the day you die. No one can save you. Immortal of the six paths said ferociously. It was obvious that he was going to lose. Baizazai gritted his teeth and roared. With a deafening roar, Baizazai immediately pounced towards the Immortal of the six paths in an attempt to disrupt and destroy him. Boom! With a loud bang, Baizazai was blasted back. Baizazai, you are really overestimating yourself. Now that I am surrounded by the force field of 3,000 great Tao, you want to break in? You can't even get close to my body. You are overestimating yourself. The Immortal sneered. With a sneer, the Immortal continued to push Hui down to the ground, wanting to kill it with the palm of the great Tao. Huey's face was cold as he slowly landed on the ground. The torch dragon's body can transform into all things in the world. The six souls can transform into the six paths of reincarnation. The six souls nourish the body and can reverse the power of the body. I still have the power of the earth. I use the torch dragon's six souls to ask the earth to lend me its power. Hui shouted. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar came from the ground. Rumble! Suddenly, the dragon veins on the ground seemed to surge with endless power into Huey's body. The Dahan dragon vein and the great flame dragon vein suddenly surged into Huey's body and strengthened the giant palm of Hui. Rumble! The palm of the great Tao and the giant palm of Hui slowly balanced again. Immortal six paths face darkened. Idiot! You have Sinuan, the strongest power in the world. What are you afraid of? He can use it, but you can't. A thunderous voice entered Immortal six paths' ears. Immortal six paths' eyes lit up. Power of the earth, listen to Sinuan's command. Break! Immortal six paths shouted. Immortal six paths also increased the power of the earth as Hui increased. The power of the earth surged into the palm of the great Tao. What? Huey's face changed. Die! Immortal six paths shouted. Hum! With a loud bang, the palm of Hui could not withstand the pressure and exploded. No! In the distance, Ho Yi and Xing Tian were in despair. Hui! Long Wan Yu and the others were also shocked. Boom! The massive palm plunged into the ground, causing the entire mortal realm to tremble violently. In an instant, countless cities in the world collapsed. The power of the great Tao was boundless. When the palm of Hui collapsed, Immortal six paths palm was equivalent to the power of 5,000 great Tao. It was more than terrifying, even with the power of the sun and the moon protecting him. It was useless. In the sky, the sun and moon shook violently and collided once. Endless light pierced the earth. The good starry sky immediately collapsed in large pieces. Countless fireballs fell from the sun, and countless ice balls fell from the moon, causing countless destruction in the world. Outside the boundless celestial capital, there was a palm-sized abyss. This was the final pit left by the palm of the great Tao. This was the full power of the Immortal. After the Immortal struck out with his palm, he panted heavily. The entire world slowly calmed down. The battle seemed to be over. In the deep pit, there was smoke and dust. When the Immortal waved his hand, it was exposed. Inside, there was a shattered corpse lying in a pool of blood. Boom! Crack! Great Yen, Celestial Dynasty, Primeval City. The sea of Providence clouds suddenly collapsed, and the Providence instantly collapsed. The emperor was dead, and the Providence collapsed. He was dead. His Holiness. Xingtian and Ho immediately knelt down in grief. His Holiness. The great Yen officials all knelt down. At this moment, all the people of the great Yen celestial dynasty felt the fall of their emperor. Hui was dead, and a vast atmosphere of sadness filled everyone's hearts. His Holiness. Many people knelt down. The palm of the great Tao was too powerful. Even though Hui had gathered all his power, he was still one move behind. In order to protect the Dahan, Hui was dead. The boundless celestial capital suddenly cried out in grief. At this moment, the Immortal of the Six Paths let out a long breath. At this moment, his eyes were filled with lingering fear. Hui's power? How terrifying! Hui's sword Tao? How powerful! If it was a day ago, the two of them could have killed him. It was only because the power of the great Tao suddenly increased by 3 times that he could turn defeat into victory. It was too terrifying. It was too dangerous just now. Just a little bit more, and he would have died. If it was the power of the great Tao, he would be the one to fall now, right? At this thought, the Immortal felt a sense of relief and a sense of lingering fear. Dead. Good, dead. Ha ha ha. The Immortal laughed maniacally. Turning his head, the Immortal suddenly stared fiercely at the boundless celestial capital. Whoosh! A wave of murderous aura surged, and the entire boundless celestial capital trembled. Who could stop such an Immortal? TSK, defeated, destroyed in body and soul. TSK, defeated. His corpse was gone. The Immortal was still that Immortal. He had Sun Yuan. With Sun Yuan, he could continuously gather the power of the great Tao. Bai Zizai couldn't stop him at all. He was still in the void. Now, what should he do? At this moment, facing the Immortal's murderous aura, for some reason, the Dahan officials were no longer afraid. With Chun Xian in the lead, they all looked coldly at the Immortal opposite them. For the Dahan, celestial dynasty, destroyed in body and soul. For the Dahan celestial dynasty, destroyed in body and soul. Are you afraid? Chen Xian shouted. No. Everyone shouted in unison. The Immortal's divine might has Sun Yuan's help. He can destroy our bodies, but he can't destroy our righteousness. The Dahan's orthodoxy is righteousness. If we die, righteousness will last forever. It doesn't matter if you're an immortal or a demon. If I don't fear death, why should I fear the Immortal's might? Chen Xian shouted. If I don't fear death, why should I fear the Immortal's might? Everyone shouted in unison. At this moment, the Dahan officials all showed their heroic spirit. So what if they died? They wouldn't cower. Although they were just a group of weak people, their fearless spirit made the Immortal's heart tremble. With just a tremble, the Immortal steadied his heart and revealed a sinister expression. You're not afraid of death? Good, good, good. A bunch of traitors. Isn't it easy to die? Let's see who in this world can protect you now. The Immortal said with a sinister expression. With a sinister expression, the Immortal waved his hand again. Boom! Another palm of the great Tao. 3,000 great Taos suddenly gathered into an extremely terrifying giant palm, which pounced toward the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, the Immortal didn't care about anything else. The appearance of Ho had already made the Immortal restless. Anyone who disobeyed him, regardless of whether they were people or forces, had to be destroyed. Die! The Immortal roared. Boom! Crack! Crack! Just the momentum of the palm of the great Tao instantly cracked the infinite celestial capital. Countless buildings collapsed, and countless people screamed. The palm of the great Tao was about to destroy them. At this moment, Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, Bingheim, Long Wanyu Guqin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang all clenched their fists, showing no signs of yielding. Even if the calamity was right in front of them, even if they would die in the next moment, no one begged for mercy. The Immortal's revenge would lead to death. Begging for mercy was useless, so why not face it calmly? At least they would preserve their integrity. Just as the palm of the great Tao was about to hit Chen Xian, hum! A super loud sound rang out, and the vast palm of the great Tao actually stopped outside the infinite celestial capital. What? Everyone's expression changed. The Immortal also revealed a trace of surprise, because the palm of the great Tao he activated couldn't go any further. What's going on? The Immortal said in surprise. But in front of the vast palm, a man in a black dragon robe suddenly appeared. The man was none other than Gu Hai, who had just returned from seclusion. He didn't use the power of the dynasty, nor did he use the power of the great Tao. He brazenly clashed with the palm of the great Tao with just the power of his two palms. This pair of seemingly ordinary palms contained a monstrous amount of power. This pair of palms forcibly blocked the palm of the great Tao. His Holiness! All the officials suddenly cheered excitedly. Husband! Chen Xian was also very excited. Father! Brother-in-law! Cries of surprise rang out continuously. At this moment, Gu Hai's appearance was beyond everyone's expectations. In the starry sky, 30's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Gu Hai's palms forcibly blocked the palm of the great Tao. In the distance, Jiang Chen also narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1283. A pair of palms blocked the palm of the great Tao. Almost every expert in the world felt their hair stand on end. Previously, the officials of the infinite celestial capital were prepared to sacrifice themselves, but now that His Holiness had returned, they were naturally ecstatic. After that, all that was left was a cold gasp. That was the palm of the great Tao, the power of 3,000 great Taos. Yet it was blocked by His Holiness's palms. In the starry sky, 30's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. 3,000 great Taos. That's the power of 3 souls of the torch dragon. How could it be blocked? He can't do it. 30 stared at the fierce-looking Gu Hai with a sinister expression. Outside Songjie residence. Just now, when Immortal 6 paths killed Qi with one palm, the boundary of Songjie residence was instantly broken. When Gu Hai stepped out with the 3 of them, the dense aura made even Long Outyen tremble. Jiang Chen also revealed a look of surprise. This was because the auras of Gao Chen, Ziwei, and Changsheng were still fine, but Gu Hai's aura made Jiang Chen realize that his breakthrough was huge. This huge breakthrough couldn't be seen directly, but Jiang Chen knew that Gu Hai was very strong. Until just now, when Gu Hai blocked the palm of the great Tao with his palms, Jiang Chen finally realized how strong he was. Allah, am I seeing illusions? Is this real? Gu Hai blocked the 3,000 great Tao with just his physical body? That's impossible. 3,000 great Tao is invincible. Long Outyen said in shock. Who said that the 3,000 great Tao is invincible? Jiang Chen said in a low voice, 3,000 great Tao is just the 3 souls of the torch dragon, although it is the creation of heaven and earth, and is incomparably powerful. It is only a part of the torch dragon. The torch dragon's power surpasses the 3,000 great Tao. 30 can also block the 3,000 great Tao. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Long Outyen was confused. I can also block the 3,000 great Tao. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Long Outyen looked at Jiang Chen in shock. In the distance, Gu Hai did it. A pair of fleshy palms blocked the palm of the great Tao. He looked at the immortal in the distance with a ferocious expression. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and the most important people in this group of people would have been wiped out. Now, that the Qi is crippled, the Qi is dead, immortal of the six paths, we have told you before that we will kill you every time you step into our Dahan. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Impossible. Gu Hai, you think you can stop me with just your physical body? Impossible. Immortal of six paths exclaimed. Roar. Gu Hai suddenly let out a roar. The hands that were blocking the palm of the great Tao suddenly tore violently. Kaboom! The huge palm of the great Tao was torn apart by Gu Hai's ferocious strength. Roar! Countless officials and citizens in the infinite celestial capital roared in excitement when they saw Gu Hai tear apart the palm of the great Tao. This was his holiness of the Dahan's invincible, his holiness. So what if it was an immortal's palm of the great Tao? His majesty was capable of tearing it apart. Impossible. How did your strength increase so much? Complete deity stage. You are already in the complete deity stage. Immortal of six paths stared at Gu Hai in shock. That's right. We are already in the complete deity stage. So, Immortal of six paths, it's time for you to die. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. With a ferocious expression, Gu Hai's roar reverberated throughout the world. Citizens of the great Yen celestial capital, Gu Hai, have come out of seclusion. You destroyed your country to save the Dahan. Gu Hai came too late and couldn't save you. Today, I will kill the immortal to avenge you. Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Gu Hai's voice instantly spread throughout the world of the living. In the great Yen celestial capital, the citizens of the great Yen celestial capital, who were grieving over the death of the great Yen celestial capital, immediately raised their heads and looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Although they couldn't see that far, they could confirm Gu Hai's identity. Kill the devil. We beg the Dahan to kill his holiness and avenge his holiness. Kill the immortal. Cries of grief sounded in Dongfang. Gu Hai tore apart the palm of the great Tao and stepped out, charging straight for Immortal of six paths. Gu Hai's move had indeed frightened Immortal of six paths. Immortal of six paths immediately retreated. Gu Hai, even a perfected god, can't be so strong. How did you do it? Immortal of six paths said in shock and anger. In his shock and anger, he didn't believe in Gu Hai's strength, and once again struck with the palm of the great Tao. Boom! The vast palm seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Gu Hai flipped his hand, and the Pangu axe appeared in his hand. Slash! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! The axe light suddenly lit up the world and met the palm of the great Tao with a force that could split the world. At this moment, Gu Hai could fully use the Pangu axe. He didn't need to mobilize the power of the great Tao. With his current powerful physical body, he could actually use the full power of the Pangu axe. The vast power seemed to be able to split the world. The axe light rushed into the sky and crushed countless stars in an instant. The gigantic palm of the great path exploded with a loud bang and slashed apart. The remaining shock waves hit the immortal. Boom! The immortal was immediately sent flying, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his chest. No, impossible. How can the sky-splitting axe be so powerful? Immortal of six paths cried out in shock. As he spoke, he waved his hand. This time, it wasn't the palm of the great Tao, but the 3,000 great Tao that rushed towards Gu Hai as if to block Gu Hai. Boom! The Pangu axe slashed out, and a great Tao phantom was cut in half. Boom! 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 When the sky-splitting axe was unleashed, the sky fell and the earth cracked. One after another, the great Tao phantoms were cut in half. These great Tao phantoms were condensed by the power of the great Tao. But now, in front of Gu Hai's Pangu axe, they were cut in half one after another like rags. Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to the immortal. Sky-splitting axe. It's so powerful. The great Tao is like rags in front of it. In the distance, Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, No, this isn't sky-splitting axe, it's Pangu axe. The Pangu axe over there? In the starry sky, 30 suddenly narrowed his eyes. 30 immediately stared at Gu Hai, and there was a flash of shock in his eyes. It's impossible for anyone to use Pangu axe. Even I can't do it. It's not that I can't reach this power, but that Pangu axe doesn't listen to me, Shakyamuni, and the others. Pangu axe doesn't recognize anyone, and no one can use it at will. The will of Pangu axe only recognizes one person, and that person is Pangu. 30's face suddenly turned ugly. 30 stared at Gu Hai below. With the sky-splitting axe in hand, he killed God and Buddha in front of him. He was singing loudly all the way to Immortal of 6 paths. So what if he had the great Tao? So what if he had 3,000 great Tao? In front of Pangu axe, everything was like rags. The power of the 3,000 great Tao that Immortal of 6 paths was so proud of was so laughable. When Pangu axe was used, it could split the world. Who could compete with the great Tao of destruction? Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to Immortal of 6 paths. Immortal of 6 paths was also shocked. Heaven-defying? Immortal of 6 paths thought about how heaven-defying he was back then. Back then, he had to go through so much trouble and scheme. He deceived the entire world, exhausted all his strength, and even destroyed his 9 bodies to kill an immortal. Moreover, even if he tricked the heavens out of the immortal dome, both sides would be injured, and there would be endless trouble. But today, Gu Hai was also heaven-defying. Gu Hai's heaven-defying was too terrifying. There weren't many schemes. Only strength. That terrifying strength. When sky-splitting axe was used, it destroyed everything. So what if he was an immortal? So what if he was a great Tao? 3,000 great Tao. It was like a hot knife through butter, and it was about to reach him. Immortal of 6 paths revealed a deep sense of regret. What kind of freak did he provoke? Gu Hai? If he had known that he was so freakish, he would have destroyed him at all costs. Now that he had become so powerful, was his doomsday power? Gu Hai's power surpassed his by many times. Once he broke through, he immediately reached the peak. They were both perfected gods. Why was other perfected gods different from Gu Hai's perfected gods? Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang of the infinite celestial capital were both perfected gods. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. At this moment, the 3 of them deeply understood Gu Hai's kindness. Gu Hai forced them to submit in the past. It was definitely a great mercy. They were also perfected gods, and so was Gu Hai. Compared to Gu Hai, their perfected gods were nothing. When Gu Hai's divine might was released, heaven and earth shook. Jiang Qin revealed a look of shock. That ferocious and invincible aura was a feeling that even Jiang Qin couldn't grasp. Of course, Jiang Qin was more happy. Ha! Good. Gu Hai, no wonder Tsang Jia is willing to die for you. You will definitely become 30's great enemy. 30's great enemy. Jiang Qin roared with incomparable excitement. In the starry sky, 30's eyes were fixed on Gu Hai. After recovering from his shock, he remained silent for a long time before trembling with anger. Pangu? You old bastard, you're actually not dead? 30's expression was ferocious, and his eyes flashed with shock. Of the immortal dome, only Pangu was feared by 30. Of course, in the end, under 30's efforts, Pangu's everything was seized by 30. Pangu was destroyed in body and soul under 30's full power. But now, Panga was resurrected. No, this was Guhai. Guhai was Panga's reincarnation. Otherwise, why would Panga's ex only listen to him? Guhai's power hadn't reached a level that terrified 30, but Guhai's identity was enough to make him tremble. Pangu? Humph! Even if Pangu returns to his peak, he won't be a match for me. I've already broken through. Humph! 30 snorted. Although 30 was no longer afraid of Pangu, the name Pangu was still a nightmare for him. He couldn't let it go. In the distance, the 3,000 great Daos were no match for Immortal Six Paths. Immortal Six Paths was about to lose. No, 3,000 great Daos, follow my command. 6 paths of reincarnation, come out and help me destroy the enemy. Immortal Six Paths roared. Sun Yuan in his hand trembled as he mobilized all of his power. Wang. Once again, the 3,000 great Daos floated in the air, and the pillars of 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. Immortal Six Paths struck out again. This time, it was the palm of the great Daos that killed Qi. Its power was more than 5,000 great Daos. The vast power could kill even Qi in an instant. Now, another palm struck towards Guhai. Immortal Six Paths? It seems that you're only SOSO. Then let's end it here. Guhai said coldly. End it? You'll have to break my palm first. Immortal Six Paths struck again. Sun Yuan, mobilizing the 3,000 great Daos and 6 paths of reincarnation. But now, the 3,000 great Daos are not yours alone. Guhai said coldly. Not mine alone? Do you think you can mobilize the 3,000 great Daos too? Ridiculous. Immortal Six Paths said disdainfully. Chestao in prison. Guhai waved his hand. Among the 3,000 great Daos that Immortal Six Paths controlled, the Go Dao laws suddenly lit up as though Guhai was controlling them. Then, the Go Dao laws trembled, and the 750 great Daos stopped moving. The energy surging towards Immortal Six Paths' great Dao palm instantly withdrew. What? Immortal Six Paths' expression changed. Zither Dao in prison. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Gaochen waved his hand in the limitless celestial capital. Book Dao in prison. Beside him, Zi Wei shouted. Painting Dao in prison. Chang Sheng shouted. Wang. Immortal Six Paths instantly lost control of the 3,000 great Daos. At this moment, the 3,000 great Daos were controlled by Guhai, Gaochen, Zi Wei, and Chang Sheng. Impossible. My 3,000 great Daos. You're all literary cultivators. I've already collected all the laws of the literary path. Why? Immortal Six Paths exclaimed. You've only used Sun Yuan to seal the connection between the 4 great Daos and all living beings. However, the 4 great Daos are still in the world. Others can't connect with the great Daos, but my chess power has completely analyzed the great Dao of chess. Gaochen, Zi Wei, and Chang Sheng have also completely analyzed the great Dao of zither, calligraphy, and painting. You can't seal us. Freeze. Guhai shouted. Boom. The 3,000 great Daos stopped moving completely. Immortal Six Paths palm was only left with the power of the 6 paths reincarnation. The current palm was weaker than the 3,000 great Daos, so how could it compare to Guhai and his Pangu axe? Genesis splitter. Guhai shouted. Boom. Pangu axe slashed down. The vast power instantly split the palm of the great Dao. The axe was fierce, but it didn't weaken much. In an instant, it arrived in front of Immortal Six Paths. Die. Guhai shouted. No. Immortal of Six Paths opened his eyes wide and roared. Boom. Pangu axe instantly split Immortal Six Paths. Chapter 1284. The Pangu axe cleaved the heavens and earth. The palm of the great Dao was instantly destroyed. The axe's power rushed toward the Immortal of the Six Paths like a hot knife through butter. Die! Guhai shouted. No. The Immortal of the Six Paths opened his eyes wide and roared. Boom! The Pangu axe cleaved the Immortal of the Six Paths in half. The Immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. However, it was too late. The Sky Splitter axe passed by, and the Immortal's body exploded into billions of pieces. Buzz! The 3,000 shadows of the great Tao slowly disappeared. The world seemed to have quietened down in an instant. Many people stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe that this was all real. Guhai's strength had reached such a terrifying level after just one seclusion. That was an immortal. An immortal! How could he explode in an instant? Hichu, the little golden dragon on Long Wanyu's shoulder, opened his eyes wide. Xianyuan City. This is impossible. The immortal died. Exploded? Long Outyen said in disbelief. Sky Splitter axe? What? A powerful Sky Splitter axe. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with amazement. At this moment, the strength that Gu Hai displayed made Jiang Chen feel a great threat. This power was able to slay an immortal in just an instant. The immortal, who was arrogant just a moment ago, the #1 immortal in the world. In the blink of an eye, he was killed by Gu Hai's axe. In the starry sky, 30 had a ferocious expression. Gu Hai? Pangu? It really is you. You're still alive after all? Humph. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. 30 stared at Gu Hai. Above the boundless celestial capital, everyone was no longer shocked. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Bai Zizai looked at the Hui beside him, then at the abyss on the ground. The Hui had died in that deep pit. Such an immortal was killed so easily by Gu Hai. This scene made everyone unable to calm down for a long time. Dead. Xing Tian, who was standing at the entrance of the Flame God Hall, asked blankly, His Holiness, Gu Hai has avenged you. Hui knelt down with red eyes. No, Little Six isn't dead yet. In the distance, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Bang! The Sage of the Six Paths' body exploded and fell from the sky. Everyone thought that the Sage of Six Paths was dead. But no, immortals had the bodies of heavenly gods, and they had cultivated the art of creating thousands of clones and merging with all things. Their bodies exploded, and the Celestials suffered heavy losses. However, they didn't lose their consciousness. Instead, they hid their consciousness in the fragments of their bodies and escaped to the ground. Only Jiang Chen knew that the Sage of Six Paths had escaped to the ground. No one else was discovered. However, Gu Hai discovered a trace of abnormality. What about Sun Yuan? The Sage of Six Paths was dead, but Sun Yuan should still be alive. Where did Sun Yuan go? Gu Hai immediately felt that something was wrong. Then he lowered his head and looked. At this moment, the fragments of the Sage of Six Paths had fallen to the ground, as if they were going to merge with the ground. Boom! However, at this moment, a raging fire suddenly erupted from the ground. Ah! The Sage of Six Paths suddenly screamed from the ground. What? He's not dead yet? Is that the Sage of Six Paths? Impossible! Countless people looked at the ground in shock. Just now, it was indeed the Sage of Six Paths' scream. The Sage of Six Paths is not dead yet. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, a large number of fragments of the Sage of Six Paths appeared on the ground. They were all forced out by the underground fire. Boom! The fire burned fiercely, forcing out all the fragments that were trying to hide underground. The fire of Drought Demon, the Sage of Six Paths, is not dead yet. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Immediately, Gu Hai rushed to the abyss below. Kill him, kill him. The Sage of Six Paths' weak voice came from the abyss. His Majesty? In the distance, Ho Yi and Xing Tian's expressions changed abruptly as they revealed wild joy. Whoosh! The two of them rushed over without hesitation. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths was blasted into countless fragments by Gu Hai's heaven-splitting axe. He was almost powerless to resist. The fire of Drought Demon of Six Paths forced him to be powerless. It was obvious that the Sage of Six Paths was extremely weak. The Sage of Six Paths' voice came from the abyss. He wanted Gu Hai to kill the Sage of Six Paths. However, Gu Hai was more concerned about the Sage of Six Paths in the abyss. Whoosh! Gu Hai rushed to the bottom of the abyss. Bai Zizai, Gu Han, Heibai Wuchang, Ho Yi, and Xing Tian immediately rushed over. Kill! 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 Everyone immediately attacked the fragments of the Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, the fragments were no match for Bai Zizai and the others. In the blink of an eye, they were killed. Ah! You are courting death. No! The Sage of Six Paths' miserable cries rang out endlessly. At this moment, the Dahan's ministers cheered. Even if the Sage of Six Paths did not die, he was thoroughly defeated. Did Gu Han and the others not kill him at will? Gu Hai rushed to the bottom of the abyss and immediately saw the Sage of Six Paths. The Ho's injuries were extremely serious and miserable. His entire body was already shattered like a pile of dregs. There were numerous cracks all over his body, to the extent where even his 3 souls and 7 spirits were shattered. Clearly, he was already dead. Only a wisp of remnant consciousness remained. However, it maintained its general form. Perhaps it would turn to dust in the next moment. However, the Sage of Six Paths did not. When Gu Hai saw the Sage of Six Paths' condition, he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately laid a Go ritual array, locking the fragments of the Sage of Six Paths' soul in the center. At the same time, he drove the heaven-mending energy into the Sage of Six Paths' body. However, the heaven-mending energy could not heal the Sage of Six Paths' injuries. The Sage of Six Paths' body had already turned into slag. However, under the Go ritual array's lock, the fragments did not scatter. Gu Hai, we have been waiting for you to come out of closed-door cultivation, the Sage of Six Paths said with a bitter smile as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths looked like a living corpse. Even Gu Hai could not save him. I will help you find the Nirvana pill and revive you. A determined look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. We no longer owe you a favor, right? The Sage of Six Paths asked NLY as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. You no longer owe me a favor. On the contrary, I owe you a lot this time. Don't worry. I will revive you. As long as I am around, your great Yen dynasty will never be destroyed. No. The Sage of Six Paths sighed softly. What? Even if the Nirvana pill comes, it will not be able to restore us to our peak. Everything that we cultivate depends on luck. The Nirvana pill can only bring us to the peak of the Vermilion Bird realm at most. It will never be able to return us to our original state. Since you owe us a favor, then owe us completely. What? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Pass down my order. From now on, the great Yen dynasty will officially submit to the Dahan Heaven dynasty. All subjects of the great Yen dynasty will listen to Gu Hai's arrangements. Anyone who disobeys will be punished for treason. The Sage of Six Paths suddenly said. In the desolate city, the collapsing sea of fate suddenly trembled slightly. The Sage of Six Paths that was about to collapse suddenly received an order, and its entire body shook. Roar! The Sage of Six Paths instantly turned into a golden dragon of fate. With a dragon roar, the voice of the Sage of Six Paths instantly spread throughout the great Yen dynasty. pass down my order. From now on, the Great Yen Dynasty will officially submit to the Dahan Heaven Dynasty. All subjects of the Great Yen Dynasty will listen to Gu Hai's arrangements. Anyone who disobeys will be punished for treason. The voice was loud, and the ears of the people in the 13,000 cities were filled with the sound of the Sage of Six Paths. His Holiness is not dead. That's impossible. Didn't the fate collapse? It's His Holiness. It's His Holiness. His Holiness is still alive. Submit to the Dahan Heaven Dynasty? Did His Holiness say that? Many people of the Great Yen Dynasty who were grieving were stunned. They were stunned. Then they were all overjoyed. The fact that His Holiness could speak meant that they had not reached the saddest moment yet. Roar, rumble. The surging fate of the Great Yen Dynasty suddenly surged towards the Dahan Heaven Dynasty and rushed towards the limitless celestial capital's Sea of Fate. The limitless celestial capital's Sea of Fate also instantly roared and churned nonstop. Gu Hai felt the change in the Sea of Fate, and bitterness flashed across his eyes. You didn't have to do that. However, the Sage of Six Paths stared at Gu Hai. It's useless. 30 will be back soon. I don't know if I can save him. Even if I can, he won't be able to return to his peak. As I said just now, since you owe me, then you owe me completely. As the Sage of Six Paths spoke, a ball of flames slowly flew out from the fragments of the Sage of Six Paths. These are the 200 great Tao that I inherited from Jiang Lianshan. Actually, they are one with the 100 great Tao that Matriarch Ji stole. 300 of them form a vein, the Xing vein. Although Jiang Lianshan's abilities were not good enough and his calculations were in vain, his painstaking collection and many years of deduction, as well as his fire god's deduction in the East Spirit Fire Sea, he finally deduced the Xing vein. It's a pity that he won't be able to enjoy it. The Sage of Six Paths sighed and smiled. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Xing vein? Quick, it's going to break open soon. Quickly collect it. The Sage of Six Paths said weakly. Who? Gu Hai collected it, and the flame necklace entered the immortal dome of Ancient. In the immortal dome of Ancient, the Book of Life and Death rapidly duplicated. At the same time, the immortal dome of Ancient quickly merged. Lin vein, Lai vein, Xing vein. Now, you can be considered to have grasped 900 great Tao. This is different from Sun Yuan. Although Sun Yuan could control the power of the 3,000 great Tao, he could only control it. He did not have all the clear lines of the 3,000 great Tao, nor did he have any spirituality. However, you are different. You already have 900 great Tao lines, and you have the most detailed ones. Even if these 900 great Tao are gone, you can recreate them. The Sage of Five Paths laughed. I am collecting these great Tao that has been deduced. You just gave it to me like this, and I owe you more and more. Gu Hai said bitterly. More is better, more is better. In the future, you will repay me even more. The Sage of Five Paths looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Today's grace, Gu Hai will never forget it. Also, my zombie ancestor seeds, fire attribute zombie ancestor seeds. You can take them as well. I have fully developed them. If there is a chance, merge the 4 zombie ancestor seeds. Solemnly, the Sage of Five Paths said. Merge the 4 zombie ancestor seeds. Gu Hai was puzzled. That's right. Those shaman tribe geniuses are really perverted. They copied Jiang Chen completely and created the 4 zombie ancestor seeds. As long as they merge into one, they will become the new Jiang Chen. The Sage of Five Paths explained. The new Jiang Chen? Gu Hai was shocked. Hee, it seems like you don't know. Back then, I saw that dragon godding was your subordinate, so I didn't make a move on him. You owe me, remember this. This time, dragon godding is lucky. The Sage of Five Paths said bitterly, "A fire seed and an ice seed floated out from the Sage of Five Paths." Gu-hai reached out his hand and sent them into the immortal vault. "My great leap poetry of heaven and earth, I hid it in Jingwei's hands. I gave her a necklace. Take it away. Gu-hai, protect Jingwei for me." The Sage of Five Paths finally closed his eyes weakly. 37 heaven and earth chessboard. Condense the coffin of laws. Seal everything in the Sage of Five Paths. Gu-hai formed a hand seal. Boom. Heaven and earth energy surged, instantly wrapping around the Sage of Five Paths. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a coffin. The Sage of Five Paths had fallen into an eternal slumber. It could also be said that the Sage of Five Paths had died. However, before her death, her body and soul fragments were sealed here. Gu-hai looked at the coffin of the Sage of Five Paths. Deep emotions flashed through his eyes. "Don't worry, Sage of Five Paths. If we defeat 30 paths in the end, if I am still alive, I will definitely return what I owe you 100-fold. Gu-hai's eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 1285. Outside the limitless celestial capital, Gu-hai carefully put away Huey's coffin, carrying a surge of anger. He slowly flew out of the huge crater and flew to the surface. The battle was still going on. The Immortal of the Six Paths was a heavenly god. He could create thousands of clones and escape underground. However, the drought demon's fire forced all of them out. Guhan, Bai Zizai, He Bai Wuchang, Hou-yi, and Xing Tian killed a large number of them. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng used the power of the Great Path to search everywhere. They tried their best not to let any of the Immortal of the Six Paths escape. At this moment, the severely injured Immortals with thousands of clones couldn't even withstand a single blow. Die, die, die. In an instant, all of the clones were destroyed. When Gu-hai floated to the surface, most of them were already destroyed. Boom! With a loud sound, the last of the clones were completely destroyed. "Did you kill them all?" Bai Zizai roared. "Almost all of the Immortal of the Six Paths clones were destroyed, right?" Gaochen said, "I don't have any here either." Ziwei said, "No, there's definitely none here." Changsheng said, "No, what about the Immortal Source?" Guhan frowned. "Immortal Source?" The expressions of the group of experts changed. Sun Yuan was gone. There must be another clone of the Immortal of the Six Paths that escaped with Sun Yuan. "Oh no, what should we do?" He Bai Wuchang said anxiously. "Although the Immortal is severely injured, he still has Sun Yuan. Once he recovers, won't he—" Bai Zizai's expression changed. "So what if he recovers? As long as he appears in the Dahan, I can still kill him." Gu-hai said with a serious expression. Everyone looked at Gu-hai. Yes, His Holiness had just killed the Immortal like cutting a piece of cloth. So what if he did it again? So what if he was an Immortal in front of His Holiness? He could not even withstand a single blow. Everyone immediately felt relieved. "His Holiness, how is His Holiness?" Hou-yi immediately rushed over. Xing Tian also turned to Gu-hai with an anxious expression. Gu-hai sighed lightly and said, "The Hou's injuries are too severe. I'll seal him first. After we find the Nirvana pill, we'll think of a way to revive him." Ah, Xing Tian's heart sank. At the very least, it's not the worst-case scenario. Hou-yi let out a long sigh. Gu-hai nodded and said, "Both of you, since Hou is not around, just take it that she is in seclusion again. The great Yen Sky dynasty will be temporarily managed by both of you." Xing Tian and Hou-yi glanced at each other, then bitterly shook their heads. "We don't have the ability to manage the great Yen Sky dynasty. His Holiness, since His Holiness wants us to submit to you, he must have his own considerations. Before His Holiness is revived, we will enter the Dahan as subjects. When His Holiness is revived, we will ask His Holiness to let us return to the great Yen Sky Dynasty. Solemnly, Hui looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the two of them and nodded. All right. Xing Tian, Hui, greet His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. The two of them bowed respectfully. Long live your Holiness. Long live your Holiness. Everyone in the boundless celestial capital suddenly bowed. After witnessing Gu Hai's invincibility, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital were naturally overwhelmed with excitement. They bowed to Gu Hai together and vented their excitement by roaring. Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. All citizens of the Dahan, I, Gu Hai, have returned. I have already killed the 6 evildoers. The Dahan is here, so there is no need to fear the immortals. Gu Hai shouted. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded above the sea of providence clouds. In an instant, Gu Hai's voice was transmitted to the ears of all citizens of the Dahan. The citizens of the Dahan immediately cheered. Long live His Holiness. I knew that His Holiness is invincible. What a mortal! He's just a traitor. The Dahan is the rightful ruler of the world. Countless citizens cheered. Meanwhile, some people who still had some reservations about the Dahan widened their eyes. Is this true? The Immortal was defeated? That's impossible, right? His Holiness killed the Immortal? The world was in an uproar. Although the citizens couldn't see the battle just now, the huge earthquakes that shook the world showed how fierce it was. After such a great battle, His Holiness still won in the end. Who in the world could be His Holiness's match? The citizens cheered, and the world was shocked. Gu Hai led his officials to the infinite celestial capital. Congratulations! Qi congratulated Gu Hai sincerely. Qi, I've implicated you this time. Gu Hai said bitterly. Gu Hai now had 2 talent techniques. Although he didn't see Qi's battle with his own eyes, his control talent allowed him to recall the past. Gu Hai already knew just how terrifying Qi's sword Dao was. If he hadn't helped the Dahan, Qi wouldn't have been destroyed in body and soul. I was the one who invited me here. You don't have to take it to heart. Besides, my consciousness is still there, so is my sword heart. Also, my 4 sword Dao disciples are guarding with their sword Dao. It shouldn't take long for them to recover. It's just a pity, Qi. Qi shook his head. No matter the reason, if you hadn't come this time, the infinite celestial capital might have been destroyed. I have to thank you. Gu Hai shook his head and bowed slightly to Qi. Gu Hai bowed, and all the subjects of the Dahan followed suit. In the starry sky, on a star, the Immortal of the 6 paths had thousands of doppelgangers, but most of them had been destroyed. Now, only one doppelganger was left, and it escaped with Snuon. Gu Hai, just you wait. I will take revenge. I will make you regret it. The Immortal of the 6 paths said with hatred. Whoosh! The Immortal of the 6 paths turned into his human form and flew to a star. At this moment, the Immortal of the 6 paths body was illusory and extremely fragile. However, the ferocity on his face was not reduced at all. Whoosh! In an instant, the Immortal of the 6 paths arrived at the center of the star on a mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain, a person was standing there. It was Zhu Sanson. However, at this moment, Zhu Sanson was possessed by 30-second divine thought. Zhu Sanson, quickly, give me your nirvana elixir. The Immortal of the 6 paths flew over and shouted anxiously. Zhu Sanson turned his head and looked at the Immortal of the 6 paths coldly. Trash! What did you say? How dare you? The Immortal of the 6 paths stared at him. I say, you are really trash. You have Sinuan control the 3,000 great paths and the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could you be defeated so easily? If you are not trash, then who is? On the way, I helped you to undo the restriction on Sun Yuan, and your strength increased by 3 times. How could you be defeated so easily? If you are not trash, then who is? Zhu Sanson said coldly. Did you undo it for me? The voice I heard on the way was yours. No, you are not Zhu Sanson. The Immortal of the 6 Paths stared at him in shock. 30 looked at the Immortal of the 6 Paths coldly. The Immortal of the 6 Paths immediately reacted. You are 30? Didn't 30 possess Zhu Yi? Is this your second divine thought? Is it you? 30? Humph. 30 snorted. Humph. I don't care if you are 30 or Zhu Sanson. Now, give me Zhu Sanson's Nirvana elixir, and help me recover quickly. The Immortal of the 6 Paths glared at him. Hee, why should I give it to you? You are just a piece of trash. You are not worthy of my help. Leaving you to fend for yourself is already the greatest kindness I can give you. 30 said coldly. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? The Immortal of the 6 Paths glared at him. 30 looked at the Immortal of the 6 Paths coldly. Yes, I am injured and weak, but I am still an immortal. I have the Sun Yuan. I can mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos. Even if I can only mobilize a small amount, it is not something you can compare to. You want to die? Humph, then don't blame me. I will take the Nirvana elixir myself. The Immortal of the 6 Paths coldly snorted. Wong. Suddenly, the Immortal of the 6 Paths activated the Sun Yuan in his palm. The Sun Yuan suddenly emitted a piercing red light. It was as if he was going to mobilize the power of 3,000 great Daos to destroy 30. 30 looked at the Sun Yuan in the Immortal of the 6 Paths palm and sneered. You want to use this Sun Yuan to deal with me? What? Are you afraid? I will stand here and let you try. How about that? 30 sneered. The Immortal of the 6 Paths' eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. Wong. The Sun Yuan instantly connected the 3,000 great Daos. Suddenly, the rolling power condensed into a palm of the great Daos. Although it was much weaker than before, it still made the starry sky tremble. The palm of the great Daos instantly hit 30. 30 did not resist, and just stood there quietly. However, just standing there quietly made the Immortal of the 6 Paths feel uneasy. However, the Immortal of the 6 Paths still had a ferocious look on his face as he hit 30 with his palm. Boom. It was not a loud sound, but the moment the palm of the great Daos touched 30, it strangely dissipated into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. This is impossible. Why is my palm of the great Daos not effective on you? The Immortal of the 6 Paths shouted in shock. 30 slowly walked over. The Immortal of the 6 Paths continuously hit him several times, but he could not hurt 30 at all. All your power comes from this Sun Yuan. You are ridiculous. You still don't know that this Sun Yuan was created by me. How can it hurt me? 30 said indifferently. What? The immortal source was created by you? How is that possible? You are lying to me. The Immortal of the 6 Paths' eyes were filled with fear. Although he did not believe it, Sun Yuan was ineffective against 30, so the Immortal of the 6 Paths had no choice but to believe it. Back then, Torch Dragon recorded everything he cultivated in the Book of Life and Death. After his death, I obtained the Book of Life and Death. I extracted all the 3,000 great Daos recorded in it and condensed Sun Yuan. 30 said indifferently. Condensed Sun Yuan. That is not yours. The Immortal of the 6 Paths said coldly. No, you don't understand. What I mean is that the real Sun Yuan has been taken away by me from the Immortal Dome. I have been comprehending the real Sun Yuan for countless years, and that is how I became stronger and stronger. In the end, I reached the level of Torch Dragon and defeated Pangu. The real Sun Yuan has been taken away by me. 30 said indifferently. What did you say? taken away by you, then the Immortal of the Six Paths stared. You guessed right. Before leaving the Immortal Dome, I made a defective copy of the real Sinuan and threw it to the heavens. Otherwise, why do you think the heavens could not comprehend Sinuan and reach the level of Torch Dragon for millions of years? That's because your immortal origin is a defective product to begin with. It's a defective product that I created. Do you think something made by me can hurt me? Ridiculous. 30 sneered. He reached out his hand and pointed. Bang! The Sinuan of the Six Paths suddenly exploded, turning into a large cloud of smoke and fire. No, my immortal source, no. This was the Six Paths' greatest trump card, but now it was gone. The Six Paths' heart was filled with panic. Give me back my Sinuan. The Immortal of the Six Paths pounced on 30 in fear. The heavens are too stupid. How can someone like you become an immortal? You made me waste so much energy on you. Humph! 30 snorted. He reached out his finger and pointed at the Immortal of the Six Paths' forehead. At this moment, the Immortal of the Six Paths realized that he could not escape from this finger. The aura of death instantly filled his body. The Immortal of the Six Paths shivered. No, didn't you want me to help you deal with Jiangchen? Didn't you want me to help you deal with Guhai? Don't kill me. No. The Immortal of the Six Paths screamed in fear. No need, 30 said coldly. Whoosh! 30's finger instantly pierced through the Immortal of the Six Paths' forehead. I am on your side. 30, don't. Buzz. The Immortal of the Six Paths' eyes went blank, and his consciousness was destroyed by 30. The Immortal of the Six Paths was dead. Chapter 1286. Gu Hai led the officials of the limitless celestial capital and bowed solemnly to thank him for his help. Just as he was about to say something, boom! A wave of energy suddenly came from the starry sky. When Sun Yuan was crushed by 30's finger, he triggered the 3,000 Great Tao and immediately created a wave of energy in the void. Very few people could sense this kind of wave, but Gu Hai's current strength was still very sensitive. He turned his head to look at the starry sky. Coincidentally, he saw Zhu Sanson crushing Sun Yuan with a finger. Then, before the Immortal of the Six Paths could dodge, Zhu Sanson's finger instantly pierced between the Six Paths' eyebrows. Vermilion bird, Nirvana pill. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Hai stepped into the sky. All the civil and military officials appeared confused as they looked in the direction that Gu Hai was heading. Immortal of the Six Paths? Killed by Zhu Sanson? That's impossible. When did Zhu Sanson become so strong? Sun Yuan was crushed too? By Zazai said in surprise. Xianyuan City. Jiang Chun cast a spell and restored Xianyuan City to its original state. Originally, he was going to lead his subordinates back to the temple. Suddenly, Jiang Chun seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at the sky. Suddenly, Jiang Chun saw 30 on the star. 30's finger pierced between the Immortal of the Six Paths' eyebrows. Little six. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly became angry. Boom! Jiang Chun instantly rushed into the sky and headed straight for the star. The Immortal of the Six Paths? At this moment, his body was already extremely weak. Even if Zhu Sanson was not possessed by 30, he could still kill the Immortal of the Six Paths by himself. His finger pierced between the Immortal of the Six Paths' eyebrows and instantly destroyed the Immortal of the Six Paths' consciousness. At this moment, 30's face suddenly darkened, and he turned his head to look below. He saw Gu Hai and Jiang Chun rush into the sky almost at the same time. Humph! With a cold snort, 31 took a step forward and shot off in another direction. 30 was now just a strand of divine sense. Even though his main body possessed monstrous might, he could not display much of it at this moment. Making an enemy out of Gu Hai and Jiang Chen was clearly not a wise decision. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai and Jiang Chen arrived on the star almost at the same time. At this moment, 30 had just flown away. His consciousness of the six paths disappeared, and his body slowly fell to the ground. "Isn't that Zhu Sanson?" Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "30's divine sense possessed me, just like how it possessed Zhu Yi and lured me away." Jiang Chen explained. 30. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Hai shot forward, chasing after 30. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen only glanced at the leaving Gu Hai and no longer paid attention to 30's escape. Instead, he immediately reached out and helped the immortal of the six paths, who was about to fall to the ground. Little six. Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat anxious as he channeled a strand of energy into the immortal of the six paths, Wang. The immortal of the six paths trembled all over. At this moment, Bai Zizai, Gu Han, Long Aotian, and the others had all arrived on the star. The immortal of the six paths? "Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Are you trying to revive him?" Bai Zizai immediately glared at Jiang Chen and said angrily. Jiang Chen did not care at all and continued channeling a strand of seven-colored energy into the immortal of the six paths. "True Lord, is this the power of time? Reversing the time of the immortal of the six paths and reviving him?" Long Aotian asked curiously. Jiang Chen still ignored him and stared at the immortal of the six paths. The immortal of the six paths' body trembled and was covered with seven-colored energy. 30, as expected of 30, a strand of his divine sense can destroy everything about little six and cut off his timeline? Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Wang, the immortal of the six paths, slowly opened his eyes, but he was extremely weak at this moment. He looked at Jiang Chen with hazy eyes. "Jiang Chen, you saved me?" The immortal of the six paths looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. "Little six, this time I have no other choice. Unless I devour and refine 30 and absorb everything about him, I can only keep you alive for a short while." Jiang Chen revealed a trace of sadness. So you can't save me? If you can't save me, then don't pretend to be merciful. After all, you have never cared about me. The immortal of the six paths smiled bitterly. When Gu Han and the others saw that the immortal of the six paths could only live for a short while, they did not continue to be aggressive towards Jiang Chen. Instead, they looked at 30, who was chasing after Gu Hai. 30 only had a strand of divine sense now. Naturally, he knew that he was no match for Gu Hai. He was about to be caught by Gu Hai. 30 revealed a trace of malevolence. "Gu Hai? Ha ha ha. Fine. Let my strand of divine sense see how much strength you have recovered. How much weaker are you compared to Pangu?" Boom. With a loud sound, 30 suddenly fell to the ground like a meteor and instantly plunged into the ground below. "Humph." Gu Hai coldly snorted and did not hesitate to chase after him. Boom. A large amount of earth and rocks were blasted out. Gu Hai also instantly chased after him. Rumble. The ground was violently churning. Obviously, Gu Hai and 30 were chasing after each other quickly underground. Gradually, the churning of the ground became smaller and smaller. His Holiness chased after Zhu Sanson deep underground. Bai Wuchang's face sank. Gu Han was silent for a moment. Father will definitely return safely. That's right. His Holiness's current strength can be said to be invincible. How can that Zhu Sanson be His Holiness's opponent? Black Impermanence laughed. That's not Zhu Sanson. Bai Zizai said with a gloomy face. Not Zhu Sanson? Everyone looked at Bai Zizai. That aura, it's like 30's. 30's divine sense? Bai Zizai's eyes were filled with fear. 30? Everyone looked at the already calm underground in surprise. The ground was calm, but everyone knew that the battle between Gu Hai and 30 had become even more intense, because the two had already entered the depths of the ground. The deeper they went, the quieter the commotion outside. Everyone was worried. At this moment, they quietly waited. At the side, Jiang Chun hugged Little Six with a sorrowful expression. Little Six, do you know? At the beginning, I did want to use you, and I was very strict with you. I thought that my life was selfish, that I was only born to kill 30. In my heart, there was no place for other than killing 30. However, I never thought that as I watched you grow little by little under my guidance, I would experience the feeling of raising a child. The more I poured my heart and soul into you, the more I felt like a mortal looking at their own son. When you died for the first time, my heart was only slightly shaken. When you died for the second time, I was completely certain that I would revive you at all costs. When you died for the third time, didn't you realize? When you died for the third time, I started to indulge you. Even if you disobeyed my will, even if you hated me, I did not blame you. Unfilial son is still a son. Who would have thought that in the end, I was the one who harmed you? Jiang Chun revealed a sad expression. Died for the first time? Ha ha. Died for the second time? Jiang Chun, don't be such a hypocrite. Your words are full of holes. I'm already a dead man. What's the point of saying all these things? Is there any meaning? Died. For the second time? I only died once. How could there be a second time? The Immortal of 6 Paths stared at Jiang Chun with a strong hatred in his weak state. Twice. You know it yourself. Before you, I taught 2 little sixes. Have you forgotten? Or have you not recovered the memories of your previous lives? Only once. Jiang Chun looked at the Immortal of 6 Paths. What did you say? The 2 little sixes before me were both me? Impossible. Impossible. You lied to me? Ha ha, you lied to me. The Immortal of 6 Paths stared at Jiang Chun with deep disbelief in his eyes. You don't know? Then why did you say that you died before? Why do you hate me? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and felt that something was wrong. Stop pretending. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The Immortal of 6 Paths said in disbelief. I still have 2 memories of your previous lives. See for yourself. Jiang Chun said with a trace of astonishment. As he spoke, he gently tapped the Immortal of 6 Paths' forehead. 2 rays of blue light entered the Immortal of 6 Paths' forehead. 1. The Immortal of 6 Paths trembled. After trembling, the Immortal of 6 Paths' eyes suddenly opened wide. Then, as if he had a terminal lucidity, a lot of information flashed through his mind. How? Those 2 little sixes were me? You resurrected me twice? The Immortal of 6 Paths showed a trace of confusion. You don't know these 2 memories? That's impossible. When you reincarnated, you should have kept your memories. Jiang Chun frowned and said, No, these 2 memories are mine. It's just that they were sealed by an inexplicable force. So I didn't know that they were sealed by an inexplicable force. 30? The Immortal of 6 Paths' face was filled with shock. Your previous 2 memories have been sealed. Then how do you know that you died? Because of your own death. You hate me so much? Jiang Chun seemed to smell a conspiracy. The Immortal of 6 Paths looked at Jiang Chun, his weak eyes flashing with a complicated look. Let go of your memories, and let me read them. Don't resist. Let go of me. Jiang Chun said with a sense of urgency. The Immortal of 6 Paths instinctively resisted Jiang Chun, but in his last moments, he couldn't resist at all. Moreover, the Immortal of 6 Paths was suspicious at this moment. Jiang Chun placed his hand on the Immortal of 6 Paths' forehead, and suddenly a red light entered the Immortal of 6 Paths' forehead. 1. Jiang Chun slowly closed his eyes and carefully checked the Immortal of Six Paths' resentment towards him. After a while, Jiang Chen's eyes became ferocious. In the Heavenly Path reincarnation, that time you died? Impossible, impossible. During the reincarnation cycle of the Heavenly Tao, I gave you 10 layers of protection. At that time, you definitely wouldn't have died. Moreover, after you died a second time, I didn't force you anymore. How could you have died? You came back from the dead, and it was 30 who saved you? Impossible, it wasn't 30 who saved you. It was 30 scheme. 30 scheme. Jiang Chen suddenly roared. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body emitted a monstrous anger, causing the entire planet beneath his feet to tremble. It was 30? It was 30 scheme. The Immortal of Six Paths revealed a look of despair. When Jiang Chen read the Immortal of Six Paths' memories, he also transmitted his plan to the Immortal of Six Paths' mind. At this moment, the truth was revealed. It was 30 who tricked the Immortal of Six Paths. At that time, it was not Jiang Chen who killed the Immortal of Six Paths, but 30 who killed him and framed Jiang Chen, then revived him, planting the seed of hatred in the Immortal of Six Paths. Because of that, the Immortal of Six Paths' temperament changed greatly. 30, Jiang Chen trembled in anger. The Immortal of Six Paths was getting weaker and weaker. He looked at Jiang Chen with a guilty expression. "I'm sorry, Master." Jiang Chen lowered his head and looked at the Immortal of Six Paths. The Immortal of Six Paths was getting weaker and weaker. He seemed to have no strength to open his eyes, but 2 drops of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. He kept muttering, "I'm sorry, Master. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." After a series of regretful words, the Immortal of Six Paths completely lost all signs of life. Little Six. Jiang Chen hugged Little Six and roared in grief. Chapter 1287. Under the ground. Gu Hai chased after 30 like a hot knife through butter. The ground was thick, and there were countless minerals. However, with Gu Hai's current strength, he was still able to break through the ground and chase after 30. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure from the ground. However, this pressure was not difficult for Gu Hai. As for 30, not long after he entered the ground, he seemed to have merged with the ground. There was no damage, but he seemed to have merged with the ground and moved quickly. "Gu Hai, your speed is not enough." 30 revealed a cold smile, infuriating Gu Hai. How could Gu Hai not see through 30's scheme? 30 seemed to be purposely leading Gu Hai to the ground. However, Gu Hai had no choice but to go. The 30 in front of him was possessed by Zhu Sanson, and in Zhu Sanson's body was the Nirvana elixir that Gu Hai desperately needed. The Nirvana elixir had a certain time limit. If 30 died after an incense stick's time, the Nirvana elixir would be useless to her. He had to be fast. Roar! Gu Hai roared, and his body became more ferocious. More rocks were blasted away by Gu Hai's charge. Still as reckless as Pangu. 30 revealed a cold smile of disdain. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly, and his speed increased by another notch. Soon, Gu Hai would reach the 30th mark. However, 30 suddenly formed a hand seal and shouted, "We're finally here. Gu Hai, gather all forces. Dragon Vein shakes demon." Around Gu Hai, a huge force was formed, as if an endless force filled Gu Hai's body. Boom! The powerful force sealed Gu Hai in an instant. Gu Hai was unable to move. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. Roar! 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 All of a sudden, the roars of countless dragons could be heard from all directions. Following that, it was as if billions of dragon veins swooped down on Gu Hai. Each dragon vein contained the power of the earth and sealed off Gu Hai. Whoa! Gu Hai twisted his body, but he was unable to move. There's no need to struggle. This is the power of the dragon veins from all over the world. Oh, right, Dahan also has the dragon veins of the earth. It's a pity that you don't know how to use the power of the dragon veins. The power of the dragon veins of the Dahan can only use a small amount of the power of the earth. 30 sneered. Laughing coldly, 30 slowly walked towards Gu-hai. Gu-hai's face turned cold as he shuddered again. Boom! Under the immense power, the surroundings only shook violently, but Gu-hai was still locked in place, unable to move. Your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are already strong enough, but the power of the dragon veins in the world is not something your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls can compare to. 30 said coldly, the power of the dragon veins in the world. That's right, I don't know much about the dragon veins, but why would the dragon veins listen to you? What part of the torch dragon is the dragon veins? Gu-hai asked in a low voice. The torch dragon's physical body transformed into all things in the world, and most of them turned into the earth. In the physical body, there are some marks of the torch dragon, or rather, the remnants of the torch dragon. These remnants roam the earth, gathering and mobilizing the power of the earth, which is the dragon veins of the earth. You don't know how to use them. Your Dahan's dragon veins can only control the land near the capital, but I can mobilize all the wandering dragon veins in the world. The endless power of the earth is at my disposal. Although the earth is the corpse of the torch dragon and no longer has the power to move, the dragon veins can help me gather the power of the earth to squeeze you to death. 30 sneered coldly. With a sneer, 30 approached Gu-hai. The dragon veins of the torch dragon are the remnants of the torch dragon's consciousness. In other words, it was once a part of the torch dragon's 7th soul, which is also a part of the torch dragon's god. Gu-hai narrowed his eyes. That's right. You're in the middle of the torch dragon's brows. Here, thousands of dragon veins are at my disposal, and the torch dragon's physical body is at my disposal. Let's see how long your physical body can last. 30 sneered and walked towards Gu-hai again. Crack, crack, crack. With every step he took, the power of the earth pressed down on Gu-hai. The force grew stronger and stronger, and Gu-hai was about to be squashed flat. He couldn't even speak. 30 sneered. Pangu's reincarnation? Ha, is that all you have? You're the god of creation over there on par with the torch dragon. I took away your power, and your consciousness was reborn. Is that all you have? But that's right. Your consciousness has reached the limit of what it can do now. The power of the 3 souls and 7 souls can't be increased anymore. As he spoke, 30 reached out his hand and seemed to be pointing at Gu-hai's forehead. Gu-hai's face was twisted, as if he was struggling. Hee, don't struggle. It's useless. You can only reach the limit of the 3 souls and 7 souls, unless you have another 3 souls and 7 souls, and double the power. Die, Gu-hai! 30 came over. Just as 30's finger was about to touch Gu-hai, Gu-hai's twisted face suddenly calmed down, and a cold smile appeared. This cold sneer startled 31, as if he felt that something was wrong. However, he saw Gu-hai's right hand move suddenly, and in an instant, it broke through the ground. Rumble! Even with the endless dragon veins blocking it, Gu-hai's power seemed to have broken through the endless shackles and rushed towards 30 like a hot knife through butter. What? How can you move? 30's expression changed. Rumble! With a loud sound, Gu-hai's right hand suddenly pierced into 30's dantian. 30 wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It was too close, right in front of him. It was also because 30 had let down his guard and was ready to kill Gu-hai. In the end, Gu-hai still had a lot of power left. Rumble! 30's dantian suddenly exploded, and Gu-hai's hand reached in as if holding something. Gu-hai's other hand also surged with endless power, and he grabbed 30's finger. Kacha! With a ferocious twist, Gu Hai instantly broke that finger. How did you do it? 30 exclaimed. Rumble! The right hand that was in 30's dantian was pulled out, and Gu Hai's right hand was holding a nirvana elixir. Nirvana elixir? Huh! Gu Hai laughed. If Gu Hai only had one set of 3 souls and 7 spirits, he would have been sealed by the power of the earth. However, Gu Hai did not have one set of 3 souls and 7 spirits, but 9 sets. 30 shuttled through the earth like a shadow, and it was difficult to chase after him. Moreover, Gu Hai was worried that he would not be able to find him, so he beat him at his own game and deliberately pretended to be captured to lure 30 into offering himself. If 30 wanted to kill him, he would have already materialized his physical body, and this was the best opportunity. Gu Hai crushed 30's dantian, preventing him from destroying the nirvana elixir. He grabbed the nirvana elixir tightly in his hand. With the other hand, he grabbed 30's finger. He pulled fiercely. Whoosh! The immortal dome of ancients opened, and Gu Hai wanted to pull 30 into it. Once 30 entered the immortal dome of ancients, no matter how capable he was, he would not be able to escape. 30 also had a lot of combat experience. Earlier, he did not expect Gu Hai to be so strong. Now that he fell for Gu Hai's trick, his expression immediately changed, knowing that the situation was bad. Whoosh! Nearly instantly, a 7-colored flowing light came out of Zhu Sansan's body. 30's spiritual sense came out alone. Whoosh! Zhu Sansan was immediately pulled into the immortal dome of ancients, with nowhere to run. However, Gu Hai did not bother with Zhu Sansan at this moment, using his great Tao energy to seal Zhu Sansan. Gu Hai also stepped into the immortal dome of ancients. Whoosh! Gu Hai immediately found Clam's coffin and opened it. He immediately saw Clam's shattered corpse sealed by the Godao laws. Without hesitation, he tossed the nirvana elixir in. Buzz! Clam's corpse trembled slightly. Seeing Clam slowly recovering, Gu Hai released a long breath and instantly exited the immortal dome of ancients again. However, the moment Clam came out, 30's spiritual sense had already traveled far away on a golden dragon vein. So that is the case. Previously, this great one could not understand how you could move through the ground like a ghost. Even though you possessed Zhu Sansan, his physical body could merge with the ground. It turns out that you were wrapped in the dragon vein and used the dragon vein's power to travel underground. Gu Hai's expression sank. Boom! At this moment, Clam slowly recovered. Gu Hai also fulfilled his wish and quickly chased after 30. Rumble! The ground moved quickly. In the distance, 30's spiritual sense, wrapped in the dragon vein, felt furious. Gu Hai, how much strength did you recover? Even the dragon vein cannot seal you? 30 was shocked and furious. Stop! This great one will tell you slowly, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. However, how could the current 30 listen to Gu Hai? He controlled the dragon vein and instantly traveled hundreds of millions of li. Gu Hai did not give up. Although his physical body was strong, he could not travel as fast as the dragon vein. The two chased further and further away. Gu Hai could not catch up. Without controlling the dragon vein, you will never be able to catch me. Even if I am just a strand of spiritual sense, no one can touch me. Gu Hai, can you be any faster? 30 sneered. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Gu Hai could be faster, but the damage to the ground would be greater. At that time, the ground would be overturned, and the people on the ground would suffer. Gu Hai could only maintain this speed and watch 30 slowly escape. Pangu? Humph. So, what if you are the reincarnation of Pangu? Back then, when you were at your peak, you lost to me, let alone now. Humph. 30 snorted and immediately shot into the distance, shaking off Gu Hai. Roar. However, Right at this moment, a majestic dragon's roar suddenly rang out from underground again. As the dragon roar sounded, 30's dragon vein suddenly stopped moving. Wang. Gu Hai instantly appeared in front of 30. What? Why is it not moving? Go! 30 exclaimed. Whoosh! Gu Hai grabbed the rainbow-colored 30 divine senses. Dragon roar? Who was that dragon roar just now? Who can control the dragon vein? 30 exclaimed. Bang! Gu Hai clenched the 30 strands of spiritual will into a clump with his palm. Then, he immediately used his energy to seal them in a small sphere covered in restrictions. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of light flashed in the distance. It was Changming who had arrived instantly while riding on a dragon vein. His Holiness! You caught it? Changming was surprised. Gu Hai held 30 spiritual sense and nodded. Changming, you were the one controlling 30's dragon vein. Yes, I have obtained the 7th soul of the candle dragon and some of the memories of the candle dragon. I can control the remnant will of the candle dragon between heaven and earth. Coincidentally, this dragon vein is one of them. When there was a huge commotion, I came to investigate. So, Changming said with a smile, Well done. Gu Hai praised. Chapter 1288. With Changming's help, Gu Hai captured 30 strands of divine will. Well done. Gu Hai praised. His Holiness is too kind. Everything I have is a reward from His Holiness. Otherwise, I would not be in this world anymore. No matter what, without you, this strand of 30 strands of divine would have escaped. Gu Hai shook his head. His Holiness, the remnant thoughts of the torch dragon roam the earth. Now that I have the ability to do so, why don't I gather all of the remnant thoughts for the Dahan's dragon vein to devour? When the dragon vein is strong enough, it can even penetrate the 2 realms of yin and yang and combine them again. Changming looked at Gu Hai and said, Penetrate the 2 realms of yin and yang. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, His Holiness should also know that the 2 realms of yin and yang only share a piece of land. This piece of land is formed by the torch dragon's physical body, and it divides the entire immortal dome. The land of the 2 realms of yin and yang is just the 2 sides of the torch dragon's physical body. Changming said, In the past, when I went into the void, I knew that the 6 paths immortal dome is in the shape of a sphere. It is empty inside, and it is the sky. There is a layer of land in the middle, which divides the immortal dome into 2 hemispheres. The sun and moon of the 2 realms of yin and yang are the same. They revolve around the immortal dome, but in the 2 realms of yin and yang, the qi of yin and yang will increase and decrease. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. I didn't expect the torch dragon to be so powerful. The earth formed by its physical body is so deep that even the dragon veins of the earth can't penetrate it. However, I believe that as long as we collect all the dragon veins in the world and some of the scattered dragon veins in the earth's core, our Dahan's dragon veins will definitely connect the 2 worlds and be vast and boundless. When that time comes, His Holiness will be able to mobilize the dragon veins of the earth and control the boundless power of the earth. Although the power of the earth's core that Yuanshi Tianzuan mobilized in the past was provided by the candle dragon, it was actually just the accumulation of the power of the earth's dragon veins. I can assist His Holiness in commanding the entire earth and controlling the candle dragon's physical body under Dahan. Solemnly, Changming said. Gu Hai looked at Changming and finally nodded. Okay, let's do it. Yes, Changming answered. Since that's the case, I won't follow His Holiness to the outside world for the time being. I'll start collecting the dragon veins of the 4 directions. Changming said respectfully. Okay, Gu Hai nodded. By the way, His Holiness, while you were in seclusion, I brought Kong Xian and the others into seclusion as well. I mentioned it to His Holiness last time. This time, it went relatively smoothly. In Fushi's 64 trigrams furnace, all of them broke through to the great circle of the gods. Chongming said with a hint of excitement. All of them? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes, there was a lot of luck involved, but they all achieved it. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Godding, Scorpio, Shanghai Hen, Ao Sheng, Mao Tianyan, and Goddess Ho Tu are all here. I've already asked them to come out of seclusion due to the previous shock. They should be heading to the surface now. Chongming said. Okay, I understand. Gu Hai nodded. His Holiness, take care. Chongming sent him off respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai took a step forward and soared into the sky, heading towards the world of the living. Not long after, Gu Hai arrived at the world of the living. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Hai exploded a large amount of rubble and appeared on the ground. After coming out of the ground, Gu Hai couldn't wait to return to the infinite celestial capital. But when he turned his head, he heard the sound of an intense battle outside the infinite celestial capital. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of battles, Gu Hai frowned. But in the next moment, Gu Hai revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The one fighting wasn't a bystander, but Ho's sister, Jingwei, who had just returned from seclusion in the sun. Boom! Bai Zizai, who was already injured, was instantly sent flying by Jingwei's heavy attack. Master! He Bai Wuchang anxiously rushed over. Don't attack! Bai Zizai immediately cried out bitterly to the two. Princess! His Holiness did it willingly. Princess, please calm down. Xing Tian shouted and tried to stop her. Princess, the ancient sage has already avenged His Holiness. Please calm down. It was His Holiness who wanted the great Yen to submit to the Dahan celestial capital. Ho Yi also anxiously tried to dissuade her. However, Jingwei didn't care at all. At this moment, tears were flowing from her eyes. She let out a heart-wrenching cry. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You caused my sister's death. I want you to be buried with her. Ah! Jingwei cried and charged towards the infinite celestial capital again. At this moment, Jingwei's strength was extremely fierce. Xing Tian and Ho Yi couldn't stop her at all. With a single charge from Jingwei, they were all sent flying. Princess, don't! The two cried out miserably. However, Jingwei didn't care at all. She wanted to destroy the infinite celestial capital. Bai Zizai, who was injured, was about to charge forward again. Jing sacrificed himself for the infinite celestial capital. Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, and the others couldn't do anything. Since they couldn't do anything, I can only do it now. Bai Zizai looked at Jingwei bitterly. This Jingwei's strength wasn't any weaker than his. How did she cultivate? He was injured now, but he still couldn't stop her? Bai Zizai felt terrible for a while. Bai Zizai, you rest first. Let us do it. Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng stepped forward. Screech! Jingwei roared and transformed into a huge vermilion bird. The vermilion bird roared and tore through the air with its sharp claws. Immediately, two claw lights wrapped in endless sun flames surged towards the infinite celestial capital. 8. 9 mystic arts, 72nd layer, break. Shangguan Hen glared and shouted. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge fist collided with the sharp claws. Immediately, one of Jingwei's sharp claws was sent flying. Ao Sheng let out a dragon roar and also punched out. Boom! Jingwei's other sharp claw was also sent flying. Rumble! Jingwei immediately retreated in succession, revealing a shocked expression. Bai Zizai also stared at the two. How is this possible? Shangguanhen's strength has already reached the ancient Xuanwu Supreme's strength. Ao Sheng's strength has also reached the ancient Azure Dragon Supreme's strength. How did this happen? Bai Zizai exclaimed. Jingwei, Shangguanhen, and Ao Sheng clashed once, and was actually at a disadvantage. Immediately, he revealed a blank expression. He had improved so much. How could he still not be as good as them? He could not avenge his sister? Jingwei's whole body was filled with grievance. You all bullied me. Sister, I will avenge you. Even if I die, I will destroy the infinite celestial capital. Jingwei revealed a sinister look and roared. In an instant, Jingwei's whole body was filled with endless sun core fire. What? Are you crazy? Jingwei, you want to burn yourself and stimulate all your potential? No. Bai Zizai exclaimed. No, princess. Ho Yi and Xing Tian also exclaimed. No, the great Yen celestial capital will always belong to my sister. No one can take it away. Guhai, you liar. You killed my sister and want to take her great Yen celestial capital. I will fight it out with you. Jingwei roared crazily. At the entrance of the infinite celestial capital, Qinxian was very anxious. Quick, we must save Jingwei. If Jingwei died, Dehan would not have the face to see Ming again. Kong Xian, Dragon God Eng, Mao Tianyun, and Goddess Ho Tu were about to fly out. No one expected Jingwei to risk his life like this. Nonsense. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky. Just as Jingwei was about to explode, he suddenly froze and looked at the sky in disbelief. Xing Tian and Ho Yi also looked at the sky in disbelief. Then, they saw the sky behind Jingwei. Guhai stepped on the sky and came over. Beside him stood a woman. It was Ming, who had just come back to life. Ming? Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Ming also came back to life. Immediately, the officials of the infinite celestial capital were overjoyed. His Holiness! Xing Tian and Ho Yi exclaimed in surprise. Sister! Jingwei also exclaimed in disbelief. As he spoke, Jingwei immediately pounced towards Ming. Sister, they said you are dead. They said you are dead. Woo-woo! Jingwei flapped his huge wings and flew over. Raging flames instantly burned the sky. Guhai smiled bitterly and immediately flew away with Ming. Guhai, what are you doing? Jingwei stared at him. Ming has just come back to life and is still very weak. Princess Jingwei, please restrain your aura. Guhai said, oh. Jingwei's expression froze. Jingwei obediently transformed into his human form. Like a child who had done something wrong, he flew to Ming's side. Sister, are you okay? Jingwei asked with concern. Ming looked at Jingwei and smiled bitterly. She did not blame him anymore because she understood that Jingwei was so reckless because he was worried about her. I am fine. Why aren't you apologizing to Guhai? Ming sighed and said, Jingwei looked at Guhai unwillingly. Forget it. Jingwei did it for you. I owe you. It is only right for her to throw a tantrum. Guhai shook his head and smiled. As for the other people in the limitless celestial capital, they were also quite understanding. Love the house, love its crow. With such a huge debt of gratitude, no one would blame her sister if she messed around a little. Phew! A group of people flew to the square of the limitless celestial capital. Why, Your Majesty, you've truly recovered. Ho Yi walked over with a hint of excitement in his voice. Just a little more time, and it was too late. Guhai finally found a nirvana elixir. However, although I am alive, everything will still be the same. From now on, the great Yen celestial capital will submit to the Dehan celestial capital and become part of the Dehan celestial capital. Solemnly, Ming said, Sister, That is your great Yen, celestial capital. Jingwei was still unwilling. 30 is coming back. What is the use of fighting for the great Yen, celestial capital? The world must be unified immediately. Ming said, "Ah, yes." Jingwei said with a hint of reluctance. Gu Hai looked at Ming with gratitude. "Thank you. I will assist you to take the great Yen celestial capital into the Dahan celestial capital as soon as possible. From today onwards, I will temporarily stay in the limitless celestial capital." Ming looked at Gu Hai. "Okay." Gu Hai nodded. Ming looked at the officials of the Dahan celestial capital and was also very surprised. Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng were both in the great circle of the gods. The Dahan celestial capital was unstoppable. Gu Hai walked in front of Ming again. "Ming, the situation was urgent." "I am sorry," Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. He was just thanking Ming when he suddenly ran away. This was indeed very rude. "Don't be sorry. I am relieved that Ming was saved. Gu Hai, can you send me back to my residence?" Ming looked at Gu Hai and asked. "Sure." Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 1289. Gu Hai sent Zhuo back to the South Sea. Gu Hai did not bring anyone with him. He left in secret. Whether the world was united or not, Gu Hai would do his best to protect Zhuo. Soon, they arrived at an island. On the island, Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshue, Duga Chobai, and Zhang Sanfeng were already waiting. "Master, why didn't you ask us to come with you?" Zhang Sanfeng complained. "That's right. Master, we were in seclusion to comprehend the sword. When we were done, we realized that you had left. Master even set up a barrier for us so that we couldn't sense the chaos outside. If we went together, perhaps Master would also." Duga Chobai sighed. "You have reached the most critical moment of sword comprehension. You can't be disturbed." Cheng laughed. "Thank you, Master." The four bowed to Cheng gratefully. Then the four looked at Gu Hai. "Greetings to His Holiness." Gu Hai nodded. "How long will it take for Zhuo to recover?" The four looked at each other. Dongfang Bubi said, "Master should be able to recover soon in the sword dream, but I don't know how long it will take." "Don't worry, I won't abandon the sword." Zhuo looked at Gu Hai and said, "If there's anything I can help with, just tell me." Gu Hai said solemnly, "No need, as a sword cultivator. As long as the sword is with me, I will recover on my own." Zhuo shook his head. "All right." Gu Hai sighed. Zhuo had sacrificed too much for Dahan, but Gu Hai could not help. It was a pity. "Have the four of you fully comprehended sword cultivation?" Zhuo looked at the four of them. "Yes, we are much worse than Master." Shimen Chueshue sighed. During this time, the four of them admired Zhuo from the bottom of their hearts. Zhuo's talent in sword cultivation was so strong that even if the four of them worked together, they would still be inferior. "Since you have fully comprehended, it means that I was right not to disturb you before. In the following period of time, 30 can come back at any time. 30 wants to destroy all living things. You all may have to participate in the battle." Solemnly Bai said, "We await Master's orders." The four of them said respectfully, "Who?" Cheng flipped his hand and took out 4 long swords. "This is..." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "These are the 4 immortal slaying swords of the Tongtian sect, Master. Back then, I took them and refined them. These 4 immortal slaying swords represent the immortality of our Wanshou Taoism. Once immortal slayer is unleashed, who can contend against it? Invincible in every endeavor, unrivaled in every way. If Dongfang is not defeated, you will wield the exterminating immortal sword." Solemnly Bai said, "Ah, yes." Dongfang Bubi replied, "Once the slaughter immortal is unleashed, blood flows like rivers. When the sword reaches the plum blossom, blood stains the world. Shimin Chueshua, you will wield the kill immortal sword. Solemnly by ordered. Yes, Shimin Chueshua took the immortal culling sword. Once the immortal trapping is unleashed, the heavens fall, and the earth rends. Once the net is formed, there will be no return. Dugachobai, you will wield the immortal trapping sword. Solemnly by ordered. Yes, Dugachobai took it respectfully. Once the end immortal is unleashed, it will be sealed. Defend like a mountain, break like an ocean. Zhang Sanfeng, you will wield the end immortal sword. Solemnly by ordered. Yes, Zhang Sanfeng took it carefully. While I am recovering in seclusion, the four of you will await Gu Hai's orders. Solemnly by ordered, the four of them looked at Gu Hai and nodded. Yes, Bai also looked at Gu Hai and said, you told me before that 30 would be back in a year at most. I don't know if I can participate in the battle, but these 4 disciples of mine will do their best. You should use them well. Their swordsmanship is not weaker than mine. Not weaker than yours? Gu Hai was surprised. That's right. The 5 of us created sword cultivation together. They have already comprehended it during their seclusion, which means that they have reached the same level as me. Moreover, they each have their own specializations. Sword cultivation with specialization is more lethal. Bai explained. Gu Hai looked at the 4 of them with a hint of surprise. Did this mean that there were 4 more Bai? Bai's strength was extremely terrifying. Back then, Immortal 6 Paths almost died under his sword. Moreover, the 4 of them form a formation with the Immortal slaying 4 swords, which is even more powerful. Bai explained. Gu Hai looked at Bai. Solemnly, he nodded. Thank you. Everyone is responsible for the Battle of Armageddon. You don't have to thank me. Bai laughed. Gu Hai nodded. Bai then walked to the main hall where he was in seclusion. In the main hall, there was a light ball floating in the void. There seemed to be billions of sword chi circling inside the light ball. Master, please recover soon. The 4 disciples said respectfully. Bai nodded and stepped into the light ball. Buzz. As soon as he entered, Bai was instantly immersed and disappeared. This is Sword Dream, the place where you created the sword cultivators? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes, Zhang Sanfeng nodded. His Holiness, Master arranged for us to listen to your orders. Now, what do you want us to do? Dongfang Bubi asked. There's no need. 30 hasn't returned yet. You all stay here and guard Bai, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes, the 4 of them bowed to Gu Hai solemnly. Gu Hai also slowly left. Gu Hai left alone. The 4 sword cultivators represented the power of the 4 Bai. If it was in the past, Gu Hai would have been very happy. But now Gu Hai was puzzled. 30 wants to destroy the world. How strong is this 30? When Gu Hai returned to the limitless celestial capital, boom! Above the starry sky, a light figure rushed down. It was Laozi who stepped back from the void. As soon as he returned to the limitless celestial capital, he was surprised by the changes in the world. Gu Hai, you came out of seclusion? Laozi looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Laozi's hands moved slightly, and the expression on his face changed for a while. In the blink of an eye, he understood the major events that happened in the world during this period. Panga's will? Panga's axe really recognized you? Laozi said with a trace of surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Panga's will? What does that mean? 30 has been saying that I'm the reincarnation of Pangu. You're not the reincarnation of Pangu. Pangu has fallen, just like the torch dragon here. He has already fallen. Laozi shook his head and sighed. Oh, but didn't Amitabha finally reincarnate as Zhang Fei Ming? Gu Hai was puzzled. Pangu and Amipa are different. Panga's opponent was 30. 30 wanted to destroy him. So how could he give Pangu a chance to be resurrected? Before Panga died, he scattered his will to a region. Everyone born in that region has Panga's will. In other words, everyone in that region is Pangu, just like the thousands of demons in the Immortal Dome are all split off from the torch dragon god. Laozi explained. That's right. That region. Don't tell me it's Earth. Gu Hai asked with a trace of confusion. Laozi looked at Gu Hai and finally nodded. That's right. There are countless planets in our Immortal Dome. That's why the Immortal Dome is next to Earth. We're protecting Earth, Panga's will, and Panga's bloodline. You mean everyone on Earth has Panga's will? Everyone is Pangu? Gu Hai was shocked. You can say that. Not only Panga's will, but everyone on Earth has Panga's bloodline. It's just that it's too weak to show its power. You, on the other hand, are relying on your perseverance to slowly make your bloodline purer and purer, making your will closer and closer to Panga's ultimate form. In other words, you're the closest person to Pangu. That's why Panga's axe recognizes you. Laozi explained. So that's how it is. Shock flashed through Gu Hai's heart. We're lucky that you're like this. According to my calculation, you haven't used all your strength yet? Laozi asked curiously. Yes, I still have some strength left. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. Laozi said happily. By the way, you went to chase 30. How was it? Gu Hai asked curiously. I've killed Zhu Yi. 30's divine will is also broken. Some fragments have entered the void and should disappear soon. Laozi said confidently. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. This time, no matter what, I've failed in my duty. I'm very sorry. Laozi looked at Gu Hai and finally sighed slightly. Gu Hai looked at Laozi and sighed slightly in his heart. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. If he hadn't protected the infinite celestial capital and all his family members were killed, Gu Hai would definitely be very sad. It was really dangerous just now. However, Gu Hai couldn't blame Laozi because Laozi no longer cared about personal gains and losses. For the lives of the Immortal Dome, Laozi could even give up his promise. It could be said that he had given up everything for the lives of the people. How could Gu Hai blame such a Laozi? Forget it. The infinite celestial capital is fine. Everything is fine. But how strong is 30? How could he make you and Jiang Chen so afraid? Gu Hai looked at Laozi and asked curiously. How strong is 30? Huh. Laozi's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he revealed a bitter smile. How much stronger is he than the Immortal of Six Paths? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The Immortal of Six Paths? What's the Immortal of Six Paths? I can defeat him. 30 compared to him? 30 can kill the Immortal of Six Paths with just a pinky. Laozi said bitterly. A pinky? Gu Hai frowned slightly. He immediately thought of the death of the Immortal of Six Paths. At that time, 30 really did seem to be a pinky. He crushed Sun Yuan and then pierced the Immortal of Six Paths between his eyebrows and killed him. A pinky? Ha! Don't think about 30's divine will. It's not counted at all. This divine will is nothing compared to his real body. His real body is so strong that perhaps all of us together are no match for him. Laozi said bitterly. He's that strong? Gu Hai was surprised. I don't know how strong he is now, but I know that before he took everything from Pangu, he seemed to have reached the level of the torch dragon. This is the message from Panga's last will. Laozi smiled bitterly. Before Panga died, he had already reached the level of the torch dragon. He must be even stronger now. At that time, he was as strong as the torch dragon. Gu Hai's face darkened. Needless to say, Xian Qiong knew how strong the torch dragon was. The god of creation. The 3,000 great Taoists were his 3 souls, the 6 paths of reincarnation were his 6 souls, and all the demons in the world were his 7th soul, God. The earth was his body, the sun and moon were his eyes, and the stars were his hair. This was the dead torch dragon. His power had already manifested to such a terrifying degree. How strong was the torch dragon when he was alive? And now, 30, in addition to the torch dragon's inheritance, also had the inheritance of Pangu. How strong was he? Just thinking about it gave him a feeling of horror. Chapter 1290 sees the shrine. Jiang Chen carefully buried the sage of 6 paths' body in a coffin. Buzz. Just as Jiang Chen was about to close the lid of the coffin, a cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from the coffin. The gas seemed to want to escape from the coffin, but the moment it escaped, it was caught in the palm of Jiang Chen's hand. Creak, creak, creak. The black aura seemed to be struggling against Jiang Chen's grip. Jiang Chen slowly opened the coffin again. Inside the coffin, the 6 paths immortal was lying peacefully. This aura came from the 6 paths immortal's robe. Jiang Chen was confused. He reached his hand into the immortal of 6 paths and slowly took out a parchment scroll. He slowly opened it. The parchment scroll was filled with densely packed characters. These characters seemed to form a seal, sealing something away. The black aura that had just appeared was coming from this seal. The talent that little 6 grasped. Jiang Chen revealed a hint of surprise. But in the next moment, Jiang Chen was attracted by the words on the seal. Jiang Chen, damn you. A teacher for a day, a father for life. He deserved to live. He never cared about me at all. I was just a tool. Damn it. He taught me thousands of spells, helped me kill my enemies, and bought candied haws for me. He deserves to live. He didn't save me and watched me die. Damn it. He helped me climb a tree to get a kite, and even cooked a pot of lotus root soup for me. He deserves to die. There were many words on the seal that were hidden by the 6 paths. However, when these words were put together, they only contained 2 meanings. One was the hatred towards Jiang Chen, and the other was the kindness towards Jiang Chen. Although the whole story was about whether or not to kill Jiang Chen, it recorded every detail of Jiang Chen's time with the dominator of Samsara. In their past interactions, there were contradictions, warmth, anger, and touching moments. Word by word, he wrote out his complicated feelings towards Jiang Chen. Because he had been deceived by 30, he felt endless resentment towards Jiang Chen. However, every little thing was filled with reluctance and gratitude. Using these words as a seal showed how much the sage of 6 paths treasured these words. Solemnly, however, it was useless. The 6 paths had fallen, killed by 30, and would never return. As he watched, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly became moist. Long Out Yin and the others did not dare to interrupt because this was the first time they had seen Jiang Chen cry. Tears that had never appeared before appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes today. Long Out Yin and the others nervously turned their heads. Ha, 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 little 6, I will definitely avenge you. Mia 30? Not only for myself, even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will avenge you. Jiang Chen said with a ferocious expression. Boom. Jiang Chen carefully closed the lid of the coffin. Holding the scroll, Jiang Chen carefully put it away. Infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai and Laozi were discussing 30's strength. 30 was involved in Torch Dragon's death, and Panga's death was also caused by 30. It could be said that 30 killed 2 immortal firmament's creation gods. How strong was 30? You want to know 30's strength? I can tell you. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Gu Hai and Laozi. The 2 turned their heads at the same time. They saw Jiang Chen walking out alone from the entrance of the divine palace with a ferocious look of hatred on his face. Whoosh! In an instant, Jiang Chun stepped into the infinite celestial capital. Jiang Chun. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Lousy, you should be from another immortal firmament, right? Jiang Chun looked at Lousy. Lousy looked at Jiang Chun warily and finally nodded. Don't look at me like that. Our goal is the same. Kill 30. Jiang Chun said with a hateful look. You just said that you know 30 strength. Gu Hai asked doubtfully. My physical body is the one before 30. The innate power of spirit cultivation is the power 30 had before he left. To be more precise, when 30 went to another immortal firmament, he didn't bring anything with him. Only his soul and will. Am I right? Jiang Chun looked at Lousy. It seems so. I used to think that his physical body was destroyed in the void. Lousy nodded. Gu Hai, give me all of your spirit cultivation power. I will use 30's physical body and 30's strength to show you 30's strength in the past. How about it? Jiang Chun stared at Gu Hai. You want my innate power? Gu Hai frowned. Spirit cultivation is divided into 5 parts. Little 6th part is in my hands just now. The remaining 4 parts are sorrow, joy, separation, and reunion. I have the heaven and earth fusion endowment. The rest should be with you, right? Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a moment and nodded. Joy and sorrow are in my hands. Separation was also given to me just now. It's just that it's only the first stage now. It doesn't matter. Just give them all to me. As for the innate power, it's useless for you to try it on me. Because my physical body is 30, it's completely immune. Give them all to me, and I will show you my power. At the same time, I will also show you your power. Jiang Chun said. In the previous battle, Jiang Chun had a lot of expectations for Gu Hai. Naturally, he hoped that Gu Hai could be as strong as possible. Jiang Chun also saw that Gu Hai was still able to fight against 6 Dao. He also wanted to know where Gu Hai's limit was. Give them all to you? Gu Hai frowned. He was a little reluctant. Regardless of whether the innate power was useful or not, every bit of power was extremely important to Gu Hai. How could he give them away casually? Don't worry. I won't let you lose. How about this? Jiang Chun turned his hand, and a white ball appeared in his palm. Small Xiantrong? Gu Hai asked curiously. Give me 3 innate powers that haven't been cultivated properly. In my small Xinxiong are the Weapon Meridian, Fighting Meridian, Swordsman Meridian, and Qian Meridian. 1,200 great Dao. How about this? Jiang Chun said solemnly. For great Dao, that many? Gu Hai was surprised. If you can beat me, I can tell you where the other meridians are. Unfortunately, I can't get them. Jiang Chun sighed. Oh, Gu Hai was surprised. See for yourself. I don't have to lie to you. Jiang Chun shook his head. For great Dao, the power level was not much lower than the 3 innate powers. More importantly, Gu Hai had not cultivated the 3 innate powers to the extreme. Gu Hai took the small Xinxiong. He activated it slightly and poured his divine sense into it. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a vast Xinxiong that was not weaker than the ancient Xinxiong. At this moment, Jiang Chun removed his mark. Gu Hai could immediately sense 1,200 great Dao. Is it true? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun in surprise. Can we exchange? Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai. Okay. Gu Hai nodded without hesitation. As they spoke, Gu Hai took out a necklace. This is the great ode of worldly separation. I haven't cultivated it yet. Also, these 2 scrolls are the great ode of worldly compassion and great ode of worldly joy. Gu Hai took out 2 scrolls again. Rumble! In the sky above, rolling purple clouds and rolling black clouds suddenly appeared. The eye of sorrow and the eye of joy instantly burst out. As soon as the two eyes appeared, the void shook. "You've already reached the second stage," said Jiangchen solemnly. "You've cultivated well. Unfortunately, the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. 30 points of power have their own order, and only I know what that order is." Rumble! On top of Jiang Chen's head, a white eye suddenly appeared. There was only the white of the eye, and there was no pupil. No, if one looked carefully, one would see that the pupil was still there, but it was as thin as a needle. All of a sudden, the eye of closure strangely split open from the center like a huge mouth and swallowed everything in one gulp. Wow! In one gulp, the eye of sorrow and the eye of joy were swallowed. Rumble! The clouds in the void suddenly churned as if the eye of sorrow and the eye of joy were struggling desperately. But at this moment, Gu Hai deliberately let go. Jiang Chun forcibly swallowed with his physical strength of 30. How could he resist the eye of closure? Moreover, the power of the eye of closure seemed to be stronger. Gu Hai had a feeling that this eye of closure should be at the third stage. Roar! Jiang Chun opened his mouth and inhaled. Suddenly, the eye of closure rolled up all the clouds and was sucked into Jiang Chen's stomach. A terrifying aura was emitted from Jiang Chen's body. "I will go back and refine this force. You should also refine the 4 branches of the great Tao. After 10 days, I will come to you and let you know the strength of 30 before he left," Jiang Chen said solemnly. "Okay." Gu Hai nodded. "If you can defeat me, no. As long as you can defeat me, I will tell you all the secrets of 30. Jiang Chen said finally. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! Jiang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. 30 strength before he left this immortal dome? Is there a need to compare? The current 30 must be stronger than before. Laozi frowned. No, at the very least, 30 could kill Torch Dragon. And Jiang Chen is the one who knows the most about 30. I also want to know how I compare to Jiang Chen and 30, Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi nodded. In fact, Laozi also wanted to know Gu Hai's limit. Without any hesitation, Gu Hai gave a simple explanation in the boundless celestial capital and immediately went into seclusion. Time was short. According to Fushi's calculation, 30 would only return in a year. Moreover, whether it would be brought forward was still unknown. Gu Hai was racing against time now. In the great Yen celestial empire, with the assistance of the Ho, there was naturally no problem. In 10 days, the immortal dome of antiquity had undergone tremendous changes. 1 day in the outside world was 10 years inside. 10 days in the outside world was 100 years inside. The immortal dome that Jiang Chun gave had completely integrated into the immortal dome of antiquity in these 10 days. Looking at the immortal dome of antiquity, with 2,100 great Tao, Gu Hai was excited. Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome of antiquity. He walked out of the training room. At the same time, Jiang Chen also walked out of the divine seizing temple. 10 days had allowed Jiang Chen to fully refine his innate gift. He had reached the peak. Separated by an endless distance, Gu Hai and Jiang Chen looked at each other. The world is fragile. How about you and I enter the void to fight? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chen in the distance. Enter the void. The power of your heavenly veins has weakened greatly. Don't you need to mobilize the power of the great Tao? Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. No, let's go. Gu Hai said solemnly. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Hai and nodded. Boom. The two rushed into the void, almost at the same time. Chapter 1291. Gu Hai and Jiang Chen soared into the sky and broke through the starry sky in an instant. Boom. The providence of the great Han heavenly dynasty collapsed. However, at this moment, the ministers of the Dahan did not panic because everyone knew that the battle between Gu Hai and Jiang Chun would take place in the void. Now, the world was almost unified, and there was no one with ulterior motives to disturb the Dahan regime. After all, almost all the powerhouses were gathered in the Dahan imperial court. Laozi, Kong Xian, Long Aotian, Dragon Goding, and even Chen Xiener went to the edge of the void to watch the upcoming battle in the distance. Gu Hai and Jiang Chun, separated by a distance, looked at each other. From each other, the two of them could feel an extremely vigorous aura. Pan Gu's reincarnation? Gu Hai, I didn't expect that you are the Pan Gu that 3030 soul seeds never forgot. The only person that 3030 feared. Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai and sighed. I'm not Pan Gu, I just inherited Pan Gu's will. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Gu Hai shook his head. You're not Pan Gu? Jiang Chun showed a trace of surprise. Why do you know Pan Gu? You just mentioned 30 soul seeds. Last time, when Fuxi was resurrected, he trapped 30 soul seeds. Is it the same as 30's divine sense? Gu Hai asked curiously. Divine sense? How can divine sense be compared with soul seeds? You're right. From that soul seed, I extracted countless memories of 3030. If you can defeat me, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything, said Jiang Chun solemnly. Don't you think too highly of yourself? Gu Hai frowned. Think too highly? Ha! I've arranged all the power of spirit cultivators. Now, except for my consciousness, my strength is almost the same as before 30 left. Do you think I overestimated myself? Jiang Chun said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun solemnly. In the past, Torch Dragon's descendant, 30 was the #1 in the world. Now, in this world, even without me, you would still be the #1. Indeed, you haven't overestimated yourself. However, I still have a chance of winning. Come. Jiang Chun shouted. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he clenched his fist. Ka ka ka. As he clenched his fist, the sound of strength could be heard, and a powerful aura was emitted. Who? Jiang Chun and Gu Hai moved almost at the same time. They did not use fancy gang cheese. Instead, they charged at each other directly, using their powerful bodies to punch each other. Boom! Within the void, there was no space that could be torn apart. Even a simple sound was greatly weakened by the power of the void. Even so, this terrifying collision caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. This power makes my heart skip a beat. It will definitely tear apart a large part of the void. Even I may not be able to withstand it. Black Impermanence said with an ugly expression. Bai Zizai glanced at Black Impermanence. You can't withstand it? Huh, even I can't withstand it. You'll explode with this punch. Huh. Black Impermanence was surprised. In the distance, Gu Hai and Jiang Chen's fists were in a deadlock. Both of them were using their powerful strength. Not bad. This punch is similar to Little Six's power of the Great Path when he was at his peak. You're not just using that, right? Jiang Chen stared at Gu Hai and said solemnly, Of course, I'm worried that you can't withstand it. Gu Hai said solemnly, Don't worry about me. You continue. Jiang Chen shook his head. Okay, Gu Hai said with a cold look in his eyes. Gu Hai only used one set of the power of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, just now. Since Jiang Chun could withstand it, Gu Hai naturally wouldn't hold back. 2 sets of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Hung. Both of their fists were still pressed together, but a huge, muffled sound suddenly came from the center of their fists. Bai Zizai and the others' eyelids twitched violently under this muffled sound. This was because with this second sound, a powerful golden energy flame appeared on Gu Hai's body. This flame dissipated in the void, but it was still extremely fierce. It doubled. Jiang Chun looked surprised. That's right. It's this power that withstood the palm of the great path back then. Gu Hai said, solemnly, back then, in the infinite celestial capital, Gu Hai withstood the palm of the great path with this power. However, Jiang Chun was still able to withstand such a terrifying power, which surprised Gu Hai. Jiang Chun lived up to his reputation as the strongest person in the world. If he could kill the Immortal of the Six Paths, Jiang Chun could also kill the Immortal of the Six Paths. Moreover, Jiang Chun still had some power left. It's not enough to deal with 30. Jiang Chun said, solemnly, 3 sets. Gu Hai activated another set of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and the terrifying power increased by another half. Finally, Jiang Chun was moved by this display of power. Jiang Chun opened his eyes wide and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Not bad, not bad, this is good. Do you have more? 4 sets. When he used the 4th set, the golden flames around Gu Hai were as huge as a mountain. The raging flames made everyone's expression change, which was followed by ecstasy. On the other side, Jiang Chun finally revealed a strained expression. 4 times the power? 4 times? Gu Hai, are you really not Pan Gu's reincarnation? Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Gu Hai shook his head lightly. If it was a year ago, I might be surprised by your current power. However, this is not enough. Really, 30's power is not something you can compare to. Jiang Chun shook his head. But you're already straining. Gu Hai frowned. No, it's still early. I'm only activating the power of my physical body. The power of my spiritual cultivation has not filled my entire body. Your power is not enough. Jiang Chun said solemnly. Not enough. Gu Hai said with a frown. Not enough. However, your power is already qualified to see 30's power. Look, I'll fill my body with the power of my spiritual cultivation. Jiang Chun said with a stare. Suddenly, a 5-colored energy appeared on the surface of Jiang Chun's body. The moment the 5-colored energy appeared, he raised his head to the sky and howled. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's body began to swell. His clothes were instantly shredded to shreds. In an instant, the center of the 5-colored energy seemed to be shining with golden light, like Gu Hai's power flames. It expanded by more than 10,000 times. Jiang Chun's body turned into a golden dragon in the blink of an eye. The golden dragon was 100,000 feet long and was extremely ferocious. The dragon horn was ferocious and emitted a terrifying aura. Even in the void, the terrifying aura did not disappear for a long time. That huge aura rushed towards Bai Zizai and the others. Black Bai Wuchang's heart suddenly trembled. He could not help but take a step back. Chun Xian, and the others also had ugly expressions. However, Laozi stood in front of them and blocked the aura of heaven's might for them. Under the fierce and invincible aura, everyone felt incomparably small. It was like comparing ants to the sky. It was extremely frightening and horrifying. How is it? What do you think of your power now? Jiang Chun shouted. With a shout, the dragon claw grabbed at Gu Hai again. 5 sets. Gu Hai stared. He greeted it with a punch. With a loud sound, endless power flames exploded. Gu Hai was actually knocked back by this claw. What a terrifying 30! Kong Xian said in horror. Again. Gu Hai stared and pounced again. 6 sets. Gu Hai hit the dragon claw with his palm. However, this time, the golden dragon did not use its claw. Instead, it swung its tail. With a loud sound, Gu Hai was instantly knocked far away. However, this time, he retreated a little closer than before. Not bad. You can still increase it, right? The golden dragon roared and charged at Gu Hai again. The dragon tail was like a talisman of death. It smashed at Gu Hai. 7 sets. Hung. Another loud sound rang out, and Gu Hai flew back a little more. You still have energy left. You still have energy left. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Jiang Chun said in surprise. In surprise, he pounced again. 8 sets. At this moment, when he mobilized 8 sets of 3 souls and 7 spirits, Gu Hai's whole body was trembling. It seemed that even Gu Hai's fierce and strong body could not bear it. Gu Hai also felt strained. When he mobilized all the power in his body, it seemed that he had reached the limit of his body. Roar. With a dragon roar, the dragon tail smashed down. Hung. A loud sound rang out. This time, Gu Hai did not retreat. He formed a shield with his palms and blocked the huge dragon tail with a loud bang. The peerless power made everyone retreat again and again. Jiang Chen also stared at Gu Hai. The dragon tail was the most powerful part of the dragon's body. He mobilized such a terrifying power to smash Gu Hai, but he actually blocked it. Blocked it? This was what Jiang Chen wanted to see the most. Good, good, good. Gu Hai, now you and I can fight to our heart's content. Jiang Chen laughed. Roar. The dragon body swayed and pounced at Gu Hai under the power of 8 sets of 3 souls and 7 spirits. At this moment, Gu Hai was fierce and invincible. His aura burst out. Although his body was far smaller than the golden dragon's, Gu Hai could activate his earth energy. In an instant, monstrous palms, monstrous fists, monstrous feet, and monstrous palms fought fiercely with Jiang Chen again and again. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, the two collided fiercely again and again, flesh to flesh, splashing endless power and flames. At this moment, any magic or secret technique was just a joke. A single force could break 10,000 techniques. Under such a huge amount of power, other magic was simply useless. So powerful, with such power, I may die just by touching it. Is this the power of 30? Black Impermanence said with a hint of horror. While everyone was happy for Gu Hai, only Laozi showed a wry smile. Mr. Laozi, His Holiness is so powerful. Why are you not happy? Bai Zizai asked blankly. It's not that I'm not happy, but it's not enough. Laozi said with a wry smile. What's not enough? Everyone looked at Laozi in confusion. If I go all out, I can also reach their current power. However, compared to 30, this power is far from enough. Laozi shook his head and sighed. Really? Everyone looked at Laozi in horror. With His Holiness and Jiang Chen's power, how long can they fight with 30? Kong Xian said blankly. How long? No, 30 doesn't even need to do it himself. 30 can condense a doppelganger and reach this level. Laozi sighed. Condense a doppelganger? In other words, Gu Hai and Jiang Chen's power now is only equivalent to 30's? Is there such a metaphor? Of course, after hearing Laozi's explanation, everyone felt a chill in their heart. Chapter 1292. The power of the 8 sets of 3 souls and 7 spirits was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen's strength was also extremely ferocious. The two of them were almost the most powerful people in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. One was the most powerful person in the world today, and the other was the most powerful person in the world for millions of years. At this moment, a man and a dragon were fighting each other in the void. His tyrannical power shocked everyone who saw it. Jiang Chun, is that all 30's strength can do? Gu Hai shouted. The golden dragon and Gu Hai were evenly matched in the battle. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Roar! The golden dragon suddenly roared. Boom! However, the huge dragon head suddenly trembled, and then suddenly split apart. This is... Laozi raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised expression. However, the dragon head split into two, and then into three. Boom! In a short time, the aura of the golden dragon suddenly increased by 3 times. Three-headed golden dragon? Bai Zizai was surprised. This golden dragon has 3 heads? What's going on? Shang Wanhen was also surprised. Everyone was surprised by the golden dragon's change. Long Wanyu, who was protected in the center, nodded and said, "Yes, this is 30's form in the past." 30's form? Qin Xian was surprised. "Yes, I was wondering if I had made a mistake. Now I am right. 30 is 3 heads. One dragon has 3 heads. That's why he was called 30. Long Wanyu explained. One dragon has 3 heads. What do you mean? This is 30's perfect form. Laozi looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. Yes, this is it. 30's strength will be stronger in this form. Oh, right. It's 3 times the strength of one head, and it may be more than that. Long Wanyu said. Oh, no, we misjudged 30's form. Laozi's expression changed. Roar. In the distance, Jiang Chun let out a thunderous roar. The golden dragon's 3 heads abruptly unleashed 3 massive dragons' aura, as if wanting to tear Gu Hai apart. A huge force enveloped him, and Gu Hai immediately knew that he was in trouble. At this moment, Gu Hai no longer dared to hide. He flipped his hand and took out the Pangu axe. Cleaving heaven and earth, Gu Hai shouted, boom! The massive axe collided with the 3 dragon heads. Under the impact of the tremendous power, the golden power that escaped from the 2 of them rippled in all directions like a golden sea. Panga's axe appeared, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. Even with the heaven-splitting axe's powerful amplification, it was still unable to withstand the might of the dragon head. All 9 sets, activate! Gu Hai roared with a glare. A deafening boom rang out as Gu Hai unleashed all of his 9 sets of 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Terrifying power erupted from his body, and huge cracks began to appear on Gu Hai's body. Power, 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 boundless power surged out. Hung. Under the tremendous power, Gu Hai was sent flying 50 kilometers away. The golden dragon on the other side was also sent flying 5,000 kilometers away. More than half of its dragon scales shattered. Under the impact of the powerful power, Gu Hai felt immense pain all over his body. He stopped in the void and looked at the golden dragon on the other side with a ferocious expression. On the other side, the 3-headed golden dragon slowly transformed into Jiang Chen's human form. Jiang Chen also glared at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Jiang Chen had used all his strength in the earlier attack. The 2 were actually evenly matched. No, Gu Hai had retreated a little closer, while Jiang Chen had retreated a little farther. Gu Hai had a slight advantage, but it was only a slight advantage. The victor had not been decided, but Gu Hai had become slightly stronger. If it were any other time, the battle might not have ended. However, at this moment, it was enough for Jiang Chen. Seeing that Gu Hai was slightly stronger when using the heaven-splitting axe, Jiang Chen did not feel angry. Instead, he felt happy. Good, good, good. Gu Hai, you are stronger than me. You are stronger than me. Song Jia did not die for you in vain. Jiang Chen revealed an excited expression as he laughed loudly. Jiang Chen no longer had any intention of continuing the battle. Gu Hai's ferocious expression also slowly returned to normal. As Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chen, he smiled bitterly and said, "In a battle of life and death, a slight difference in strength does not count. No, if I say it counts, then it counts." Jiang Chen immediately said with a smile, "However, this is only my own strength. If we were in heaven and earth, 30% of the power of the Great Path can mobilize 3,000% of the power of the Great Path. However, I can only mobilize 2,100% of the power of the Great Path. It is still a bit lacking. Guhai shook his head and sighed. It is already good that your strength is slightly stronger. There is still 1 year left. Let's think of a way together. Jiang Chen said expectantly. Okay. Guhai nodded. The battle between the two stopped. Guhai also put away the pango axe. He turned his head and looked at the people watching the battle in the distance. Everyone looked at Guhai with excitement. Only Laozi's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Guhai and Jiang Chen seemed to have noticed Laozi's abnormality. Let's go to the Seizing Divine Palace. Jiang Chen suddenly said. Guhai nodded. You go back first. Mr. Laozi, let's go to the Seizing Divine Palace together. Guhai said. Laozi nodded. The others also nodded. Whoosh! The group stepped into the Six Paths Immortal Dome again. As soon as they entered, above the infinite celestial capital and the eternal Indu, the luck suddenly appeared out of thin air again and rolled and condensed. The ministers of the Dahan were already used to the loss and appearance of these luck. Everyone went back reluctantly. Guhai, Jiang Chen, and Laozi arrived at the entrance of the Seizing Divine Palace. Seizing Divine Palace. Laozi looked at the plaque of the Seizing Divine Palace. Seizing Divine Palace. Haha. At the age of 30, you want to seize my body and destroy my mind. So I named it Seizing Divine Palace, and also to be vigilant of myself at all times. Jiang Chen explained. At this moment, Guhai finally understood why it was called Seizing Divine Palace. When the three of them stepped into the Seizing Divine Palace, Long Outyen and the others also returned. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen didn't let anyone else in, only the three of them. Quam. The door closed with a bang. Everyone was blocked outside. There was a coffin in the Seizing Divine Palace. Looking at this coffin, Guhai guessed that it must be the coffin of the Immortal of the Six Paths. Jiang Chen wasn't as heartless as the Six Paths thought. At least, he still cared about his disciple. Mr. Laozi, I saw that you didn't look right just now. Do you? Guhai asked curiously. Laozi suddenly stared at Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang Chen, I heard you say that you extracted the memories of 30's soul. I want to know, is 30 still in the form of a dragon with 3 heads? Yes, that's right. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Ha, we were all wrong, all wrong. Sigh. Laozi said bitterly. What do you mean? Guhai was puzzled. Although 30 took everything from Pangu and even reached the level of the torch dragon before Panga died, we didn't lose hope, because everything of Pangu has the mark of Pangu, and everything of the torch dragon has the mark of the torch dragon. They have different cultivation styles, and they all have their own strong styles. 30 himself, although 30 got the power of the torch dragon and the power of Pangu, we are still optimistic because they can't merge perfectly. Laozi solemnly said. Can't merge perfectly? Yes, just like the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and human. They belong to 3 different people. Can they be combined into one person? Laozi asked. Guhai and Jiang Chen frowned slightly. No, because they have their own strong styles. Pangu, Torch Dragon, and 30. How can they merge into one? It's not the combination of 3 people. If you force them together, they will only conflict with each other and form a gap. At most, they will reach the peak of the 3, right? Laozi explained. Conflict of 3 wills. But Pangu and Torch Dragon are dead. Guhai frowned. They are dead. However, the most perfect cultivation method is the beginner. There are marks in each other's cultivation methods. not only the marks of wills, but also the marks of laws. That's why I think they will conflict. Although 30 is powerful, he is not invincible. But, Laozi's face darkened. Gu Hai and Jiang Chen also guessed what Laozi was going to say. But 30's original body looks like this. One dragon with 3 heads. 30? Why didn't we think of that? If that's the case, all our efforts may be a joke. Laozi said bitterly. You guessed right. 30 has 3 heads. One of them is the torch dragon, the other is Pangu, and the middle head is 30 himself. Therefore, their powers don't conflict. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. 1 Pangu, 1 torch dragon, and 1 30? How can we deal with them when they are perfectly merged into one body? Once he connects the 2 immortal domes, 30 will be the perfect body of 30, Pangu, and torch dragon. How can we fight against such a fierce beast? Laozi suddenly became much older. The battle is not over yet. Who says 30 will win? Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Gu Hai. 30 can combine the power of Pangu and torch dragon. Why can't others? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Others? You are also in the form of 30? Laozi's expression changed. Not me. I'm not 30's opponent. I can only represent the power he had before he left. After 30 left, his strength has reached the level of torch dragon, and he has cultivated the head of torch dragon and the head of Pangu. I'm much weaker than him, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Then you mean? Laozi frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Yes, Gu Hai, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Me? Gu Hai was puzzled. Gu Hai inherited the will of Pangu, but he cultivated the cultivation method of our immortal firmament. In other words, Gu Hai's cultivation method was left behind by Torch Dragon. He can also combine everything of Torch Dragon and Pangu, can't he? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Laozi suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Combine everything of Torch Dragon and Pangu? How is that possible? Gu Hai frowned. It's impossible for you, but we can help you. Even if we don't succeed, at least we tried, right? Do you know where 30 is now? Jiang Chen frowned. Where? The center of the immortal dome of 30 paths and the immortal dome of 6 paths. He has already reached the center. As soon as he finds the way back, he can immediately build the Rainbow Bridge. Once the Rainbow Bridge is completed, it will be the time of extinction. What's more, this body of mine has a strong feeling that he'll be back soon. Very soon. Jiang Chen said bitterly. Chapter 1293. Very soon? How soon? Gu Hai asked with a frown. 30, that path is in your hands, right? Jiang Chen looked at Gu Hai. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. If he gets your path, he can return in an instant. But if he doesn't, he needs to try his luck. If he's lucky, he can return immediately. If he's unlucky, he'll have to search for a year in the void. Jiang Chen frowned. A year at most? Why are you so sure? Laozi frowned. Because he's in the right general direction. I just said that he's at the center of the 2 immortal domes, which is the intersection of the 2 dimensions. If he can find this point, he won't be lost. As long as he keeps looking, he'll find it soon. Jiang Chen frowned. You mean he's staying in the void now? Laozi frowned. Yes, it's the intersection of the 2 immortal domes. What he needs to do is to find the 6 immortal domes and build the Rainbow Bridge. Then he'll use the power of the souls of all living beings to pull the Rainbow Bridge to the center. Then he'll merge the yin and yang to transform the immortal domes. Jiang Chen frowned. Time is really tight. A year? What can he do in a year? 30's current strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. How can you help Mr. Good reach 30's level? Even if we work together, we won't be a match for 30, Lousy said bitterly. If it was in the past, if I really couldn't resist, I might surrender to 30, even if I have to watch all living beings die. Hee hee, but now, I can't just let go of little six revenge. I want to try. Jiang Chun said with hatred. Lousy and Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun. Gu Hai, I remember that you have two bodies? How's the strength of your other body? Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai. That's right. If the two bodies are separated, the strength of the other body will be dispersed. Even if the strength of the other body is weaker, if it merges with the original body, it should be strengthened more or less, right? Lousy also looked at Gu Hai curiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. My other body can't merge with me. My other body's cultivation is the exact opposite of mine. If I force it to merge with me, not only will it not strengthen me, it might even weaken me. The other body cultivated the power of nothingness. If the two bodies merged, they would cancel each other out. If that's the case, then that's a pity. If it's a little weaker, then so be it. Call back the skeleton, and we'll see if we can help him strengthen a little more. Lousy sighed. There's no need. Speaking of which, the strength of the skeleton body should be slightly stronger than my original body. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Jiang Chun and Lousy were both stunned. What did you say? Your skeletal body is stronger than your true body? How is that possible? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Earlier, although Gu Hai had won by a hair's breadth, it was only a hair's breadth. Although Jiang Chen admitted defeat, in his heart he refused to admit defeat. He even felt that his battle experience would allow him to turn defeat into victory. In order to not let both sides suffer and give 30 an advantage, he deliberately admitted defeat. However, Gu Hai's original body was stronger than him by a little. How could his other body be stronger? This doesn't make sense. My skeletal body is in the midst of a breakthrough. If it succeeds, maybe it will be stronger. So, don't disturb my skeletal body for the time being. Gu Hai looked at the two of them and said, Good breakthrough. Mr. Good, we underestimated you. Lousy said excitedly. Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. In the end, he looked at Gu Hai and said, Gu Hai, your growth is beyond my expectation. Now, in the 6 Immortal Vault, you deserve to be the #1 in the world. I don't dare to be the #1. It's just a bit of luck. Gu Hai shook his head. No, it's not luck. Everything you have, you fought for yourself. I've seen it all. Jiang Chen shook his head. Gu Hai smiled and shook his head. Although I used to be unyielding, this time, in the face of 30's attack, I have to show my stance. The Divine Temple is willing to follow your lead and listen to your orders. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Listen to my orders? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, the world is almost unified. Only the Dahan Celestial Empire and the Divine Temple are left. Feng gave up everything. What else do I have to fight for? I was going to be the one to mobilize, but I found that you did better than me. Even Fushi and the others are willing to listen to you. You even have good connections in 30's Immortal Vault, which is something I can't do. As long as I can destroy 30, I can give up everything. Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai and said solemnly. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Lousy nodded. Jiang Chun is right. This is the only chance to fight. How can a plate of loose sand compare to a united body? Let's not talk about the 6 Immortal Vault for now. On our side, Long Zhanghua, Shakyamuni, Amitabha, and Jesus are definitely not a problem. As long as you are willing, we can all be a team. We believe in you because you have the greatest recognition of Pan Gu's will. You will be the commander, and we will follow. In order to save all living beings, we will go against 30. Jiang Chun said with absolute certainty. Gu Hai was silent for a while, solemnly looked at the two of them. Jiang Chun was almost the commander of the 6 Immortal Vault, and Laozi was the commander of the 30 Immortal Vault. At this moment, the two of them suddenly handed over the heavy burden to him, which indeed made Gu Hai feel pressured. However, Gu Hai heard the pessimism in the two's tone. Pessimism? At this time, the most important thing is to be pessimistic. How can you say defeat before the battle? Moreover, Gu Hai had some experience in leading the Dahan Celestial Empire. At this moment, he was going against 30 for all living beings. Gu Hai was duty-bound. Okay, I will try my best. Gu Hai nodded. When Jiang Chun saw Gu Hai nod, a trace of regret flashed through his heart. However, this was not the time to be a hero. A hero? No one could compare to 30. Even Torch Dragon and Pan Gu could not compare to him, let alone 30, who was a combination of 3. Just now, I know 30's approximate strength. I want to know his general situation. What do you mean by the Rainbow Bridge? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun and asked, Rainbow Bridge, you can see it as a kind of road. It is the road that connects the 2 Immortal Vaults. Through the Rainbow Bridge, 30 can transmit his power. It is not as simple as the spiritual will from before, but real power. Jiang Chun said, solemnly, 1 Rainbow Bridge. Gu Hai frowned slightly. No, not 1. Since the last time one was stolen, 30 has prepared more than 1. There are 6 that lead to 30 Immortal Vaults, and 6 that lead to the 6 Immortal Vaults. Jiang Chun said, solemnly, he is really well prepared. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, 30 is not stupid. Jiang Chun said bitterly. The Rainbow Bridge can transmit power. In other words, the road I got can also transmit power? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun. Yes, Jiang Chun nodded. This road, or Rainbow Bridge, do you know how to make it? Gu Hai stared at Jiang Chun. Yes, but what is the use of it? Jiang Chun smiled bitterly. No, it is useful. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Yes, it is great that you can make it. 30 has 12 rainbow bridges. You can also make 12. It will be useful in the future. Gu Hai said seriously. Gu Hai didn't tell Jiang Chun the reason, which made Jiang Chun slightly uncomfortable. Laozi also found something strange. Mr. Good, why do you need the Rainbow Bridge? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun, then at Laozi. Finally, he patted the coffin of the 6 Immortal Vaults and said with a bitter smile, Sorry. What? Jiang Chun and Laozi both stared at him. They seemed to have guessed something. You mean 30 can also hear our conversation? Laozi's expression changed. I don't know, but Dragon Shening told me that 10 days ago, the 6 Immortal Vaults died on that star, and explained his misunderstanding with Jiang Chun. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun. That's right. Jiang Chun nodded. That means when you were training the 6 Immortal Vaults, 30 had already led him astray. Does that mean 30 knows your every move? Gu Hai said, solemnly. Jiang Chun's expression changed. We know 30's secret. Perhaps 30 is also monitoring us at all times and knows our secret. Gu Hai said sullenly. That's possible. Laozi's expression darkened. Jiang Chun's expression suddenly changed. We only have one chance, so I had no choice but to be on guard. Mr. Jiang Chun, please forgive me for offending you. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Jiang Chun stared at Gu Hai. In the end, he said bitterly, Fine. Since I've chosen you, I'll listen to you. However, I have a request. What is it? If we win in the future, please help me revive Little Six. Even if he is immortal, as long as he can be revived. Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Okay, Gu Hai nodded. Thank you, Jiang Chun said with relief. Didn't you say that you can help me improve? Also, I have the first 7 meridians of the Lin Bing Do, Shuo Rei. Do you know where the other 3 meridians are? Guhai looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, they are in the Heavenly Tao reincarnation. Unfortunately, I can't get them. Jiang Chen nodded. Heavenly Tao reincarnation? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, the 6 paths of reincarnation corresponds to the Torch Dragon's 6 souls. The Heavenly Tao reincarnation is the Spirit Mother Divine King of the Torch Dragon's 6 souls, the most powerful of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is also the path of reincarnation that contains the secrets of the Torch Dragon's cultivation. After a person dies, the heavenly soul belongs to them. The nomological patterns of the 3 meridians that you need are inside. Unfortunately, I went in a few times and found nothing. However, I know that it is inside. I have seen it before. Jiang Chen explained. Heavenly Tao reincarnation, GM meridian, array meridian, and space meridian? Guhai frowned slightly. Jiang Chen nodded. If you want to go, it's best to bring Long Wan Yu along. Oh, why? Guhai was puzzled. When heaven was born, the Torch Dragon was not dead. However, heaven was still in the form of a dragon egg and was not clear about the outside world. Heaven had never seen the Torch Dragon, but the Torch Dragon had seen heaven's dragon egg and naturally knew heaven. The power in the Heavenly Tao reincarnation repels me, but it does not necessarily repel heaven. So, Jiang Chen explained. Thank you. Guhai nodded. You're welcome. However, this battle will be difficult. You have to plan well. Jiang Chen looked at Guhai and said solemnly, All right. Chapter 1294. After leaving the divine, seizing temple, Guhai and Laozi returned to the infinite celestial capital together. In the upper study, Guhai opened the 2 immortal vault passages again. Mr. Fushi, Guhai said to solemnly, Buzz. Fushi stepped out of the passage slowly. Guhai, you broke through? Fushi revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, and the immortal of the 6 paths is also dead. Guhai nodded. That was fast. Fushi frowned. Let's go to the immortal vault of antiquity. Time is of the essence, and time is slower there. Guhai said, solemnly. Laozi and Fushi nodded. The 3 of them entered the immortal vault of antiquity. As for the ancient immortal dome, Laozi slowly described the 30 immortal dominions to Guhai. After all, Guhai was the commander-in-chief. He had to know everything about the 2 immortal vaults. Fushi also understood everything about the immortal vault of antiquity. Although he could deduce a little, he was still surprised by Guhai's strength. Mr. Good, are you sure that Jiang Chen is being watched by 30? Fushi frowned. For this kind of thing, it's better to believe it than not. That's why I won't tell Jiang Chen about the immortal vault of antiquity's layout. There are some things that I need you to help me with. Guhai said, solemnly. All right, don't worry. I'll do my best. Fushi nodded. Mr. Laozi, I'll have to trouble you with the 30 immortal vaults. Guhai said, solemnly. I will also fully cooperate with you. Laozi sighed. I've also written a letter to Long Zhanghua. Please pass it to him. This time, we can only do our best. The outcome will depend on our luck. Guhai said, solemnly. Laozi nodded. The 3 of them stayed in the immortal dome of ancients for 10 days. Guhai planned everything out until Laozi and Fushi understood everything. 30, you can come back anytime. I won't waste any more time. Please. Guhai said, solemnly. After hearing Guhai's instructions, Laozi nodded, and the 2 of them left the immortal dome. Within the upper study, Guhai opened the 2 immortal vault passageway again. Buzz. The passageway opened, and Laozi stepped in. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the 30th celestial dome. After closing the entrance, Guhai looked at Fushi. Mr. Fushi, according to my previous deduction, what do you think? Guhai looked at Fushi. I don't know. 30 is too strong. I can't calculate the future. However, I believe in your plan. Fushi said solemnly, All right. In that case, I will bring Long Wanyu to the Heavenly Tao's cycle of reincarnation tomorrow. I already have arrangements for everything after this. I will have to trouble you, Guhai said gravely. Fushi nodded. Don't worry, I won't make a mistake. However, there's one thing that I forgot to tell you. Oh, your son Gu Taiji has taken Sun Wukong as his teacher, Fushi said with a smile. What? Sun Wukong as his teacher? Guhai raised an eyebrow. I know that Sun Wukong has some grudges with you. In the beginning, Sun Wukong was very harsh on Gu Taiji. He even tortured him. Perhaps he vented all his anger on you, on your son. However, your son is not simple and managed to survive. Although Sun Wukong angered you, he did his best for your son. Fushi explained. After Sun Wukong returned, he improved again. Guhai frowned. With the help of Long Zhanghua, he mastered the 8 and 9 mysteries art. He even created the 9 mysteries art. Your son Gu Taiji received special care from him and soared to the sky. Perhaps he will appear in the next battle. Fushi explained. All right. Guhai nodded. Although he wanted to see how his son was doing, now was not the time. He explained to Fushi. Guhai also stepped out of the study and explained to the imperial court. He also explained to the empress and the crown prince. In the first half of the night, Guhai even went into the void and met with the skeleton Guhai. After the information was balanced, Guhai returned. In the second half of the night, Guhai's time was all handed over to the empress. Because no one knew what the future would hold. This might be the last night for Guhai and the girls. The next day, before leaving, Qin Xian, Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, and Bingheim called Guhai to a side hall. Husband, no matter what, you must come back. Qin Xian, looked at Guhai with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. I will come back as soon as possible, Guhai said gently. Qin Xian, Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, and Bingheim's foreheads were all kissed by Guhai. I don't know if husband will have a chance to come back before the battle, but please take care, because besides us waiting for husband to come back, there are 4 other people who also need husband to come back as soon as possible. Long Wanqing said worriedly as she touched her stomach. There are 4 more? Guhai was slightly startled and looked at the 4 girls. At this moment, the 4 girls gently touched their stomachs, revealing a trace of happiness and worry. When Guhai looked at the 4 girls in surprise at the same time, he couldn't help but come forward to touch the 4 girls' stomachs. Last night, weren't we in the Immortal Dome of Ancients? Later, before we came out, that was the last time. We were worried that it would be a farewell, so that day we worked very hard. We didn't expect that. Lin Wan's face was a little red. A day in the outside world is 10 years in the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Let me count. So, it has been a month. Guhai's face was happy. The 4 girls nodded. Don't worry. For the children in your wombs, I will definitely come back. Guhai's eyes flashed a trace of determination. The 4 girls' eyes flashed a trace of gentleness. After that, Guhai turned his head and stepped out. The 4 girls reluctantly watched Guhai leave. Guhai was so determined to leave, not because he was heartless, but because he cherished this relationship too much. So he wanted to leave immediately. When the battle was over, everything could change in an instant. The officials watched as Guhai left with Long Wanyu, respectfully send off His Holiness. Everyone shouted solemnly at the entrance of the seizing shrine. The destiny of the seizing shrine had all rushed to the infinite celestial capital. Just yesterday, when Gu Hai left, Jiang Chen had already announced that the seizing shrine would submit to the infinite celestial capital. Many officials of the Dahan celestial capital were ready to go. In an instant, the world was unified. The Yin and Yang realms and all the cities belonged to the Dahan celestial capital. A day later, Gu Hai returned with Long Wanyu. Gu Hai, you can go without worry. I wish you a great success. Solemnly, Jiang Chen said Jiang Chen. Thank you for the trouble. Gu Hai nodded. Buzz. Jiang Chen drew a line in the air. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. This is the entrance to the heavenly Tao reincarnation. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. That's right, Chang Tian. In the past, you also commanded heaven and earth, so you must be familiar with the heavenly Tao reincarnation. I don't need to say, what's next? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yes. Long Wanyu nodded. Let's go. Gu Hai said, pulling Long Wanyu. Gu Hai instantly stepped into the heavenly Tao reincarnation. Buzz. The heavenly Tao reincarnation closed instantly. Watching Gu Hai and Long Wanyu enter the heavenly Tao reincarnation, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with anticipation. At the side, Jiang Chen's subordinates felt complicated, but no one dared to speak. Long Aotian, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Ah, yes, Allah. Long Aotian immediately stepped forward. Gu Hai told me that he will write a letter to Long Zhanghua and ask him to help him. However, as a reward to Long Zhanghua, he will help Long Zhanghua's grandson reach the great circle of gods. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, Ah, it's you, Long Aotian. Long Zhanghua put you with me, perhaps because he knows that only I can help you reach the great circle of gods. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, Me? You want to help me? Long Aotian said in surprise. I promise Gu Hai, so I will do it. Although it will take some effort, to get Long Zhanghua to cooperate is also helping me. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yes, thank you, Allah. Long Aotian said in surprise. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Gu Hai. Jiang Chen shook his head. In the immortal dome of the ancients, Gu Hai set up a careful plan. However, very few people knew about it. All of Gu Hai's arrangements were being carried out in an orderly manner. A month later, the world gradually calmed down. It was also the official command of the 6 paths of Immortal Dome of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. Mo Yike and Sima Changkong had to do every day to instill the concept of loyalty to the emperor and let the people understand the purpose of 30. Although there was not much time, 30's cruelty and Dahan's resistance deeply aroused the thoughts of the people of the world. There was no longer a trace of resentment towards the Dahan. In this month, everything in Dahan was extremely normal. However, Fuxi and Jiang Chun lived every day in fear, because no one knew when 30 would be found. The second month, roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from underground. Then, visible to the naked eye, the Earth's dragon veins gathered from all over the world toward the limitless celestial capital. The spiritual energy around the limitless celestial capital suddenly became much denser. Countless mountains and rivers rose and fell one after another. Boom! It was Changming who broke out of the ground with great excitement, rushing straight to the limitless celestial capital's soaring palace square. His Holiness, I did it! All the dragon veins in the world. Gather! Changming shouted excitedly. Blood-robed guard commander, Changming, received the decree. Mo Yike shouted. Changming revealed a trace of doubt. Chen Xian, Guqin, Gu Tang, and the others came one after another to announce Gu Hai's first imperial decree. Changming, control the Dahan's dragon veins, swallow all the dragon veins in the world, control the earth, and obtain the torch dragon's physical strength. Mo Yike read out the imperial decree. Me? Changming said in shock. Roar. In the limitless celestial capital, the Dahan's dragon veins suddenly roared, as if in response to the imperial decree. Lord Chang, please receive the imperial decree. Mo Yike said solemnly. Yes, Changming answered and respectfully received the imperial decree. When he took a look at the imperial decree, he saw that it wasn't just Mo Yike's words, but also Gu Hai's handwriting, densely packed small words. This was a secret imperial decree. Looking at the secret imperial decree, Changming's expression flickered. Clap. He very carefully closed the secret imperial decree and put it away. Empresses, princes, and lords, farewell. Changming suddenly swooped down and rushed into the Lord of the Earth again. Roar, roar, roar. Once he entered the earth, 10,000 dragons roared, waiting for Changming's command. Above the limitless celestial capital, Fuxi watched Changming enter the depths of the earth and immediately let out a long breath. Another power. This time it's complete. Fuxi was the only one who knew everything. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. 3 months later, Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, and Bingheim's bellies slowly appeared. The officials congratulated them, and the 4 women also slowly retreated behind the scenes. 4 months later, with Jiang Chen's help, Long Outyen officially reached the peak of the gods. At the same time, at Dragon God Ying's request, he came back to visit his father and never returned to the temple. 5 months later, the world was of one mind, and all was silent. Everything calmed down, waiting for the end of the world. 6 months later, everything was still calm. 7 months later, everyone was waiting for Gu Hai to return from the heavenly Tao reincarnation, but he still didn't see him. 8 months later, Chen Xian, and the other 3 were about to give birth, and the entire limitless celestial capital became busy. It was also in this 8th month. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice came from the void. Finally found. It's me. I'm back. The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to come from the underworld, revealing a ruthless chill. Jiang Chun and Fuxi's expressions changed almost at the same time, and they looked up at the sky. 30, you're back? Fuxi said in surprise. At this moment, a 10,000-foot-thick, 9-colored light pillar shot out from the void like a sharp arrow and instantly stabbed into the earth of the Yang realm. Boom! The 9-colored light pillar stabbed into the earth, and the earth of the Yang realm shook fiercely. Everywhere in the world, the formations of countless cities all instinctively activated. A fearful heavenly might rushed down, and the hearts of all living beings in the Yang realm turned cold, revealing great panic. The first rainbow bridge. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Chapter 1295. In the void. A 9-colored pillar of light shot over from a boundless distance. The light beam was 10,000 zhang thick and seemed to have the power to shake the heavens. It instantly reached the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. It broke through the stars outside the Immortal Dome and plunged into the depths of the earth. It was like a giant log crashing into a bronze bell. The entire 6 Paths Immortal Dome shook violently. A fearful might spread out, and all living beings seemed to have realized something. They all revealed looks of fear. After the official announcement from the Dahan, everyone knew of number 30's existence. Some people had been terrified for the past few months. When this day arrived, they screamed in fear. Number 30 is back. Number 30 is back to destroy the world. Everyone is going to die. That demon is back. Panic spread in the nearby cities. Countless people screamed. It was chaos. The entire divine continent was shrouded in an atmosphere of great fear. Gu Hai had not come out of seclusion yet. What should they do? Pass down His Holiness' decree. Demon number 30 has returned to destroy the world. Everything is to be announced to everyone. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng, please use the Great Dao projection. Officials of the Zither Dao, Calligraphy Dao, and Painting Dao are to receive the projection from the infinite celestial capital. Fuxi was the first to take out an imperial decree. Yes. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng answered. Buzz. The three of them plucked the Great Dao of Zither, Calligraphy, and Painting and immediately sent the projection to the sky above all the cities in the world. Some officials of the Zither Dao, Calligraphy Dao, and Painting Dao used spirit stones to help stabilize the projection. Immediately, the people of the various cities in the world could see the projection in the sky. When they looked up, the rainbow bridge instantly appeared in front of everyone. What one could not see was the scariest. Now, when the demon appeared before everyone, the people who had been screaming in fear earlier slowly calmed down. Although they were still afraid, they were no longer at a loss. At the very least, we still have the Dahan's heavenly dynasty and the experts of the world at the forefront. Everyone stared at the pillar of light and the rainbow bridge, waiting for number 30's arrival, waiting for the final resistance. Jiang Chun, Fuxi, Chen Tianshan, and Dahan were all nervous. Chen Xiener, Long Wanqing, Lin Wanner, and Bingheim endured the pain and walked to the plaza of the soaring sky hall. They anxiously looked at the distant rainbow bridge. Light and shadow deduction. Where is the 30th place? Fuxi waved his hand. Boom. Between heaven and earth, 64 great Dao suddenly appeared, surrounding the rainbow bridge in the center. At the same time, they arranged themselves into a gigantic 64 hexagram. The huge 64 hexagrams slowly rotated and slowly condensed golden light that surged toward the rainbow bridge. Then it suddenly rebounded. The rebounded golden light did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly formed a golden mist. The golden fog surrounded the rainbow bridge. Then, as if the golden fog had super clairvoyant eyes, it followed the rainbow bridge and looked into the distance, into the void, into the infinite distance. Buzz. Within the golden mist, a scene finally condensed. It was the scene of the end of the rainbow bridge. Everyone goggled at the scene. At the end of the rainbow bridge was an area covered in black and white light. The black and white light slowly rotated like the Taiji Inyang fish. At this moment, a golden-robed man sat in the center of the Taiji Inyang fish. 30th? Everyone's expression immediately changed. Is that 30th? Fuxi. Chen Tianshan exclaimed somewhat anxiously. Yes, it is 30th. My 64 hexagrams infinity ritual array can project the scene from infinitely far away. That is 30th. Fuxi said with a sullen expression. The golden-robed 30th seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. 30th's face slowly appeared. It was the face of an extremely handsome man, so handsome that countless people felt intoxicated when they looked at him. It was like the most beautiful face in the world was nothing more than this. With just one look, everyone felt intoxicated. Be it men or women, they all felt intoxicated. In an instant, the fear in everyone's heart seemed to be washed away by this face. However, this extremely handsome face made Fuxi, Jiang Chen, and the others feel a chill run down their spines. This was no longer a matter of appearance. Instead, it was a phenomenon that bewitched all life. Even from an infinite distance, all life was affected. 30th is that horrifying. Jiang Chen's face sank. Hichu, wake up all life. Don't look at 30th's face. Fuxi called out. Oh right. Hichu also felt intoxicated by 30th without realizing it. His Holiness decrees that from now on, Hichu will control the ocean of providence. May the divine statue of His Holiness grant me authority. Fuxi took out another imperial edict. A beam of golden light shot into the ocean of providence from the imperial edict. Roar! Countless golden dragons of providence roared in the ocean of providence. The divine statue of Gu Hai also seemed to see that imperial edict. It immediately extended its hand and pointed. Buzz! A beam of golden light instantly surged into Hichu's body. Hichu immediately said, "Dahan, people of the world, Demon 30th's face bewitches people's minds. Please avoid his face and don't be disturbed." As he spoke, Hichu also transmitted the scene of him being tortured by Yuanshi Tianzuan in the past. It was instantly transmitted to the ears of all the people through the ocean of providence and in their hearts. Buzz. So terrifying. So many dead people. The scene of Hichu's experience in the past had indeed stimulated all life. All life was shocked and immediately woke up. They immediately avoided 30th's face. All life was awake. In the void, 30th, who was infinitely far away, revealed a cold smile. "Is it useful?" 30th said indifferently. As he smiled, he gently tapped the rainbow bridge. Buzz! The rainbow bridge suddenly trembled. "Quick, destroy the rainbow bridge." "Break!" Someone near the rainbow bridge tried to destroy it. However, at this moment, the rainbow bridge was like an illusory light that could not be touched at all. "Jiangchen, how is 30th going to use the rainbow bridge to destroy the world?" Fuxi transmitted his voice to Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked at Fuxi and gently shook his head. "I'm not sure." In the distance, 30 observed the Six Paths Immortal Dome carefully for a while, and finally, a cold smile appeared on his face. What a bunch of ugly living beings and undead spirits. Both Torch Dragon creation and Pangu creation are the same. They are all ugly things that are born. Ugly, ugly, ugly. As he spoke, 30th suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! 30th's mouth became bigger and bigger as he roared. At the same time, there seemed to be thousands of golden lights revolving around his mouth. Everyone stared at 30th, not knowing what he was going to do. They saw 30th's mouth becoming bigger and bigger, more and more ferocious. And then something seemed to be brewing inside. "What is 30th doing?" Fuxi transmitted his voice to Jiangchen again. "I don't know." Jiangchen was also very anxious. Although Jiangchen's body was once 30th's, Jiangchen could not understand 30th's current actions at all. Everyone swallowed their saliva and waited patiently. After about 2 hours, finally, 30th's mouth was so big that it was frightening. His handsome face was completely deformed at this moment. No one knew what 30th was going to do. They just felt like there was a monster in his mouth. Pooh! 30th suddenly spat out the monster in his mouth and instantly returned to his original appearance. What he spat out was not a monster, but a huge egg covered in 30th's saliva. A huge egg as tall as a person? 30th spat out an egg. Everyone was confused, not knowing what 30th was going to do. That is, Jiangchen's expression changed. He saw 30th smile coldly and lightly flicked his finger. Pa! The huge golden egg suddenly flew along the rainbow bridge and towards the immortal dome of the Six Paths. Boom! The speed of the huge egg became faster and faster, and in an instant it disappeared like a stream of light. Fuxi's 64 hexagrams infinity formation caught it tightly. However, when the huge egg was flying towards the immortal dome of the Six Paths, it strangely cracked. Boom! When it cracked, a huge dragon strangely crawled out from the inside. It was a 3-headed golden dragon. After the huge dragon came out of the egg, it slowly ate all the eggshells around it, and its body became even bigger. In the blink of an eye, it became 100,000 feet long. Its ferocious aura spread out in all directions, even from an infinite distance. Everyone felt incomparably terrified. The three-headed golden dragon's face was ferocious, and its eyes were filled with endless killing intent. 30th sent this three-headed golden dragon to destroy the world. Fushi's face darkened. Impossible, impossible. How did 30th do it? This is my original appearance. Now, 30th spit out an egg to become a dragon, spit out an egg to reach his former height. Jiangchen said in shock. The three-headed dragon emitted a monstrous aura, and its speed became faster and faster. In the Rainbow Bridge, it was as if it was crossing space and time. In just 2 hours, it would reach the immortal dome of the Six Paths. The Rainbow Bridge trembled, and it seemed to bring down the three-headed golden dragon's panic. The ferocious aura made the hearts of countless people tremble. Jiangchen received the decree. Fushi took out another imperial decree. What? Jiangchen looked at Fushi with annoyance. Pass down His Holiness's decree. The danger of the first Rainbow Bridge will be blocked by Jiangchen. Fushi shouted and threw the imperial decree. In the distance, Jiangchen reached out his hand and grabbed. Whoosh! The imperial decree instantly arrived in Jiangchen's hand. Jiangchen, His Holiness has everything planned out. Act according to His Holiness's decree. I'll have to trouble you for the first battle, Fushi said. Jiangchen took the imperial decree and nodded solemnly. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Jiangchen roared. Roar! As he roared, Jiangchen's figure suddenly changed, and he once again transformed into a three-headed golden dragon that was 100,000 feet long. He didn't hold back in the slightest, and he didn't dare to hold back, even if it was just an egg spat out by 30th. However, Jiangchen still felt its tyrannical power. Roar! 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 Jiangchen's 3 dragon heads roared at the same time. In an instant, they rushed into the starry sky along the Rainbow Bridge, rushing towards the identical egg beast. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the void, under Fushi's 64 hexagrams infinite formation. Even the Six Paths Immortal Dome could see clearly. In the distance, the first egg beast arrived. It had a ferocious look on its face as it collided with the golden dragon that Jiangchen had transformed into. Boom! A loud sound came from the void. Then Jiangchen was knocked back like a cannonball and instantly smashed into the divine continent. Boom! Countless cracks appeared on the ground like a spider web. What? Jiangchen lost? Guhan's expression suddenly changed. This was too fast. Jiangchen was knocked back in an instant, and that egg beast was still in the void. It had just stopped and did not take a step back. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 12, 96. In today's world, if Guhai was the strongest, Jiangchen would be the second strongest. The battle 8 months ago was still vivid in everyone's minds. Jiangchen was only slightly weaker than Guhai. Without Guhai, Jiangchen was undoubtedly the strongest. But now, he was defeated in one hit by the egg beast, Kong Xian by Zizai, Shangguan Hen, and the rest were all shocked and in despair. How could this be? This was not even 30. It was just an egg that 30 spat out. How could an egg that was spat out defeat the strongest in the world? Was life going to be over? Were all of them going to be doomed? Many people felt a chill in their hearts, and they were all in despair. No, that might not be the case. Fushi took a deep breath and shook his head. What? It's just that the egg beast came from the Rainbow Bridge too fast, too fast. Because of its speed, it brought along a huge force, and that was why Jiangchen was knocked back. Wait, the outcome is not decided yet. Fushi clenched his fists and said, Indeed, in the huge crater in the distance, Jiang Chun was knocked dizzy, but he quickly got up and looked up at the sky with a ferocious expression. Boom! Jiang Chun rushed into the void again and arrived in front of the egg beast in an instant. You have the aura of Master Father on you, but you are far weaker than him. Do you want to try again? The egg beast sneered. Humph! Jiang Chun snorted and pounced in front of it. Roar! Roar! Jiang Chun and the egg beast roared at almost the same time. 3 dragon heads rushed out from each of them and collided brazenly with each other. Boom! With a loud sound, Jiang Chun and the egg beast were knocked away. This time, Jiang Chun was not knocked away. Instead, he was on par with the egg beast. That's all you got? Jiang Chun laughed. Huh, is that so? The egg beast sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Chun and the egg clashed ferociously. Both of them fought ferociously, and neither of them was willing to back down. It was just like the battle between Gu Hai and Jiang Chun in the past. The great battle began. The people of the divine continent also heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, Jiang Chun was not completely defenseless. Jiang Chun, and the egg beast actually tied? How strong is 30? Just spitting out an egg is comparable to the strongest under His Holiness? Chun Tianshan revealed a worried expression. Chun Tianshan had heard that this was only the first rainbow bridge. There were more to come. What should he do? Fortunately, it's within His Holiness's expectations. Fushi sighed in relief. His Holiness's expectations? Chun Tianshan exclaimed in shock. That's right. His Holiness already made a plan for the battle. Although His Holiness is still in closed-door cultivation in the Heavenly Tao's Cycle Palace, I have the strategy. Don't rush. Don't rush. Fushi consoled. Right. Chun Tianshan and the others nodded. Fushi also felt extremely worried. However, to stabilize the morale of the people, he could only pretend that everything was within Gu Hai's expectations. At the very least, the others would not panic and lose their performance. Everyone in the world focused on Jiang Chen's battle. Hichu passed on Fushi's words to everyone at the right time, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was within His Holiness's expectations. That was good. His Holiness would not be wrong. Everyone's fearful hearts slowly calmed down. In the void, the first egg beast fought endlessly with Jiang Chun. Actually, there was another figure not far away. It was none other than the skeleton Gu Hai, who had just broken through. The skeleton Gu Hai looked at the boundlessly long rainbow bridge, and then at the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Fushi, I'll leave this place to you for now. The skeleton Gu Hai said, seriously. As the skeleton Gu Hai spoke, its figure shot into the distance. Whoosh! The skeleton Gu Hai charged along the rainbow bridge. The skeleton Gu Hai wanted to find 30. It was completely useless to deal with this egg beast. The only way to deal with it was to kill 30 of them. Whoosh! No one discovered that the skeleton Gu Hai had already disappeared into the void, entering the boundless depths. The boundless celestial capital, in the main hall of Guqin's residence. At this moment, Guqin and Nemo Yike were both holding the hilt of an emerald green long saber at the same time. Slightly activating it, the void in the hall trembled slightly. Walala! Suddenly, a void hole appeared in front of the two of them. It's done! Guqin's eyes lit up. That's right. His Holiness's life-trap saber is indeed magical. Our chess skills are still lacking compared to His Holiness after all. M.O. Yike said with a bitter smile, Mr. M.O., don't underestimate yourself. Your chess skills are second only to my father's in Dahan. Guqin said with a smile, that's because His Holiness favors me. He opened all kinds of chess games to me and taught me how to understand them. As for the Crown Prince, He used to be one of Guanxi's 9 sons. His chess skills are no weaker than mine. Mo Yike shook his head. That's why my father arranged for the two of us to combine our chess skills and activate the life trap saber. In the end, we succeeded. My father was right. The passage is open. Guqin said excitedly. Guhai. Long Zhanggua's voice came from the other side of the cave. Hearing Long Zhanggua's puzzled voice, Mo Yike and Guqin's expressions suddenly became serious. Mr. Long, I am Mo Yike of the Dahand, Celestial Capital. His Holiness wants us to inform you immediately when the Rainbow Bridge reaches the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths 30 has begun his operation. Mo Yike said solemnly, Begun? Okay, I got it. Long Zhanggua's voice came again. After that, on the other side of the cave, he no longer paid attention to Mo Yike and Guqin. There was a burst of noise from Long Zhan's side. Send a message to Laozi, Sakyamuni, Amitba, Jesus, Sun Wukong, the war has begun. Inform all departments to activate the space-time jump platform. All spaceships in heaven are in position. Plasma cannons are in standby mode. The space-time door is in full operation. All interstellar combat personnel are in position. Level 1 combat readiness. Millions of War God mechas are to be charged and are on standby. Yes, boss. On the other side of the cave, Long Zhanggua gave a series of orders. Mo Yike and Guqin looked at each other. Although they did not know what was going on, they knew that the war against 30 had begun. They slowly closed the passageway of the 2 Immortal Vault. They knew that it was not the time for them to pay attention to 30 Immortal Vault. The 6 Immortal Vault required their attention. Guqin held the life-entrapping blade and walked out of the hall slowly. They looked at the light in the sky, not far away. In the light, Jiang Chun transformed into the golden dragon, and the egg were fighting fiercely. For a moment, it seemed like they were evenly matched. The two walked to the square of the soaring palace hall. Mr. Fushi, was that really spat out by 30? Even Jiang Chun is no match for him? Guqin said with an ugly expression. Their combat power is about the same. We don't know who will win, but it is indeed a fierce battle. Fushi said with a complicated expression. Father said that there will be 6 rainbow bridges. This is only the first one. What should we do next? Guhan was worried. His Holiness has his own plans. Fushi shook his head, but did not say anything. In the void, Jiang Chun kept the first egg beast at bay. However, it was also incomparably ferocious. The two of them were evenly matched. Everyone thought that the battle would continue. However, at this moment, in the depths of the void, 30 suddenly revealed a cold smile. Jiang Chun, do you really think that I care about this body of yours that much? Huh, you want to use my body to block my child? You overestimate yourself. 30 revealed a cold smile. Then he extended his hand and tapped lightly. Whoosh! It seemed like a beam of golden light passed through the rainbow bridge and shot to not far away from Jiang Chun. Then it shot to Jiang Chen's body. Crack! Jiang Chen's huge dragon body suddenly froze and stopped moving. What? Jiang Chen's expression changed. Hum. The egg swung its tail and Jiang Chen was instantly blown away. He hit the edge of the Immortal Dome. Under the huge force, many stars fell to the ground like a meteor shower. The egg revealed a trace of doubt. It raised its head and looked into the depths of the void, into the distance where the rainbow bridge connected. Master? The egg asked doubtfully. 30 looked at the distant Jiang Chun with a cold smile. At this moment, Jiang Chun was motionless. He revealed a panicked expression. Why? Why can't I move? Why? Jiang Chun shouted in fear. Below, there was the 64 hexagrams infinite formation. It was as if Jiang Chun was talking to 30 directly. That is my body. If I want it to move, it will move. If I want it to not move, it will not move. Why do you ask so many questions? 30 said indifferently. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have guessed something. My fleshly body, you left a counter restriction on it. You activated the counter restriction. Just now, you left the 6 Paths Immortal Dome because you prepared a foolproof plan. Jiang Chen revealed a trace of shock. You're not stupid, 30 said indifferently. That means you can control my body at any time? At any time? But why? Why didn't you restrict my body before? Until now. Why did you wait until now? Jiang Chen stared at 30 in bewilderment. Because a frightened soul is stronger. 30 smiled faintly. A frightened soul? You want to kill me right now? That way, you'll be able to increase the power of their souls. That way, you'll be able to gather even more power by harvesting their souls. That's right. 30 smiled. It was as if 30 could see everything clearly even from a distance. That gentle smile was filled with a great chill. At this moment, in the infinite celestial capital, almost everyone trembled. The fear of all living beings in the world grew even greater. The reason for that was because the outcome of the first battle had already been decided. Jiang Chun was defeated, so thoroughly defeated. At this moment, Jiang Chun couldn't even move in front of 30. He was frozen in place and allowed the first egg to kill him at will. Gu Hai wasn't here, and the #1 expert in the world, Jiang Chun, was defeated in an instant. Was it over for everyone? Jiang Chun, accept the decree. Fushi suddenly shouted. He took out an imperial decree. Buzz. Fushi's voice entered Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen, who was already on the verge of despair, suddenly froze. Accept the decree? Jiang Chen, when we discovered that you were being watched by 30, we guessed that 30 must have some restrictions on you. 30's restriction must be your body. This decree shows that we are in seclusion. At this moment, listen to our orders, abandon your body, gather the power of spirit cultivators, and listen to Fushi's orders. There is no room for error. Fushi read Gu Hai's original words on the imperial decree. His Holiness guessed it. Immediately, the eyes of the frightened people lit up. His Holiness guessed it, which means that we haven't reached the point of despair. Instantly, countless people calmed down, and their fear disappeared. 30 didn't want to reduce the fear of the people. This meant that even if he killed them now, the soul power he obtained would be relatively small. Humph, Egg 1, kill Jiang Chun. 30 said coldly. His voice passed through the rainbow bridge and into the egg's ears. Roar. The egg roared and instantly pounced toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Was he going to give up his body, just like that? He had planned for so many years to kill 30 to protect his body. But now, was he going to give up his body? Then wouldn't his millions of years of effort be in vain? Jiang Chen, if you don't stop hesitating, you will be in trouble. Have you forgotten the enmity of the samsara? Fushi anxiously shouted. Chapter 1297. 30. Celestial Dome. Celestial World. Heavenly Court outside Lingshao Palace. At this moment, huge spaceships with sci-fi colors were spread out. On top of the spaceships were hundreds of meters long cannons. The cannons were shining brightly, and there was a huge amount of energy stored at the mouth of the cannons. There were many floating islands around the spaceships. A large number of people were running around nonstop. They were running around 1,000 meters tall metal robot. The workers were constantly supplying energy to the giant robot. At the same time, some technicians were going in and out, checking every part of the robot. First War God Mech, nuclear energy supply complete. Second War God Mech, nuclear energy supply complete. First War God Mech, nuclear energy supply complete. Second War God Mech, nuclear energy supply complete. Quick, quick, quick. All mecha warriors enter the mecha immediately. Mecha will be activated immediately. Quick. The entire celestial court was bustling with activity. Under Long Zhongguo's command, the entire combat system was activated. Lingxiao Palace Plaza. All the gods and Buddhas gathered quickly. There were Dongfang deities, Western angels, Lingshan Buddhas, and thousands of monster kings. All of them were waiting for the battle. At this moment, the most important thing was the group of big shots at the entrance of Lingxiao Palace. In front of Long Zhongguo stood Laozi, Shakyamuni, Amitabha, Jesus, and Sun Wukong. Has it started? Laozi's face darkened. Long Zhong nodded solemnly. That's right, the Rainbow Bridge should be here soon. That's good. Laozi nodded. Everyone, have you spread the news? Long Zhongguo asked solemnly. Don't worry, we have arranged for people in all the major galaxies in the Celestial Dome. We are just waiting for an order, Shakyamuni said. That's good. Long Zhongguo nodded. Sun Wukong? Where's Gu Taiji? Long Zhongguo looked at Sun Wukong. That kid Taiji? Right now, he was in seclusion, and his two mothers were guarding him. They would come out soon. It's just that. Gu Hai is a pervert, and his son is about the same. Humph. Sun Wukong's tone was harsh, but his eyes flashed with pride. After all, Gu Taiji was Sun Wukong's disciple. By the way, Laozi, is that Gu Hai still stronger than me? Sun Wukong looked at Laozi. I shouldn't be his opponent now. What do you think? Laozi said lightly. Humph, old man, you might not be a match for me in a real fight. Sun Wukong said gloomily. All right, let's not talk nonsense now. Save your strength for the battle against 30, Long Zhongguo said, solemnly. Everyone's expression turned solemn. How are the preparations of each division? Long Zhongguo shouted. In the distance, Takashi Ryushin said solemnly, reporting to the Celestial Emperor, all the ion cannons in the spaceship are ready to fire at any time. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, all the mechas are in position, and all the mecha warriors have entered the first cabin. Once the Celestial Emperor gives the order, the mechas can join the battle immediately, another woman said respectfully. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, all the space-time jump platforms are in position. Once the Celestial Emperor gives the order, we can open the space-time portal immediately. Another old man said respectfully. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, preparations are complete. Voices kept coming, indicating that everything was ready and waiting for Long Zhongguo's order. At this moment, whether it was the demons, immortals, Buddhas, gods, basic staff, or combat personnel, they were all excited. Long Zhongguo stepped on the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace, and his face turned cold. Open the space-time portal. Long Zhongguo said, solemnly. Boom. A loud sound was heard, and a beam of light hit the void. The beam of light didn't go far, but it made a wormhole in the void. Inside the wormhole, it was not dark, but another space-time. On the other side of the wormhole, a huge planet could be seen. Outside the planet, there were many fortresses floating around the planet like satellites. Around the fortresses, there were many flying saucers. This is one of the fortresses outside, the Ursa major planet. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he recognized it. They are all the Immortals' lackeys. This group of aliens is in charge of monitoring this planet. Jesus' face darkened. Boom, boom, boom. Around the heavenly court, beams of light appeared, and wormholes were opened one after another. After opening, One could see that on the other side of the 100,000 wormholes, there was a huge alien fortress. These were the biggest fortresses that could be seen. On the other side, the aliens seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Look, there's a wormhole there. Calling to the master of the fortress, we found a prisoner rebellion. Calling to the master of the fortress, there's a prisoner rebellion. Suppress immediately. Suppress immediately. Roars came from the group of aliens. Following that, flying saucers shot over quickly. They flew towards the wormholes, as if to destroy this group of rebels. Orbital ion cannon. Longzhonghua shouted. At this moment, on the million spaceships, the ion cannon had already finished storing energy and had already calibrated its position. Under Longzhonghua's order. Boom. On the first spaceship, an ion cannon, like a laser beam, instantly rushed through the long track and shot towards the wormhole. It passed through the wormhole with great force and speed and shot towards the biggest fortress of the alien fortress. What? Stop it. Stop it. Protect the fortress. Rebellion, do you want to die? The flying saucers shot out laser beams, but the speed of the ion cannon was too fast. It reached the biggest fortress almost instantly. Boom. The 100,000 biggest fortresses exploded almost at the same time. Good, Sun Wukong said excitedly. No. Command, command. The command has been blown up, bastard. Quickly contact the other fortresses. Request for support, request for support. The alien flying saucers were in a mess. However, there were still some small teams that rushed towards the wormhole. Attack! Longzhonghua shouted coldly. Yes, there were loud shouts from all around. Boom! The first mech rushed out of the floating island and rushed through the wormhole. Da-da-da. A series of laser shells were shot out from the mech's pipe and rushed towards the flying saucers. Rumble! Suddenly, the flying saucers that were rushing towards the wormhole exploded. All the mechs rushed towards the wormhole. The flying saucers instantly entered battle mode, and laser shells were shot towards the mechs. However, the mechs were extremely agile, and while dodging, they kept firing shells at the same time. Longzhonghua, you are right. Making mechs can immediately allow ordinary people to have great strength. Technology is indeed unique. Laozi exclaimed. All right, my people have joined the battle. It's your turn. Longzhonghua said. Everyone nodded. Disciples of the Chan sect, the Jie sect, and the Ren sect, follow me. Taishang shouted. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of cultivators rushed towards the wormholes. Disciples of the Saha world, follow me. A Buddha shouted. Disciples of the Nirvana world, follow me. Another Buddha shouted. Angels of the heavenly realm, follow me. A holy light shrouded Jehovah shouted. Demons of the infernal world, dark creatures, follow me. A man shrouded in black light shouted. Monster kings, follow me. Bull Demon King raised his arm and shouted. Rumble! Cultivators of the celestial path, Buddhist path, devil path, monster path, saint path, and ghost path no longer hid and rushed towards the wormholes. The rats are coming out. Quick, kill them. The fortresses need support. What? The fortresses on the Gamma star were also destroyed. Contact the other fortresses. Quick, the command center is being destroyed. Quick. The aliens were in a mess. In the entire universe, the fiercest battle suddenly broke out. Spaceships also slowly flew towards the wormholes and flew to various parts of the universe, acting as supply stations for the heavenly court. At the same time, they also dealt a huge blow to all sides. On the spaceships, there were countless cannons, causing the most terrifying damage. The battle was out of control. Longzhonghua and the others were solemn, because the biggest danger had yet to come. Sure enough, When the battle outside was in full swing, a cold voice suddenly came from all sides of the universe. "You rats, why did you come out at this time? It seems that you all have an agreement." Humph. An angry snort instantly spread throughout the entire universe. The entire 30 celestial realms were filled with this angry voice. 30. Long Zhangguo and the others' faces darkened. Just as everyone was waiting for the battle, a vast 9-colored light rushed out from the void, instantly smashing a large number of stars and piercing into the celestial realm. Boom! With a loud bang, the barrier of the entire celestial realm exploded, and a huge 9-colored light fiercely pierced into the land of the celestial realm. Rainbow Bridge. Laozi's eyes lit up. Rumble. In the distance, some experts were destroying the Rainbow Bridge, but the sound of the Rainbow Bridge hitting the ground was loud. But at this moment, when they touched it again, they pounced on empty air as if it had turned into air and could not be captured. Fushi's Infinity Array, activate. Long Zhangguo ordered. Buzz. In the distance, a large number of experts activated the array, instantly condensing a large array similar to the 64 hexagrams Infinity Array. Suddenly, as if in the 6 celestial realms, the array collided with the Rainbow Bridge, forming a golden fog, projecting the scene in the depths of the distant void. Everyone instantly saw 30's appearance. The array left by Fushi is indeed useful. Shakyamuni's eyes lit up. Everyone looked at 30 in the image, only to see 30 suddenly open his mouth, which contained a monstrous power, and then suddenly spit out a huge egg. The huge egg, which was as tall as a person, made everyone feel a chill in their hearts even from an infinite distance. Egg 2, go. 30's eyes turned cold, and he flicked his finger. Boom. The huge egg shot toward 30 celestial realms. Egg. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw the huge egg that was shooting over slowly break out of its shell. Unlike the 3-headed golden dragon of Egg 1, at this moment it had the appearance of a giant. The giant was thick and fat, but it was filled with a monstrous power. Its face was ferocious, and there were only 3 strands of hair on its head. It was incomparably ferocious. The giant swallowed the huge egg's shell, and its body slowly expanded to 100,000 feet tall. Golden flames shot out from its entire body as if it had a monstrous power. A huge murderous aura shot out from its eyes. Even from an infinite distance, it made people's hearts tremble. Spitting an egg into a beast. This is a monster that spits out an egg according to Panga's invincible body. It's far inferior to Panga's appearance. So fast, it should be arriving soon. Laozi's face turned sinister. The first battle, Sun Wukong. You go. Long Zhangguo ordered. Okay. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and without hesitation, he rushed into the sky and shot toward Egg 2. In the Rainbow Bridge, Egg 2's speed was very fast. Not long after, it arrived at the periphery of 30 celestial realms. Roar! Sun Wukong transformed into 100,000 feet tall giant monkey. His face revealed a ferocious expression as he fiercely pounced forward. Hong! Egg 2 and Sun Wukong collided. Chapter 1298. 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Jiang Chun cared a lot about his body, but 30 didn't care about it at all. Before he left the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, he left behind a countermeasure. Perhaps 30 already knew that the body would give birth to a new intelligence and rebel against him. Perhaps he was happy to see it happen, and even provoked Jiang Chun many times, but he wanted Jiang Chun to be the commander of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. If all living beings placed all their hopes on Jiang Chun, how terrified would they be when they saw their hope being tortured to death? 30 wanted to see this kind of fear. This was because a fearful soul contained a greater amount of soul power. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought about it, the current commander of the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths was no longer Jiangchen, but Gu Hai. Now that he killed Jiangchen, all living beings would be afraid, but not as much as 30 expected. Even so, 30 still wanted to kill Jiangchen. Since he couldn't achieve his goal, he would take it slow and kill them one by one. Roar! The three-headed golden dragon, Egg, immediately pounced on Jiangchen after receiving 30's order. It wanted to kill Jiangchen. Jiangchen, if you don't stop, you'll be in trouble. Have you forgotten about the Six Paths Immortal Dome? Fushi anxiously shouted. The Six Paths Immortal Dome. Jiangchen suddenly thought of something. In order to protect his body, Jiangchen had worked hard for millions of years, and this obsession made Jiangchen reluctant to give up his body. However, the revenge of Little Six made Jiangchen's obsession vague. Little Six was the only family member that Jiangchen recognized in all these years. Only Little Six could make Jiangchen risk everything. Little Six. Little Six. If Little Six can be resurrected, why would I want this body? Jiangchen revealed a ferocious expression. Just as Eggy's claws were about to tear apart Jiangchen, Jiangchen revealed a sinister smile. 30, if you can give it up, so can I? Explode. What? Egg One's expression changed. They saw Jiangchen's huge dragon body explode with a loud bang. Hung. Under the huge explosion, Eggy was blasted away, and large areas of its scales were shattered. Rumble. In the void, the explosion was not very powerful. However, in the starry sky, a large number of stars were shattered. Once the egg exploded, it flew into the void. Jiangchen's physical body self-detonated, while his soul consciousness swept up all of the spirit cultivator's power and fell in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Ha, ha 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 ha, 30, did you see that? Even if you don't care about this body, I can give it up to... Jiangchen's soul consciousness roared. In the distance, 30's eyes were cold as he revealed a cold smile. Roar, Jiangchen, you bastard. Eggy roared angrily in the void. The power of Jiangchen's self-detonation was indeed incomparably powerful. It was so powerful that even Eggy had suffered some minor injuries. Minor injuries? Not only did it not weaken Eggy's strength, but it also made Eggy even more furious, and its killing intent became even more tyrannical. Eggy was about to pounce down, pass down His Holiness's decree. Guqin, Mo Yike, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng received the decree. Fushi suddenly took out another imperial decree. The five immediately responded. Present. Gaochen controls the great Tao of Zither. Ziwei controls the great Tao of book. Changsheng controls the great Tao of painting. Guqin and Mo Yike control the great Tao of chess. Activate the great Tao of literature. Activate the great Tao of literature. Activate the power of the 3,000 great Tao. Mobilize the literature chi of the world. Condense the great god of literature. And resist the evil enemy. Mo Yike shouted loudly. Yes, the five of them shouted loudly. Buzz, 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 buzz. Behind the five of them, for monstrous great Tao suddenly appeared. Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting. Ziwei, Changsheng, and Gaochen had naturally mastered the 3,000 great Tao of literature after going through the 3,000 great Tao of literature. Mo Yike and Guqin used the power of Go to control the life entrapment blade. The life entrapment blade was transformed from old man Guanqi's heavenly Go chess in the past. The heavenly Go chess was able to connect the great Tao of chess, and it was barely possible to do so. The five of them controlled the four great Tao, and immediately activated the power of the 3,000 great Tao. The rolling power instantly surged toward the five of them. The literature chi of the world also surged toward the five of them. However, The 5 of them were slowly enveloped by the literature chi, and gradually a white humanoid figure that was 10,000 feet tall was formed. The 5 of them seemed to have merged into the body of this 10,000 feet tall giant. The 10,000 feet tall giant was very strange, but it had 4 arms. One hand held a brush, the other a paintbrush, one hand held a white chess piece, and the other hand seemed to be plucking 7 strings in the void. The pinnacle of literature cultivation, the giant god of literature, someone exclaimed. The 5 of you will form the giant god of literature cultivation, who will be the one to control the consciousness. Qin Tianwen asked from afar, "I'll do it. My voice is the best." Gao Qin's voice suddenly sounded from the giant god of literature cultivation. "I'll do it. I'm the best at painting." Chang Sheng's voice sounded. "I'll do it." Zi Wei also shouted. The giant god of literature cultivation required a mastermind. Pass down His Holiness's decree. The 5 of you will form the giant god of literature cultivation. Mo Yike will be the overall commander. Fushi said in a low voice. The 5 of them were stunned. Yes, the 5 of them shouted almost at the same time. No one dared to disobey Gu Hai's orders. Mo Yike was in charge of the giant god of literature cultivation. The egg is ferocious. Although we can mobilize the power of the 3,000 great Tao and have the qi of literature cultivation to protect ourselves, we are definitely not as strong as him. Therefore, we must not touch him with force. Listen to my orders and use illusions to trap him. Mo Yike said solemnly. Yes, the 4 of them answered. The giant god of literature cultivation immediately stepped into the sky. Rumble! The 4 great Taos of literature cultivation surrounded him. The 3,000 great Taos surged with endless power. Roar! Egg-E roared and rushed into the 6 paths celestial dome. Painting Tao, show the mountain Hichu. Mo Yike shouted. Hum! The giant god of literature cultivation's brush suddenly danced. Then the void suddenly changed. Egg Yi's eyes suddenly turned upside down, and a painting Tao illusion appeared. Music of the Guqin Tao will disturb the ears. Mo Yike shouted. Ding, 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 ding. The hand holding the Guqin kept plucking the strings. For a moment, there was a burst of pleasant sound between heaven and earth. When the beings heard Gao Qin's Guqin, they slowly calmed down. The atmosphere of fear from before was also relieved. However, the sound was directed at Egg-E. The sound that Egg-E heard was Gao Qin's singing. One was positive and one was negative. One was pleasant and the other was unpleasant. Gao Qin's singing? Be asterisk starred. Stop it. It's too unpleasant. Egg-E roared and pounced. Chess Tao, set up the chess pieces, connect with the painting Tao, and create a maze world. Mo Yike shouted. Hum. The hand controlling the chess pieces suddenly moved. The environment of the painting Tao instantly became reality and became a maze of multiple worlds, leaving Egg-E with nowhere to go. Calligraphy Tao determines history. Evil egg beast. Mo Yike shouted. However, the hand holding the brush began to write continuously. As the brush wrote, there seemed to be a recitation in the void at the same time. Egg demon, head and feet sores, intestines and stomach rotting. Egg demon, brain damaged, eyes blurred, vomiting and diarrhea. The words written by the brush immediately made many people in the world widen their eyes. That was because the golden words written in the air were incomparably dazzling. That calligraphy was difficult to find in the world. However, these words seemed to be insulting words. However, these insults seemed to be words of wisdom when set off by the 3,000 great Tao. Curse, be asterisk starred. I'm going to kill you. How dare you curse me? My stomach is not feeling well. You be asterisk stars. Fight me head on if you dare. Curse me with the great Tao. You will die a horrible death. I'm going to kill you all. Egg-E roared and pounced toward the giant god, Wen-Xiao. Boom. He pounced and missed. However, it was an illusion of the painting Tao. The chess layout, under the 3,000 great Tao, immediately formed a monstrous maze. Although the egg beast had monstrous strength, it was trapped inside. Immediately, many Dahan officials shouted in surprise, "Good, trapped. Wen-Xiao is invincible." Only Fushi understood that Egg-E was too strong. It could only trap it for a while. Soon, it would break the seal. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Whoosh! At this moment, Jiang Chun rapped in the power of spiritual cultivation and immediately arrived at the infinite celestial capital. It was hazy like a cloud of fog. Fushi, I lost. Gu Hai predicted that I would lose? Jiang Chen's bitter voice came from the fog. Jiang Chen, accept the imperial edict. Fushi took out another imperial edict and said in a low voice. Jiang Chen looked confused. Jiang Chen's physical body is destroyed. Assist the dragon god Ing in using the power of spiritual cultivation and fight the enemy. Fushi shouted. Assist the dragon god Ing? How? I'm wrapped in the power of spiritual cultivation. It's not like Gu Hai doesn't know this power of spiritual cultivation. Besides my physical body, no one can fully integrate it. He cultivated for so long, but still couldn't perfectly integrate it. It's not that the dragon god Ing doesn't know how to use it, but that his physical body rejects it. Jiang Chun said bitterly. Jiang Chun, accept the imperial edict. Fushi said again. I'm willing to listen to the transfer order, but it's impossible. The dragon god Ing. What? He's the dragon god Ing? Jiang Chun shouted in surprise. He saw that not far away in a large hall. Dragon god Ing, followed by Long Aotian, was slowly walking in front of Fushi. Dragon god Ying's appearance changed slightly, turning into Jiang Chen's face. It was exactly the same. The dragon god Ing that looked exactly like Jiang Chun made Jiang Chun reveal a trace of shock. Long Aotian, your cultivation is crippled. Jiang Chun said in surprise. No, under His Holiness's orders, I passed the wind-type zombie ancestor seed to my father, along with my cultivation base. Many thanks to the true Lord for helping me reach the peak of the great circle of the God Legion realm. My father also had the Earth-type zombie ancestor seed, which reached the great circle of the God Legion realm. His Holiness also gave him the water-type zombie ancestor seed and the fire-type zombie ancestor seed. When all four were fused, they became the Jiang Chun seed. I modified my father's body to look exactly like yours. Long Aotian explained. Exactly the same? Jiang Chun explained. Yes, but without 30's restrictions, Jiang Chun, because His Holiness guessed that 30 was watching you, he didn't reveal anything to you. Sorry. Dragon God Ing solemnly said, Ha. It's good that he didn't reveal anything. Otherwise, 30 would have known. There's another body that looks exactly the same as his. The geniuses of the shaman tribe. They're geniuses. Jiang Chun laughed excitedly. Jiang Chun, said Dragon Shenying solemnly, absorb the power of a spirit cultivator into my body. My battle instincts are much weaker than yours. I'll give you my consciousness so you can control this body. Good. Jiang Chun said excitedly. Boom. Jiang Chun merged with Dragon God Ying's body. Jiang Chun had lost a physical body, and now he had another body that looked exactly the same as his. All of his pent-up frustration exploded out. At the same time, in the distance, giant god Wen-Xiao was ultimately a little weaker. His illusory world trapped Egg-E for a while, but it couldn't hold him for too long. Finally, Eggy broke free. Boom. Egg 1 emerged with a loud bang. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Egg 1 glared at Titan Godding, who couldn't hold him back, just as Titan Godding was getting anxious. I'm coming, you freak, roared Jiangchen. I'm still your opponent, he roared, charging forward. Boom. In an instant, under Jiang Chen's sneak attack, Egg 1 was knocked out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Jiang Chen instantly pounced into the void. Countless people in the world saw Jiang Chen recover again, and many of them clenched their fists in excitement. However, 30, who was far away, didn't seem to be looking at this side just now. He seemed to be casting a rainbow bridge in another place, and a huge egg spat out toward 30's Immortal Dome. He turned his head and saw the sudden change in the situation. The 4 zombie ancestors are recreating Jiang Chen? It's a good idea, but unfortunately, Egg 1 is just the beginning. 30 sneered. Boom. However, at this moment, another rainbow bridge fell from the sky and crashed into the ground, causing the entire Divine Prefecture to rumble. A second rainbow bridge appeared. Everyone was slightly stunned, and they had a bad feeling. However, they saw 30 suddenly open his mouth and spit with a fierce expression. Boom. Another huge egg appeared. Go, Egg 1, kill. 30 said coldly. 30 flicked his fingers, and the second huge egg shot out along the rainbow bridge. Whoosh! The huge egg shot toward the Six Paths Immortal Dome and slowly broke apart. Crack! A crack appeared, and then a golden dragon slowly crawled out from inside. There was only one golden dragon, but its aura was not weaker than Egg 1. Egg 3 crawled out of the eggshell and smashed the eggshell down. It suddenly grew to 100,000 feet long, and a terrifying aura rushed out. On the other side, Jiang Chen was dealing with Egg 1, and he was not defeated yet. Now, there was another monster. Egg 3? Roar! Before Egg 3 arrived, its murderous aura was already rushing toward them. A single head? Would a single head be weaker than a 3-headed one? He too asked worriedly. In the distance, 30 seemed to have heard Hichu's words. He sneered and said, My children are all equally strong. Equally strong. Even the expression of the giant god changed drastically. That was because he couldn't trap Egg 1 at all. Now that the equally strong Egg 3 was here, what should he do? Chapter 1299. 30 Immortal Firmament. Sun Wukong fought Egg 2 alone, using all his strength in the void. At this moment, Sun Wukong was already very different from the 6 Immortal Firmament back then. The flames of battle burned fiercely in the void. The Jingu Bang fell like a mountain, colliding with Egg 2 again and again. Egg 2 was also incomparably fierce. Even with Sun Wukong's battle strength, it was not at a disadvantage. It was even aggressive, forcing Sun Wukong to retreat. Rod sweeps the world. Sun Wukong's Jingu Bang suddenly enlarged 10 times and smashed toward Egg 2. Humph! Egg 2 snorted and greeted it with a punch. Hung! With a loud bang, both of them retreated. Then Sun Wukong suddenly widened his eyes, because the Jingu Bang was bent. At the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace, many people's faces were ugly. I'll help Sun Wukong and finish off Egg 2 as soon as possible. Jesus' face turned cold, and a holy light appeared around him. No need. There are 6 rainbow bridges. Don't be delayed by the enemy of the first rainbow bridge. Sun Wukong, wait a little longer. Long Zhangwa said, with a gloomy face. In the void, Sun Wukong saw that the Jingu Bang was broken. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes turned red. The Jingu Bang has been with me for 480 million years. It has long been my good brother. You broke my Jingu Bang. Roar, roar. Sun Wukong suddenly became irritable. rumble. Immediately, Sun Wukong rushed toward Egg 2 like crazy. At this moment, golden flames shot out from Sun Wukong's body. He was incomparably fierce and arrogant. The Jingu Bang was powerful, but Sun Wukong had already completed the 8-9 Mysteries art and created the 9-9 Mysteries art. His body was a divine weapon. The fierce and violent battle immediately rushed toward Egg 2 again. Sun Wukong can still block it. Don't worry. Long Zhongguo advised. Boom. At this moment, another rainbow bridge shot into the immortal world. A second rainbow bridge. Shakyamuni's face darkened. Jiang Qin said that 30 prepared 6 paths. Each immortal firmament has 6 rainbow bridges. I wonder how it is over there. Laozi revealed a trace of worry. Sure enough, on the screen, number 30 opened his mouth and spat out another huge egg. Go, Egg 4. 30 fingers flicked lightly. Boom. The giant egg instantly followed the second rainbow bridge and shot towards the 30th immortal dome. Slowly, a muscular man crawled out of the eggshell. The man slowly ate the eggshell clean. Suddenly, 24 pairs of wings appeared on his back. Half of them were black, and the other half were white. They were holy and evil, and their might soared to the sky. The fusion of light and darkness? Jesus, this second battle is your forte. I'll leave it to you. Long Zhongguo looked at Jesus. Good. Jesus nodded. Taking a step, Jesus instantly rushed into nothingness. Jesus rushed toward the egg that looked like a 48-winged angel. Hung. In the void, Jesus and the egg collided with each other. 6 Dao Immortal Dome. The immortal dome of the 6 paths instantly shot down a second rainbow bridge. Jiang Qin and Dragon God emerged together and rushed into the void, blocking the first rainbow bridge ruler egg. However, the arrival of the second rainbow bridge and Egg 3 made the world hold their breaths. After all, the giant god of literary cultivation was no match for Egg 1. Similarly, it was impossible for him to stop Egg 3. Giant god of literary cultivation, do your best to stop Egg 3. Fuxi shouted. Okay. The giant god of literary cultivation responded. Even if there were thousands of difficulties and dangers, there was no reason to retreat now. Before Egg 3 arrived, the giant god of literary cultivation quickly moved the 4 daos of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Instantly, 3,000 daos were mobilized and formed a super-huge formation. The chess formation, the zither formation, the calligraphy formation, and the painting formation seemed to have formed a new world of literary cultivation, waiting for Egg 3's arrival. Egg 3 came faster than Egg 1. At a terrifying speed, he drilled into the formation of literary cultivation. The entire great formation of literary cultivation shook violently. Inside, the golden dragon revealed a cold smile and looked around. Literary cultivation? Ha! When the master created me, he also used literary cultivation. Back then, when Sangjie created it, you guys did a good job. However, this giant god of literary cultivation is still too imperfect. The Zither Dao, Calligraphy Dao, and Painting Dao are not bad. However, the Chess Dao is still a little lacking. It's not enough. You really don't look alike. The Golden Dragon Egg 3 revealed a cold smile. At this moment, Egg 3's 4 dragon claws were exactly the same as the giant god of literary cultivation. He was holding a brush, a zither string, and a chess piece. He shook slightly. Suddenly, 4 daos appeared around the golden dragon. They were the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting Dao. As soon as the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting Dao appeared, 3,000 daos appeared around them. World of literary cultivation? Ha! Your world of literary cultivation is full of loopholes in my eyes. You want to stop me? Kill. Egg 3 yelled. He waved his 4 dragon claws. Hum. Suddenly, countless space fragments appeared in the void and shot toward the formation set up by the giant god of literary cultivation. Ah! The giant god of literary cultivation screamed from inside. We can't take it anymore. What should we do? Gauchen roared anxiously. Sing, Gauchen, sing. Mo Yike said anxiously. Gauchen's unpleasant voice quickly sang. Don't you know? Your zither Tao is immune to me. Ha, I found you. The golden dragon suddenly laughed sinisterly. Hum. In an instant, the golden dragon broke through the layers of overlapping illusions and grabbed at the giant god of literary cultivation. Oh no! Guchin's expression changed, and he shouted in shock. Calm down, he's trying to trick us. Calm down. Mo Yike roared. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the world of literary cultivation. It shook for a while, as if it would break at any moment in the outside world. Everyone was extremely anxious because they could see that the giant god of literary cultivation was about to lose. This was because the same thing happened when Egg E was inside. The formation shook, as if the egg beast was about to break out at any moment. This time, the formation shook even faster, as if the egg beast was about to break out at an even faster speed. What should they do? Jiang Chen and Egg E were evenly matched and could not do anything. Once the giant god of literary cultivation was defeated, everything would be over. Chongming, A.O. Sheng, Jingwei, Bai Zizai, Shang Wanhen, Mosquito Daoren, Kong Xian, Scorpio, Black Impermanence by Wu Chang, and all the kings of the monster clans, hear my decree. Fuxi shouted again. He took out Gu Hai's imperial edict. Here. The Dahan's ministers shouted. At this moment, all lives were about to be destroyed, and all the experts in the limitless celestial capital were listening to orders. Chongming is the leader of the gods of the Torch Dragon. Order Chongming to mobilize the power of the dragon veins of the earth, merge with the gods of all monsters, and use the divine power of the Torch Dragon to resist the external demons. All monsters listen to Chongming's command and merge with Chongming to destroy the external demons. Fuxi shouted, We obey. The monsters answered. Chongming took Gu Hai's imperial edict. The imperial edict opened, and a golden light instantly shot to the ground below. Now, the dragon veins of the entire earth had been devoured by the Dahan dragon veins, and the Dahan dragon veins had grown to a boundless size. The 2 dragon veins of the 2 realms of Yin and Yang pierced through the earth of the 2 realms and merged into one. At this moment, following Gu Hai's orders, they immediately swam. Rumble! The entire world was trembling. All the people in the divine continent suddenly felt the intense tremors under their feet. Roar! In the limitless celestial capital, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the ground, and then a huge dragon head that was 100,000 miles long appeared. If the dragon head was 100,000 miles long, the dragon body must be even bigger. Chongming landed on the dragon head with the imperial edict. In the name of the Torch Dragon, I draw the power of the earth and the power of the Torch Dragon's physical body into my body, Chongming shouted. Buzz! A huge cocoon of light suddenly appeared around Chongming. The cocoon of light was 100,000 feet long, like a huge egg. Ong! The enormous dragon vein let out a roar. Boom! The dragon head actually drilled into the egg. Even though the egg was only 100,000 feet long, and the dragon head was even bigger, it still drilled into the egg. Once the dragon head entered, the dragon body swayed slightly, and the mountains and rivers in the world changed rapidly. At the same time, the power of the entire earth surged toward the egg. Spiritual chi? There's no more spiritual chi here. The people in a city were shocked. Us too. Is the spiritual chi surging toward the dragon vein? So much spiritual chi. Many people revealed looks of astonishment, because at this moment, all the spiritual chi in the world of the living and the netherworld listened to the command of the dragon vein and surged into the golden egg. All the spiritual chi in the world has entered that golden egg. It's indeed the power of the torch dragon's physical body. Above the limitless celestial capital, Bai narrowed his eyes. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, Changming's shout came from the golden egg. Roar, roar, roar. Ao Sheng by Zazai Jingwei and Shangguan Hen immediately turned into the appearance of the 4 divine beasts and flew into the golden egg as the second batch of divine beasts. Rumble! The golden egg trembled. In the outside world, the dragon vein roared and finally entered completely. The golden egg instantly emitted countless rays of light. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Scorpio, Black Bai Wuchang, King of Monsters, come in and merge with me. Chang Ming's roar came from the giant egg again. Roar. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Scorpio, Black Bai Wuchang, and countless monster kings rushed into the giant egg without hesitation. Rumble. The god of all monsters in the world reformed the god of the torch dragon, just like when it was split apart in the past. The giant egg trembled incessantly. Heaven and earth trembled. At this moment, there was no trace of spiritual chi in the world. All of it had surged into the giant egg, as if a monstrous monster was forming inside. The power of the earth has all entered the giant egg. Fushi's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Look beside the giant egg. Bai showed a hint of curiosity. Beside the giant egg, there was a ripple in the void, like a layer of turbid air. That's the aura of chaos. After the spiritual chi is drained, will chaos reappear? Fushi showed a hint of worry. The torch dragon broke the chaos, and its physical body suppressed the chaos. Now that the power of the torch dragon's physical body has been drained, will chaos reappear? Bai's face was gloomy. What is chaos? Hichu asked curiously. Chaos is chaos. Everything is in a mess. Although it's opposite to nothingness, it's turbid. It's as if everything in the world was crushed and mixed together. The torch dragon was born, broke the chaos, and refined everything in the chaos, giving birth to this clear world. Fushi explained, primal chaos, primal chaos. Without the suppression of the torch dragon's physical body, where can there be a trace of primal chaos aura? He too revealed a look of confusion. It's fine. That's just a trace of chaos. If we win, the torch dragon's physical body will return to the world, and it can suppress chaos again. Fushi explained, just as Hichu was about to nod. Ah! A scream suddenly came from afar. The world of literary cultivators suddenly exploded. The giant god of literary cultivators smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Hung. The ground shook violently, and countless places exploded. The giant god of literary cultivators lost. Everyone showed a look of horror. What should they do? The formation of literary cultivators dispersed, revealing the ferocious golden dragon egg 3 inside. A fearful aura was emitted from his body. My chess skills are not good, and the giant god of literary cultivators is indeed not perfect. Ha 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 ha. Egg 3 laughed. Who should I kill next? Egg 3 suddenly looked at the countless cities in the world. When he looked over, many people were shocked and showed a look of horror. Crack! However, at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the giant egg formed by Changming and the other monsters. Rumble. Immediately, the giant egg shattered quickly. Then, countless fragments turned into a cloud of smoke and entered the mouth of a giant monster that was 100,000 feet long. Changming succeeded. Hichu showed a look of joy. Chapter 1300. Heavenly Tao Reincarnation. Because Gu Hai had Long Wanyu by his side, there was nothing to worry about. As soon as he stepped into it, he arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. This is the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation secret realm. It's like a paradise, thousands of miles of wind, boundless beautiful scenery. Gu Hai immediately fell in love with this place. In the distance, he could see some people chasing and playing. All of them were shrouded in holy light. They were living a happy life, a peaceful and serene life. Brother-in-law, you have been deceived. Heavenly Tao Reincarnation is not a good place. Long Wanyu explained. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. After a person dies, the heavenly soul enters the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation. This is not a good place. Look at those people. No, those are just the heavenly souls of people. They will slowly forget who they are. In this desire world, they will slowly become slaves to desire. Long Wanyu sighed. Desire world? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes, the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation is divided into 3 worlds: the desire world, the color world, and the colorless world. These are the 3 stages of the heavenly soul's final destination. This is the first stage. After everyone dies, the heavenly soul will first come to this desire world. Long Wanyu explained. You just said that they will forget who they are? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, no matter who comes here, they can have whatever they want, especially these heavenly souls. They can have whatever they want here. The regrets of their past life can be made up for here. Therefore, the people here will slowly sink into oblivion. Long Wanyu explained. Sink? Yes, for example, Sister Chen Xiener. In the past, when a heavenly soul came here, if she was unwilling to die, or if she missed you, she thought that the desire world would condense the appearance of brother-in-law that Sister Chen Xiener wanted, condense an illusion of you that she wanted in her heart, and accompany Sister Chen. Sister Chen can have whatever she wants. It's the same for other people. All heavenly souls are like this. They have a very long lifespan in the desire realm. They can get whatever they want. As long as they want it, they will be given to them. Long Wanyu explained. Are you saying that the Heavenly Tao reincarnation cycle will cause all the heavenly souls that enter it to slowly sink into oblivion and slowly forget themselves? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes, brother-in-law, look over there. Long Wanyu pointed in a direction. However, he saw some heavenly souls in the distance smiling foolishly. The light around them dimmed, and a foul stench spread out. What are they doing? Gu Hai frowned. Every heavenly soul has a lifespan of 10,000 years here. Once the 10,000 years are up, they will die. Of course, the death of heavenly souls is different from that of humans. They enter the sex realm. Long Wanyu explained. All heavenly souls have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Gu Hai asked in surprise. Yes, after 10,000 years, after sinking into their desires, they have almost forgotten themselves. After all, when they were in the human world, they only had a short period of time. In this place, however, it was 10,000 years. Their desires were endlessly satisfied. Under their endless desires, they experienced too much. Slowly, they forgot everything and became slaves to their desires. Then, their lifespan came to an end, and they entered the sex realm. Long Wanyu explained. Gu Hai gently closed his eyes and imagined some things in his mind. All of a sudden, Gu Hai seemed to have seen everything he wanted. Gu Hai even saw himself stepping on 30 under his feet, and 30 was constantly begging for mercy. His wishes came true, and he got whatever he wanted. Gu Hai instantly felt a great sense of joy. He felt as if he could not extricate himself. "Brother-in-law," Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai quivered and woke up. However, a look of horror flashed across his eyes. Was this place affecting his mood? No wonder. Back then, Jiang Chun asked the samsara to train here. The sex realm created illusions for the souls. It is indeed terrifying, sinking into desire, unable to extricate oneself, forgetting everything. When a person loses himself, it is equivalent to being dead. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Yes, heavenly souls forget themselves. After death, they enter the sex realm and become heavenly demons. Long Wanyu explained. "Where is the sex realm?" Gu Hai asked, curiously. "This is also the reason why Jiang Chun asked me to accompany you. In fact, I am immune to the sex realm. I don't know why, but only I can open the entrance to the sex realm." Long Wanyu explained. "Oh." Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. However, he saw Long Wanyu gently pointing her finger. Wang, a black door, suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. If the sex realm was full of light, then the sex realm was full of darkness. Heavenly demons. Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. "Brother-in-law, be careful. In the sex realm, these heavenly souls will not attack us. However, in the sex realm, those heavenly demons will attack us. Heavenly souls are good, while heavenly demons are evil." Long Wanyu said. Gu Hai nodded. The two of them stepped into the sex realm. Wang, the entrance to the sex realm, suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai and Long Wanyu also arrived at the sex realm. As soon as they entered, boom, boom. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of black, heavenly demons flew over, revealing their ferocious faces. "Ha ha ha ha! Give it to me, give it to me, give it back to me. It's all mine, it's all mine." Woo, 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 woo. There were countless heavenly demons, all filled with strong desire and fierceness. These heavenly demons wanted to rush towards Gu Hai. However, how could Gu Hai be compared to this group of heavenly demons? He waved his hand. Boom! A tyrannical wave of air blasted all the heavenly demons away. The heavenly souls were originally good people. They had everything in the desire world, but when they entered this place after death, all of a sudden, everything was gone. This caused them to suddenly go crazy. Who could bear to lose what they had obtained? They desperately searched for it, desperately doing evil, thinking that everything else was bad, taking away everything from them. They attacked everything crazily, bewitching people's minds and destroying everything. Moreover, in the desire realm, they had forgotten who they were. Therefore, every heavenly demon was the same. They attacked everything and confused everything. Once someone entered, they would immediately destroy their mind and heart. They commit all kinds of evil. They are the scourge of the world. Long Wanyu smiled bitterly. After enjoying the greatest happiness, they turned into the most violent heavenly demons. This world is really wonderful. Gu Hai took a deep breath and sighed. Yes, many people were very good people when they were alive. However, after the baptism of the desire realm, when they came to this color realm, they completely turned into demons. There's no saving them. Long Wanyu said bitterly. In all directions, countless heavenly demons flew and fought continuously, pouncing towards Gu Hai and Long Wanyu. Heavenly souls have a lifespan of 10,000 years in the desire realm. What about here? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. It's also 10,000 years. Brother-in-law, look at those. Long Wanyu pointed at some heavenly demons in the distance. Those heavenly demons were muddle-headed at this moment and had become transparent. They have exhausted their lifespan and are about to enter the colorless realm. Long Wanyu sighed. Colorless realm? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, it's a pity that I haven't entered it before. It's all 30's fault. Long One, you said gloomily. What do you mean? Guhai was puzzled. The desire realm is immune to me, and the color realm is immune to 30. I don't know why, but only I can open the door to the color realm from the desire realm, and only 30 can open the door to the colorless realm from the color realm. Long One, you said with a frown. In other words, in the heavenly Tao Samsara, the three realms are connected. Two doors lead to the final colorless realm. You can open the first door, and 30 can open the second door? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, in the past, I opened the first door and helped 30 enter the color realm. 30 can open the second door and enter the colorless realm, but he won't let me in. Later on, I got angry and didn't help him open the first door. I can't go, and I won't let him go. Who asked him not to let me in? Long One, you said, angrily. Why won't 30 let you in? Guhai asked in surprise. How would I know? Long One, you said gloomily. However, when Guhai looked around, there were only endless heavenly demons and endless resentment, greed, and unwillingness. When he closed his eyes, Guhai felt extremely irritated. Where was the thing he needed? Brother-in-law, don't look for it. There's nothing here. I've looked for it before. The thing that Jiang Chen said must be in the colorless realm. He can't get it himself because he can't enter. Long One, you explained. No one can enter except for 30? Guhai asked with a frown. No, Jiang Chen can sense that there's a huge amount of energy inside. I could also sense it in the past, but I can't enter at all. It's not that there's a strong barrier, but that I don't know where the colorless realm is. Long One, you sighed. If they couldn't enter, how could they get the power inside? Guhai frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly took out a small blue ball. Can this open the door? What's this? 30's divine sense. Guhai said. Not long ago, 30 possessed Ju Sanson. Guhai chased him all the way to the Earth's core, caught it, and sealed it. 30's divine sense? Let me try. Long One, you took it. She activated it slightly. 1. 30's divine sense trembled slightly and released a large amount of blue light. When the blue light appeared, the surrounding heavenly demons immediately avoided it in fear. 30's divine sense might be able to expel these heavenly demons, but it's useless. Divine sense is divine sense, not 30's soul. If only I had 30's soul seed, maybe I could open it. Long One, you shook her head. Soul seed? Guhai raised an eyebrow. Yes, I heard that my father caught one last time. Did you give it to Jiang Chen? Then 30's soul seed should be able to open the second door. Long One, you thought for a moment and said, Soul seed, divine sense? What's the difference? Guhai asked curiously. Of course there's a difference. Divine sense is at most a strand of consciousness, just a strand of the seventh soul's power. Soul seed is a fragment of 30's soul. Long One, you explained. Soul seed, soul fragment? Guhai was shocked. Yes, 30 can't come back. Even if his divine sense comes back, it will take a lot of effort. Most of his divine sense will be destroyed in the void, but there will still be a strand of it that can come back. I guess that 30 will split his soul into strands of soul seed and wrap them in his divine sense. This is the soul seed. Every time a strand of soul seed is split, it will cost 30 a lot. Moreover, it is very difficult to repair. Therefore, although his divine sense can come back, there is only one soul seed. Long One, you explained. Soul seed? Brother-in-law, let's go back quickly and borrow it from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen doesn't know the situation inside, but I know. As long as we have 30 soul seed, we can open the door to the colorless boundary sky and get the power inside. Long One, you said, excitedly. Is this the soul seed you are talking about? Guhai took out a small golden ball. Brother-in-law, how did you get it? Long Wanyu was surprised. I asked Jiang Chun for it. It's good that it's useful. Try it. Gu Hai handed it over. Long Wanyu took it curiously and activated it gently. Buzz. Suddenly, a void hole the size of a finger appeared in front of them. No, this soul seed is too small. Long Wanyu was anxious. But in the next moment, Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. With her other hand, she activated 30's divine sense into the soul seed. Boom! Suddenly, the power of the soul seed seemed to be magnified countless times. The void hole the size of a finger suddenly enlarged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was the entrance that was as tall as a person. Boom! As soon as the void hole opened, all the celestial demons around fled in horror and hid in the distance. On the other side of the void hole, a panicked aura rushed toward them. Colorless boundary sky. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. But in the next moment, Long Wanyu's face changed. Oh no, brother-in-law. 30 soul seed is going to be used up. The void hole is going to close again. Let's go. Gu Hai pulled Long Wanyu and stepped into the void hole. Boom. In his hand, 30 soul seed and 30's divine sense were used up in an instant. The void hole behind them also disappeared suddenly. Gu Hai and Long Wanyu entered the deepest part of the heavenly Tao reincarnation, the colorless boundary sky. Chapter 13:01. Colorless Realm Heavens. Gu Hai stepped in with Long Wanyu. A giant palm smashed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he immediately met the attack with a punch. Hong! A super loud sound rang out. Gu Hai felt an extremely terrifying power surging toward him. What a powerful power! The power of 3,000 great paths. Not only that, but it was actually about the same power as Jiang Chen in the past. Gu Hai used all 9 sets of soul powers, and he subconsciously took a step back. Unfilial Son, 30, die! A loud roar came from all directions. Unfilial Son? Gu Hai's expression changed. After the punch collided, Gu Hai immediately took out Panga's axe and slashed it out. Boom! Another powerful punch came toward Gu Hai and collided with Panga's axe. This collision caused the entire void to shake violently. Senior, you're mistaken. I'm not 30. Gu Hai immediately shouted. Gu Hai actually managed to block this punch with all his strength. However, another punch appeared behind Gu Hai strangely. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. The person inside had a powerful punch. This was also the first time Gu Hai knew that there was such a powerful person in this world. He blocked the punch with all his strength, but he couldn't block the punch behind him. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he was about to face it head-on. Don't! Long Wanyu immediately revealed a terrified expression and suddenly pounced over. No, Wanyu, dodge! Gu Hai shouted in fear. Long Wanyu's current strength was no longer the same as before. How could she block it when she only had the cultivation of Heavenly Palace? Gu Hai's face was filled with fear. 7 heavenly veins appeared behind him, and the power of panic exploded. Boom! Panga's axe knocked away the punch in front of him, and Gu Hai pounced toward Long Wanyu. However, it was too late. The powerful punch hit Long Wanyu heavily. No! Gu Hai's eyes flashed with great fear. In an instant, all the words that Long Wanyu said to him in the past suddenly flashed in his mind. Brother-in-law, I don't want anything. I just want you to be fine. I just want to look at you every day. Brother-in-law, don't make things difficult for me. I won't ask you to change anything. Scenes flashed in his mind, and Gu Hai's face showed great fear. All this time, Gu Hai had been avoiding Long Wanyu, and he felt that it was natural. He was doing it for the good of Long Wanyu. However, at this moment, when the terrifying punch was about to destroy Long Wanyu, Gu Hai suddenly understood. The so-called everything was a lie to himself. He wanted Long Wanyu. He wanted her. Roar. Gu Hai's tear ducts suddenly opened, and with a monstrous roar, he rushed toward the punch that was about to destroy Long Wanyu. Buzz. However, when Gu Hai was frightened, the moment the punch touched Long Wanyu, it suddenly stopped strangely. In other words, the terrifying punch couldn't hurt Long Wanyu at all. It fell softly on Long Wanyu's body. Ah, I didn't die, Long Wanyu suddenly said in surprise. The sudden change not only surprised Long Wanyu, but also Gu Hai showed a look of ecstasy. He hugged Long Wanyu in his arms. Ha, ha 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 ha. Gu Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud when he got back what he lost. He hugged Long Wanyu tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment. Long Wanyu was suddenly a little stunned by Gu Hai's hug. This was the first time that Gu Hai was so intimate with her. Brother-in-law, I hurt. Long Wanyu was a little hurt by Gu Hai's hug. However, Long Wanyu's voice became softer and softer, as if she didn't want to destroy this moment of tenderness. After laughing loudly, Gu Hai looked around. The ferocious fists around him had disappeared, as though they had mysteriously disappeared. Gu Hai slowly calmed down. He let go of the hug. Seeing Gu Hai let go, Long Wanyu's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance. She looked at Gu Hai with a worried expression. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at Wanyu. At this moment, the knot in his heart was completely untied. There were no more rules and regulations like before. Wanyu, I understand. In the future, don't call me brother-in-law. Call me husband, okay? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with gentleness. Long Wanyu's mind suddenly went blank. She looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. The thing that she had been diligently looking for actually appeared in an instant. Are you willing? Gu Hai said softly. I'm willing. Long Wanyu immediately burst into tears and hugged Gu Hai. Happiness came too suddenly. Long Wanyu had no other thoughts at this moment. Gu Hai hugged Long Wanyu heavily. At this moment, it was as if a wish had been fulfilled. Holding Long Wanyu, Gu Hai also looked around nervously. After all, the two fists just now were too terrifying. He turned his head and looked around. He found that the surroundings were like a white sea. The sea slowly rotated, and there was a flame on the sea at this moment. The flame was none other than the flame on the world illuminating lamp. However, this flame was different from the world illuminating lamp. The flame seemed to have a spirituality, as if there was a person inside. From all directions, there seemed to be heavenly demons entering this world one after another. However, the heavenly demons died, turning transparent and dripping into the sea, as if they had become a drop of seawater in the sea. The flame was in the shape of a human. Gu Hai could feel that it was this flame that attacked him just now. However, at this moment, it was strangely motionless. Wanyu. Gu Hai gently patted Long Wanyu's back. Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai at this moment, her eyes full of tenderness. It was different from the past. In the past, it was only admiration. At this moment, it finally bore fruit. The tenderness in her eyes was so strong that it could not be dissolved. However, Gu Hai's gentle patting made Long Wanyu slowly calm down. After all, the danger just now had not been resolved. What happened just now? As soon as they came in, someone wanted to kill her brother-in-law. However, when it hit her, it was light as a feather. Turning her head, Long Wanyu immediately saw the human-shaped flame. Long Wanyu immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Son, my child, you're finally here. At this moment, there was a gentleness in the voice of the human-shaped flame. Gu Hai and Long Wanyu both showed a curious look. Who are you? Long Wanyu asked curiously. You don't know me? That's right, at that time, you were still just an egg. The flame sighed. You are? Long Wanyu suddenly had a guess. I'm your father. My name is Torch Dragon. No, I'm just a wisp of Torch Dragon's remnant consciousness. I relied on the remnant consciousness of this flame to survive until now. I want to rest. I want to disperse. I'm so tired. If I hadn't waited for you to come, I would have been gone. The flame let out a soft sigh. Torch Dragon's remnant consciousness. Guhai showed a hint of surprise. The so-called remnant consciousness was the incomplete part of the consciousness. This was a wisp of Torch Dragon's consciousness. My father? How are you my father? Long One, you frowned. Then, where did you come from? My silly child. The flame seemed to be smiling. Long One, you showed a strange expression. Just now, were you the one who attacked my brother-in-law? No, my husband. Long One, you glared. I thought that the unfilial son of 30 had returned. He wanted to destroy me and take everything I left for you. The flame sighed. I don't understand. Long One, you said blankly. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao, and also the main hub of the entire world. Torch Dragon is the embodiment of the world, and this is the foundation of the world. Outside, the desire realm and the lust realm correspond to the two of you. You control the desire realm, and he controls the lust realm. Only when the two of you are united can you come here. What do you mean? I don't understand. Long One, you looked at the flame in confusion. Sigh, back then, the Chaos Immortal Dome was born in the nothingness. After an unknown period of time, Torch Dragon was born in the chaos. When he opened his eyes, it was day, and when he closed his eyes, it was night. When he blew, it was winter, and when he exhaled, it was summer. After an unknown period of time, Torch Dragon was too lonely, so he created two living beings. He created 30 with his evil thoughts, and Song with his good thoughts. The flame explained. 30 and I were created by Torch Dragon? Long One, you asked in surprise. Yes, 30 was born first and accompanied Torch Dragon for countless years. He had evil thoughts and encouraged Torch Dragon to suppress the chaos and create a new world. Torch Dragon doted on 30 and Song. At that time, Song was still an egg. After an endless period of fear, Torch Dragon had enough and agreed to 30. However, 30's evil thoughts were too evil. Torch Dragon transformed into the world. Originally, his consciousness could be reborn and control the world. However, 30 destroyed Torch Dragon's consciousness when he was at his weakest. The flame sighed. You're saying that after Torch Dragon created the world, his 3 souls turned into the 3,000 great Tao, his physical body turned into all things in the world, and his 6 spirits turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 7th spirit could still live and control the world. Long One, you asked in surprise. Of course. Torch Dragon transformed into the world, but it was just a change of form. His spirit still controlled his physical body. However, 30 was too ambitious. He took advantage of Torch Dragon's weakest moment and shattered Torch Dragon's spirit. After that, Torch Dragon could only turn into all the demons in the world. From then on, 30 controlled the world. Unfilial son, unfilial son. The flame sighed. He was formed by evil thoughts. Naturally, don't hold too much hope for him. Guhai shook his head. I'm the last remnant of Torch Dragon's consciousness. After so many years of burning, I don't actually have much to do with Torch Dragon's consciousness. At most, I only retain a trace of his memories. Sigh. The flame sighed. Your fist suddenly lost its power before it touched me. Long One, you asked curiously. That's because this endless power was left for you. Torch Dragon was framed by 30 and was completely disappointed in him. Therefore, this remnant of my consciousness was responsible for guarding this place and waiting for your arrival. I handed over the control of this place to you. Your Tsang. All the power here belongs to you. Naturally, it can't hurt you, the flame explained. No wonder. No wonder 30 didn't let me in. He didn't let me in all this time. Long One, you said with a frown. Guhai looked around. Power? There was nothing here. The great Tao patterns that he needed were not here either. Of course 30 didn't let you in. That's because if you were here, you would be able to control the 3,000 great Tao. 30 even stole the book of life and death from here. What an evil creature. The flame was furious. Chapter 1302. Of course, 30 won't let you in, because if you come here, you can control the 3,000 great Tao. 30 even stole the book of life and death from here. What a vile thing. The flame was furious. What is this place? After the heavenly souls enjoyed endless happiness in the desire realm, they turned into heavenly demons and entered the color realm. After suffering in the color realm for 10,000 years, they entered the colorless realm. How many years have passed? There are countless heavenly souls. What happened here? Long One, you asked curiously. Didn't you see it? They all turned into this sea, water. The flame pointed into the distance. Some heavenly demons died of old age and became transparent. When they entered this place, they turned into water droplets and became part of the sea. This is formed by endless heavenly souls. This sea water? Long Wanyu was surprised. Earlier, the energy that Senior used to attack me came from this sea? Guhai asked in surprise as his expression changed. You're right. I'm just a wisp of remnant will. What power do I have? I can only mobilize the soul power in this sea. Unfortunately, my remnant will is incomplete and is already extremely weak. I can't mobilize more. The flame sighed. Guhai was startled. This remnant will could only mobilize a small part of the power. One had to know that he had used all his strength just now. That is to say, back then, 30 was also not a match for you here. Guhai's expression changed slightly. No, this sea wasn't so big back then. It was just a big lake. I could mobilize all my strength back then, but it was only about the same as 30. Now, this sea of soul power has accumulated for countless years to have such power. The flame said, this sea of power, you said soul power just now? Guhai's expression changed. That's right. The flame looked at Guhai in confusion. Brother-in-law, no. Husband, what's wrong? Long Wanyu was puzzled. 30 wants to destroy the world and kill all living things to obtain their soul power. Soul power. Is this? Guhai pointed at the sea. It seems to be soul power too. Long Wanyu was stunned. What did you just say? 30 wants to exterminate all living beings. Bastard, what did you promise me back then? The flame was furious. Senior, the heavenly Tao reincarnation is Torch Dragon's spirit mother divine king. I heard that it contains endless power. Is this soul power? Why did the Torch Dragon want to collect such a huge amount of soul power, drawing the souls of all living beings into this place and turning them into power? Guhai asked curiously. Flame looked at Guhai and asked in a deep voice, why? Without this place, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Oh, what do you mean? Guhai was puzzled. The 3,000 great Tao were formed by the 3 souls of the Torch Dragon. Do you think that the 3,000 great Tao can continue indefinitely? Why did it have an endless supply of energy? Why could the heavens and earth continue to operate? Wouldn't the great Tao weaken? Wouldn't the 6 paths of reincarnation weaken? There was nothing that would last forever. There would always be a process of weakening. However, the 3,000 great Tao, 6 Tao reincarnations, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and great earth didn't. After experiencing endless time, they were still tenaciously exuberant. Why is that? The flame asked. Could it be because of the soul power? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. That's right. This sea of soul power continuously replenishes the energy of the world. The mountains, rivers, stars, the 3,000 great Tao, and the 6 paths of reincarnation are all nourished by this soul power. This is a cycle. The operation of the heavens and earth results in the endless reproduction of all living beings. The life and death of all living beings is the energy that operates the heavens and earth. Everything is a cycle, and everything is a whole. Without all living beings, the heavens and earth will soon weaken and be destroyed, returning to chaos. Without the heavens and earth, all living beings have nowhere to live. Flame explained. Soul power can replenish the energy of the heavens and earth. Long One, you frowned. That's right. The torch dragon didn't go too far. Of the 3 souls of living beings, only the heavenly soul was taken. Even if the heavenly soul came, the torch dragon would let them enjoy the happiest 10,000 years and satisfy all their wishes. After enjoying themselves, they would forget everything about themselves and erase all karma. Only then would they enter the heaven realm and become heavenly devils. Heavenly devils are evil, but at the same time, they are the most fearful. Only the fearful heavenly soul can produce the most soul power. When the fear reaches its peak, after 10,000 years, it will become the purest soul power. After entering this place, the sea of soul power will continuously transmit soul power to all parts of the world. Flame explained. Only the fearful heavenly soul can produce the most soul power. If that's the case, it will definitely make all living beings fearful before the end of the world. The purpose of the Rainbow Bridge is to frighten all living beings and then destroy the world. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly as he analyzed. But there's still so much seawater here. Long One, you asked curiously. That's right. The soul power operates the heavens and earth, and there's still a surplus. Every year, it accumulates more and more. And that's how this sea of soul power is formed. Flame explained. Can this soul power be absorbed? Long Wanya's expression changed. Sung, this soul power is all yours. You can use it however you want. It's just that with your physique, you can't absorb much. Flame shook its head. No, my husband can absorb it, but he can. His physique is very strong. Long Wanya pointed at Gu Hai. Him, your husband? The flame asked in a deep voice. Yes, give it all to him. Because 30 is going to destroy the world. Only my husband can save all living beings now. Long Wanya said, anxiously. Other than Torch Dragon himself. Only you can use it. How can anyone else absorb it? The soul power here is actually branded by Torch Dragon. Even 30 couldn't absorb it back then. Flame explained. Only I can? Is there no other way? Long Wanyu was depressed. Long Wanyu couldn't absorb much of this power, and she couldn't give it to her husband. Wouldn't that be a waste? Sigh, if it was in the past, it might be possible. At that time, there was still the Life and Death book. The Life and Death book was refined by Torch Dragon and contained all the karma of heaven and earth. However, the Life and Death book was stolen by 30. He used the karma in the Life and Death book to control heaven and earth. Flame sighed. Is this the Life and Death book you're talking about? Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the Life and Death book. Flame exclaimed and quickly rushed over. Gu Hai did not hide it. He extended his hand and handed it to Huatua. Yes, this is it. However, all the karma of heaven and earth in it is gone. No, this is a new karma of heaven and earth. This is new? Flame exclaimed. You call the great Tao patterns in it karma of heaven and earth? Gu Hai asked curiously. It's just a different way of saying it. However, you actually deduced so much karma yourself. Flame was surprised. 3,000 great Tao patterns. There are 2,100 great Tao patterns, and the patterns of the 5 paths of reincarnation. That's all. Guhai sighed. The reason we came to the heavenly path of reincarnation this time is to make up for it. Long Wanyu explained. Flame grabbed the life and death book and rubbed it for a while. In the end, he sighed softly. Karma is a cycle. Everything is predestined. What did you say? Long Wanyu asked curiously. 30 removed the karma of heaven and earth in it. Originally, even I couldn't make up for it because I'm just a remnant consciousness of Torch Dragon. However, even a remnant consciousness was once a part of Torch Dragon's consciousness. I have countless memories of him. I can't rewrite the karma. However, you've already deduced most of it. I can help you make up for the remaining small portion. Flame said, Senior, can you really do it? Guhai was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I should be able to do it if I try my best. However, it's just a pattern. It can't be compared to the real Great Tao. Flame said, Great Tao can be filled up with soul power. As long as there are patterns, my immortal dome of the ancients can be completed. Guhai smiled. As he spoke, Guhai took out the immortal dome of the ancients. Flame glanced at it. All right, I can help you. However, you must help Song in the future. She's my wife. Senior, you don't have to worry. Guhai nodded. Flame nodded at Guhai, and then looked at Long Wanyu. Song, are you really going to give this endless soul power to him? Yes. At this moment, only my husband can resist 30. Otherwise, all life will die. Long Wanyu said solemnly, Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. I've been tortured by Torch Dragon for so long. My remnant consciousness has already seen through everything. Since you're here, I can go in peace. I'll help you make up for the remaining karma of heaven and earth. You can use your soul power seed to erase Torch Dragon's mark and pour all your soul power into his body. As for how much he can absorb, it'll depend on his luck. Flame sighed. As he spoke, Flame started burning wildly. Boom! The raging fire burned in all directions, but it couldn't hurt the two of them. The remnant consciousness couldn't be seen in the fire. Only streaks of golden light could be seen entering the life and death book. Then, the life and death book was quickly filled up page by page. Lines of the great Tao appeared on the book. Gem Meridian, Array Meridian, and Space Meridian. The 3,000 lines of the Great Tao were suddenly completed. The Heavenly Path reincarnation lines also appeared on the Life and Death book. Buzz. After the Life and Death book was completed, it instantly emitted a dazzling light. However, the Torch Dragon slowly dissipated. The Torch Dragon's remnant consciousness in the flame also slowly dissipated. In the surrounding space, only the remnant consciousness's last words were left. Song, take care. Stop 30. Protect all life. The flames dissipated into thin air. Long Wanyu had an inexplicable feeling as if she had lost something. Her eyes immediately turned red. After the Life and Death book was completed, it shone brightly. Guhai took it and sent it into the immortal dome of the ancients. Rumble. Although the immortal dome of the ancients didn't become bigger, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Lines of the great Tao covered the Tongtian ground. The immortal dome of the ancients was finally at the initial stage of perfection. However, it still needed endless power of the heavens and earth to fill it up. The huge sea of soul power in front of him was the best way to fill it up. However, Guhai didn't want to repair the immortal dome of the ancients. After all, the Demon 30 was still waiting. Husband, I can feel that everything here seems to listen to my orders. Give me the Life and Death book, and I will give you this sea of soul power. Long Wanyu said, Okay. Guhai nodded. after giving the life and death book to Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu activated it. Immediately, a huge amount of sea water surged towards the life and death book and then quickly wrapped around Gu Hai. Hong. The purest energy entered Gu Hai's body. Wang. Gu Hai's body started to strangely absorb this huge amount of soul power like a sponge. Gu Hai's 9 sets of souls were already strong enough. However, when this huge amount of soul power entered his body, they continued to strengthen. Among them, the 9 sets of souls slowly became more solid. In the past, they were transparent. Now they became more and more solid, becoming less and less transparent. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to withstand this huge amount of soul power. However, Gu Hai's body was extremely strong, and he was still able to withstand it. Perhaps the amount of soul power in this sea was too great. When Long Wanyu activated 1% of the soul power into Gu Hai's body, Gu Hai's 3 sets of souls had already become extremely solid. He couldn't absorb any more. Just at this moment, Panga's axe suddenly trembled. It was as if a huge willpower was charging into Gu Hai's body. This willpower was extremely vast. In this willpower, there was a sense of compassion, invincibility, unwillingness, and hatred. When this great willpower appeared, it immediately helped Gu Hai compress the soul power that continued to enter his body. It allowed Gu Hai's body to continue absorbing. Panga's willpower is helping me? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Rumble! Under Long Wanyu's control, the soul power continuously surged into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai didn't stop at all. While absorbing the huge sea of soul power, he also swore silently in his heart. Senior Pangu, Senior Torch Dragon, I, Gu Hai, solemnly swear that I will definitely avenge you and kill 30 of my body to comfort the 2 of you. Gu Hai solemnly swore. Rumble! Under Long Wanyu's control, the soul power surged and filled Gu Hai's body. Absorb, absorb, absorb. The sea of soul power didn't dry up. Gu Hai didn't stop for a moment. Chapter 1303. The 6 Paths Immortal Dome. When Egg 3 was created by 30, he secretly added the power of literary cultivators. Naturally, he knew the 4 Daos of zither, go, calligraphy, and painting, perfectly merging them and turning them into a golden dragon. Although Gaochen, the purple star, Changsheng, Guqin, and Mo Yike formed the giant god of literary cultivators, the Go Dao formed by Guqin and Mo Yike using the life entrapment saber was not perfect. The might of the giant god of literary cultivators was also not enough. The giant god of literary cultivators laid a ritual array to trap Egg 3. However, it only trapped him for a short while before Egg 3 shattered it. A loud sound rang out, and the giant god of literary cultivators fell to the ground. Ah! Boom! The giant god of literary cultivators blasted a huge pit in the ground amid miserable shrieks. The giant god of literary cultivators, Go hand shattered in the huge pit, revealing the bloodied figure of Guqin. He hugged the life entrapment saber tightly, as if he had lost all strength. The giant god of literary cultivators, head shattered. Mo Yike, who was inside, fell into a pool of blood. Big brother, Lord Mo. Gu Han called out anxiously in the boundless heavenly capital. Whoosh! Gu Han immediately charged over. The entire world fell into a state of great fear. Jiangchen was pinned down by Egg 1, and Egg 3 defeated the giant god of literary cultivators in just a short while. His holiness still had not come out of closed-door cultivation. What should they do now? The giant god of literary cultivators? Unfortunately, your Go Dao is significantly weaker. Otherwise, you could have competed with me. Now, your head is shattered and an arm is broken. You are seeking your own death. The golden dragon laughed coldly. As it laughed coldly, it prepared to charge down and destroy the giant god of literary cultivators. No, many ordinary people cried out in horror. However, at this moment, a dragon roar came from outside the boundless heavenly capital. Roar! The huge egg that Chong Ming formed by merging all the fiends in the world, moving the dragon vein into his body, and drawing in all the spiritual energy in the world, broke the seal. The dragon roared, and the entire world trembled. The power of the torch dragon's physical body was a massive force. The god cultivator dragon body that Chong Ming formed was a huge golden dragon. The golden dragon seemed to be holding a candle in its mouth. Candle dragon? Chi suddenly narrowed his eyes. The divine cultivator golden dragon that Chong Ming had conjured looked almost identical to the candle dragon deep underground in the past. It was just that he didn't have the 3,000 great Tao on his back. Both the torch dragon and the god elementalist golden dragon are copies of the torch dragon. Fuxi analyzed. You nodded. The god elementalist golden dragon rushed towards Egg 3 with a fearful aura. Egg 3 was about to kill giant god Wen Xiu, but his expression suddenly changed. He swung the brush in his hand at Golden Dragon. The divine cultivator Golden Dragon instantly tore apart the calligraphy Tao formation that came with the brush and struck Egg 3 with a tremendous force. Boom! A divine cultivator Golden Dragon had boundless strength, and the torch dragon's physical strength was immense. With a sudden burst of strength, Egg 3 was blasted into the sky and shot into the void. Hua! The people of the world immediately cheered. When giant god Wen Xiu was defeated, everyone was about to lose hope. Now, there was another golden dragon. That's the dragon vein of the Dahan, celestial empire. The Dahan generals merged with the golden dragon. So powerful! The people immediately relaxed because the divine elementalist golden dragon had suddenly charged into the void. He fought Egg 3 again. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two sides was actually evenly matched. In fact, the divine elementalist golden dragon was even stronger. His strength was boundless and unmatched. The scales of victory seemed to be tilting towards the Dahan, celestial empire. The people looked excited. In the distance, 30 revealed a cold smile. Collecting the torch dragon's physical strength, gathering all the demons, recreating the torch dragon. Unfortunately, that's just a trick. Do you have a smaller torch dragon? Then I'll prepare one for you too. Boom! Another rainbow bridge pierced into the divine continent from the void. When the third rainbow bridge appeared, all the people in the world trembled, because the appearance of each rainbow bridge represented the destruction of the world. Now, another one had appeared. What should they do? In the depths of the distant void, 30 opened his mouth again. Another huge egg was spat out. Go, Egg 5. 30 pointed slightly. Bang! The huge egg shot toward the 6 paths Immortal dome along the rainbow bridge. Everyone saw that the huge egg quickly cracked, and slowly 100,000 feet long golden dragon crawled out of it. The golden dragon held a candle in its mouth, and from afar it made people feel a sense of oppression. Like the divine elementalist golden dragon, it's also a smaller version of the torch dragon. Chi's expression changed. 30 is doing it according to the form of our people. He's doing it on purpose. He wants to let everyone see his strongest power being defeated so easily. He wants to make everyone despair and fear. Fuxi said with an ugly expression. Boom! Egg 5, who looked exactly like the divine elementalist golden dragon, rushed over with a ferocious roar. He should be able to reach the 6 paths Immortal dome soon. But at this moment, the divine elementalist golden dragon was pinned down by Egg 3. What should they do? Who could stop Egg 5? Everyone looked at the divine elementalist. The divine elementalist, Guqin, and Mo Yike were both severely injured and collapsed in a pool of blood. Gu Han and Ho Yi quickly treated their injuries. But the two of them no longer had the strength to fight. The divine elementalist's chess skill was not something that could be filled by just anyone. This was because it required a powerful chess skill to use the life entrapment blade to control the great path of chess. The world was so big, and no one could fill this gap. Unless it was Gu Hai. But Gu Hai was still in seclusion. What should they do? Everyone looked at Fushi, hoping that Gu Hai's imperial edict was still there. Just as Fushi was about to speak, Qi suddenly narrowed his eyes. Huh, what's that? She pointed at the place where the divine elementalist golden dragon had left. That place was where the torch dragon's physical power had been gathered. Without the suppression of this power, a small trace of chaos aura was born. Chaos aura? Originally, everyone was waiting for a great victory to suppress the chaos again. However, at that moment, the primal chaos began to churn. Amidst the churning, two figures seemed to emerge. A white-haired, white-robed old man was holding an extremely beautiful woman in his arms. Their eyes were full of affection, as if they had endless words of love to say. We're out. We're out of the chaotic space-time. Yen, or we're out. The white-haired, white-robed old man said gently, Husband, with you around, it's the same everywhere. The beautiful woman in his arms smiled indifferently. WW, Old Man Guanxi? Sima Chongkong suddenly exclaimed. In the past, Old Man Guanxi plotted against the world, manipulated space-time, and brought the heroes of the world back to 800,000 years ago. He plotted against the world 800,000 years ago and killed Rokudo Shinkuan 800,000 years ago with the strong heroes of the present world. His chess skills were monstrous, and he was #1 in the world. In the end, he fought Gu Hai and destroyed the Six Paths. Unfortunately, Old Man Guanxi did not get what he wanted in the end, and he was buried in the chaotic space-time with Murong Yen. Murong Yen's duplicate was deeply in love and was willing to die with him, trapped in the chaotic space-time with him. At the last moment, Old Man Guanxi accepted everything, but it was too late. Carrying Murong Yan's duplicate, he was about to be destroyed in the chaotic space-time. But at this moment, he was not dead. The chaos reappeared, and Old Man Guanxi was back. Fushi looked at Old Man Guanxi in the distance and was immediately overjoyed. This was because the great god of literary arts had been defeated repeatedly because his chess skills had weakened. Chess skills? In the current world, only Old Man Guanxi could compete with Gu Hai in chess skills. And now he was back. Old Man Guanxi came out of the chaos and flew toward the infinite celestial capital with Murong Yen in his arms. Old Man Guanxi, you came out of the chaos at the right time. Now, all life in the world needs your help. Fushi exclaimed in surprise. Old Man Guanxi placed Murong Yen at the entrance of the soaring palace. He looked at the vast sea of fortune in front of him. Gu Hai? He really unified the world. Old Man Guanxi sighed and looked around. Old Man Guanxi, Fushi exclaimed again. Old Man Guanxi looked at Fushi and smiled. You have Hichu, and I have the Book of Luo. Although I am in the chaos, I know everything in the world. Oh, Fushi's eyes lit up. Fushi could predict the future, and his divination skills were unrivaled. Old Man Guanxi's chess skills were at the peak, and he had never failed in his plans. His divination skills were not inferior to Fushi's. In the past, Gu Hai's chess skills were also taught by Old Man Guanxi. With the Book of Luo, he knew everything in the world. Old Man Guanxi, the world is in danger. Please help, Fushi solemnly said. Old Man Guanxi, please help. Qin Xian suddenly bowed. Please help me take care of Yen. Empress Chun, Old Man Guanxi solemnly said. Old Man Guanxi, don't worry. We are here. Morong Yen is here. Chen Xian said firmly. She is not Morong Yen. She is Yen. Old Man Guanxi emphasized. The eyes of the Morong Yen clone turned red. Old Man Guanxi's emphasis meant that he had completely walked out of Morong Yan's shadow. He was himself. He was no longer someone else's shadow. Chen Xian nodded. Okay, we are here. Yen is here. Old Man Guanxi nodded. He hugged Yen and said, wait for me to come back. Okay. Yen nodded worriedly. Who? Old Man Guanxi stepped forward and arrived at Giant God Wenxiu's location. Old Mr. Guanxi, Gu Qin exclaimed in pleasant surprise in the pool of blood. Give me the life entrapment blade, Old Man Guanxi demanded. Guanxi did not hesitate and immediately gave it to Old Man Guanxi. Wang. When the life entrapment blade flew into Old Man Guanxi's hand, it strangely turned into a white chess piece. Heavenly Go Chess. Old Mr. Guanxi, please. Mo Yike, who was lying in a pool of blood, also said excitedly. Wang. Under Old Man Guanxi's control, the Grand Tao of Chess reappeared. Controlling the Grand Tao of Chess, Old Man Guanxi instantly transformed into Giant God Wenxiu. Rumble. Endless power seemed to surge into Giant God Wenxiu's body. Oddly enough, Giant God Wenxiu's battered body began to repair itself. Wang, Wang, Wang. In the blink of an eye, Giant God Wenxiu turned into a golden dragon. He looked exactly like Egg 3. It's done. I feel like I can use the Guqin Dao law more smoothly now. Gao Chen exclaimed. Me too. Zi Wei and Chang Sheng exclaimed. Old man, your Go skills can perfectly control the Go Dao law. Our giant god, Wenxiu, is perfect now. Gao Chen exclaimed. It should be giant god, Wenxiu's golden dragon now. It represents the pinnacle of Wenxiu created by Mr. Tsang Jia. Old man Guanxi's voice came from the golden dragon. What? You're controlling it? Zi Wei exclaimed. My painting Dao law is also being controlled by your Go Dao law. Chang Sheng exclaimed. Me too. Zi Wei and Gao Chen exclaimed. Heed my command. Battle the demons. Old man Guanxi suddenly bellowed. The longevity star, the purple star, and the North Star felt bitter. There was nothing they could do about it. Old Mr. Guanxi's Go skills were simply too strong. He managed to tie down the Zither Dao, Calligraphy Dao, and Painting Dao. At this moment, there was no need to discuss who would be controlling the giant god Wenxiu. Old man Guanxi was controlling everything. Roar. The giant god Wenxiu soared into the sky. Changming, leave Egg 3 to me. You guard against Egg 5. The giant god Wenxiu roared. Boom. A loud sound came from the void. The god Wenxiu immediately separated from Egg 3. He turned to look at the giant god Wenxiu and nodded. Whoosh. In the distance, Egg 5 shot over. The god Wenxiu rushed over. Egg 3 wanted to stop him, but the giant god Wenxiu stood in front of him. Now your opponent is me. Boom. Boom. The giant god Wenxiu and Egg 3 fought each other. The god Wenxiu and Egg 5 fought each other. In the distance, Jiang Chun, who had transformed into a spirit god Wenxiu, was in a deadlock with Egg 1. When he saw the egg beast blocking Egg 30, he heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1304. 30. Celestial Dome. Sun Wukong versus Egg 2. Jesus versus Egg 4. The great battle was ferocious. Heaven overflowing flames erupted in the void, just as everyone in the 30 Celestial Dome was worried. Boom! The third rainbow bridge instantly plunged into the celestial world. In the image, 30 in the distance spat out another giant egg, which shot toward 30 in the blink of an eye. When it shot over, the shell broke, and a man with golden light climbed out. He looked like a Vajra, and he emitted a fierce aura. Egg 6, Amitba, I'll have to trouble you. Long Zhangua looked at Amitba. Amitba, the master of the pure land of bliss, died in the void in order to spread Buddhism to the Six Paths Celestial Dome. Later, because the disciples of the Six Paths Celestial Dome kept chanting Amitba, he was reborn as the righteous Buddha and was saved by Gu Hai. Later, he was extradited by Shakyamuni. Good. Amitba put his palms together and rushed into the sky. Amitba, as the leader of all Buddhas in the world, recovered his former cultivation, and his strength was monstrous. He collided with Egg 6. Hung. Under the golden light, Amitba and Egg 6 fought. Six Paths Celestial Dome. Spirit Cultivator Golden Dragon versus Egg 1. Literary Cultivator Golden Dragon versus Egg 3. God Cultivator Golden Dragon versus Egg 5. For a moment, the battle was difficult to distinguish. No one lost, because Old Man Guanxi was in charge. The Literary Cultivator Golden Dragon's calculation ability was extremely strong. Although his strength was on par with Egg 3, he could predict the enemy's moves time and time again, and even slightly beat Egg 3, which made the people of the world cheer. The demons of the 3 rainbow bridges were all blocked. The people of the world were no longer afraid. At this moment, 30, who was in the void, seemed to have a trace of anger. After all, the 2 sides sent 3 children each, but they couldn't kill a single person. 30 flicked his fingers lightly. Wang. 30's fingertips seemed to emit rays of golden light, and an inexplicable information was calculated by 30. All of this was arranged by General Gu Hai. Good. Let's see how much Gu Hai's arrangements can take. 30 said coldly. As he spoke, 30 waved his hand lightly. Hurry up. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 loud booms rang out from the Six Paths Immortal Dome of the Divine Continent. Just these 3 loud sounds made almost everyone in the world jump in fright. The 4th Rainbow Bridge, the 5th Rainbow Bridge, the 6th Rainbow Bridge. All the living beings in the world were horrified. Just the fact that they had appeared one after another was already so terrifying. So how could they have doubled in an instant? 3 Bifrost bridges were added at once. How could this be blocked? It was the same for the 30 immortal arches. Suddenly, the 4th, 5th, and 6th rainbow bridges all fell into the immortal world. Many of the beings who saw the rainbow bridge revealed looks of horror. However, at this moment, Long Zhangua and Fuxi secretly sighed. 30 is starting to panic? That's good. Long Zhangua's eyes lit up. It's the same as His Majesty's calculations, but after blocking 3 waves of attacks, 30 can no longer remain calm. Fuxi's eyes also lit up. In the image, 30 started to vomit again. Bam, 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 bam. 6 giant eggs were spat out in a row, representing 30's impatience and anger. Egg 7, Egg 8, Egg 9, Egg 10, Egg 11, Egg 12, go and slaughter all living beings. I want everyone to die. 30's eyes were cold. Boom. 30 flicked his fingers. Egg 8, Egg 10, and Egg 12 rushed towards 30's immortal dome. Egg 7, Egg 9, and Egg 10 rushed towards the Six Paths immortal dome. Rumble. This time, the aura that rushed over was much stronger than before. At this moment, all living beings felt like they were about to be wiped out. Even though the first 3 waves were blocked, the last wave made them lose confidence. Hichu, accept the decree. Fuxi shouted. Ah, me? Master, you won't let me go, right? I don't want to die yet. Hichu's expression suddenly changed, and he was dumbfounded. Hichu mobilized the power of Dahan and used the body of the golden dragon to fight the demons. Fushi read Guhai's decree. Cultivate the golden dragon? No, master, I don't dare. Hichu said in horror. The power of all living beings is gathered in your body. What's there to be afraid of? Do you want to die, or do you want to fight? Fushi stared at him. Hichu's face was filled with grief. Why am I so unlucky? Accept the decree. Fushi shouted. Yes. Hichu took the decree. Boom. A beam of golden light shot into the Sea of Providence from the decree. Roar. In the Sea of Providence, thousands of dragons roared. The statue of Guhai, including the statues of the ministers, trembled slightly and turned into a golden dragon of providence that surged in the Sea of Providence. Guhai's voice seemed to be sealed in the Sea of Providence. The world is in danger. Guhai, ask all living beings in the world, regardless of whether they are loyal to the Dahan Celestial Empire or not, as long as they are from the same immortal dome, please let go of all prejudices and contribute to ourselves and our descendants. Please raise your right hand and send your power into the Sea of Providence for Hichu to destroy the demons. Moreover, this time, the power of all living beings will be drained to the bone marrow, leaving only a trace of consciousness. All other powers will be drained. This time, the loss will be very great. If we survive this, it will take a long time to recover. However, if we don't, all living beings will die. Rather than die at the hands of the demons, it is better to give it a try. Just this once, I ask that everyone join me and Hichu in resisting the evil demons. We will do our best, and we will not regret it even if we die. Boom. Guhai's voice was instantly transmitted to the ears of all living beings in the world. All living beings in the world were watching this scene. At this moment, no one hesitated. Without hesitation, they all raised their right hands. We will do our best, and we will not regret it even if we die. Use my power. I will give you all my power. Kill the demons. I don't want to die. I will give you all my power. All living beings cheered. At this moment, no matter who it was, they all raised their right hand. The moment they raised their right hand, they immediately fell to the ground. This time, the extraction was extremely deep. Everyone suddenly felt dizzy. If they hadn't retained a trace of consciousness, all living beings would have fallen into a deep sleep at this moment. The surging power was like the convergence of a river rushing toward the Eternaline capital and the infinite celestial capital. The two seas of providence in the Yin and Yang realms carried the power from all over the world and surged toward Hichu. Ah, so much power! Hichu cried out in surprise. Hichu's physical body was refined by Goddess Hutu and the others for 800,000 years. It was a complete copy of Heaven's physical body in the past. Heaven's physical body. Providence was created by Heaven. In terms of the power to fuse providence, even Guhai's physical body couldn't compare to Hichu's physical body. Rumble! The providence of the Yin and Yang realms all flowed toward Hichu. The power from all living beings in the world all entered Hichu's body. Amidst the rumbling, Hichu became 1,000,000 feet tall. As he swam, he seemed to be able to tear the void apart. What powerful power! What powerful power! Master, I feel that I can shatter everything. Hichu laughed loudly. Providence Golden Dragon? Indeed, everything is destined. Fushi said with an emotional sigh. Master, who should I deal with? Hichu asked excitedly. The fourth rainbow bridge, Egg 7. Go. Fushi shouted. Yes. Hichu replied. Roar. With a dragon roar, Hichu instantly rushed out of the void. At this moment, all living beings in the world were lying on the ground without a trace of strength. However, they could see the scene in the sky clearly. In the scene, on the fourth rainbow bridge, Egg 7 also broke out of his shell and slowly turned into the appearance of a golden dragon. He was very similar to Hichu. Hung! He too and Egg 7 collided with a loud rumble, tearing at each other. In an instant, the battle became difficult to distinguish. In fact, Hichu was even stronger when he gathered the power of all living beings. All living beings were weak, and their auras were weak. However, they all stared at the scene without blinking. When they saw Hichu defeating Egg 7, they were all excited, as if they were the ones fighting. That was because Hichu was using the power of all living beings. Good. Many people shouted weakly and excitedly. Egg 7 blocked, but there was still Egg 9 and Egg 11. Wanshou Taoism received the imperial edict. Zhang Sanfeng, Duga Chobai, Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Shueishua lead the sword cultivators and resist Egg 11. Fuxi shouted and took out an imperial edict. The imperial edict rushed to the south of the divine continent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction force came over. It was Gu Hai's imperial edict that was instantly sucked into Dongfang Bubi's hand. Yes, the 4 great sword cultivators answered. Immortal slaying, immortal slaying, immortal trapping, immortal slaying. The 4 great sword cultivators all shouted. 4 sword edges instantly rushed into the starry sky and attacked Egg 11. As for Fuxi himself, he took a step forward and rushed into the sky. Fuxi also made his move. Endless life Tao, endless flowing light. Fuxi shouted. Boom! 64 great Tao suddenly appeared, triggering the 3,000 great Tao and 6 paths of reincarnation. Then they slowly rotated and seemed to condense a super huge altar of 64 trigrams, mobilizing the power of 3,000 great Tao. But when Xiu's golden dragon has already been mobilized, if Fuxi mobilizes it again, will it weaken when Xiu's golden dragon? You revealed a trace of worry. At this moment, Egg 9 rushed over, but it was a huge white dragon. Behind it was a compass-like light wheel that seemed to have the ability to deduce everything. Boom! The compass-like light wheel collided with the altar of 64 trigrams, forming a strange barrier. Inside the barrier, it was blurry, and 7-colored light flowed and flickered. Fuxi transformed into a golden dragon and fought with the huge white dragon. I understand the law of time. This is the power of the future of Xiu. Fuxi mobilized the power of 3,000 great Tao from another time period, which is not the same as the power of the 3,000 great Tao that when Xiu mobilized. The Xiu golden dragon that Fuxi transformed into is fighting with the white dragon in the future. You revealed a look of surprise. Rumble! The 6 rainbow bridges were all blocked. The Xiu divine text spirits each corresponded to a golden dragon, and each blocked an egg beast. The last egg beast was blocked by the newly created sword cultivator. The 4 swords of slaying, killing, and trapping combined to form the immortal slaying sword formation, and its power was even more monstrous and invincible. Gu Hai's arrangements were all effective. A total of 6 rainbow bridges were all blocked. Chapter 1305. 6 Paths of Immortal Dome. Gu Hai had already used the lifespan divine text spirit and the 5 cultivators of true virtue to their limits. His strongest power finally blocked the 5 beast eggs. The last egg, Egg 11, was a sword-shaped golden dragon. On its back, there were barbed dragon scales that were like sharp swords. Its entire body emitted a monstrous sword chi that was incomparably ferocious. The 4 great sword cultivators were all experts of the sword path. All of them were as ferocious as the chi back then. Originally, Even if they were as ferocious as the Chi, they still wouldn't be able to block Egg 11. However, when the four of them appeared, they immediately arranged a super huge, immortal slaying sword formation. They were like four giant swords that were millions of miles long, sealing the void in all directions. They formed a peerless sword formation. In the sword formation, there were thousands of slaying sword chi. For a moment, each sword seemed to be real. As for the figures of Zhang Sanfeng and the other three, they instantly turned into hundreds of millions of figures. Each of them had a ferocious sword path, trapping the sword dragon in the center. Roar! The sword dragon roared, and the fierce swords around its body shot out in all directions. It was invulnerable and ferocious. The four great sword cultivators couldn't do anything for a moment. They could only trap the sword dragon. However, they were barely able to trap it. However, no matter what, the attacks of the 6 rainbow bridges were all blocked. All living beings in the world were lying on the ground, and they were immediately overjoyed. They're all blocked. They're all blocked. That's great. Ha ha. All living beings were extremely excited. This was because everyone knew that there were only 6 rainbow bridges. Now that all the rainbow bridges were blocked, the world was safe. The 30 immortal domes. It was the same. Sun Wukong blocked Egg 2, Jesus blocked Egg 4, and Amitabha blocked Egg 6. Another 3 rainbow bridges shot down. Lousy, Shakyamuni, it's up to us now. Long Zhangwa said in a deep voice. All right. The 2 of them replied. Long Zhangwa rushed towards Egg 8. Shakyamuni rushed towards Egg 10. I rushed towards Egg 12. Boom, boom, boom. A loud sound rang out in the void. Under the terrifying impact, the 30 immortal domes and the 6 rainbow bridges were all blocked. Regardless of the outcome, at this moment, the 12 rainbow bridges had all been blocked. Under Guhai's planning, the 2 immortal firmament dominions had already used all their strength. All of the eggs that 30 spat out were blocked. At this moment, the 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched. Far away, in the depths of the void, 30 narrowed his eyes. Longevity Divine Rune Spirit Sword, Sun Wukong, Jesus, Amitabha, Long Zhangwa, Laozi Sakyamuni? Hee. Is this Guhai's arrangement? 30 stared coldly at the 2 celestial firmaments. The 12 rainbow bridges were all blocked. Naturally, the people of the 2 immortal heavens were overjoyed. Everyone thought that 30 was angry out of humiliation. However, 30 did not do so. Instead, he suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister smile. It was as if everything that had happened earlier had been arranged by him. You've done your best, haven't you? 30 sneered. All the cultivators in the 2 celestial domes had a bad premonition. I'm not the only child that can be sent to the Rainbow Bridge. 30 sneered, laughing coldly. 30 suddenly opened his mouth. Rumble. There seemed to be a series of loud sounds coming from 30's mouth. Then, as the people stared in horror, he suddenly spat out a huge egg. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of spitting, 12 huge eggs appeared in front of everyone again. No! The people of the 2 celestial domes screamed at the same time. 12 more. How was that possible? Now that there were 12 of them, it was already enough for everyone to do their best. If another 12 were to come, then everything would be over. It's over. Everyone revealed a look of great fear. And this great fear was exactly what 30 needed, because only a fearful soul would have the greatest soul power. Only by giving all living beings hope and then letting them fall into despair was the greatest fear. Fear was so deep that they did not have any strength left. It's over. Everything is over. Everyone revealed a deep sense of despair and fear. This was what 30 needed the most. This was the best moment to harvest the lives of the people. Ha 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 ha. 30 laughed loudly and flicked his finger. Bang! The 12 huge eggs followed the 12 rainbow bridges and rushed toward the 2 celestial domes. This time, it was not the giant egg nor the egg beast, but despair. Above the boundless celestial capital, at the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace of the Immortal World, many people revealed looks of despair. It was useless. No one could stop 30. Everyone was doomed. Just as everyone was in despair. Boom. Suddenly, one of the flying eggs exploded. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booms rang out as the 12 eggs flew toward the 2 immortal domes, exploding into pieces. Even as they did, the eggs seemed to have yet to fully mature. They struggled in pain for a moment before being sucked in by the 12 black vortexes. Then they were sucked into the vortexes, which stirred them up, causing them to vanish into nothingness. What? The people of the 2 celestial domes were shocked. The eggs broke. Even 30's eyes narrowed. His 12 eggs had all been destroyed. Who? Number 30 stood up and looked around coldly. 30 was looking for the monsters, and the people of the 2 celestial domes were also looking for the culprit. They did not know who had destroyed the 12 eggs. Whoosh! Suddenly, 30's figure paused, and he looked at the void, not far away with a trace of surprise. There was a figure there. Everyone looked at that blurry figure, but when it got close to 30, that figure stopped. At this moment, the eyes of the people of the 6 celestial domes suddenly lit up, and the weak bodies lying there suddenly trembled. His Holiness, it's His Holiness. It's really His Holiness. His Holiness has already gone to the void. The 12 eggs just now were destroyed by His Holiness. So powerful. Dahan, His Holiness is invincible. Long live, long live, long live. A series of excited voices sounded throughout the 6 celestial domes. The sudden appearance of the skeleton, Gu Hai, gave the people of the 2 celestial domes a dose of excitement. Finally, someone stopped 30. 30 was no longer high up, no longer unreachable. At the very least, His Holiness could reach there. Fuxi, Hichu, Changming, Old Man Guanxi, Jiangchun, the 4 sword cultivators, Laozi, Shakyamuni, Amitba, Jesus, Sun Wukong, and Long Zhanghua all had a trace of excitement on their faces. Gu Hai went. The final battle started. The skeleton Gu Hai stepped into the void and looked coldly at 30, who was not far away. How did you find me? 30 said coldly, I followed your rainbow bridge and just arrived. The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly, Impossible. How long has it been? In the void. The faster the speed, the stronger the force of the void. In such a short time, you should have been decomposed into nothingness. 30 showed a trace of disbelief. Even 30 himself had to set up a rainbow bridge to teleport the eggs. Otherwise, the eggs would have been decomposed into nothingness under the terrifying speed. But how did Gu Hai do it? Nothing is impossible. Gu Hai shook his head. However, 30 slowly calmed down. He carefully looked at Gu Hai and revealed a cold smile. Then he extended his hand and pointed at Gu Hai. Xiao! A golden light rushed towards Gu Hai. Bang! Gu Hai's body shook, turned into a cloud of black smoke, and disappeared. The golden light flashed. It shot into nothingness. 30. Your aim doesn't seem to be good. Gu Hai showed a trace of a cold smile, condensed from another direction, and revealed himself. 30's strength was unquestionable. The skeleton, Gu Hai, was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he was testing 30's strength. Hee, hiding the head but showing the tail. Gu Hai, aren't you here to stop me? Why are you hiding everywhere? 30 said coldly, I am here to stop you. However, how I will stop you is not up to you to judge. Gu Hai said coldly, Oh, Hiding everywhere is your way of stopping me. It seems that you are also a coward. 30 showed a trace of ridicule. I am just a coward. Didn't I ruin your plan? Guhai smiled lightly. 30's face was cold. You are not qualified. Since you are here, then don't leave. As he spoke, 30 waved his hand. Boom. It was as if countless golden nets suddenly appeared in all directions, covering the sky and earth, wrapping up all the places Guhai escaped, instantly sealing all of Guhai's escape routes. Wang. Guhai's body turned into a cloud of black smoke again, instantly dissipating into nothingness, strangely overflowing from the gaps of the golden net, and then reformed his body. Just S.O. Guhai shook his head. Guhai's words were provoking 30, but Guhai knew in his heart that 30 was extremely dangerous. Hee, your body is actually not within the laws of the two immortal firmament. Even the torch dragon golden net can't trap you. 30 said with a trace of coldness. 30 stared at Guhai, analyzing Guhai's purpose. It was obvious that Guhai did not dare to fight with him head-on, so he was testing him. However, Guhai was slippery at this moment, standing in the distance. He could not catch him for a while. 30, your strength should be stronger than mine. You can come out and try to kill me, Guhai said with a faint smile. 30 narrowed his eyes. He did not chase after Guhai. Guhai also analyzed some information in an instant. You don't want to step out of that area, right? If you step out of that area, the Rainbow Bridge will be in danger. Guhai said with a smile. 30 stared at Guhai for a while, finally revealing a trace of a cold smile. Two Immortal Firmament commanders? Haha, that's fine. I want to see how capable you are as a commander. 30 was unwilling to step out of the area covered by the black and white light, but 30's means were not limited to this. Opening his mouth, 30 let out a roar. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge egg was spat out from 30's mouth. This time, it did not shoot towards the two Immortal Firmament commanders, but waited. Ka-ka-ka-ka. From the huge egg, a thick, giant egg beast suddenly crawled out. The egg beast swallowed the eggshell, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Master, the giant egg beast knelt down and bowed to 30. Go kill him. 30 pointed at Guhai. Yes. The giant egg beast replied. Turning his head, the giant egg beast looked at Guhai murderously. Chapter 1306. In the depths of the void, the egg beast that number 30 spat out looked coldly at Guhai. Roar. The egg beast was ferocious. It instantly pounced toward Guhai. As it stretched out its hand, a huge axe appeared in its palm and chopped down at Guhai. The axe's ferocious power seemed to have the power to split the heavens and earth. Just looking at it made everyone in the world feel shocked. It was obvious that the egg beast's strength was on par with the two Immortal Firmament realms' egg beasts. Guhai's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his hand and took out the Life Slayer saber. The Life Slayer saber collided with the huge axe. Although there were no spatial ripples in the void, there were still golden energy flames and red illusions that burst out. Boom! With a loud sound, Guhai's body was pushed back 1,000 feet before he stopped. However, the egg beast only stopped after retreating 1,000 feet. The outcome of the collision was obvious. Guhai's strength was actually stronger. In the distance, number 30 narrowed his eyes. A skeleton body, you are indeed stronger than your original body. It's enough to be stronger. Your egg beast is no match for me. Guhai sneered. As he spoke, his body dashed forward, and the Life Slayer saber appeared. In an instant, the blood-red light enveloped everything. Rumble! The saber and the axe collided, releasing endless fierce light. Guhai's strength won the cheers of everyone because the egg beast was defeated by Guhai's Life Slayer saber. His holiness is invincible. Everyone in the six paths, immortal firmament realm shouted anxiously. Seeing the egg beast retreating in defeat, 30 revealed a cold smile. You are stronger than this child of mine, but only by a little. I only have one child. What if there are 10 of you? Roar. Number 30 opened his mouth and roared. Bang, bang, bang. He spat out 9 huge eggs in succession. The huge eggs cracked quickly. After they cracked, some turned into giant dragons, while others turned into human figures. All of them looked ferocious and ferocious. Kill. Number 30 said coldly. Roar. The 9 egg beasts instantly pounced towards Gu Hai. For a moment, what Gu Hai had to face were 10 peerless experts. The scales of victory instantly tilted towards the egg beasts. Rumble! After several collisions, Gu Hai was immediately sent flying by the 10 large egg beasts. Everyone was shocked to see Gu Hai retreating. Was His Holiness going to lose? Only a few people's eyes suddenly lit up with joy. As Gu Hai was sent flying by the heavy blow, the tip of the Life Slayer saber in his hand emitted waves of black gas. The black gas rushed towards the 10 large egg beasts. Black gas? Everyone who knew about skeleton Gu Hai's ability had their eyes lit up. As expected, there were small skulls mixed in with the black gas. Although Gu Hai had been knocked away just now, he had used the Life Slayer saber to cut open a wound on the 10 large egg beasts' bodies. As soon as the wound was opened, countless small skulls swarmed towards the wound. What? The group of egg beasts' faces changed. Gu Hai smiled coldly. At this moment, he was no longer fighting alone. He was accompanied by billions of small skulls. Ah, it hurts. What is this? Bastard, bastard, get lost. The 10 large egg beasts attacked the small skulls on their bodies while fighting against Gu Hai. Although the small skulls were not very powerful and did not bite much, the more wounds there were, the more skulls there would be. It was like a small flame falling on a dry grassland. Rumble! While Gu Hai was fighting, more and more skulls were biting the 10 large egg beasts. Ah, bastard, get lost! Ah, not long after, all the egg beasts were completely drowned by the small skulls. The egg beasts were spat out by number 30. Their bodies were extremely strong and were only 1 grade lower than the torch dragon. With so much flesh being eaten by the small skulls, they immediately turned into rolling energy that surged into Gu Hai's body. Not only did Gu Hai not lose any energy, but he also seemed to be filled with energy. Rumble! Not long after, one of the egg beasts was cut in half by the Life Slayer saber. The remaining egg beasts were also defeated. Ah, it hurts. My skin is all gone. It's bitten into my bone, marrow. Master, save me. Master, save me. Ah. Master. The group of egg beasts fled toward number 30 in fear. However, Gu Hai's Life Slayer saber blocked all of them. In an instant, Gu Hai was killing in all directions. Everyone's faces turned red when they saw this. His Holiness is invincible. His Holiness is invincible. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Previously, one egg beast was already terrifying enough to destroy the world. Now, there were 10 of them. How terrifying would that be? However, in front of His Holiness, it was a one-sided slaughter. The change was too fast. When everyone looked at Gu Hai, they were ecstatic. Kill number 30. Kill the demon. His Holiness is invincible. Countless people cheered. Only half of the group of egg beasts were left after being devoured. Only one of them paid the price of losing an arm to reach number 30. The rest were all killed by Gu Hai's Life Slayer saber and were continuously eaten. Number 30's face was gloomy. He grabbed the egg beast that escaped and squeezed it. A strange force rushed into the egg beast's body. Boom! All the little skulls were blasted away in an instant before disappearing into thin air. Huh. Guhai's expression changed. How could number 30 deal with these black fog skeletons? The black fog skeletons were dispersed, and the egg beast shape was revealed. At this moment, its internal organs were exposed, and its bones were eerie. It was terrifying. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master," the egg beast said with a trace of fear. "You can't even deal with one Guhai. What a piece of trash." Number 30's eyes were cold. He pointed his finger. "No." Bang! The egg beast screamed and exploded into countless pieces. "He's your child." Guhai frowned and said in surprise. "I don't have such a useless child," number 30 said coldly. Guhai was shocked. This number 30 was really cold-blooded and heartless. "Gather the power of Wuji." Ha! This is a supernatural power that the torch dragon comprehended when it was born. Back then, it gave it to Tsang, but it was unwilling to pass it to me until it died. I couldn't get it, so I sealed the power of Wuji in Tsang's body. I didn't expect that this power of Wuji would be obtained by you, number 30 said coldly. "Gather the power of Wuji." Guhai frowned. This black fog skeletons were called "Gather the power of Wuji." Now I understand why you didn't get disintegrated by the void force despite your great speed. So it's because of the infinite force. Huh. The torch dragon was preparing to use it to restrain my ability. Alas, I'm no longer the same person I used to be, 30 said coldly. "Is that so? You're no longer the same person? Then, do you dare to try my saber?" Guhai said with a cold smile. Number looked at Guhai and smiled. "Although I don't know how to use Gather the Power of Wuji, do you really think that I don't dare to step out of this extreme region?" Guhai's face fell. "Giving you my child will only make you stronger. I know that. However, this Gather the Power of Wuji can't hurt me. If you want to hurt me, you'll have to devour both immortal domes and destroy the heavens and earth." Number laughed coldly. "You don't dare to come out, do you?" Guhai continued to provoke him. Number 30's eyes turned cold. He stomped his feet and leaped forward. Whoosh! In an instant, number 30 flew out of the extreme region. With a speed that Guhai could not avoid, he appeared in front of Guhai. "What?" Guhai's face changed. "Number 30 can leave that region?" The two immortal domes were also shocked. Everything happened too quickly. In a flash, number 30 was already in front of Guhai. Guhai swung his Life Slayer saber, but could not keep up with number 30's speed. Number 30 moved, slamming his palm into Guhai's forehead. It was so fast that Guhai did not have time to react. Boom! A palm landed on Guhai's head. No! The two immortal domes cried out in agony. His Holiness was going to be killed by number 30. That palm, without a doubt, had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If that palm landed on Guhai's head, would Guhai still be alive? Indeed, the palm landed, and a destructive force filled Guhai's body. Boom! Guhai's head and Guhai's body exploded. Exploded? Everyone in the world held their breaths as they watched Guhai's crushing defeat in horror. Defeated in an instant, how terrifying was number 30's strength. Whoosh! Number 30 returned to the extreme region. Just now, the 12 rainbow bridges trembled, and number 30 returned, stabilizing them. Indeed, 30 could not leave this region. Suddenly killing Guhai could only do so for a short time. Gathering the power of Wuji. That's all you got. Number 30 sneered. The commander of the two immortal domes was killed just like that, just as 30 revealed a satisfied expression. Not far away, the shattered fog of the Gusi that had just exploded actually began to slowly reform. One, Guhai reappeared. The two immortal domes cheered. Guhai did not die. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy. Number 30 looked coldly at the reformed Gu Hai, gathering the power of Wuji. There was a bruise on Gu Hai's forehead. Clearly, that earlier palm strike had inflicted a grievous injury on Gu Hai that was hard to recover from. However, Gu Hai managed to survive. The void is endless. My body is indestructible. Number 30, you can't kill me, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Number 30 looked at Gu Hai's recovered body and said with a ferocious expression, gathering the power of Wuji? Ha! Torch Dragon, you old bastard, you didn't teach me such a sacred art, causing me to almost die in the void. That should be mine. Gu Hai stood far away from number 30. This time, Gu Hai did not charge forward. 30's earlier strike allowed Gu Hai to see its horrifying might. He managed to shatter Gu Hai with one palm strike. How strong was 30? The void is endless. My body is indestructible. This was what Gu Hai said. Even the creator of this sacred art, Torch Dragon, died. Would he not die because of this sacred art? Gu Hai did not want to experience that destructive attack a few more times. Number 30, you can't kill me. Similarly, these meatballs you spit out are not my match. I can't do anything to you now, but from now on, these meatballs you spit out can forget about entering the 2 immortal domes. Humph! Gu Hai snorted. Chapter 1307. If 30 wanted to maintain the 12 rainbow bridges, he couldn't leave the extreme region for long periods of time. Although Gu Hai wasn't 30's match, he could kill the egg beasts and prevent them from teleporting to the 2 immortal dominions. 30 looked coldly at Gu Hai. You're waiting for your main body, aren't you? So what if I am? Gu Hai said coldly. Your main body wasn't as strong as you in the past. You want to stop me? What a joke. Moreover, the void is boundless. He doesn't have the power of infinity. How is he going to come here? 30 sneered. You don't have to worry about how he's going to come here. I only know that I've blocked all your plans. Gu Hai said coldly. Is it blocked? Do you think that's all I have? 30 sneered. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Look, 30 stretched out his hand. Wong. Suddenly, 2 images appeared not far away. One was the image of the 6 immortal dominions. It was the infinite celestial capital. The other was the image of 30 immortal dominions. It was the image of the immortal world's heavenly court. At this moment, the 2 immortal dominions were resisting the 12 egg beasts with all their might. They had used up all their strength and no longer had the strength to resist. However, at this moment, 3 men in golden robes suddenly appeared outside the infinite celestial capital. All 3 of them were surrounded by boundless golden light. A terrifying aura erupted from them. Similarly, 3 men in golden robes suddenly appeared outside the immortal world's heavenly court. All 3 of them shone with boundless golden light. Each of them carried with them a monstrous aura. They were incomparably ferocious. The infinite celestial capital and the immortal world's heavenly court were both important places in the immortal dominions. After the experts fought, those who stayed behind were their relatives. In the infinite celestial capital, they were the closest people to Gu Hai. The sudden appearance of these 3 golden-robed men caused everyone to be alarmed. Those are, Gu Hai's expression changed. Those are the people strengthened by my soul seed. As for their strength, although they are slightly weaker than my children, the 3 of them added together are equivalent to the strength of one of my children. 30 revealed a faint smile. 3 is equivalent to 1 egg beast. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. As for the egg beasts, there was no need to talk about them. Although Gu Hai could kill them all, they were still too weak. However, no one in the 2 immortal firmament could compare to them. That powerful strength was simply the power to destroy the world. 30 was prepared. Soul guidance? Isn't your soul seed? Guhai said with an ugly expression. Wasn't he trapped by Fushi? Ha 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 ha, who said I only have one soul seed. 30 sneered. Guhai clenched his fists anxiously. Oh, right. In the infinite celestial capital, your wives and children are there, right? For empresses, their life and death are at stake. Do you want to help them? 30 looked at Guhai and smiled. Guhai's scalp went numb. Chen Xian, and the others were in danger? I can wait for you. How about it? They will make their move in 5 minutes. It is not too late for you to return now, 30 said with a smile as he looked at Guhai. Guhai's expression was gloomy. You don't believe me, right? 30 revealed a faint smile. However, they saw 3 golden-robed men on each side, and one of them attacked. In the infinite celestial capital, Hoi, Xingtian, and Guhan immediately rushed over. The 3 of them were at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Although they borrowed power from Hichu just now, they recovered quickly. This was the strongest strength in the infinite celestial capital. They instantly arrived in front of one of the golden-robed men. Boom! With a loud sound, one of the golden-robed men attacked first, and in an instant, the 3 were severely injured. Kaboom! The 3 were sent flying back, and a large number of buildings were blown away. The golden-robed men's strength was incomparably fierce. The 3 peak of Heavenly Palace were actually not his match. Second brother. Hoi, Xingtian. The infinite celestial capital was in chaos, and the first person to attack had his hat blown off, revealing his face. Guming? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Of the 3 golden-robed men, the one who attacked was actually Guming? Unfilial son. Guhai's eyes also widened. The entire infinite celestial capital was shocked. The fourth prince of the Dahan celestial capital, Guming? Soul guidance? Wasn't Guming's soul guidance already erased? Guhai said angrily. Who said there is only one soul guidance? That Guming has 2 soul guidance. You didn't know, right? Ha 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 ha. 30 looked at Guhai and laughed. 30, celestial capital. Takeshi Ryushin entered the battle, but he was no match for the golden-robed men, and was instantly defeated. The infinite celestial capital of the immortal world's heavenly court was in imminent danger. Guhai, do you want to watch your wife and children be killed, or do you want to save them? An incense stick's worth of time was very short. Choose for yourself. Ha 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 ha. 30 suddenly laughed loudly. At this moment, Guhai was trembling all over. Infinite celestial capital. At first, everyone was cheering when they saw Guhai holding 30 back. But in the next moment, 3 golden-robed men appeared. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. The terrifying might made the entire limitless celestial capital shake incessantly. Who is it? Ho's expression changed. Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, and Bingheim all looked into the distance with ugly expressions on their big bellies. This surging murderous aura was clearly not friendly. Gu Han, Hoi, and Xingtian were the strongest in the infinite celestial capital, and the 3 of them charged forward without hesitation. The 3 golden-robed men seemed to want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and all 3 moved at the same time. But the one in the middle moved the fastest, and he instantly snatched the opponent of the other 2, fighting 1 against 3. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 3 were powerless in front of the golden-robed men, and they were sent flying backward, smashing into a large number of buildings. What? Everyone's expression changed. 3 cultivators in the great fulfillment of Heavenly Palace were actually no match for him, perhaps because the battle was too intense, The wind blew the golden-robed man's hat, revealing his face. Gu Ming, fourth crown prince. Little Ming, evil creature. Cries of surprise rang out in the infinite celestial capital. No one had expected that the deposed crown prince would return. Furthermore, this time, he was standing on the opposite side of the great Han Empire. He wanted to kill the Dahan. Bastard, Gu Ming, father spared your life, but you repaid kindness with enmity. Gu Ming, you traitor, traitor! Gu Tang glared and roared. Gu Tang was extremely regretful. Back then, he had followed his father's request and sent Gu Ming to the mortal world to hide. If he had known, he would have killed this traitor. Gu Ming looked at the people of the infinite celestial capital, and his eyelids twitched slightly, murderous intent radiating from his eyes. In the distance, the officials of the Dahan looked at Gu Ming with hatred, including Gu Qin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang. They were all furious and wanted to eat their own flesh and drink their own blood. Only Chen Xian, the empress of the Dahan, celestial capital, looked at him with disappointment in her eyes. There was no hatred, only a sense of loss, a kind of empty disappointment. The image above, their heads showed that 30 was forcing Gu Hai. Chen Xian looked up. She showed a hint of sadness. Husband, I don't know if you can hear my voice, but at this moment, please don't come back. Don't be forced by 30. Don't come back. Chen Xian shouted. 30 wanted to see Gu Hai's miserable state, so he used a great technique to transmit his voice. Go back, Gu Hai. 30 smiled slightly. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Not going back. Fine, then I won't wait. Go, destroy the infinite celestial capital. 30 smiled faintly. In the distance, the 3 golden-robed people suddenly heard a sound. Yes, the 3 of them responded. Ah, 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 ah. At this moment, the 4 empresses suddenly had a stomachache. Empress, what's wrong? Some of the maids asked anxiously. It hurts. I'm going to give birth. Chen Xian clutched her stomach. Me too, it hurts. Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, and Bingheim cried out in pain. The empress is going to give birth. Quick, quick. The officials were anxious. The 4 empresses entered the soaring palace hall, and the maids and female doctors quickly entered the hall. Giving birth? Ha, Gu Hai, you really don't want to go back? This isn't just your wife. There's also your son. There's also your 4 children. 30 laughed mockingly. Attack. 30 ordered. Yes. The 3 golden-robed people immediately flew towards the infinite celestial capital. Gu Ming, have you forgotten? Mother was so good to you back then. Gu Qin roared. If you want to kill Mother, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Gu Han flew over again. Ho Yi and Xing Tian also flew over and blocked the 3 golden-robed people. However, the 3 golden-robed people's strength was not something they could compare to. Gu Ming turned his head to look at the 2 golden-robed people next to him. The Heavenly Master's order is to kill without mercy, Gu Ming shouted. The 2 of you are just like me, chosen by the Heavenly Master to be loyal to him. Please use your full strength, and don't hold back. Ha ha, Gu Ming, you used to be the crown prince of Dahan. Aren't you soft-hearted? One of the golden-robed people laughed. Soft-hearted? If we follow the Heavenly Master, we can create new worlds. What's there to soft-hearted about? The 2 of you, don't fail. The Dahan is filled with traps to guard against danger. Gu Ming shouted. As Gu Ming spoke, he pulled out a long sword. Gu Ming, we were really blind. Gu Han Fei Lai yelled. Ho Yi, Xing Tian, and Gu Han each faced a golden-robed person. They knew they were no match for him, but they didn't hesitate to attack. You overestimate yourselves. Do you know that the Heavenly Master has bestowed us with power that you can't compare to? Die! The two golden-robed people immediately charged forward. They were all peak gods. Who could stop them? No one in the Six Paths Immortal Dome could. The limitless heaven capital was on the verge of destruction. Guhai, you chose this, 30 said, laughing. You'll have to watch your wife and children die. Ha 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 ha. Guhai was trembling from head to toe. Reason told him not to leave, but there were some things that were beyond reason. Just as Guhai was about to make his move. Die! A roar rang out from the three golden-robed people. Guhan's palm landed on Gu Ming, but Gu Ming didn't attack him. Instead, he stabbed his long sword into the body of one of the golden-robed people. Boom! The golden-robed person was in the middle of dealing with Ho-E. How could he possibly expect a sneak attack from behind? You, the golden-robed person said, turning to look at Chang Ming in disbelief. Boom! The long sword slashed vertically, instantly cleaving the golden-robed person in half. Were the golden-robed people having internal strife? In an instant, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this sudden scene in astonishment. How dare you? Suddenly, a furious roar resounded through the air.